My consciousness stirred back to life. I opened my eyes, but all I saw was darkness. It stretched endlessly in every direction, thick and absolute. I felt weightless, as if my body were floating in a void. Where is this? I blinked several times, rubbed my eyes, but nothing changed. The darkness remained. Am I dreaming? I let out a slow breath and shrugged, assuming I was. My thoughts drifted back to the fight with Guro. No, calling it a fight was too generous. It was a brutal melee, raw and unforgiving. I never imagined my first kill would be a demon woman. I stared at my hands, whole, uninjured, but my mind refused to accept what I saw. The memory of pain still clung to me. The unbearable, flesh-melting agony of my own fire reducing my hand to bone. I had done that to myself. And for what? To kill her. A heavy breath left my lips, the weight of that truth pressing down on me. I had killed someone, not just in battle, not just for survival. I made the choice to end her life. And I did it with my own hands. At first, I thought she was toying with me, testing me, playing with her prey. Then she spoke, told me she was training me, and I believed her. Or rather, I believed Arka's. I convinced myself it was all part of my growth, that this was just another lesson. Her reason made sense. She wanted her prison sentence reduced, and I wanted to get stronger. A fair exchange. But in the end, it wasn't training. It wasn't a test. She was just insane. She wanted me dead. Not for any grand purpose, not for survival, but because she enjoyed it. Hunting, torturing, she thrived on it, and I was mentally weak. Even when I had the chance to finish her, I held back. Because some part of me still felt innocent, because I had never killed before, because it felt wrong. But she got up. Even with her spine shattered, even when her body had no strength left, she still crawled toward me with that grin. She wasn't done. She was going to kill me, so I made my choice. I burned her alive. The memory of her screams clawed at my mind. The way she thrashed, how she still tried to tear into my heart even as her flesh melted. I felt her blood spray onto my face, boiling from the heat. But she kept fighting. Even when her body failed, her will didn't. I wasn't sure if she ever felt fear. I clenched my fists, my breathing unsteady. Was it supposed to feel like this? It's easy to believe you can stand firm in your principles, but facing the reality of it is different. I saw that determination in Guro. She wasn't fighting for anything noble. She fought because she wanted to. Until the very end, she never wavered. I thought killing my first enemy would bring relief, maybe even pride, but I felt none of that. All I felt was doubt. Was it right to crush someone's dream, even if that dream was burning me alive? A dry chuckle escaped me. Did I do the right thing? Would I have survived if I hadn't gone that far? Was there another way? No, there wasn't. She forced my hand, pushed me into a corner, and I did what I had to do, but still. I killed her. I wiped a hand down my face, only to remember this was all in my head. No blood, no sweat, no burn scars, just me, alone in the dark with my thoughts. I had trusted her once. Believed, even if only for a moment, that this was just another test. And maybe in some twisted way it was, but not in the way I had imagined. Guro fought with everything she had, not out of desperation, not out of necessity, but because she wanted to. That was the kind of person. She was relentless and merciless. She would have come after me no matter what, not because she had to, but because it was in her nature. And I hesitated, not because I lacked strength, not because I was weak, but because some part of me still wanted to believe that it was just training. But it wasn't. She forced my hand, and when the moment came, I chose to survive. That was the lesson. It wasn't about right or wrong. It wasn't about feeling good or bad. It was simple. When the choice came down to me or her, I chose me. Her dream might have been crazy, but mine was not. I exhaled. My thoughts settled, and the burden of the situation reduced a lot. I knew this won't be my last kill. This was just the beginning, and I was ready. Now, how the freak do I wake up from this dream? I willed my floating body or consciousness or whatever it was to move forward. I kept going, waiting for myself to wake up. I had no idea how much time passed as I floated aimlessly. Then from nowhere, a green gas flooded the darkness surrounding me. What is this? I asked myself, surprised. The gas kept filling the space, and eventually, a deep lethargy settled over me, dragging me into exhaustion. My eyes grew heavy, and before I knew it, the darkness swallowed me completely. A sharp pain stabbed at me. I tried shifting, but the pain remained, relentless and piercing. Finally, I'd had enough. My eyes fluttered open. Everything was blurry. My vision swam, and then the memories rushed back. My lips trembled as I tried to part them, but they refused to obey. A voice reached me. "Billion, can you hear me?" I couldn't tilt my head, so I shifted my eyes toward the blurry figure hovering over me. Slowly, the image sharpened. Vice Commander June. "Yeah," I whispered, my throat dry and scratchy. She exhaled, tension visibly leaving her shoulders. "Thank God you're okay. For a moment I thought I lost you. Your heart even stopped beating." But then suddenly it started again. I blinked. My heart stopped. Damn, how close was I to dying? My face refused to move, my body sluggish and unresponsive. I couldn't even show a reaction. "Billion," I forced my eyes to blink a few times before managing another whisper. "Okay," she nodded. "All right, let me help with your injuries." Reaching into her uniform, she pulled out a small green vial. "This is concentrated vitality. Drink it and your recovery will speed up." She brought the vial to my lips and carefully poured its contents into my mouth. The thick liquid slid down my throat, leaving behind a cooling sensation. I waited. A few seconds passed, and then warmth spread through me. A faint green glow pulsed around my body. The pain dulled, the ache started fading, and slowly I felt control returning to my limbs. June remained seated beside me, watching my face silently. I turned my head slightly and smiled. Am I looking handsome, Vice Commander? Her eyes widened slightly, then she let out a soft chuckle. You're in no condition to joke around, soldier. I grinned. What better time to joke than when you just escaped death, wouldn't you agree? Her brows furrowed, and she shook her head. I apologize, Billion. It was my mistake. My smile faded. What do you mean? Commander assigned me to keep an eye on you and make sure the demon didn't pull anything crazy on us. And I failed. You came too close to death. I shook my head. It's okay, Vice Commander. There's no need to blame yourself. These things happen, but where's Commander? Outside, overseeing the final battle. Today's the last day, and everyone is giving it their all. We were both there, but then he released the demon and sent me here. He was going to check on you himself, but a couple of unit members, including your friend Steve, lost it. Nearly fought themselves to death. Commander had to step in before someone got killed. I blinked. Steve, why? She smiled. Of course, for the best reward. He's ranked first, right, Nobi, a comfortable margin too. She paused for a few seconds, then spoke again. I was going to stop her, Billion. When she pierced your chest, I was ready to intervene. But then you did something insane, and I couldn't help but wait to see how it would play out. Wow, so careless. But I did not express my true thoughts. Yeah, I know, I was awesome back there. I let out a breath. That idiot was crazy, by the way, Vice Commander. She chuckled. Yes, she was. But she was also the lowest ranked being in this prison, so Commander had no choice but to send her. Even he didn't believe it when I reported that you killed her. I raised a brow. That's not going to be a problem, is it? I mean, I did kill a prisoner. She waved a hand dismissively. Nah, don't worry about it. She was charged with murder anyway. No one's going to lose sleep over her. I nodded. Feeling some control over my body again, I tried to sit up. June noticed and helped me, steadying me as I moved. My limbs trembled, but I managed to sit cross-legged. I glanced at my hand. It was just as bad as I remembered. From the middle of my forearm to the tips of my fingers, nothing remained but gleaming bone. Muscle tissue twitched and squirmed, slowly trying to regrow over the exposed structure. I turned to June. How long do you think it'll take to heal completely? She hummed thoughtfully, taking my palm in her hands and tracing a finger over the bare bone. I felt nothing. No sensation at all. We'll get you to a healer once we go to Unit 2 compound. By tomorrow morning, it should be good as new. A breath of relief escaped me. At least that was one less thing to worry about. Carefully scanning my body, I noted the extent of the damage, claw marks, scratches, and dried blood crusted over multiple wounds. Torn muscles ached with every slight movement, burns stung against the cool air, and a fractured leg throbbed dully. Everything hurt, and yet. I pressed my hand against my chest. The spot where her claws had torn through, where she had almost ripped out my heart, my generator core, was completely healed. No wound, not even a scar. The green tattoo remained etched into my skin, untouched, as if nothing had happened at all. Lowering my gaze, I found the necklace resting peacefully against my chest, undisturbed. My fingers brushed over the cool metal as a thought surfaced. I hope you enjoyed the fight. Exhaling, I shifted my weight and pushed myself up, determined to stand. June hurriedly waved her hands as if afraid I might shatter into pieces at any moment. What are you doing? Sit down, your body needs rest. A chuckle escaped me. No, Vice Commander, what my body needs is movement. I heal faster when I keep my body working. She hesitated, watching as I struggled, groaned, and finally forced myself upright. Every muscle in my body protested, but I stretched carefully, letting the ache settle. Oh, this feels good. Such fine weather. June let out a small chuckle at that. Turning to her, I raised an eyebrow. So, Vice Commander, I get that we all make mistakes, but don't you think I deserve some kind of reward or compensation for almost dying and, actually surviving? Instead of answering, she stood up, turned on her heel, and started walking. Frowning, I limped and followed her, only to spot Guro's body lying ahead. A deep breath steadied me as I approached. We stopped beside her corpse, and I took in the aftermath of my best work yet. Her face was gone, burned away completely, along with her hair and the skin that had once covered it. What remained was a scorched skull, her body broken and bloodied beyond recognition. June's voice broke the silence. Your compensation will be deducted since you killed your training instructor. My head snapped toward her. Vice Commander, she was no training instructor. That woman was insane. She wanted to cook me alive and do other unexplainable things to me. She turned to stare at me, unimpressed. A murder is a murder, soldier, even if it was a crazy demon. I threw my hands up in exasperation. Vice Commander, I didn't know you were such a miser. Shaking my head, I muttered, anyway, are all demons like this? June sighed. No, every race has crazy people, and she was one of them. Demons are wild, but they're crazy for battle, for fighting, and not for cooking and eating people alive. That was a small relief, at least. I gave a slow nod. And why was she captured and locked up in the first place? She told me a story, but I doubt it was the full truth. June sighed. She was caught trying to infiltrate a place she had no business being in. They arrested her and put her in a regular prison, but she was crazy and killed some inmates. After that, they transferred her here, a high-security facility for dangerous individuals. Awesome and the commander thought it was okay to release such psycho on me. I need to figure out if the old man have some kind of grudge against me. I ignored the thought and asked. So they thought she might be useful someday. That's why they kept her. June nodded. Yeah, being a demon, she had value. They figured she could be of use in the future, but I guess that's not a concern anymore. I shrugged and asked. So what are you going to do with her body? Are you reporting this or something? June didn't answer right away. Instead, she stepped forward and knelt beside the demon's corpse. Then, without a word, she stood up. I'll handle it, she said. She raised her hand over the corpse. Sparks flickered at her fingertips, crackling and snapping like tiny lightning bolts. The air grew thick with the sharp scent of ozone. With a small motion, she sent a bolt of lightning down. It struck Guro's body, making it jolt as if it had come back to life. But this wasn't revival, this was destruction. The lightning wrapped around the corpse, burning through flesh and bone. The body blackened, then crumbled, turning into glowing embers. Even the blood on the ground sizzled and vanished. In seconds, there was nothing left. No ash, no bones, just a dark patch on the ground where she had once been. June lowered her hand. All done, she said. I stared at the empty space. Just a short while ago, Guro had been trying to kill me, laughing as she did it. Now there was nothing left of her. No grave, no remains. Just gone, June turned to me and grinned. So congratulations on reaching level 25. You're the first to hit the milestone across all the elite units. Her words pulled me out of my thoughts. I smiled. I had tried scanning her earlier, but all I got was question marks. She chuckled. You can only see the level and rank of those on the same rank as you. Then with a knowing look, she added, also, you're going to be famous soon. I'm sure the commander will spread the news everywhere. Grinning, I declared. That's good. I want everyone to know who is Billion Ironheart. June flicked my forehead. Slow down, young man. No need to push yourself so hard. You're doing well. No, Vice Commander. Well, isn't enough. I need to be awesome. Perfect. Legend. She clamped a hand over my mouth. All right, I get it. Now shut up and rest. Let the potion work on your body. We'll move out in half an hour. Your little volcano vacation is over. I raised my hands in surrender. Only then did she remove her hand and I gave her my best sad face. As you say, Vice Commander. Stepping back, I sat down again. It was time to go through my notifications. I opened my status to look at the notifications. Level up, level up, level up. Level 22, level 25. Level threshold reached. Initiating profile creation. Milestone achieved, talent. Milestone achieved, perfect 50. Milestone achieved, pioneer. Milestone achieved, essence scholar. Milestone achieved, unyielding heart. Milestone achieved, rule breaker. Milestone achieved, apex walker. Profile creation done. Searching suitable class options. Class option available. And with that, the notifications ended. Saying I was surprised would be an understatement. I was flabbergasted, stunned, and completely caught off guard. Some of the milestones the system listed didn't even make sense to me. I understood talent, perfect 50, and essence scholar. Apex walker probably had something to do with my passive ability, but pioneer, rule breaker, unyielding heart, I had no clue what those milestones were about. They could mean a lot of things. Pioneer might be for using essence before getting a class, or for creating skills with it. Rule breaker could be the same, or maybe it was for killing a demon who had a class and was 8 levels above me. It could even be because I kept bending or outright ignoring rules in one way or another. I had no way of knowing whether these milestones would help or hurt my class options. Ignoring the swarm of thoughts in my head, I focused on the glowing class options available notification. Excitement surged through me. I had been through a lot to reach this point. This was the moment to see if all my hard work had paid off. Suddenly, I heard June's voice. Did you get the class choices? I nodded. She glanced at her palm where lightning flickered, then spoke. I'm sure your academy covered most of the important stuff, but let me give you some advice. She met my eyes, her tone serious. Be careful when making your choice. Think long term. Almost every elite unit member reaches level 50 before finishing probation, which means your second class evolution will happen within the year. Instead of just picking a class for now, think about what it could evolve into. If you believe a certain choice will lead to a stronger second evolution, go with that. Your actions between level 25 and 50 will shape your next options, so keep that in mind. Also, consider the rarity. Higher rarity means better potential down the line. I rolled her words around in my head. So rarity matters, but how much? Does it make a big difference? June nodded. A huge difference. A rare class isn't just stronger, it has better abilities, more potential for growth, and often unlocks hidden evolutions that common classes never get. Then shouldn't I just pick the rarest class available? She smirked. If it were that simple, everyone would do it. A rare class might not always suit your fighting style, and sometimes a lower rarity class with the right evolution path can be better. You need to think about compatibility. I tilted my head. What about you? What was your first class? She stretched her arms, lightning flickering at her fingertips. I started with Iron Vanguard. It was a frontline warrior class, strong, durable, but nothing fancy. I blinked and commented, I'm assuming you trained with the lightning element after that. June chuckled. Exactly. At level 25, I didn't have any elemental affinity, just a good set of combat skills and a talent for endurance. But I started training with lightning, pushing my body to handle it, shaping my fighting style around it. She raised a hand, and a thin arc of electricity danced between her fingers. By level 50, my efforts paid off. My class evolved into Thunder Vanguard. I nodded at her statement. That was what I knew as well. Classes were divided into 6 tiers. Common, basic, widespread classes. Example, Warrior, Cook. Uncommon, more advanced than common. Example, Iron Warrior, Advanced Cook. Rare, stronger, and more specialized than uncommon classes. Example, Battle Knight, Gourmet Chef. Epic, more advanced, unique abilities. Harder to obtain. Example, Arcane Knight, Alchemical Chef. Legendary, unique, high-tier classes with immense potential. Few exist. Example, Deathblade Champion, Heavenly Culinarian. Mythic, the pinnacle of power. These classes shape history. If someone started with a common class, their chances of reaching epic at best were pretty high. But even getting a common class was rare, considering the state of my world. If you awakened and trained, yet still ended up with a common class, people considered you just plain unlucky. The majority of the population received an uncommon class as their first and will end up at rare after their final class evolution. A small percentage started with rare and progressed to epic. An even smaller fraction of that started at epic. Starting with an epic class was, well, epic, but it was also a curse. Expectations skyrocketed. Most people who started with one either died under their duties or barely survived. As for legendary classes, I was sure some people had started with them, but if they existed, it wasn't public knowledge. And mythic, well, there was a reason it was called that. It only existed in theory. No human had ever started with a mythic class at level 25. If it did happen, the person's luck would be so absurdly high even the gods would do a double take. I sat in silence, my thoughts drifting to the class I would receive, Arca's Povey. I stood before the 99 members of Unit 2 who were bruised, battered, but alive just as promised. Until yesterday, my mind had been filled with speeches, words meant to motivate and push them forward. But now, all I wanted was to leave. There was somewhere far more important I needed to be. My eyes swept across the soldiers before me as I spoke. First of all, congratulations on completing 1 month of training. I'm sure all of you want to rest and recover, so I won't bore you with a speech. Vice Commander June will be here soon to arrange your return to PCB. Your reports will be updated with personal comments from me, which you'll be able to access tomorrow. Your Command 2 rankings are already displayed here, and your rewards will be distributed tomorrow as well. For now, sit tight, rest, and wait for your Vice Commander. I turned to leave, but just as I stepped forward, a voice called out, Commander. I turned. Steve. Yes, his brows furrowed. Commander, where's Billion? He's with June. Don't worry, he's fine. With that, I stepped forward and shot into the sky. Lightning roared around me as my speed surged. Within moments, I reached peak acceleration, thunder rumbling in my wake as the forest blurred beneath me. My mind raced with the news June had given me. Billion had killed the level 30 demon and reached level 25. I wished I had been there to see the fight. This wasn't within my expectations. There was only one thing that could have allowed him to overcome a level 30 demon while being classless and only level 22. Talent. I was certain now. Billion had awakened a talent, and a monstrous one at that. Soon, I crossed the special zone and sped toward the capital. The massive protective dome flickered with devastating energy, its sheer power a constant reminder of the city's impenetrability. I came to a stop, floating high above the sprawling metropolis. My eyes swept across the vast cityscape, taking in its structured chaos. Almost instantly, I felt multiple presences locking onto me, scanning, assessing. I ignored them. I had only one target. Locking onto the presence I sought, I shot forward, tearing through the sky toward my destination. Finally, I landed in front of the military compound. My feet carried me forward with purpose as I strode through the corridors, soldiers snapping to attention and saluting as I passed. Reaching the room, I didn't hesitate. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. As I stepped inside, my eyes landed on the man I had come to meet. Sitting behind a black desk, slouched forward with his head resting on the surface, was one of the strongest Grandmaster-rank commanders of the Empire, Edgar Smith. His long white hair spilled over his shoulders, and his thick beard was slightly unkempt. Dressed in flowing black robes, he muttered something under his breath, completely unconcerned about my presence. I shook my head and spoke. Edgar, he didn't even lift his head from the desk, only waving a hand dismissively. Go away, Arcas. I exhaled sharply, already feeling a headache coming on. What happened? Finally, he raised his head, his eyes suspiciously glossy with unshed tears, fake ones, no doubt. I just came back from meeting the Emperor, he muttered, voice heavy with exaggerated despair. He's given me another mission. Arcas, I'm an old man. I can't handle these high-intensity missions anymore. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to stay calm. Edgar, I don't have time for tantrums right now. Just tell me what happened to the Farron captives taken by the Holts. He sighed dramatically. You're so heartless, Arcas. Then with a dismissive wave, he continued, the cubs are still imprisoned. They're from the wolf and some important bird tribe, so the Holts will hold on to them until they need leverage. His eyes sharpened. Why do you ask? Did you get a mission too? I shook my head. No, but I'm sending someone on a mission to get them out. Edgar's eyes widened, and for a moment he just stared. Finally, he leaned back and muttered, You found another kid, didn't you? He exhaled through his nose. Arcas, you've been doing this for 10 years. You should know by now people are children. They don't have the potential for what you are aiming for. I smirked. I agree. That's why I'm going to create someone who does. Edgar's gaze darkened and he asked, So why don't you tell me more about this new kid you found? I grinned. Billions Povey. I shook my head to bring myself away from the class dreamland and asked, Vice Commander, I have several skill cores from the checkpoint missions. When should I use them? She raised an eyebrow. You should use them before picking your class. Ideally, you should have used them before reaching level 25 so your upgraded skills could be factored into your class choices. I sighed. I didn't even get time to plan all this. The moment the demon died, I jumped from level 22 to level 25. June nodded. I understand. It's not ideal, but it's fine. Just don't choose your class yet. Use the skill cores first, otherwise, it'll be a waste. I nodded and held back from clicking on the glowing class options available panel. 15 unused stat points sat in my status panel, waiting to be allocated. I scanned through each attribute, assessing their current levels. From that fight, one thing became clear. If I wanted to punch above my weight and prepare for unpredictable situations, Essence would play a crucial role. To bridge the gap against stronger opponents, I needed one attribute to stand out, something that could push me beyond my limits. For Gyuro, that attribute was dexterity. It granted her incredible speed, and her class amplified that advantage. I could keep upgrading my stats through essence transfer, but even then, having one attribute significantly ahead of the others would give me an edge. I churned over my new plan, weighing its feasibility. It seemed solid. At the very least, it was worth testing. If it didn't yield results, I could always adjust using Generator. After a moment of final deliberation, I made my decision. Synapse would be my primary focus. It enhanced essence manipulation, improved my ability to observe and control energy particles, and most importantly, sharpened my analytical abilities while keeping my emotions in check. With that in mind, I allocated 10 points into Synapse and the remaining 5 into Strength. I checked my talent progression. Nice. For a moment, all other thoughts vanished. My mind fixated on one thing, checking out my class options. But the skill cores were still back at camp, meaning I had to wait. I exhaled and glanced at June. She stood near the edge, watching the lava bubble and churn. Bracing myself, I carefully shifted my weight onto my legs, standing up shakily before making my way toward her. What are you thinking, Vice Commander? She turned to look at me. Why aren't you resting? I shrugged. Too excited about my class to sit still. I need a distraction. She chuckled, then fell silent. June glanced at me, then back at the lava. You did well, she said suddenly. I blinked. Hush, she turned slightly, giving me a sidelong look. I saw what you did at the volcano. You handled yourself better than most would at your level. I scratched the back of my head. Well, I didn't really have a choice, did I? She smirked. No, you actually did have a choice. You could have stayed with the other unit members, but that doesn't change the fact that you did what others did not. I let out a breath. I still feel like I barely made it. If things had gone just a little differently, I might not be standing here right now. June nodded. That's how it always is. No matter how strong you get, there will always be fights where you barely scrape by. The important part is that you did make it, and you learned from it. I thought about that for a moment. About the fight, the demon, the sheer gap in power between us at the start, and how in the end I still won. Yeah, I muttered. I learned a lot, June nodded. Good. That means next time you'll do even better, I chuckled. Next time, can I get a break first? She smirked. You, with that class waiting to be picked. No chance. I sighed dramatically, shaking my head. Figures. She chuckled again. Since you have the energy to talk and stand, let's get out of here and regroup with the others. I nodded. Yeah, I want to see Steve. He's going to love hearing about the demon. He's got this weird fascination with reading about other races. We started walking back together, but every step sent sharp stabs of pain through my leg. I tried to keep a straight face, but I couldn't stop myself from wincing. June placed a hand on my shoulder. Let me help you. Before I could react, she stepped closer and scooped me up in a princess carry. I gawked in shock. What are you doing, Vice Commander? She shrugged. Helping you. No, you cannot do this to me. I have an image to maintain, she responded. Yeah, typical man. I snapped my mouth shut at that. Then, since my pride was already in ruins, I wrapped my arms around her neck, grinning. All right then, if we're doing this, let's do it properly. Let's see who else can brag about being this close to you, Vice Commander. She shook her head. Why do I always forget that you're just a 17-year-old horny kid? I gasped. Horny me? No way. I am a focused, ambitious man, Vice Commander. I demand you take back that statement. She nodded sagely. Oh, is that so? Then do tell me, what about that time you and Steve tried to impress those twin sisters at the academy? I blinked. Twins? What twins? She scoffed. Oh, don't play dumb now. I know you remember. My stomach sank. I decided to keep my mouth shut before I embarrassed myself any further. We moved through the battlefield, passing the area where I had fought the abominations. The ground was still torn up, stained with broken rocks and scorched from the aftermath. Soon, we reached the section filled with orc pods. I scanned the area and immediately noticed that many of them were missing. We arrived at the hole I had dropped through to come to this place. Before I could say anything, June spoke. Hold on tight, I'm going to rush out. I barely had time to nod before lightning crackled around her body. Sparks danced across her skin, flickering in arcs of blue. The air around us grew heavy, charged with energy. I closed my eyes and focused, trying to observe the lightning particles. At first, they were just blurs of light, chaotic and fast. But as I concentrated, I saw them more clearly, tiny, jagged streaks of energy that crackled and snapped against each other, like miniature storms colliding in a frenzy. They wove around June's body in unpredictable patterns, each bolt pulsing with raw power. Then she bent her legs and shot upward. A deafening boom followed as we tore through the tunnel at blinding speed. The walls blurred past, and before I could fully register the motion, we were already out, bursting into the open air. June landed at the volcano's edge, her lightning dispersing in a soft hum. I looked up and finally saw the sky for the first time in days. The sun hung low, casting an orange glow across the horizon. A cool breeze carried the scent of ash and earth, a sharp contrast to the suffocating heat inside the volcano. I exhaled deeply. Ah, this feels good. Before I could fully enjoy the moment, June blurred again. The next thing I knew, we were standing in front of the rest of the unit. A heavy silence settled over the group as they stared at June, who was still carrying me in her arms. I coughed awkwardly. I wasn't even wearing a shirt. My body was covered in scars, bloodstains, and exposed bone. Not exactly my best look. Then a familiar voice cut through the silence. Oh, welcome back, princess. I turned my head slowly. Steve stood there waving at me with the biggest grin while Logan smirked beside him. I closed my eyes for a brief moment, silently hoping he wouldn't say anything else. I was proven wrong. Steve grinned wider, clearly enjoying himself. I gotta say, Billion, I never took you for the type to get swept off your feet literally. Logan crossed his arms and nodded sagely. Yeah, I thought he was different, but... More chuckles spread through the unit. Then someone coughed loudly. I turned my head and saw North stepping forward. Vice Commander, she said, her voice steady. Commander said you'd be arranging our return. She looked rough, bruised, exhausted. The uniform she borrowed from me was covered in bloodstains, her hair a tangled mess. Then she turned her gaze to me and winked. I think the princess can take care of himself now. Logan burst into laughter, clapping Steve on the back. I sighed and looked at June. Vice Commander, please, I think I can stand. She chuckled but set me down. I steadied myself and walked toward Steve. He grinned. What the hell did you do inside that volcano to end up looking like this? I let out a tired smile. Long story, a very long story. Then I turned to Logan. Hey man, nice to see you again. He answered back with a smile. Well, after you left me alone, it took me some time to get here. Found Steve, introduced myself, and here we are. I nodded and took a glance around. We were at the base of the volcanic mountain, standing in a clearing littered with broken rocks, deep craters, and patches of bubbling lava. The aftermath of the battle was obvious. Lifting my gaze, I focused on the massive projection in the sky displaying the kill rankings. I was first. Expected. Steve came in second. Also expected. But after that, the rankings had shifted. Third place, Sarah Gibson. Then 3 new names, James Carter, Daniel Walker, Ryan Mitchell. Northwinter was below them. Neither King Holt nor Mark Salt had made the top 10. I narrowed my eyes. Why is North so low in the ranks? Steve shrugged. Arrow problem. She ran out, had to run around and collect. I nodded. That was going to be an issue. Glancing around, I asked, who's Sarah Gibson? Logan tilted his head toward the left. See the one with the giant ass sword? That's her. And let me tell you, that thing is heavy. I turned and spotted her. Tall, 6-foot red-haired girl with sharp features and black eyes. She had a lean, athletic build, but the veins bulging in her arms as she gripped the massive great sword made it clear she liked that thing. I stared at her and she stared right back. Her face remained still, completely expressionless. Steve leaned in and whispered. She doesn't talk much, barely shows any expression, but she does roar a lot when she fights. I chuckled. Breaking eye contact with Sarah, I turned to Steve. Hey, where are the cores? He pointed to our military bag lying in a corner. In there, I nodded. Finally, June spoke. I hope all of you learned a lot from this training. This was the first time we ran something like this for Unit 2, and I have to say the results are impressive. Almost all of you have reached double-digit levels. You've refined the skills you chose to fight with. And above all else, you fought abominations, real threats, not just training dummies. But don't relax just yet. Take the time to absorb what you've learned and push toward earning a class. Our commander values strength and ambition. The better you perform, the greater the rewards. And in the future, the training you've received here will be the difference between life and death when facing abominations. Everyone nodded at her words. June continued. Here's what's going to happen in the coming days. First, we'll move to Unit 2's compound in PCB. Your rooms are already assigned, and each has a member guide inside. Read through it to understand the facilities and rules. Second, healers will attend to all of you. Even if you aren't injured, you'll still undergo a basic checkup. Third, the glass cores you collected from the checkpoint mission are called skill cores. They can help you level up and evolve your skills before choosing a class. Once you reach PCB, you'll receive credentials to log into Unit 2's server, where you can look up all relevant details. Fourth, your individual ranking within the unit for this month will be determined by a combination of results from Command 1 and Command 2. Fifth, you will only have 3 learning modules throughout the one-year training: foundational training, specialized development, and war preparation. Details on each module can be found in the curriculum guide in your room. Finally, you'll have 3 days to rest, recover, and explore. On the 4th day, your first session begins. I strongly suggest going through your reports during this time. They contain feedback from the commander himself. Use it to prepare for your future training. She paused, then asked, "Any questions?" Silence. "All right, since we're done here, it's time to go back." She pulled out her communicator and sent a message. A few seconds later, a portal opened and Mr. Rodriguez stepped through. June looked at him and said, "We're ready, Mr. Rodriguez." He gave a nod and waved his hand. A glowing circle formed beneath us, and in the next instant I was gone from the forest. As the glow faded, I found myself standing in the middle of a vast open ground. The air felt crisp, and the ground beneath me was solid, reinforced stone. I glanced around and saw that everyone had arrived safely, along with all of our belongings. Spotting my bag nearby, I stepped forward and picked it up. That Mr. Rodriguez is something else for sure. Before I could dwell on it, June's voice cut through the moment. "All right, gather up. Let me give you a tour of the area." She turned and started walking forward. Without hesitation, we followed. The place was massive, easily spanning several square kilometers. The ground beneath us was smooth, reinforced stone, built to withstand intense training sessions. Around us, structures rose in a carefully organized layout, each one clearly designed with purpose. To the east, instead of a traditional dormitory, stood the residential sector, which was divided into 5 towering blocks, each rising several stories high. Made of dark metal and reinforced glass, these structures had a sleek, modern design, with the emblem of Unit 2 embedded on the front of each building. Each block housed 20 private living quarters, self-contained one-bedroom apartments, designed for both comfort and personal training. Beside the residential blocks, I noticed a medical facility, its entrance marked by a glowing green emblem. This was where the healers would be stationed. June led us first to the combat wing, a colossal structure reinforced with what I assumed were energy barriers, ensuring that whatever happened inside didn't tear the entire compound apart. "The combat wing is where you'll be spending most of your time," June explained. "It's got everything you need to push yourselves past your limits." Then we went through each of the facilities. Training arenas, we passed by a row of massive halls, each designed for different forms of combat. Some had floating platforms for aerial combat, others had shifting gravity fields to make training progressively harder. Advanced dummies lined the walls, some humanoid, others shaped like abominations, waiting to be activated. Elemental training areas next, we reached a sector where the air itself seemed to change with every step. One chamber was filled with floating orbs of fire, another crackled with electricity. A large ice-covered hall shimmered in the distance. These were controlled environments, allowing users to train without holding back. Abomination training grounds at the far end, a sealed-off section hummed with energy. "This is where you'll fight real abominations," June stated. "They're captured and contained for controlled battles. Expect unpredictable fights." Environmental simulation chambers, the last section of the wing, was a series of domes, each shifting between different weather conditions: blizzards, sandstorms, high-altitude winds. "No battlefield is predictable," June continued. "You need to be ready for anything." I nodded. This was more than just physical training. This was full war preparation. Next, June led us to the research wing, where things took a more academic turn. There was a library, a towering archive filled with books, digital records, and ancient scrolls. Then came a research facility. A high-tech lab stood beside the library, humming with energy. For those interested in improving weapons, crafting techniques, or studying abominations, the research lab is open for use. At the end, there was the armory, a secured section where weapons, armor, and specialized gear were stored. June gestured toward the reinforced doors. "You'll find both standard and augmented weapons here. You are only allowed 2 free weapons. Any more and you will need to pay up, so treat your weapons with care." As we continued the tour, more essential areas came into view. At the heart of the compound stood the Grand Arena, a massive coliseum reinforced with energy barriers. It was built for ranking fights, tournaments, and high-stakes duels. Next, the mission hall, a sleek, modern building lined with screens displaying missions, assignments, and rankings. At its center, a glowing platform pulsed softly. "All missions are assigned here," June said. and this is where you'll be teleported when needed. A short distance away, she gestured to an imposing office. That's the commander's domain, she stated, her tone sharpening. Meetings, evaluations, and strategies happen there. If you're summoned, don't waste his time. Finally, we reached the cafeteria, positioned beside an open drill field. Eat, train, repeat, June muttered. By the time we finished the tour, the sheer scale of Unit 2's base had fully sunk in. I could only say it was huge. After that, June dismissed us to head toward the residential block and didn't even ask how I was doing, even though I spent the entire tour limping behind her with exposed bones and burned muscles. Everyone dispersed, some moving in groups, others walking alone. I naturally fell in step with Steve and Logan. As we walked, I glanced around, scanning the crowd. North was ahead, walking with some of her academy friends. While looking for her, my gaze locked onto someone else, Mark. He stared at me, his expression guarded. I scanned him, level 14. There was unease in his eyes, though he tried to hide it. I held his gaze for a moment before losing interest. Instead, I found North again. She was deep in conversation with Sarah, seemingly unfazed by the exhaustion the rest of us carried. Steve's voice pulled me back. Hey, you need any help? You look like hell. I chuckled. I'm fine, already recovering. It wasn't a lie. I could feel my body healing, muscle fibers knitting back together, bruises fading. The only question was whether this was due to my high constitution stat or maybe my passive ability. Steve shrugged. If you say so, I nodded. So how did the fight outside the volcano go? At that, Steve exhaled, dragging a hand through his hair before looking down at his sword. Hectic. Brutal. On the first day, the strongest abominations were only level 12. Manageable. But after that, their levels started creeping up. Slowly at first. For the first 4 days, I fought solo. Wasn't a problem. I could handle them on my own. But then the numbers surged. More than half the people couldn't kill them alone, so we had to form groups. By the end, it was less like a survival exercise and more like war. We rotated between recovering and fighting, but in the last 4 days, we could barely kill anything. Too many creatures, too many injuries. We just kept injuring them instead. The death rate of the creatures dropped. It was a grind just to survive. I barely managed to hit level 19 on the last day. I nodded, taking in his words. Did you enjoy it? Steve's exhaustion faded, replaced by a wide grin. Yeah, leveled up my skill twice. But I really didn't like you running off on your own like that. I raised my hands in surrender. Guilty. Logan cut in. So what did you really find inside the volcano? I sighed, then gave them a rundown, the orcs, the tunnels, the pods. I left out what happened after I dropped into the wide expanse. No need to bring that up with everyone else paying attention to our talks. We walked at a steady pace, our conversation filling the time. Eventually, we reached the dormitory complex. Inside, the reception area was well lit and efficient, with counters and digital displays. And standing behind one of those counters was someone familiar, the same lady who had given me my ID card when I first arrived at PCB. The woman with the recorder class. I smirked and greeted her. Hello, recorder lady. She glanced up, a small smile playing on her lips. My name is Jennifer Billion. I nodded. Jennifer it is. So what are you doing here? I thought you worked at PCB. She shook her head. I do work in PCB, but I'm assigned to Unit 2. That's why you met me there that day. I handle all your documents and reports. Right now, I'm here to update your IDs and provide details about your stay. My office is in the commander's wing. With that, she launched into an explanation, our rooms, access to reports, Unit 2's internal server, monthly salary, and other essentials. The process took about half an hour. Then one by one, she upgraded our ID cards. I held mine up, examining the sleek new design. My rank had been upgraded to 1. Everything else remained the same. After saying goodbye to Jennifer, everyone started moving toward their assigned quarters. Rooms were allocated based on rank, but there was no difference in facilities. Each of us received the same living and training setup. Our group made its way to the first block, where the top-ranked members were housed. Logan, who ranked somewhere in the 40s, split off to head toward his designated building. On the ground floor of our block, we found our rooms. Each door was labeled according to rank 1, 2, 3, and so on. In the corridor, Steve, Sarah, and I stood in silence, each glancing at the others but saying nothing. Finally, I broke the awkward pause. Steve, drop the bag inside and come with me to the medical wing. He nodded, disappearing into his room for a moment before rejoining me. Together, we made our way toward the medical facility. As we stepped inside, I immediately noticed how massive the facility was. A reception area, rows of treatment rooms, surgery wards, and emergency wing. There were sections I didn't even recognize. I approached the reception desk and explained my condition. The woman behind the counter barely reacted, simply nodding before saying, "You need to see the chief medical officer. Room 4 down the hall." Steve and I made our way through the corridor until we reached the designated room. I knocked once before pushing the door open. Inside, a young man sat behind a desk, scribbling something into a thick book. His dark eyes flicked up at the sound of the door, eyebrows lifting slightly in surprise. I took the lead. "Hello, sir. We're new members of Unit 2. I need some treatment, so we came here." The man chuckled and leaned back in his chair. Well, I was supposed to visit all of you later, but since you're here, let's get it done now. He gestured to a recovery platform. It was a bed with embedded medical scanners. I stepped forward and lay down. My name's Luke Clark, he introduced himself. Chief Medical Officer of Unit 2. Can I see your ID? I handed it over. He scanned it, then looked back at me, his expression shifting from casual interest to surprise. Level 25, already? I smiled. Yeah, I fought a lot. Luke shook his head, scanning my body with practiced efficiency. His brows furrowed. I can see that. Burn marks, fractures, exposed bone, claw wounds, severe muscle damage. What the hell did you fight? He didn't wait for an answer. Raising a hand over my chest, a soft green glow emanated from his palm. Instantly, I felt warmth flood my body as the energy seeped into my wounds. I watched in fascination as muscle fibers reknitted, skin stretched over exposed tissue, and my bones adjusted with a series of quiet pops. Pain faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. I let my eyes slip shut, basking in the almost euphoric sensation of rapid healing. After 3 minutes, the glow faded and Luke lowered his hand. I sat up and instinctively scanned him. Question marks. A master rank healer. Luke smiled and spoke. That was a lot of damage, Billion. Your body's mostly recovered, but you'll need to replenish your energy. Head to your room, order food from the cafeteria, and eat a lot. I nodded. Got it. Steve stretched his arms. Well, since we're here, might as well get a quick fix. Luke sighed. Fine, get on the platform. Steve hopped on and grinned. Go easy on me, Doc. Luke rolled his eyes and placed a glowing hand over Steve's chest. You're barely injured compared to him. Stop whining. A minute later, Steve sat up, flexing his arms. Man, this feels great. Can I come back daily? Luke pointed at the door. Out. Laughing, we left and walked toward our apartments. I spoke. Get freshened up and come to my room. We need to talk. Steve nodded. Cool. Let's order something together. I stepped into my room and took a quick look around. It was simple but functional, just how I liked it. A living room, a bedroom, and a small kitchen. The best part, a personal training room attached to the bedroom. That would come in handy. In the living room, a large TV was mounted on the wall, and a personal laptop sat on the desk. Next to it was a booklet labeled Member Guide, about 20 pages thick. I decided to get cleaned up first, eat something, and then go through all the details I needed to check. I stepped into the bathroom and let out a breath. After nearly 2 months of dirt, blood, and sweat, this was long overdue. The bathroom was spacious, with a sleek shower panel that looked high-tech. I turned the dial, and warm water cascaded down, hitting my skin like a soothing wave. For the first few seconds, I just stood there, letting it wash away the grime. With a sigh, I ran a hand through my hair, feeling how stiff and tangled it had become. I grabbed the soap and scrubbed myself down, watching the water swirl into a murky mess before disappearing down the drain. My muscles ached in that satisfying way, the kind that reminded me how much I had pushed my limits. As I reached for my necklace, I hesitated for a moment. It had been on my neck the entire time, through fights, through injuries, through everything. Slowly, I unclasped it and held it under the water, rubbing away the dirt that had built up. The metal shone faintly under the bathroom lights. My mind drifted. There was a lot to do. First, the skill core. I needed to use it and see how it could strengthen me. Then I had to figure out which class to select. That was a priority. Next was my weapon choice. A staff still seemed like the best option, but I had to refine my fighting style for it. My thoughts shifted to North. We had a few conversations, then I jumped into the volcano, but now that we were back at the training compound, I would have more chances to get to know her. Lastly, my generator talent. I had to focus on evolving it. There was more potential locked inside it, and I wasn't even close to reaching its limits. I finished rinsing off, feeling lighter, both physically and mentally. I stepped out of the shower and grabbed a towel, rubbing the water off myself. I found my luggage inside the bedroom, the same bag I had submitted back at Avenue Academy. Opening it, I took out my belongings and arranged them neatly in the cupboard. Pulling out a black pair of shorts and a white t-shirt, I slipped them on. Stepping in front of the mirror, I took a moment to look at myself. I actually looked good. My eyes had a sharpness to them, almost as if I could see essence swirling within. All the scars I had gotten, mostly from fighting Gyro, were completely gone. Exhaling, I stepped into the living room and stretched, feeling the slight pull in my muscles. Then, grabbing the phone, I called the cafeteria. I knew what Steve liked, so I ordered 3 of every dish that he and I liked. With that done, I flopped onto the couch and switched on the TV. Most of the news revolved around abominations and phantoms, with occasional segments about the Emperor. Vathos had once been a world of 6 continents. Now we were down to 4. The loss wasn't just some slow, natural disaster. It was brutal. The abominations invaded first, tearing through our lands, and then came Pinu, another human-ruled planet trying to claim a piece of ours. The Empire didn't hesitate. Rather than risk those places becoming enemy strongholds, they wiped them off the map entirely. 2 continents, gone just like that. What remained was the central continentum to the capital, Astra, and my own city, Cairo. To its east, the eastern continent; to the west, the western continent; and up north, the northern continent. They used to have actual names, but after the Throne War, they were renamed to something simple and direct. It was easier that way, I supposed. Less attachment to places we could lose. A knock on my door pulled me from my thoughts. I grabbed the remote, turned off the TV, and opened it. Steve stood there, dressed in a hoodie and shorts, casual enough, except he also had his sword strapped to his waist. I raised an eyebrow and pointed at it. Why, he shrugged. Trying the whole "a swordsman lives and dies by his sword" thing, I snorted. "Yeah, sure, come in." As he stepped inside, he glanced toward the kitchen. "Did you order?" "Yup, 3 of each." Steve let out a satisfied sigh and flopped onto the couch, sinking into the cushions. Hell yeah, finally some soft cushion for my butt. Shaking my head, I joined him on the couch. I leaned back on the couch, rubbing my chin. There was a lot to cover, and I wasn't sure where to start. Instead of deciding, I figured I'd let Steve pick. "So what do you want to hear first?" I asked. "My talent, my secret meeting with Arcas, what I did inside the volcano, or what I'm planning next?" Steve let out a low whistle. "So many secrets, bro, so many secrets." He grinned. "All right, let's go with your talent first." I shrugged and started explaining my talent to him. For once, he actually listened in silence. Normally, Steve had the attention span of a goldfish, especially when a topic didn't interest him. He even refused to celebrate birthdays, mine or his. His reasoning: why waste time celebrating the year we lost? When I finished, he let out a slow breath. "So you have access to essence, which, mind you, most people won't get until level 100, and even then not like the way you have it." He shook his head. That's a crazy talent, dude." I grinned, my excitement bubbling up. "Right. I knew it, just imagine how high I can push my stats. And when I hit level 100, using essence is gonna be effortless." Steve nodded. "Yeah, the stat boost thing is bonkers, but you know what's even better? The fact that your class is gonna be centered around essence. Your laws will be insane, and on top of that, your shitty talent can evolve too." He suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing. "Hey, why does this sound like a conspiracy?" I tilted my head. "What do you mean?" Lowering his voice, he leaned in. "I mean, this is too good to be true. You're not exactly a saint. If we're talking about merit, out of the two of us, I'm obviously the good one." "Hey, what do you mean you're the good one?" I shot back. "You're too lazy to get something this good." Steve shook his head. "You're getting distracted. What I'm saying is, I smell a conspiracy." I rubbed my chin, playing along. "Okay, let's assume for a second that you're not just jealous. How could talent distribution be a conspiracy? Are you saying someone intentionally gave me this talent? Who the hell has that kind of power?" Steve didn't even hesitate. "The system." I blinked, then blinked again. "You're kidding, right?" "Freaking idiot." He rolled his eyes. "The system assigns talents to everyone. What if it gave you this on purpose? What if you're supposed to be something bigger? Think about it. Why would a weak guy from a weak world get something this overpowered?" I opened my mouth to argue, then shut it. I didn't have an answer. Steve held my gaze for a few seconds before shrugging. "I don't know, man, just a hunch, but I smell a conspiracy. Call it a swordsman's intuition." I sighed heavily. "Dude, since when did you become a swordsman?" A knock on the door cut me off. I stood up and opened it. Our food had arrived. The delivery staff stepped in and neatly arranged everything on the dining table. 17 dishes in total, all different kind of meats. Both of our eyes lit up at the sight of the feast. We sat at the table, shoveling food into our mouths like starved animals. Manners, forgotten. After a month of eating nothing but scraps, good food, no, amazing food, made all etiquette a distant memory. Steve, still chewing, waved a half-eaten leg piece in the air. "So tell me the next thing, you're meeting with Arcas." I nodded and filled him in, explaining how Arcas had proposed a plan to help me become as strong as possible, strong enough to take on the world's greatest threats and eventually make my way to the Prime Galaxy. Steve listened intently, nodding as he grabbed another mystery leg piece. He took a massive bite, chewed for a second, then pointed it at me. "So, to summarize, Commander wants to turn you into a powerhouse, one of the strongest in history, so you can fight the Eternals and our world's enemies." He paused, then narrowed his eyes. "Dude, you know what? I smell a conspiracy." I hurled a leg piece at him. He dodged. "You really need to get your nose checked," I said. "How the hell is this a conspiracy? Didn't you hear the man's speech when we first met him? He's an ambitious, bald guy. I get that he might have his own goals, and yeah, maybe he wants to use me for them, but it's a fair trade. And let's not forget, I already planned on becoming the strongest, with or without his help." Steve nodded. "I know all your crazy plans, but I don't agree with one thing." I raised an eyebrow. "What thing?" He gulped down some water and leaned back. "That you'll be doing this alone. I'm coming with you." I frowned. "Steve." He cut me off. "Listen, I know myself. I'm lazy, I get that. But if death is the end goal, then I'd rather die as a swordsman than as some guy wasting away in bed doing nothing. And if by some crazy chance you do succeed in becoming the strongest, that means I'll have all the safety and free time I could ever ask for. It's a win-win." His words stirred something in me. A dozen thoughts swirled in my head, the strongest one being, Steve will be in danger if he follows me. As his friend, I had to be honest with him. "You know you won't be able to keep up with me, right? My talent gives me an unfair advantage." Steve nodded. "I know. That's why I've already got a plan. I'm going to ask the commander for help. If he's as ambitious as you say, I'm sure he will have something that can push me forward." A slow smile crept onto my face. "I hadn't even thought of that." I'd assumed it was my responsibility alone to help Steve, but maybe Arcas could offer him something. Grinning, I lifted a chunk of meat into the air. Cheers. Steve mirrored me, raising his own. Cheers, and just like that, we dove back into the feast. As we devoured the food, I wiped my mouth and leaned back in my chair. All right, now for the last part, what happened inside the volcano? Steve tore through a chunk of meat like he hadn't eaten in years. Finally, took you long enough. I smirked. You're going to like this one. He raised an eyebrow. I leaned in, lowering my voice like I was about to share a scandalous secret. I met a woman. Steve froze mid-bite, eyes widening. What? I grinned. Yeah, she was different. Steve immediately dropped his food and leaned in, all attention on me now. Different how? I took my time, rubbing my chin like I was trying to find the right words. Well, for one, she wasn't human. His eyes practically sparkled. Not human, I nodded. She was a demon. Steve's mouth dropped open. Then he slammed his fist on the table. A demon. You met a real demon. And you're only telling me now. I barely held in my laughter. Well, you never asked, you bastard. He pointed at me accusingly. You knew I love other races, and you're just now bringing this up. You should have started with this instead of your stupid talent and the commander. I shrugged, playing innocent. Guess it slipped my mind. Steve groaned, running a hand through his hair. Okay, start from the beginning. What did she look like? I smirked. Oh, she was something else, man. His eyes burned with curiosity. Define something else. I grinned, tall, muscular, but still had that feminine touch. Her skin was a shade of dark crimson and her hair was pure black reaching down her back, and her eyes glowing red. Steve exhaled like he'd been holding his breath. Damn, I continues. And her body, Steve responded. Yeah, I nodded slowly. Flawless. Absolutely flawless. His hand clenched into a fist. You're killing me here, Billion. Oh, and her chest. I let out a low whistle. Massive. Best I have ever seen. Steve banged the table again. And oh, I burst out laughing. You lucky son of a, he pointed at me like he was about to throw his water glass. This is unfair injustice. The world has gone blind. I'm the one who likes other races and you just get to meet one like that. I grinned, watching him spiral and threw some oil in the fire. You know, she was kinda interested in me too. Steve went silent. I watched as he stared into the distance like he was questioning his entire life. Then he looked back at me. What do you mean interested? I smirked. I mean she wanted me to stay with her. Said I'd be strong if I trained under her. Maybe even more. Steve blinked. More, I nodded. Yeah, she definitely liked me. Kept talking about how I smelled or something. She was a one-horned crimson demon, and you know how they're always passionate about humans. Gave me the special treatment, massaged my muscles, adjusted my bones, even heated me up for a lava bath. Man, I tell you, it was like a vacation down there for me. Steve slowly placed his hands down on the table. I should have gone to the volcano. I laughed harder. Too late, buddy. He groaned and slumped onto the table. This is so unfair. A hot demon warrior just shows up and you get to meet her. Well, I was the one in the volcano. I shrugged. Maybe next time, try jumping into one. He peeked up at me. Don't tempt me. I smirked. I should warn you, though, she did try to kill me. Steve waved dismissively. Yeah, that's standard for other races. You just gotta prove yourself first. I raised an eyebrow. By almost dying, he nodded sagely. Exactly. I shook my head. Man, you really need a hobby. This is my hobby, he said, dead serious. I snorted. Well, you missed your chance this time. But hey, if I ever see another demon again, I'll let her know about my desperate best friend. Steve sighed dramatically. Yeah, just make sure she is a woman. We both laughed, then went back to eating. I spoke. I killed her in the end. Steve didn't look up from his food. Shit happens. I exhaled. Yeah, silence stretched between us. Then Steve spoke again, voice steady. She started it. I responded. She did. He nodded. Then that's that. He grabbed another piece of meat, chewing slowly. We are warriors. In battle there is no right or wrong, just death or victory. I swallowed, the weight in my chest easing just a little. Steve smirked. Still, if you ever meet another hot demon chick, do me a favor, introduce me first before deciding to kill them. I huffed a laugh. Yes, sir. He raised his water glass. To hot warriors. I clinked mine against his. To hot warriors. And just like that, the moment passed. After finishing enough food to last 3 days, we sat back and talked for another 2 hours, sharing our experiences from the past month. The conversation eventually shifted to skill cores. I handed Steve 3 blue cores, keeping 2 for myself and set aside the last 2 for North. Steve refused the gold skill core, and since I had no plans to give it to North either, I was left with it. Eventually, Steve stretched, yawned, and left for his room. Alone with my thoughts, I decided to shut them down immediately. I collapsed onto my bed at 11 p.m. and was out like a light. I woke up at exactly 9 a.m., eyes snapping open like I'd been hit with a jolt of electricity. I felt well-rested, energized, and ready to go. The past month had been an endless loop of survival, blood, and exhaustion, so sleeping in an actual bed felt like a cheat code. But enough lazing around, I had things to do. Kicking off the blanket, I jumped out of bed, stretched, cracked my neck, and rushed into the bathroom. After finishing up, I came out, and it was time to get to work. Step 1, the member guide. I grabbed the booklet sitting on the table, flipping open the first page. There were 20 pages in total. Easy. Rules, basic stuff, don't start fights with comrades, respect higher-ups, use facilities appropriately, no sneaking out without permission, etc., etc. Facilities? Oh, this was interesting. It described in detail all the facilities, how to use them, when to use them, and more. Missions. Standard procedure assignments came directly from the commander, and rankings were updated based on performance. I sped through the rest of the guide in 5 minutes, absorbing every detail at lightning speed. Done. Next task. Step 2. Connecting to the internal server. I flipped open my laptop, the sleek interface lighting up instantly. A prompt appeared, connect to Unit 2 internal network. Yes, a security authentication popped up. I scanned my ID, and after a brief loading screen, the system welcomed me with a notification, welcome, Billion Ironheart. Unit 2 active member. I grinned. Now we were talking. The internal network had everything, mission logs, squad rankings, training schedules, even a private forum where members could post. I browsed through a few discussions of previous unit members. Most were serious talks about abominations, skill growth, and combat strategies. A few, though, were just people complaining about Commander Arcas. I kept scrolling until I reached the curriculum section. Step 3, Curriculum Breakdown. Foundational training focused on building history, physical fitness, combat basics, teamwork, and discipline, ensuring a member had a strong core to build upon. Specialized development refined individual strengths, introduced advanced combat techniques, and let a member choose a focus area suited to their skills. War preparation was the final stage, where all members would go through intense battlefield simulations, strategic training, and real-world mission scenarios to make sure everyone was fully prepared for large-scale conflicts. Finally, I moved to check my reports. Step 4, checking my performance reports. I navigated to the profile database of the Awakened and searched for my records. First up, Command 1 results. Placement first. Nice. I scrolled down. Command 2 results. Placement first. I smirked. Damn right. But then I noticed a feedback section. Clicking on it, I found notes from Commander Arcas himself. Billion Ironheart, Performance 810. Strength and speed are exceptional. Efficiency in combat is beyond expectations. However, there are areas to improve. Over-reliance on brute force. You dominate through overwhelming power. But against smarter or unpredictable opponents, this could be exploited. Lack of adaptability in extended fights, you fight to finish quickly, which works well now. But against long-duration battles, you need better energy management and tactical shifts. Weapon integration needs improvement. Your raw power is undeniable, but you're relying too much on your body alone. A weapon will expand your combat versatility and efficiency. I let out a slow breath. Fair points. I did rely on my strength a lot, and I did aim to end fights as fast as possible. I never had a reason to think about energy conservation. And weapon, yeah, that I was going to choose anyway. I cracked my knuckles. All right, Arcas, challenge accepted. I stood up and checked the time, 10 a.m. Perfect. First, I'd absorb the skill cores, then find Steve, explore the compound, and meet up with North. Leaving the living room, I went into my bedroom, picked up the skill cores, and headed straight for the training room. As soon as I stepped inside, the lights flickered on automatically, illuminating the 100x50 FT rectangular space. Clean, spacious, and mine. A control panel stood in the right corner, so I switched it on. A tutorial popped up, running through all its functions. I skimmed through it, adjusted a few settings, and put on some light music. Satisfied, I moved to the center of the room and sat down. I steadied my breathing, my heart buzzing with anticipation. The thought of leveling up and evolving my skills sent a rush of energy through me. I had 2 blue skill cores and 3 skills to choose from, but the decision wasn't difficult. For now, I focused on leveling up rather than overcomplicating things. I chose Essence Manipulation and Synapse Boost. Seismic Burst, on the other hand, needed more time. The stronger my body and essence control, the stronger that skill would become, so I decided to hold off on it for now. Gripping both blue skill cores tightly, I prepared to absorb them. I had experimented with the skill cores when I first got them, curious about how they worked. But in the end, the process turned out to be surprisingly simple. I opened my status panel and spoke aloud. Initiate skill core absorption. The system responded instantly, initiating skill core absorption. The 2 blue cores in my hands cracked apart, dissolving into shimmering particles. Before I could react, they surged toward my glabella, rushing in like a stream of pure energy. Absorption successful, 2 skill points gained. I checked my status panel immediately, eager to see the changes. 2 new skill points had appeared, and all my skills now had a faint plus symbol next to them, signaling they were ready for an upgrade. Without hesitation, I focused on essence manipulation and mentally selected the plus. The moment I did, a flood of information rushed into my mind. My vision blurred for a split second, then clarity. It wasn't just knowledge, it was instinct. My understanding of essence deepened, refining how I could perceive, control, and shape it. The panel now displayed Essence Manipulation Level 4. I exhaled and muttered. Well, that was easy. Without wasting time, I did the same for Synapse Boost. The process repeated itself, another surge of information, another sharp clarity settling into my mind. I decided to test the upgraded effects of the skills later. For now, my attention shifted to the golden core in my hand. That one required some serious thought. I rolled the golden core between my fingers, my mind racing through the options. Unlike leveling up, evolving a skill meant a fundamental shift in its nature, an upgrade beyond just numbers. Essence manipulation, it was my foundation for controlling essence. Synapse boost, more speed, sharper reflexes, but was it worth evolving over control? Seismic burst, it had raw power, but I hadn't even mastered its base form yet. I exhaled. I needed to pick the skill that would push me the furthest, the fastest. The answer to my dilemma was simple. I needed to choose the skill whose evolution would benefit my upcoming class the most. At the same time, I had to consider which skill I felt confident enough to evolve on my own. For the first question, the answer was clear: essence manipulation. Since I was aiming for an essence-based class, evolving this skill would be the most beneficial. As for the second, it had to be seismic burst. I was confident I could evolve it myself. Since it was an attack skill, I could study other offensive abilities and find a way to refine it further. My mind drifted to Guro's last moments, the instant I used seismic burst and unintentionally created fire by manipulating heat particles and essence. If I wasn't mistaken, that was what had caught June off guard. As a master rank, she must have sensed me manipulating the heat energy around me. I believed essence acted as the fuel for generating fire from heat particles in that moment. And now, with my heightened synapse, I could likely do the same with other elements. If I evolve Synapse Boost, my ability to influence elemental forces would increase significantly. But another thought kept nagging at me. What if I could move the generated essence outside my body? The fire had only manifested when I supplied essence to the concentrated heat particles. What if I could do that deliberately, not because of seismic burst? I exhaled slowly, letting the idea settle in my mind. Then I made my final decision. Initiate skill core absorption. The system responded instantly, initiating skill core absorption. The gold core in my hand cracked apart, dissolving into shimmering gold particles, and then surged toward my glabella. Absorption successful, 1 evolution point gained. I looked at my status, which now displayed 1 evolution point and a plus sign next to all 3 skills. Focusing my mind, I selected the plus sign for essence manipulation. The moment I selected the plus sign for essence manipulation, the status panel flickered and a new notification appeared. Evolution initiated, processing skill data. Generating evolution options. My eyes widened. I hadn't expected to get choices. I thought the skill would evolve on its own, but this was even better. The panel flickered, and several options materialized before me. Advanced Essence Manipulation, a direct enhancement of the current skill, improving precision, efficiency, and overall control over essence. Essence Shaping grants the ability to mold and forge essence into different forms, allowing for the creation of constructs, weapons, or barriers. Essence Release unlocks the ability to expel essence from the body, enabling external manipulation, ranged applications, and interaction with the environment. Essence Fusion enhances the ability to merge essence with other energies or materials, allowing for hybrid techniques and new skill combinations. I scanned through the displayed options, and they all seemed interconnected. If I chose Advanced Essence Manipulation, then, as the name suggested, it would enhance my overall control, meaning I could likely perform all the functions of the other evolutions to some extent. The specialized evolutions, on the other hand, were more focused. Essence Shaping would refine my ability to mold and forge essence, while Essence Release would push it outside my body. Essence Fusion hinted at merging it with other energies. Each had a core function, with additional effects as a bonus. I took a few minutes to carefully consider my options before finally settling on Essence Shaping. It would allow me to mold and create constructs, something that wouldn't be possible without the ability to release essence outside my body. On top of that, it would help me condense essence within my generator core, maximizing efficiency and creating more storage space. With my decision made, I focused my mind and selected Essence Shaping. The moment I confirmed my choice, the panel flickered. Evolution initiated. Skill evolution in progress. A warm sensation spread inside my head. Then suddenly, a flood of information poured into my mind. It wasn't painful, just a lot, like reading an entire book in a single second. Shapes, patterns, techniques, all about molding essence into different forms. I could stretch it, condense it, even make it flow like liquid. The concept felt natural, like I had always known it but never had the means to do it. The sensation faded and the panel flashed again. Skill evolution complete. Essence manipulation, essence shaping. Essence shaping level 1. I grinned and immediately checked my essence store. It was empty. Freak, I cursed under my breath. I should have activated the core before going to sleep. By now it would have been full. Shaking my head, I stood up. Power up. The core stirred to life, humming as it began pulling energy from the surroundings, slowly generating essence. But I wasn't in the mood to wait. If I wanted to speed things up, I needed to get moving. Without wasting a second, I dropped into a push-up position and launched into an intense workout, forcing my body into motion while my core worked in overdrive. Almost half an hour later, I checked my essence. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and activated essence shaping. My focus zeroed in on my core as I began shaping the essence into floating, solid spheres. The energy roiled and shifted, responding to my intent. It surged, molded itself, and within a minute a perfectly round sphere took form. My heart pounded, but I kept my composure and continued shaping. 5 minutes later, 4 spheres hovered inside my core, surrounded by wisps of gaseous essence. I glanced at my store 210. I held back a victorious grin and instead shifted my attention to the skill's next function. Raising a finger in front of my eyes, I directed the gaseous essence out of my core. It flowed through my body toward my fingertip, but I noticed some loss along the way. The essence thinned slightly before reaching its destination. The moment it reached the tip of my finger, I exhaled slowly, steadying my focus. With a final push, the essence slipped past my skin, emerging from my fingertip. A faint green wisp flickered into existence, floating just above my finger like a delicate flame without heat. I stared at it, feeling a mix of excitement and deep concentration. But this wasn't enough. Closing my eyes, I extended my perception outward, searching. The air wasn't empty. Tiny, invisible particles buzzed around me, energy waiting to be harnessed. I honed in on the heat particles, the same ones I had manipulated before. Their quantity wasn't as high as it had been inside the volcano, but they were easier to locate. My mind reached for them, pulling them toward the flickering green essence. It wavered for a moment then. Whoosh, a small flame, no bigger than a lighter's flicker, danced at my fingertip. Warmth radiated from it, and I grinned. I waved my hand slightly, watching how it danced with the movement. A laugh bubbled up in my chest, and I couldn't hold it back. Hell yeah, I clenched my fists, snuffing out the flame before pumping it in the air. The applications of this skill were endless. Could I manipulate not just heat, but other elements the same way? Water, air, even metal. If I found the right particles, could I mold them into something completely new? A weapon forged purely from essence. The thought made my heart race. I turned my hand over, staring at my fingers. If I could sustain this, refine it, maybe I wouldn't even need a weapon. Or better yet, I could create one on the fly. A spear of hardened fire, a whip of pure energy, whatever the situation called for. I exhaled, pushing my excitement down. I was still too far from that day. But first, I glanced toward the remaining 2 blue cores. North still hadn't gotten her core yet. I had 2 choices now: continue and unlock my class, or find North and hand over the core. I scratched my head. Technically, I could do both today. I stood in front of the mirror, giving myself a quick once-over. Satisfied that I looked decent enough, I grabbed the blue cores and stepped out of the room. First stop Steve. I knocked on his door and waited. No response. I knocked again. Still nothing. After a full minute of silence, I banged on the door with my fist. Why the hell wouldn't they install doorbells? I muttered, frustration creeping in. Finally, the lock clicked and the door creaked open. Steve stood there, half asleep, eyes barely open. It's almost afternoon. Let's get some food, I said. He blinked at me, then glanced at the blue cores in my hand. North, I nodded. 1 hour. He shut the door in my face. I kicked his door for good measure and moved on. North ranked 4th overall after combining both mission results, so I headed to room 4 and knocked. A couple of seconds passed. No response. I swear, if she's as lazy as Steve. I knocked again, still nothing. My jaw clenched and I banged on the door, a little harder than necessary. Seconds ticked by, then finally the door cracked open. I wiped the irritation off my face, forcing a relaxed expression and a smile before she could notice. North stood there in what looked like her training clothes, hair tied up in a bun, sweat glistening on her skin. She smiled, breath slightly heavy. Sorry, didn't hear the knock. I was training. I shrugged. No issues. Then raising my hand, I showed her the cores. Here. North took the cores and inspected them for a moment before giving a small nod. Sure. I stepped inside, glancing around. Her room was exactly the same as mine, nothing out of place except for a towel draped over a chair and a half-empty bottle of water on the desk. She grabbed the bottle and took a sip before gesturing vaguely. Make yourself comfortable. Not much to see, though. Yeah, all the rooms look the same, I said. North shrugged. You get used to it. This isn't my first time here. I raised a brow. You've been to Unit 2's compound before, she hummed. Many times, actually, to visit my grandfather. That explained a lot, so you already know all the facilities. She capped her water bottle and answered. Pretty much. I hummed and responded. Guess that saves you the trouble of exploring. She smiled. Yeah, though I'm still heading to the cafeteria soon. Training made me hungry. Same, haven't eaten since morning. She gave me a look. You skipped breakfast, got caught up with some things. I shrugged. She rolled her eyes. Yeah. Anyway, what about you? What have you been up to? Nothing much. Just finished using my own skill cores, I said vaguely. What about you? What were you training? Her expression brightened slightly. Archery, want to see? Sure. She stood up and stretched before heading toward the door. I followed as she led the way to the training room. As soon as we stepped inside, she moved toward the equipment rack, where her bow and a quiver of arrows were neatly placed. I've been working on speed shooting, she said, picking up the bow and strapping the quiver to her back. Speed shooting, she nodded, firing as many arrows as possible in a short burst, basically maximizing efficiency in a fight. That made sense. North moved to the center of the room, pulling an arrow from her quiver. All right, watch, she exhaled, her movements suddenly sharp and focused. In the span of a few seconds, she notched, drew, and fired the first arrow at the target. Before it even hit, the second arrow was already in motion, then the third, then the fourth. By the time she stopped, 5 arrows were embedded in the target and archery board mechanically hanging from the ceiling gall, fired within a heartbeat of each other. I let out a low whistle. That's fast. North grinned, clearly pleased. Still not fast enough, but I'll get there. I stepped closer to her and asked, want my help? She turned to me, curious. You know archery? I shook my head. No, but I know a thing or two about speed. She considered that for a moment before nodding. All right then, what do you suggest? I took a few steps back and gestured toward her bow. Fire another 5 arrows. I want to observe once more. Without hesitation, she got into position, drawing her bow with practiced ease. As she prepared to fire, I activated Synapse Boost. A rush of essence flooded into my mind, sharpening my senses. My vision pulsed with green light as the world slowed. Every detail of her movement became crystal clear. The tension in her fingers, the subtle shift in her shoulders, the way her muscles coiled before release. For the first time, I could see the sequence of her shots in perfect clarity. She was fast, but there were inefficiencies. A fraction of a second lost between each draw, a slight overcorrection in her grip, a moment where her stance wavered just enough to impact her flow. If she tightened up those small mistakes, her speed would jump even higher. The arrows struck the target in rapid succession. By the time she stopped, 5 arrows were embedded in the archery board, all fired within a heartbeat of each other. I exhaled, deactivating Synapse Boost as my vision returned to normal. You're already fast, I said, meeting her gaze, but you can be even faster. I stepped closer, watching her stance as she prepared another shot. She glanced at me. How? Your shoulder movement. It's not consistent. Every arrow, your positioning shifts slightly, even though you're standing in the same spot and aiming at a still target. She frowned slightly and lowered her bow. I didn't notice that. Here. I moved beside her and placed a hand lightly on her shoulder. You're adjusting too much after every shot. Keep this stable. She rolled her shoulder back, testing the correction. Like this? Yeah, lock it in place. That way, your muscle memory stays solid instead of resetting each time. She nodded, her expression thoughtful. Then, without another word, she got into position and fired again. The arrow flew straight, embedding into the target a fraction of a second faster than before. She looked at me, a small smile forming. I see what you mean. I nodded. Try a full set now. She drew, fired, and kept going. This time, her movement was more steady. When she finally lowered the bow, 5 arrows were embedded in the target, all fired in a clean, rapid burst. Better? She asked. I smirked. Much better, she exhaled and stretched her arm. Not bad advice for someone who doesn't know archery. I shrugged. I have good eyes. A brief silence followed. I realized I had been holding her gaze for a little too long. She cleared her throat and I shifted my weight, breaking the moment. I rubbed the back of my neck and asked, want to grab lunch at the cafeteria, then maybe check out the library? She nodded. Sure, cool. I'll wait in Steve's room 002. See you there. Without waiting for a reply, I turned and walked out, a little faster than necessary. As I stepped into the hallway, I exhaled, rolling my shoulders. That had gone well. I had never really thought about this kind of thing before. Relationships, chemistry, whatever it was. Fighting, training, leveling up, that all made sense. This, not so much. Maybe I should ask someone for advice. But who? Steve? No way. He'd either tease me to death or give some half-assed nonsense. That left books or the internet. I decided to look it up later. How to Get a Girlfriend, a Newbie Guide. As we walked toward the cafeteria, I glanced at North and asked, want to call your friends? She hesitated just for a fraction of a second before shaking her head. No, it's fine. Something about her response felt a little off, but I didn't push. Instead, I nodded. All right. The cafeteria was bigger than I expected, clean, spacious, and a bit more advanced than the one at my academy. The ceiling had sleek lighting panels, and the food counters had screens displaying menu options. As we stepped inside, a noticeable shift in the atmosphere occurred. Conversations dipped, eyes turned, and whispers followed in our wake. It wasn't subtle, people stared. Some looked curious, others wary, but the attention was undeniable. I had no doubt about the reason. At level 25, I was the highest ranked and strongest probationary here, and my name had already made the rounds. Steve, walking beside me, let out a low chuckle. Damn man, you're a celebrity now. I ignored the looks and kept moving. I ordered something simple: grilled meat, rice, and a high-calorie protein shake. Steve, true to form, picked the largest meal available, something labeled Combat Fuel Special, and muttered about needing to bulk up. North took her time, eventually settling on the same meal as Steve. Once our orders were placed, we carried our trays to an empty table and sat down. I exhaled, glancing around. This place is huge. If they have this many facilities just for us, I wonder what kind of setup the official soldiers get. North shrugged. Not much different actually, just bigger. Though there are some restricted areas and classified stuff I don't know about. Otherwise, it's mostly the same. I nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hey, did you guys get your rewards for the mission yet?" Steve shook his head. "Haven't heard anything so far. I'm actually looking forward to it." The cafeteria buzzed with quiet chatter as we waited for our food. A few minutes later, a notification appeared on the order panel, flashing that our meals were ready for pickup. "I'll get them," I said, standing up. Steve lazily waved me off. "Good man." North gave a small smile. I walked over to the counter, where a cafeteria worker handed me the trays. The meals were neatly arranged. I carried them back carefully and placed each tray in front of them before sitting down. "Enjoy." Steve dug in immediately, while North took a more measured approach, but her meal was as heavy as Steve's. As we ate, North turned to me. "So when are you going to unlock your class?" "Tonight," I replied between bites. "Figured I'd take care of everything else first." Steve whistled. "Damn, you're patient." "I'd have done it the second I got the chance." I shrugged, wanted to clear my head first. Plus, I had other things to handle. North tilted her head slightly. "Like what?" I tapped the table. "Skill upgrade. Giving you the core, eating good food instead of passing out right after evolving a skill." She chuckled. "Fair enough." Steve smirked. What he's not saying is that he was probably agonizing over what kind of class he'll get. I shot him a look. "I wasn't agonizing." He snorted. Yeah. We continued eating, the conversation flowing casually. After finishing the food, we beelined toward the library. The library building was part of the research wing. The entrance had security scanners, but we walked through without issue. Inside, rows upon rows of neatly arranged shelves stretched out in every direction. Holographic displays hovered over different sections, marking subjects like tactics strategy, abomination studies, weapons specialization, essence theory, military history, and so on. A few other soldiers were scattered around, either reading physical books or scrolling through digital archives on sleek touchscreen panels. The atmosphere was quiet. "Looks like you know where you're going," Steve said as I beelined straight for the essence section. "I have some things I want to check," I said, scanning the shelves. North glanced around. "I will go and look for some archery-related stuff." Steve stretched. "I'll see if they have anything interesting on sword techniques. Maybe I can find something cool to try." I pulled out a book titled The Fundamentals of Essence and settled into one of the nearby reading stations. The book delved deep into the nature of essence, describing it as the fundamental building block of reality. It detailed how elements interacted with essence, the underlying principles governing its flow, and even touched on certain laws that dictated its behavior. I lost myself in the pages, absorbing every bit of information until a hand suddenly rested on my shoulder, pulling me back to the present. I turned my head to see who it was. Arcas. I immediately stood up and saluted. "Commander." At my shout, the other soldiers around me quickly stood up as well. Arcas gave a small nod, at ease. I lowered my hand and asked, "Commander, how can I help?" His expression was serious, his brows furrowed. "Meet me at my office in 10 minutes. With that, his body blurred and he was gone. I swallowed hard. Did I mess something up? But then I remembered my conversation with Steve, the one about asking Arcas for help. Wasting no time, I grabbed the book and placed it back on the shelf before sprinting through the library in search of Steve. When I found him, I quickly told him that Arcas had called for me and I wanted him to tag along. His expression turned serious and he nodded. That left North. It didn't feel right to just leave after bringing her here. I hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell her the truth. "The commander called me. I have to go." She took it in stride, nodding. "I'll come with you. I need to talk to June anyway." That settled it. The three of us left the library together and made our way toward the commander's office. North left us midway, heading toward June's office while Steve and I continued toward Arca's office. We stopped in front of the closed door. Just as I was about to knock, Steve grabbed my wrist. "Wait," he said. "How should I even bring this up? Should I just go straight in and say I'm volunteering to be trained along you?" I shook my head. "That might work, but I'm sure plenty of people have already volunteered. Some of them are probably willing to go through heaven and hell just to get Arca's favor." Steve frowned. "Then what?" I smirked. "We blackmail." He blinked. "Huh." I leaned in slightly, keeping my voice low. "I'll tell him that if you're around, I'll put in even more effort. But if you're not, well, my results might not be as good." Steve stared at me for a few seconds before a grin stretched across his face. "Yeah, we blackmail." "Man, I'm so glad I made you my best friend." I elbowed him. "No, you didn't." "I did," he shrugged. "Same thing." Rolling my eyes, I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in." Arca's deep voice rumbled from inside. Steve and I stepped inside, and the door shut behind us with a soft click. Arca's office was minimal. The walls were bare except for one, where a massive map of the entire empire stretched across, detailed down to the smallest cities and roads. On another wall, a few large screens displayed live footage of different sections of the training compound. I recognized a few areas: combat fields, dormitory corridors, even the cafeteria. The centerpiece of the room was Arca's desk, a sleek metallic surface cluttered with tablets. Lines of data scrolled across their screens. Arcas sat behind the desk, his expression unreadable as his sharp eyes flicked toward us. Then Arcas spoke. I recall calling only you, Mr. Ironheart. My eyes narrowed slightly. The last time we spoke inside the volcano, he had been much more relaxed, almost friendly. But now his tone was sharper, more formal. I decided to match it. Commander, we have something to discuss with you. Arcas leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest. His next words came flat and unreadable, like blackmailing me to get what you want. I kept my expression steady, but beside me, Steve swallowed so loudly it echoed through the entire room. As soon as Arcas mentioned blackmail, a loud laugh echoed through the room. The sound was deep, hearty, and utterly amused. My gaze snapped to Arcas, but his face remained perfectly still, stoic as ever. Yet the laughter grew louder. It wasn't him. Shadows swirled in front of Arcas's desk, twisting together like a tornado before parting to reveal a tall, thin old man clad in a black robe. His white hair and beard gleamed under the light, and his silver eyes practically sparkled with amusement. I barely had time to process what I was seeing before Steve blurted out, "Holy freak, Edgar Smith, the Edgar Smith, one of the strongest Grandmaster-ranked individuals alive, the man who spearheaded the department handling all foreign affairs of the Empire, the one who sat at negotiation tables with beings from other worlds and races. And here he was, laughing at us like we were a comedy act." Steve and I straightened immediately, our backs snapping into a salute. "Well, never thought I'd see 17-year-old kids with the guts to blackmail Arcas," Edgar said, his voice laced with amusement. Edgar pointed his finger at me and said, "Young man." I blinked. "Me? No, sir, never. I would never do such a thing. I respect our commander far too much to even think of something like that." Edgar raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so are you saying both Arcas and I misheard?" I nodded immediately. "How could you mishear, sir? You're one of the highest-ranked people in our world." Edgar rubbed his beard, looking deeply entertained. "And yet, what you're saying makes absolutely no sense, young man." I nodded again. "Yes, sir." Edgar tilted his head, his grin widening before he turned to Steve. "So, young man, I heard you wanted to blackmail Arcas." Steve, the absolute genius that he was, stood stiffly and replied, "No, sir, that would be illegal." Edgar chuckled. "And yet you were just discussing it." Steve shook his head. "Discussing is not doing, sir. We're merely running through hypothetical situations. Thinking critically. We are probationary soldiers after all. Strategy is important." Edgar nodded, stroking his beard as if considering the argument. "Interesting. So you weren't planning to blackmail Arcas?" Steve exhaled. "I mean, what is blackmail, really? It's such a strong word." I jumped in. "Exactly. And words are open to interpretation." Edgar looked at Arcas. "They're slippery ones, aren't they?" Arcas sighed. "Like eels." Edgar smirked. "So you're saying you didn't blackmail Arcas, but if you did, it would have been a well-thought-out strategic move." Steve nodded seriously. "Correct, sir, hypothetically speaking." Edgar hummed to himself, nodding continuously as he stepped toward us. His silver eyes scanned us up and down, his expression unreadable. Then, without warning, he started walking in slow circles around us, his gaze sharp, assessing. I held my ground, keeping my face straight, but my thoughts were anything but calm. What the hell is this old man doing? Is he sniffing us? No, wait, is he touching Steve's hair? Steve's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. Arcas finally broke the silence. "Edgar, you're making the kids uncomfortable. I can hear their heartbeats from here." Edgar ignored him completely and looked us dead in the eyes. "Am I making you uncomfortable?" Steve and I answered in perfect unison. "No, sir." Edgar turned back to Arcas with a smirk. "See." Arcas sighed, rubbing his temple as if he was too tired to deal with this. Then his sharp gaze landed on me. "Billion, I got the report that you were fully healed yesterday." His tone was even, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. "So why am I hearing that you still haven't selected your class?" That gave me pause. I hadn't expected him to bring that up. I straightened my back and answered, "I'm going to do it tonight, Commander." Arcas's eyes narrowed slightly. "You should have done it already." I hesitated. June said we could rest and recover first, so I thought. Arcas cut me off. "June said you could rest. She didn't say you should waste time." I pressed my lips together, feeling a little guilty now. "Understood, sir. I'll make my selection tonight." Arcas exhaled through his nose, clearly not thrilled but willing to let it go. "See that you do. You're already ahead of most, but that won't matter if you stagnate." I nodded quickly. "I won't, sir." Now that that's settled, Arcas continued, his sharp gaze locking onto me. "There's something else I need to discuss with you." I tensed slightly. That didn't sound good. "June told me you used fire to kill the demon." His tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable weight behind his words. "As far as I know, you only have one skill, the one I gave you. So tell me, how did you without even a class were able to control the fire element?" That made me pause. Explaining how I created the fire meant explaining my talent, essence manipulation, and a whole lot of other things I wasn't sure I wanted to reveal. My mind raced through possible answers, ways to deflect without outright lying. But before I could speak, Arcas continued. "Also, that demon was level 30. His eyes narrowed slightly. You were 22. The tension in the room increased. To kill someone with an 8-level difference, and not just anyone, a demon with an epic class." He exhaled, studying me closely. "Billion, that doesn't add up." And just like that, I knew he had figured it out. Maybe he didn't know the exact details, but Arcas wasn't stupid. He knew I had awakened a talent. Now, the real question was how I was going to get out of this without coming off like a complete ass. I opened my mouth. Commander, He cut me off again. I understand if you don't trust me, he said. So how about this? I'll call your grandmother. I froze. If she vouches for me, he continued, his expression unreadable, then I want you to tell me everything. That's the only way I can plan things more accurately. That broke my expression and my eyes widened. I hurriedly said, No, Commander, there is no need to do that. He waved his hand. It's okay. I understand where you are coming from. He moved to pick the phone placed on his desk when Edgar suddenly spoke up. Wait, Arcas. Then Edgar turned toward me, his silver eyes sharp yet oddly patient. Young man, he said, his voice quieter but no less firm. There is no pressure. If you don't want to tell, that's fine. And if you do, then I'd rather the decision come from you, not because your grandmother told you to. He stepped back, folding his arms. There will be situations where you'll have to make decisions, some of which will turn out to be wrong. That's part of leadership, part of life. It's better you start learning to handle such moments now. Then he went silent, waiting. I took a deep breath, throwing out all the unnecessary thoughts clouding my mind. Both of Arcas's questions, how I killed the demon and how I created fire, had only one answer, my talent. Other than my grandmother and Steve, no one knew about it. And if I kept things the way they were, I could continue to grow without drawing too much attention. But that was wishful thinking. Even in the future, when I became stronger, when I surpassed others at a pace no one could explain, people would question, investigate, and doubt. The choice wasn't about if they would find out. It was about when and who I let in on the truth. And as much as I disliked it, Arcas wasn't just some officer. He was my commander. If anyone in this place needed to know, it was him. To top that off, he was just like me, hard-headed and bold. I exhaled slowly, lifted my gaze, and met his eyes. I'll tell you, I said. All four of us stood quietly inside Arca's office after I revealed the details of my talent to him and Edgar. Edgar pulled out a folded piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, then handed them to me. Write down the numbers for all your attributes, he said. I nodded and pulled up my status to check. The only noticeable change was the extra essence plus 10. After condensing the essence earlier, the freed up space allowed me to generate more. So while my actual storage only held 20 units, the total essence at my disposal was effectively 30. I quickly noted down all my attributes and handed the paper to Edgar. He scanned the numbers and muttered under his breath, crazy. Steve, ever curious, leaned over and read the stats himself. His eyes widened and he shot me an incredulous look. Lucky bastard. Edgar chuckled and walked over to Arcas, passing him the paper. These numbers at level 25. Arcas took the paper, his gaze flicking over the stats in silence. A few seconds passed before lightning flickered across his palm. Then, without a word, he disintegrated the paper into ash. He turned his sharp eyes on me. So while most people gain a total of 125 points to distribute by level 25, and if we assume they started with a base of 10 in each attribute, they'd have around 165 in total. But his eyes narrowed slightly. You have 308. I cleared my throat. Just a small correction, Commander. I also gained plus 10 in all stats when I unlocked my passive ability. Arcas raised an eyebrow. You unlocked an ability as well. I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. Yeah. Then I quickly explained the passive. Arcas listened carefully, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he stood from his chair and looked up at the ceiling. A sudden shift in the atmosphere sent a chill down my spine. The air grew dense, pressing against my skin like an invisible force. Every hair on my body stood on end. Then, lightning flickered across Arca's body almost in slow motion, crackling with raw energy. Beside me, I heard Edgar mutter, "Uh-oh." Before I could react, Edgar flicked his wrist, and shadows surged from the ground, swallowing both Steve and me in complete darkness. My vision was cut off entirely, but I could feel the ground beneath us rumbling, shaking like an earthquake was tearing through the foundation. A few seconds later, the shadows dissipated, revealing the scene before me, and I nearly forgot how to breathe. The entire roof of the commander's building was gone, completely. Nothing but open sky stretched above us. This was a 5-story building, and now just air. Arcas casually adjusted his suit as if nothing had happened and said, "I apologize for that outburst." Arcas returned to his chair and sat down with an air of finality. I clenched my fists. I wanted to do that too. I wanted my outburst to be so powerful, so overwhelming that I could stomp my foot and make an entire city tremble. How cool would that be? I shook my head and pushed the ridiculous thought aside, forcing my emotions back under control. Edgar broke the silence with an easy grin. "Billion, first of all, congratulations on such an awesome talent." He raised his hand for a fist bump. I returned it without hesitation. Then he turned away, walking toward the large map covering the wall. He studied it for a moment before speaking again. "Arcas came to me yesterday with a plan for you. At first, I was skeptical. Not the first time he's tried something risky with a new young soldier, and let's just say those past attempts didn't end well." He turned back around, silver eyes gleaming. But after what I saw today, specifically that sheet of paper, I'm willing to take a chance on you. Then he faced Arcas. Go ahead and explain your plan. I'll handle my part. For the first time since we stepped into the office, a small smile tugged at the corners of Arca's lips. He gestured to the chairs in front of his desk. Both of you sit down and relax. This is going to be a long discussion. We sank into the chairs. Arcas leaned forward, resting his arms on the desk. First, let's talk about your talent, Billion. Eventually, people will figure out that you have one, but you must keep the details hidden. There are powerful forces, both within our world and beyond, that want to maintain the current power structure. If they see you as a threat, they won't hesitate to act. I nodded. The warning was clear. Arcas continued. Yesterday, when I realized you had a talent, I formed a plan. After learning the details from you now, I will make some adjustments, but still nothing wrong with hearing what I had planned. I assume you've read about the Throne Wars. I nodded again. The war decided the fate of the Empire, he said, not waiting for a response. 3 families fought for control in the end. My family, the Rayleighs, the Winters, and the Holts. When the war ended, the Rayleighs took the throne. Winters aligned with us, securing their place in the ruling structure. The Holts, however, they were our fiercest competitors. We fought many wars with each other, but over time, things settled and we coexisted. His voice sharpened until the invasion from Pinu. A heavy silence followed. When the humans from Pinu attacked, the Holts saw an opportunity. They didn't outright betray us, but they worked with the invaders just enough to weaken the empire. Naturally, this enraged us. The backlash was severe. They lost allies, their influence crumbled, but even so, we couldn't destroy them. After the royal family, the Holts have the highest number of Grandmaster-ranked individuals. The empire can't afford a war with them. Arcas exhaled, pausing for a moment before continuing. The reason I'm telling you this is because your next mission will take you into Holt territory. I stiffened slightly. We've now confirmed that the Holts have fully aligned with outside forces, forces whose goals do not align with the Empire's. They've been a problem for years, but recently they made a move that directly threatens our world. His eyes locked onto mine. 2 months ago, they captured a convoy of Farron people. That got my full attention. We don't know exactly where the convoy was headed, but we can guess what the Holts are planning. If they use this to turn the Farrons against Vathos, we could be facing a much bigger war than we're prepared for. He let that sink in before delivering the final blow. Your mission is to free them. A shudder ran through me. Before I could say anything, Steve suddenly blurted out, I'll do it. I snapped my head toward him. What the hell? Even Arcas and Edgar turned to stare. Steve cleared his throat. What I meant was, how can we allow such a thing to happen? It would be a stain on the Empire. Then, as if he hadn't just made things weird, his eyes twinkled. Also, were any of the captured Farrons from the Cat or Fox clans? I nearly smacked my forehead. I had completely forgotten Steve was obsessed with other races, and the Farrons were among his favorites, but what happened next threw me off even more. Edgar hummed, then coughed into his fist. Unfortunately, he hesitated before quickly correcting himself. I mean, fortunately, no Cat or Fox clan members were among the captives. Otherwise, I would have stormed the Holt family by now. I blinked. What the hell? I glanced between Steve and Edgar. Their gazes locked, and for a moment I swore I saw the same spark of enthusiasm in both their eyes. Steve gulped, his voice laced with barely restrained excitement. Sir, have you ever met the Farrons? Edgar casually adjusted his sleeve. Of course, I meet them every year. I ignored the duo and their antics, my mind sorting through everything I knew about the Farrons. The Farrons were a race of humanoid beastkin, towering figures of raw strength and primal elegance. Their appearances varied by their clans. The Farrons were divided into many clans, and in the Prime Galaxy they were even ruled by dragons. Most Farrons stood between 5 to 9 feet tall, their frames a balance of raw power and refined control. Their claws or talon fingers could tear through steel, yet they had the dexterity to wield weapons, write, or even fasten a tie with ease. Unlike mindless beasts, they were highly intelligent, with a deep-rooted warrior culture. All Farrons had 2 distinct forms, one humanoid and the other their natural-born bestial state. In our Blue Spire galaxy, they had only one planet Faradros, but there were entire galaxies where Farrons made up the dominant population. Faradros had nearly 5 to 6 times more Grandmaster-ranked individuals than my world Vathos. It was easy to see why the Empire was concerned. I had no doubt the Emperor and the Rayleigh family were already negotiating with the Holts for the Farrons' release, but the outcome depended on whoever was backing the Holts from the shadows. If my mission involved the Farrons, then this wasn't going to be easy. But what worried me more was how I could even take on something like this. I was sure the Holts would keep the Farrons secured, well-guarded, and completely surrounded. I cleared my throat and looked at Arcas. Commander, I'll be direct. I don't see how I can help with this mission. If the Holts are holding onto the Farrons as leverage, their security must be extremely tight. I'm just level 25. I don't see how I can make a difference. Arcas glanced at Edgar before speaking. Edgar, sit down for a moment. Edgar coughed, waved his hand, and a completely black swinging chair formed out of nowhere. He sat down casually. My eyes lit up seeing that. So cool. Arcas turned back to me. You're looking at this the wrong way. Your mission isn't to fight the Holts, it's to free the captives. If I thought you were just walking to your death, I wouldn't send you. That said, the danger is real. I'd say there's about a 50% chance you won't make it back. That shook me. I turned to Steve, needing confirmation that I'd heard correctly. His wide open mouth told me I had. Edgar sighed from the side. Don't scare the kids, Arcas. What he means, Billion, is that your survival chances are 50%. Damn, old man, I smiled. I'm pretty good at math, sir, I get it. Edgar nodded approvingly. Oh, that's good. I looked back at Arcas. Can you explain the mission in detail? He gave a short nod. In the coming month, the Empire is going to put immense pressure on the Holt family. We'll threaten them to the brink, something we've done before. And like before, we know exactly how they'll respond. They'll deny everything. They'll even invite us to inspect their territories. So we'll send our forces to check, and as expected, we'll find nothing. That's because their secret base isn't on the central continent. It's on the east continent. He pointed at Edgar. The infiltration plan came from him. He'll explain. I turned to Edgar, who was casually juggling shadowy spheres between his hands. He only stopped when he noticed us all staring at him. Oh, I guess it's my turn. He grinned. All right, Billion, I'm about 85% sure the Farrens are being held on the East Continent, and since no one can awaken without the Empire's knowledge, we have detailed records of every awakened individual and their levels. We accounted for all the Holt family members and their allies, tracking every mortal rank and above individual. Almost all of them have been located, except for a few. Those few are the ones in charge of guarding the Farrens. I'm about 85% sure none of them have surpassed mortal rank, and at most, they would be around level 100. Is it really 85, or does he just like the number that much? He spread his hands. The goal is simply to infiltrate, locate the Farrens, report their condition, and help us free them. The Empire will back you, and higher-level mortals will be on standby. Arcas will oversee the mission, so you won't be alone. But the real danger isn't just the guards. Once you're captured, there's no telling what the Holts might do to you. And escaping with the Farrens, that's when things will get even more unpredictable. Of course, whether you accept this mission is up to you. Why Arcas specifically wants you for this, well, you can ask him. I turned back to Arcas, waiting for his reasoning. He only said one word, friendship. Then he continued, I don't want you to invade the Holts. I want you to befriend the captured Farrens. And to do that, you'll need to be taken prisoner yourself. This time I kept my expression neutral and waited for Arcas to continue. I understand the risk is high, but the rewards will be even greater. First, you'll fight a lot. That alone will sharpen your skills and push your level higher. Second, this won't be a battle against abominations. You'll be fighting humans, another kind of experience you need. And more importantly, you need to get used to killing them. Pinu is ruled by humans and they are our enemies. A war with them is inevitable. The sooner you understand that humans are no different from abominations, the better. He paused for a moment before continuing. Third, the most important reason, the Farrens possess a unique ability, one that only they can pass down. It grants even a human the power to undergo a second transformation, just like the Farrens, who can shift between their humanoid and bestial forms, and I want you to have it. Then Arcas picked up a tablet from his desk and played a video in front of me. On the screen, a middle-aged man fought against a horde of abominations. Wielding a massive greatsword, he tore through them with ease, cutting down one after another. His movements were fierce, relentless. For a moment it seemed like nothing could stop him. Then the phantoms joined the battle. The tide shifted instantly. The man, once dominant, was now struggling. Abominations swarmed him, and the phantoms smashed into him from all sides. He was getting overwhelmed. And then it happened. The man let out a deafening roar, his body beginning to transform. His frame expanded from 6 feet to nearly 9, muscles swelling with raw power. His eyes burned crimson, radiating an intense energy. What followed was pure carnage. He tore through the phantoms and abominations alike, massacring them in brutal, overwhelming force. Arcas set the tablet aside and spoke. I met this man when I was stationed at the front lines as a young soldier. He was a late master rank, around level 180, but even at that level, he was unstoppable. He could take on 10, maybe even 20, warriors of his rank at once. And the craziest part, that transformation you just saw was a failure. He never mastered it, yet even in an incomplete state, he was that powerful. Watching the fight, I felt something ignite within me. The energy radiating from the man was unreal, pulsing in waves that I could almost feel through the screen. He was strong, and that was with a failed transformation. That was insane, but I pushed my thoughts aside and asked, why would the Farrens share that skill with us, just because we free their captured people? Arcas shook his head. No, they won't, but I have a way to bring them to the negotiation table. If you succeed, I'll tell you the details later. I leaned back, letting it all sink in. The mission was insane, but the pieces started coming together. I wasn't sneaking into the Holt stronghold, I was getting captured. Once inside, I had to find the imprisoned Farrens and gain their trust, or at least build a fake friendship. That was the real goal. Arcas didn't just want them freed, he wanted an alliance. The Empire would put pressure on the Holts, forcing them to deny everything. While they scrambled, I'd be inside, gathering information and waiting for the right moment. And if I pulled this off, I'd grow stronger. I'd fight real battles, not against mindless abominations, but humans. More than that, if the plan worked, I might gain something that could change everything. A second transformation. I exhaled slowly. 50% chance of survival. Eve spoke up after hearing the details. Commander, how sure are we that they won't just kill him instead of taking him prisoner? And how strong are the Farrens? Why haven't the Holts just killed them already? Arcas exhaled, then smiled. We don't have exact details on the Farrens' strength. It's a group of 8 to 10, but what the Holts plan to do with them is unclear. Our best guess, they're keeping them alive for a reason, probably to use them against the Empire in some way. He tapped the table. As for killing you instead of capturing you, that won't happen. You're a probationary elite unit member, my unit member. If they kill you, they'll have to answer to me, and the Holts won't risk drawing my attention like that. Their best option is to capture and imprison you, then release you when the time is right. It's a hidden base, so even if it's exposed, they can just deny it. I nodded slowly. It made sense, but that still left the question of how I was supposed to get captured. Arcas smirked. Now how you get captured is just as important. You know King Holt, right? You're going to piss him off, humiliate him, annoy him to the point where he wants you dead. When he finally reaches that breaking point, we'll send you on a mission to the East Continent. He'll pull strings to make sure you're captured. He's got enough standing in the family to arrange it. I blinked. That was unexpected. I have to act like a villain. Never thought I'd see the day. Arcas leaned forward. And if that doesn't work, you'll take a different approach. You'll stumble onto their base during a mission. They'll capture you either way. I processed the plan. It was risky, insanely risky. There were too many ways it could go wrong. I only had one question left. Commander, there are stronger soldiers in the army. Why not send them? Why are you sending me? Arcas's eyes sharpened. Because I can, because I'm giving this opportunity to you. Yes, I could send someone else, but I'm placing my bet on you. This is how you become the strongest in the world, not just by killing abominations and leveling up, but by facing real challenges, making real enemies and coming out on top. Once you complete this mission successfully, the Holts will see you as their enemy. His voice grew firm, cutting through any doubts I had. The question is, do you have the guts to take it? That lit a fire in my chest. If this old demon was willing to risk a war over me, then I could damn well take a 50% chance of survival. I nodded. So when do we start? Arcas smiled. Good, I expected no less from you. The mission will begin in a month or two, depending on several factors. I need time to arrange backup, set up an official mission to send you to the East Continent, and gather more intel on the captured Farrens. In the meantime, don't waste a single second. Focus on getting stronger. Use the training facilities as much as you can. If you need anything, contact June. She has full authority to provide you with whatever you require. As for your training sessions, join if you want, but you're free to train on your own. He leaned back. I have some rewards coming your way for your recent performance, but I'll swap them for something that better suits your talent. And you can skip the inter-unit competition. Everyone knows you'll place first, but you will attend the inter-unit competition. I still need that promotion to Unit 1. I nodded, satisfied with the plan. That gave me at least 1 to 2 months to prepare. The moment Steve stood up, I knew what was coming. Commander, I want to join Billion on this mission. I turned to Arcas, waiting for his response. His eyes narrowed. Why? Steve took a deep breath. Commander, I believe I can contribute to the mission. More than that, Billion is my friend. I can't just stand by while he takes on a suicide mission alone. I know he's strong and his talent gives him an edge, but I can keep up. I need my own opportunity too. And this mission with the Farrens, it feels like one. Arcas stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking. You're not strong enough. Steve immediately responded, but I can be. I noticed that you use lightning and I'm trying to become a fast swordsman. If you train me for the next month, I'll prove myself. Before Arcas could reply, Edgar grinned. Say yes, or they'll blackmail you, Arcas. Damn this old man. Arcas tapped the desk a few times, then finally answered. Level 30. That's the minimum I want you to reach before the mission. I'll test you at the end. If you pass, you go. For training, talk to June. She'll guide you. I grinned, tempted to give Steve a high five, but with 2 old fossils watching, I kept my hands to myself. Arcas turned to me. The mission will be dangerous, Billion. Take it seriously. We don't know how long you'll have to stay captured, so prepare yourself as best as you can. Now you're dismissed. Report to me after you've gotten your class. I need to have a conversation with Steve. I nodded and stood up. After saying my goodbyes to Edgar and Steve, I left the room. Stepping outside the commander's office, my mind churned with everything I had just learned. Missions like this were meant for official soldiers, yet I had been given the chance to take one on. It was dangerous, but I couldn't deny the excitement. Now, everything depended on how well I could prepare. Deciding not to waste time, I headed straight for my room to check my class options. As I stepped out of the building, I spotted North sitting on a bench outside. What's she doing here? I walked up to her. Hey there. She looked up and smiled. Oh, hi, Billion. Did your meeting with Grandfather end? I nodded. Yeah, how did your meeting with the Vice Commander go? North leaned back against the bench, stretching her arms with a satisfied sigh. The Vice Commander said she'll have my bow ready by tomorrow. I gave her the exact specifications I wanted, so it should be perfect. I raised an eyebrow. Perfect, huh? You're really putting a lot of thought into this. Crossing my arms, I tilted my head at her. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were picking out a life partner. She blinked at me, confused. What? I smirked. I mean, you're being so careful, making sure it's just right, that it suits you perfectly. The only thing missing is a vow to cherish it forever. I sighed dramatically. Gotta say, I'm a little jealous. I thought I was your favorite future teammate. North smiled. That's not the same thing, I chuckled. Oh, so if it's not that serious, then what? Just a temporary thing until something better comes along. She narrowed her eyes, finally catching on to my teasing. I'll have you know I'm very loyal. I grinned. Good to know. Guess I'll have to make sure I stay at the top of your list then. She huffed, looking away, but I caught the small smile she was trying to hide. Just to be sure about something, I asked, by the way, where's Mark? I got the feeling that day that he kinda likes you. North's head snapped toward me. Mark, no, he doesn't. We've just been friends for so long that it might seem that way. I raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Because I could see it pretty clearly. He's into you. You know, if you like him, you can tell me. I'm a great secret keeper. She pouted and crossed her arms. Billion, I see exactly what you're trying to do. Keep this up and you might just get an arrow in that mouth of yours. I raised my hands in surrender. What? I'm just curious. She scoffed but smiled, shaking her head. A couple of minutes later, Steve walked out of the office and we headed for our rooms, my own destination to get a class. I sat in the center of my training room, ready to check my class options. My essence store was overflowing, my body fully rested and fed. The mission was set and there were no loose ends left to tie up. Most importantly, I had officially confirmed there was nothing between Mark and North, though it cost me a few shoulder punches to seal the deal. I opened the status panel and mentally clicked on the glowing class options available. A new panel flashed open in front of me, listing my choices. I started reading. Essence Noblesse Legendary. No one knows what came first, essence or the universe, but those who wield essence shape reality itself. A noblesse is not merely a master of essence, they are its sovereign, sculpting its flow, refining its form, and bending it to their will. To be an essence noblesse is to rule over the creation. I read the description once, then twice, my eyes locking onto a single word, legendary. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. Cool, it's just a legendary class. Chill, Billion, chill, I exhaled heavily. But who was I kidding? This was perfect. This was awesome. This was freaking legendary. At least all my hard work focusing on essence paid off. Blowing up my arms and legs by channeling essence actually worked. I reread the class description and it was beautiful. To be a sovereign of essence, that was massive, and personally it linked perfectly with my talent, but there was no other information, no specifics. I moved on to the next class. Essence Architect Legendary, the foundation of all things begins with design. To shape, to refine, to construct an essence architect does not follow the rules of the world but rewrites them, molding essence itself to forge a path unseen by others. Their creations are not bound by nature but by will alone. I tilted my head, frowning. What's the difference between the two classes? Both were legendary. Both revolved around essence. One called itself a sovereign, the other an architect. I reread the descriptions carefully. Essence Noblesse sounded grand, almost regal, like it put me above essence itself, giving me authority over it. A ruler, a sovereign, a master of what essence was. But what did that actually mean? Would it give me finer control, more power? Then there was Essence Architect, a creator, a designer, someone who shaped and refined essence. Unlike the first class, this one didn't claim I ruled over anything. Instead, it implied I could construct something, mold essence itself in ways others couldn't. I exhaled slowly. One sounded like dominance, the other forger or creator. I moved on to the next available class choice. Apex Ascendant Legendary. The body is a fortress, ever growing, ever adapting. Those who walk the path of ascension do not merely endure, they evolve. With each challenge, their form reshapes, refines, and surpasses all limits. What breaks them only makes them unbreakable. I was genuinely surprised by what I saw. To think that my passive ability, which I acquired after reaching 50 in each attribute, would qualify me for a legendary class, was beyond my expectations. It was clear that this class revolved around the body, focusing on its enhancement and evolution. This also confirmed that my Apex body passive was not just rare but incredibly powerful. I hadn't fully grasped its impact yet, but there would be plenty of time to explore its potential in the future. I moved on to the next class choice. Limit Breaker Epic. Limits exist only for the weak. The truly strong shatter them with every step. A limit breaker knows no boundaries. Every hardship only fuels their rise. The greater the obstacle, the higher they ascend. No chain can bind them, no rule can contain them. They are the storm that defies the sky, the force that bends destiny itself. I exhaled slowly, letting the meaning sink in. A class built on breaking past restrictions. A path where the harder I'm pushed, the stronger I become. It wasn't about steady growth or safe, calculated progress. No, this was a class for those who crushed barriers, who shattered ceilings with their fists and kept climbing. Pain, that would be fuel. Exhaustion, just another chain to break. Limitations, they wouldn't apply to me. I liked the class. If it were legendary, I might have considered giving it a shot. I moved on to the next class offered to me. Apex Destroyer Epic, a body forged in endless battle, tempered by war's fury. Their strength shatters limits, their blows turn steel to dust. The earth trembles, the sky cracks, Apex Destroyers do not fight, they obliterate. Phantom Stride Epic, the wind itself lags behind, the world a blur in their wake. Faster than sight, untouchable as a whisper. To hunt them is to chase a shadow, to strike them is to strike the air. Steel Sentinel Epic, an unbreakable wall, an immovable force, flesh turned to fortress, resolve turned to steel. They do not bow, they do not break. Let the storm rage, let the world burn, they will endure. Mindforged Descendant Epic, thought becomes power, will shapes the unseen. The mind, honed to a blade, carves through the reality. They do not just wield power, they command it, shaping the world with nothing but intent. While I had been offered a class based on each of my core attributes, and they were all epic, I patted myself on the back for the achievement. The list ended there. 8 classes in total, 3 legendary, 5 epic. If word got out, people would lose their minds. Probationary soldiers didn't get this kind of selection. Even seasoned elites wouldn't be offered this many high-grade options. I leaned back slightly, staring at the glowing choices in front of me. The 3 legendary classes were, without a doubt, the best, but epic wasn't weak either. Each of these classes had a clear focus, a specific path of advancement. Apex Destroyer was raw power, strength at its absolute peak, perfect for crushing anything in my way. Phantom Stride was speed. If I picked it, I'd become untouchable. No enemy would be able to land a clean hit. Steel Sentinel was defense, the kind of resilience that made someone impossible to take down. Mindforged Descendant was something different. It focused on synapse, the attribute related to the mind, reaction speed, and abilities beyond the physical. It was the most unknown class to me, but also the most intriguing. I took a deep breath. Picking a class wasn't something I could undo. Once I made my choice, that would be my path moving forward. From the start, I had already decided my choice had to be related to essence. The other options were tempting, but essence was too important to give up. Now the only dilemma was between Essence Noblesse and Essence Architect. At first glance, they seemed almost identical, but the fact that they were offered separately meant there had to be a fundamental difference between them. Once I picked one, the other would be gone forever. I'd never know what I had missed. In a way, that was a good thing. If I never found out which was better, I wouldn't have to regret my choice. The choice was between reigning over creation or becoming its architect. I closed my eyes and sat silently, focusing on my heartbeat. Steady, strong, the rhythm of my own existence, the foundation upon which everything else was built. This wasn't just about picking a class. It was going to be a defining moment for me. Essence Architect, Essence Noblesse. 2 paths, both beyond anything I had ever dreamed of. Legendary paths. One meant creation, the other meant dominion. I thought back to my journey so far. Every battle, every struggle, it had always been about pushing forward, never bending, never breaking. I fought not just to survive, but to carve my own place in this world, to get justice for my parents, to not be another soul whose fate was to die and get captured by the Eternals. A memory surfaced, Grandma watching me struggle under a crushing weight. I was younger then, barely strong enough to hold it, let alone squat with it. The metal bar dug into my shoulders, my legs trembled and sweat dripped down my face. Again, she said. I gritted my teeth and lowered myself, my body screaming in protest. My knees nearly buckled, and for a moment I thought I'd collapse. But I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of her, so I pushed up, gasping, forcing the weight back to standing. She gave a slow nod. Good. Now imagine doing that every day for the rest of your life without ever getting stronger. I barely heard her over the pounding in my head. What, you think limits are something you break, she said, stepping closer, that they disappear just because you push hard enough. She tapped the bar on my shoulders. This weight, it's heavy now, but in a year it won't be. You will awaken, level up, and break past it. Her voice lowered. But what about the ones who won't awaken? I sucked in a breath, trying to process her words. Those people, they have limits they can't break, she said. No talent, no strength, no chance. They push and push and push, but the weight never gets lighter. It just grinds them down until they can't stand anymore. I clenched my fists around the bar. That means power has limits. True power is not about breaking limits. She shook her head. True power is about controlling the limits, about deciding where they exist, and if you're strong enough, about taking them away entirely so that you don't have to worry about breaking them again and again. The memory faded, but the lesson remained. Essence Architect was the path of creation, of shaping something new, but Essence Noblesse, that was control. To be an Essence Noblesse was to wield the very thing that made reality what it was, not just to shape it, but to command it, to be the force that dictated its form, not just its creator. Creation had rules, refinement had limits, but ruling meant there was no limit except my own will. I opened my eyes and locked onto the glowing panel before me. The words pulsed, waiting for my choice. I reached forward and selected Essence Noblesse, and the space around me changed. A soft hum resonated through the air as Essence stirred. At first it was subtle, a faint ripple in the surroundings, like a gentle ripple in the water. Then like a tide responding to the pull of the moon, it surged toward me. A storm of essence formed around me, swirling in gentle waves, wrapping me in its embrace. Unlike the essence that burned and raged, this essence did not lash out. It flowed quietly, gentle like butterflies, moving in weird patterns around me. Then the world shifted. I felt myself getting pulled in a vision. I floated in endless space, surrounded by stars that burned like distant flames. Planets spun in slow, mesmerizing arcs. And in the center of it all stood a man, an old man, a very old man. His body seemed frail, his robes flowing weightlessly in the void. Yet his presence dwarfed everything around him. His eyes, glowing a deep, swirling green, were overflowing with vitality. Before him loomed a massive planet with rings encircling it, its surface slowly rotating as it traced arcs around the star. The old man lifted his hand. A tremor rippled through space. Essence surged from every corner of the cosmos, rushing toward him in great green waves. It moved with purpose, not like untamed raw essence that it was supposed to be, but like loyal subjects answering a call. It swirled around him, eager, alive, almost joyful, like children running to embrace a long-lost father. Then, with a mere wave of his hand, the essence obeyed. It churned, condensed, and transformed, shifting into colossal chains, each link thicker than entire moons, glowing with the deep emerald radiance. The chains moved, slithering through the void like living serpents. They shot toward the planet. With a deafening clank, they wrapped around its surface, coiling tighter and tighter, binding it in their crushing grip. The planet trembled, its rotation faltering. The very laws that governed its motion were being rewritten. The old man flexed his fingers. The planet's movement stopped. A world frozen in an instant. Then, as if it weighed nothing at all, the man turned and the planet moved with him. He drifted through the stars, carrying it as effortlessly as a traveler carrying a bag. And just like that, he was gone. The vision shattered, and I gasped, my body jolting back into reality. Essence still swirled around me, whispering in the air, waiting. I clenched my fists, feeling the energy pulse beneath my skin. I heard the system notifications, but I ignored them. My mind was completely occupied with the vision. The sheer scale of what I had just witnessed, the power displayed by that old man, was overwhelming. Controlling a planet with a flick of his hand, forging chains strong enough to bind it out of thin air, and then carrying it away as if it weighed nothing. I had never seen anything like that in my entire life, not even in movies. Was that real? I murmured. I had seen recorded fights and live battles of Grandmaster-ranked individuals, but none of them came anywhere close to what I had just witnessed. Recalling the scene, I raised my palm and focused on the essence still swirling around me. I willed it to move, and it did. The essence responded instantly, gathering gently in my palm. A smile tugged at my lips. I continued focusing, guiding the essence as it twisted and swirled, forming a miniature storm that spun lazily above my hand. Watching the essence swirl around me, I instinctively activated my talent. I pulled in the surrounding energy, which was agitated due to the essence surge, and let it flow into my core. Almost immediately, I felt my essence storage reaching its limit. Without hesitation, I activated essence shaping, compressing what I had to make room for more. 15 minutes passed. The once vibrant currents of essence gradually dispersed, yet the energy I had drawn in allowed me to generate more essence than before. Though I couldn't harness it all, I had taken in enough to push my limits further. I checked the storage. I had 40 units of essence. I funneled 20 into Synapse, temporarily boosting it to 110. A subtle clarity settled over my mind, like a dense fog lifting. I exhaled slowly, then turned my attention to the system notifications. Class acquired. Essence Noblesse Legendary. Essence Noblesse bestows absolute affinity with Essence, making you its sole sovereign. Enhances comprehension, control, and dominion over its flow. Level up bonus, Strength +3, Constitution +2, Dexterity +2, Pisnaps +6. Synergy with Talent found. New talent ability, acquired Sovereign's Mark. I opened my status to check the details. Talent upgrade requirement, talent level 5. Generator activation command, power up, recharge sources, any form of energy. Abilities, essence transfer can transfer stored essence to an attribute. After use, 30 of the transferred essence unit remains as a permanent boost. Essence infusion can infuse stored essence. Particle absorption can directly absorb energy particles from the environment. Sovereign's Mark generated essence bears your unique signature, bending only to your will. Whoa, that's impressive. The perk imprinted my essence with a unique signature, making it impossible for anyone else to control. It was mine alone, absolute authority over what I created. I exhaled and stood up. It was time to test my new abilities and see how much my class had changed me. I walked over to the control panel and selected a level 30 training puppet. With a low hum, the tiles at the center of the room parted, and a metallic figure rose from below. Its body was sleek and silver, its surface polished like liquid steel yet marked with faint etchings, as if intricate circuits were engraved into the metal. The puppet's joints moved with smooth precision, and a faint red glow pulsed from the seams between its plates. On its chest, the number 30 blinked in bright crimson, signaling its combat level. I went and stood in front of the puppet. My thoughts moved toward my class. Essence Noblesse granted me absolute authority over essence. But as I saw it, there were two types of essence, one that I generated, now marked by my sovereign's mark, and the other, the essence that existed everywhere. If I competed against someone like Edgar or Arcas in controlling raw essence, I had no doubt they would win. Their comprehension and level were far higher than mine, but against anyone remotely close to my level, I would have the absolute advantage. The question was, did my sovereign's mark work only on the essence inside me, or did it extend to the essence I released into the world? Could someone else take control of my generated essence once I let it go? I had to find out. Closing my eyes, I activated Synapse Boost followed by essence shaping. A sharp clarity settled over me. My perception stretched outward, my senses sharpening as I reached beyond myself. The essence in the air was everywhere, an invisible ocean of energy, flowing in unseen currents. I extended my will, feeling the faint stir of countless tiny energy particles zigzagging within the essence like sparks in a rolling mist. I focused, pulling a portion of the essence toward my palm. It obeyed instantly, swirling together in delicate spirals before settling into my grasp. Opening my eyes, I watched the green wisps coil and twist, moving in slow, fluid rotations. I pressed my will against it, tightening the flow, condensing the strands. The essence responded, drawing inward, the rotation becoming faster, more uniform. What had been scattered mist now took form, a dense, concentrated sphere of pure essence. A soft vibration ran through my palm. The sphere carried a subtle weight, a pressure, like holding a compressed storm in my hand. The faster it spun, the smoother its edges became, constantly shifting but never breaking apart. I refined it further, drawing the essence tighter. The glow deepened into a rich, vibrant green. Strands of light trailed off its surface, only to be pulled back in by the continuous cycle of motion. The sensation changed. The more I compressed it, the more I felt resistance, like a ball of thick air pushing outward against my control. I exhaled, keeping my focus steady. Then, shifting my attention inward, I turned to the essence sphere floating within my core. I needed a better strategy for managing the essence I was generating. Condensing it helped create space, but I needed something more structured, something sustainable. I decided to deal with that later. For now, I had another test to conduct. I nudged one of the concentrated essence spheres within me, no bigger than a 2-inch ball, and moved it toward my other extended palm. The essence followed my will smoothly, flowing out of my core and up through my body. As it reached my skin, it dispersed for a brief moment before pushing outward, manifesting in the open air. But something was different. The essence that emerged was no longer green. It was purple. Well, that's new. Surprised, I studied the essence swirling above my palm. It was richer, denser, different, and I understood why. This was the effect of Sovereign's mark. The moment my generated essence left my body, it was no longer the same as the essence floating freely in the world. It was mine. Marked completely under my control, I smiled. A thought struck me. I was a creator not just of skills, not just of techniques, but of something more fundamental. Shaking my head, I focused again. I reached inward, drawing another concentrated sphere of green essence from my core and guiding it into my palm. Wisps of essence coiled together, swirling into shape. Within moments, another sphere, deep violet and pulsing with controlled motion, spun above my left hand, mirroring the one on my right. Now in my right hand, a sphere of green essence spun. On my left, a sphere of purple essence. Both rotated smoothly, their movements hypnotic, leaving faint traces of light in the air. So beautiful. A soft hum filled the room as the spheres continued to spin, held in perfect balance. Then another thought surfaced, sharper this time. I could turn this into a skill. The idea sent a thrill through me. If I refined it, structured it, made the technique my own, I could gain an innate skill. And right now, there was something else I needed to test. Which essence was stronger? Or were they both the same? I studied the silent puppet for a moment before taking a step back. The increased clarity from my boosted synapse in my new class made it easier to maintain control over the spinning essence spheres in my palms. My gaze shifted to the faceless metal figure, its blank expression giving away nothing. Start. At my command, 2 red lights flared to life where its eyes should have been. Mechanical whir echoed through the room as the puppet stepped forward with smooth, precise movements. I exhaled and lowered my stance, my eyes locking onto its every motion, tracking its approach. The puppet lunged. Its movements were fluid, eerily human-like, but I was ready. As its arm shot forward in a sharp thrust aimed at my torso, I sidestepped, letting the strike pass harmlessly by. The puppet's momentum carried it forward just enough to give me an opening. I focused on the spinning green essence sphere hovering above my palm, keeping it steady with my will. Twisting my body, I took a sharp step forward and drove my palm into the puppet's chest. The moment the sphere made contact, a deep hum resonated through the room. The essence churned violently, grinding against the puppet's metallic frame like an invisible drill. Sparks flew as the metal resisted for a split second, then it gave way. A circular dent formed where the sphere pressed, its edges smooth but eroded, the same size as the spinning essence itself. The green glow flickered for a moment before the last remnants of energy dispersed into the air. Then came the force. A sharp burst of energy erupted from the point of impact, rippling outward like a shockwave. The puppet's metal frame groaned under the pressure before it was sent hurtling backward. It crashed against the far wall with a loud clang, leaving a faint dent where it landed before slumping forward, its glowing red eyes flickering. I lowered my hand, exhaling. The strike had been far more effective than I expected. Oops, how am I supposed to test the next one if you're falling apart after a single hit? I glanced at the crumpled puppet, waiting to see if it would get back up. When it didn't move right away, I sighed. I should have picked a stronger one. Still, the result was better than I expected, and that gave me an idea. I reached inward, drawing more essence from my core. As soon as it left, I channeled it toward the spinning purple sphere. The sphere's glow deepened, shifting into a darker, richer hue. The sphere expanded slightly, its rotation growing tighter, more compact. The pressure around it thickened, making the air hum with energy. I kept my focus locked onto it. Then slowly, the puppet pushed itself up. The red glow in its eyes reignited, and in the next instant, it charged straight at me. I narrowed my gaze. The green sphere had delivered both erosion and impact, two layers of destruction working together. But I wasn't done testing yet. It lunged forward, a silver fist swinging toward my ribs. I twisted my body, letting the blow sweep past me. Another strike followed, a sharp jab aimed at my head. I ducked, feeling the force of the air shift as the attack missed by inches. Before I could counter, the puppet pivoted, launching a kick toward my chest. But every attack flowed too slow for me. I stepped back, dodging just in time. Its leg shot past, and before it could retract, I seized my opening. My hand, already holding the spinning purple sphere, shot forward. I moved fast, slipping behind the puppet in a single, swift motion. Then I struck. The sphere of sovereign-marked essence met metal, pressing against the puppet's back. The effect was immediate. The metal caved inward, the same way it had before, but this time the damage was worse. The dent deepened faster, the erosion carving through the outer shell like a drill cutting through stone. A low screeching sound filled the air as the metal broke down under the strain, essence eating into its surface. Then something strange happened. Even after the attack landed, I could still feel the essence. My mind reeled. The sphere should have dissipated upon impact, but instead the essence remained inside the puppet. It was faint but unmistakable, a presence still under my command. A sudden idea struck me. I reached for that lingering trace of power, feeling it respond instantly, waiting for my command. I clenched my fist, burst. A muffled explosion rocked the puppet from within. Its chest bulged outward violently, as if something inside was fighting to escape. Then, with a sharp crack, its torso split open. Shattered fragments of silver metal burst outward in all directions, the force tearing through its internal structure. The red glow in its eyes flickered once, then died out completely. The puppet collapsed. Silence filled the training room, the scent of scorched metal lingering in the air. I looked down at my hand, then at the remains of my opponent. My heart pounded. The difference was clear. The green essence was destructive upon contact, eroding, breaking, forcing its way through. But the purple essence was something else entirely. It was an extension of my will. As long as a single particle remained, it would follow my command and stay under my control. A slow grin spread across my face. I'm going to have fun with this. I deactivated both synapse boost and essence shaping, letting out a slow breath as the tension drained from my body. My senses dulled slightly without the heightened perception, but the lingering energy of the fight still thrummed in my veins. Turning toward the control panel, I selected the repair option for the training puppet. The screen flickered as the system registered the damage, and with a final glance at the battered remains of my opponent, I stepped out of the training room. I headed to the living room, sinking onto the sofa and grabbing the remote. The TV blinked on, flooding the room with light as the news played in the background. I barely registered the words. My thoughts were still occupied with the exercise I had just completed. I needed to turn that technique into a proper skill. It had potential, but it lacked structure. If I refined it, I could activate it based on whatever essence I had access to. If my generated essence ran out, I could still use the normal essence, though it would be harder to control. I checked my remaining essence. Only 10 units left. The purple sphere had cost 10, which meant I needed a way to ensure I wasn't wasting energy on unnecessary attacks. There wasn't a clear measure for it, no precise way to gauge the power output against a target's strength. I had essentially thrown my strongest attack at a training puppet that couldn't even defend itself properly. And then there was something else I had noticed. Controlling the purple essence, my generated essence, was much easier than controlling the normal essence in the environment. Condensing it took far less effort, and it responded to my will more fluidly. That difference was crucial. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. So many things to figure out. Where do I even start? I sat there for another 5 minutes, trying to sort my thoughts into a plan, but no clear answer came. Eventually, I gave up and decided to do one thing that I was undeniably good at: smashing things. I stood up, stretched, and made my way straight to the combat wing. I ran across the compound, weaving through groups of unit members moving toward different areas. Some were in pairs, others in squads, their conversations blending into a low hum of activity. As I sprinted past, I caught several people glancing at me with puzzled or curious expressions. I ignored them and kept moving. Reaching the combat wing, I headed straight for the Abomination training area, a massive warehouse-like structure at the far end of the wing. Its steel-reinforced doors loomed ahead, and I stepped inside without hesitation. At the reception desk, June sat casually, her chin resting on her palm as she watched me with a knowing smile. I smiled back. "Didn't expect to see you here, Vice Commander." June shrugged. "Wasn't planning on it. Only came after I saw you heading this way." I raised an eyebrow. "I didn't know you were into stalking people, Vice Commander," she scoffed. "Dream on, kid." Then her eyes flicked toward the entrance. "So are you here to enter or just looking around?" "I'm here to fight," I said. "Just got my class and want to see where I stand." Her expression shifted slightly, eyes widening in mild surprise. "Oh, you got your class already? That's fast." Before I could respond, a voice sounded behind me. "You got your class?" I flinched. "Shit." Turning quickly, I found Arcus standing there, his sharp gaze fixed on me. "Did you get your class?" he repeated. I nodded. "Good, let's go." Before I could even process what was happening, the world around me blurred and twisted. A weightless sensation overtook me, and the next moment my feet hit solid ground. The air was different, heavy. I found myself standing in a training room similar to mine, but it was much bigger in area. Rows of puppets stood at the end of the room. I turned to Arcus. "Where are we?" He met my gaze and answered. "In Training Arena 7. No need for you to fight abominations just yet. I'll take you to a nest next week. You can grind your levels there. For now, you'll train here," Arcus said. "But first, tell me the details of your class." I nodded and explained everything: my class name, its description, the stat bonuses, and the exercises I had done with both types of essence. Arcus stayed silent for a few seconds, processing my words before finally speaking. "To think you get a legendary class as your first choice. That's impressive, Billion. It means we can actually put effort into pushing for a mythic class for your next evolution, or maybe at your level 100 advancement." I blinked, caught off guard. "Mythic? Is that even possible?" Arcus nodded. "The classification exists in the system, which means someone somewhere has achieved it before. If they have, then so can you. We just need to do things that no one else has done. But can you confirm whether you received any skill when you acquired the class?" I shook my head. "No skills." He paused, rubbing his chin for a moment, then continued. "That's weird. Anyway, based on what you described about the spheres, I think you're right. You should try to develop a skill from them. That will cover your offensive abilities. That just leaves movement and defense. I'll get you one of each." He crossed his arms and looked at me. "Now, what kind of weapon do you want?" I didn't even need to think. "Staff." Arcus studied me for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I'll get you the best augmented staff the Empire has to offer, along with training videos and a single skill to start with." "Oh, I like that. Anything else?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, Commander." Arcus pointed to the room and said, "Okay then, show me what you've got. I want to see what a legendary class is really capable of." I turned around, eyeing the row of training puppets lined up at the far end of the arena. I walked over, inspecting them one by one. From left to right, they started at level 20, increasing in increments of 5 until they reached level 80. Their color scheme shifted with their level: light gray at level 20, gradually darkening until the level 80 puppet stood in pure black. "Not bad. Looks pretty cool," I muttered. Behind me, Arcus stood with his arms crossed, silently watching. I tapped my foot, considering my options. I needed a challenge, but I also didn't want to pick something too overwhelming. After a moment of thought, I settled on a level 40 puppet. A 15-level gap. That was exactly what I wanted to test myself against. Maybe one day I'd be able to push that gap even further. I walked to the control panel and selected unarmed combat mode. The system droned as it processed my choice, and a number 40 blinked on one of the puppet's chest. Its featureless face lit up with 2 glowing red eyes before it stepped forward, moving toward the center of the arena. I took a deep breath and stretched my arms, rolling my shoulders to loosen up. Then I walked to the center as well, getting into position. Arcus's voice rang out from behind me. "Make it count. Let's see if the essence spheres you talked about are worth anything in actual combat." I nodded. My first goal was to make the system recognize my essence spheres as a skill, and what better way to do that than in a fight, especially against something 15 levels higher than me. "Start." The moment the word left my mouth, the puppet's body bent slightly, then it launched a punch straight at my face. Fast, faster than even Guro at her best. I barely managed to raise my arms in time, crossing them to block the blow. A loud bang echoed through the arena as the impact sent me flying backward. I landed hard but twisted my body mid-air, bending my legs and skidding a few feet before coming to a stop. My arms stung, the force of the punch still pulsing through them, but it was nothing I couldn't handle. I shook my hands to loosen the muscles. I whispered, "Power up." The generator core roared to life, pulling in energy from the surroundings. A steady warmth spread through my chest, indication that the core was at work. Next, I activated Synapse Boost and Essence shaping in quick succession. Essence surged through my brain, sharpening my senses. The world became clearer, more detailed. Every movement, every shift in the puppet's stance was obvious. Taking a deep breath, I rushed forward. The puppet did the same. It planted one foot forward, twisting its body as its other leg shot up in a precise, deadly kick aimed at my head. My eyes tracked the movement. At the last second, I bent low, allowing the strike to pass harmlessly overhead. I stepped in, close, too close for it to react in time. My right fist rocketed forward and smashed into the puppet's chest. A solid hit. But instead of flying backward, the puppet barely even moved. It wobbled slightly on one leg before regaining its balance. I clicked my tongue. "Whoa, your defense is insane." I'd expected it to at least stagger back a few feet, but it didn't. My generator core burned hotter, working to produce more essence. My heart pounded in rhythm with it, and I exhaled sharply. The puppet didn't hesitate. It lunged, its metal fist streaking toward my ribs. I twisted my body just in time, but the punch still grazed my side, sending a sharp jolt of pain through me. Ignoring it, I drove an elbow into its head. A dull thunk rang out, but the puppet barely reacted. I gritted my teeth. Its defense was ridiculous. The puppet retaliated instantly, slamming a knee toward my stomach. I braced, tightening my core as the blow connected. My feet skidded back from the sheer force, my breath hitching from the impact. Before I could recover, its left leg swung toward my side. I dropped low. The kick sliced through the air where my head had been a second ago. I countered with a sweeping kick of my own, aiming to take its legs out from under it. Boom, the puppet staggered but didn't fall. It spun, using the momentum to hammer a backhand straight into my jaw. Stars exploded in my vision as my head snapped sideways. I clenched my fists. That one hurt. Grinding my teeth, I stepped forward, closing the gap before it could press the attack. My knee shot up, slamming into its midsection. Again, no reaction. Its hands latched onto my shoulders. Before I could break free, it yanked me forward and slammed its forehead into mine. A headbutt, seriously. Pain flared through my skull. My vision blurred for half a second. That was all the time it needed. A brutal uppercut slammed into my stomach. I gagged, the wind knocked out of me. My body lifted off the ground for a brief moment before I crashed back down. I rolled away just in time to avoid the stomp that followed. Pushing through the burning pain in my core, I surged forward, this time aiming for its joints. I threw a sharp kick into its knee. The joint bent slightly and the puppet's balance wavered. I didn't let up. I shifted closer, driving an elbow straight into its side, then pivoted and launched a spinning backfist into its head. The puppet's head snapped to the side, but before I could press the advantage, it caught my wrist. My eyes widened. It wrenched my arm downward and slammed its knee into my chest. A sickening crunch echoed as pain burst across my ribs. Damn, I stumbled back, breathing heavily. I reached inward, pulling essence straight from my core and channeled it through my body. The puppet steadied itself, shifting its stance. Its glowing red eyes locked onto me. I grinned, flexing my fingers as essence crackled and rushed within my arms. "All right, Tin Man or woman, let's see if you still don't get hurt." I launched forward. My fist shot out, a straight punch driving straight into its chest. This time I felt it. The impact rippled through the metal frame, denting the surface slightly. Before the puppet could even react, I straightened my body, twisted my hips, carrying the momentum upward, and slammed my shin into its ribs. Boom. The puppet jerked sideways from the force. Its feet barely had time to scrape against the ground before my next move. I channeled even more essence into my leg, twisting my entire body into a spinning side kick. My foot connected squarely with its torso. A deep boom rang through the air. The puppet flew. It blasted backward, its metal body skidding across the ground before slamming into the right wall with a resounding bang. Before I could say a word, Arcus's voice cut through the air, sharp and disappointed. "You lost control of the objective." I flinched slightly as he stepped forward, eyes hard. "This wasn't a duel. You were supposed to be testing a technique, but you let your ego take over and chased a win instead of data." I let out a breath, scratching the back of my head. I got too into it. Arcus didn't ease up. "Getting into it is how people die. You're not here to enjoy fights, Billion. You're here to master them. Keep that in your head the next time you step forward." "All right, focus, Billion." I took a deep breath and prepared to use the generated essence. I shifted my stance, keeping my eyes locked on the puppet. My muscles ached from the earlier hits, but I ignored the pain. The generated essence pulsed inside me, responding to my will, waiting to be shaped. The goal was clear: form the technique mid-fight. If I couldn't pull it off under pressure, then what was the point? But the puppet wasn't about to stand still and let me figure it out. It moved. Within 3 lunges, it was in front of my face. A blur of motion, its fist tearing through the air toward me. My eyes narrowed and I tracked its punch. The puppet's punch streaked toward my ribs like a bullet. I twisted my body at the last second, letting the punch skim past me. There was a different kind of thrill in allowing pain-inducing punches to pass this close to my body. I gritted my teeth and focused. My right palm opened, and I channeled the generated essence outward. A faint glow flickered to life, purple essence swirling in the space just above my palm. I could feel it beginning to take shape. A knee crashed into my gut. The impact sent me staggering back, knocking the air from my lungs. The barely formed sphere in my hand collapsed instantly, dispersing into nothing. Freaking hell, before I could recover, Arcus's voice rang out, sharp and unforgiving. Dumb mistake. I looked up, still gasping. You don't admire the technique while your enemy's still breathing. Focus on the fight. Always. There was no time to recover. The puppet lunged forward, its next punch streaking toward my face. Ducking low, I twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding a follow-up elbow strike that whistled past my head. Space, I needed space. A sharp, essence-infused kick lashed out, slamming into the puppet's chest. The impact forced it back just enough, buying a fraction of a second. Exhaling sharply, I gathered the essence again, forcing it to form the sphere once more. Focus. Control the rotation. Let it stabilize. The essence swirled in my palm, tighter this time, more controlled. A silver foot cut through the air toward my chest. I saw it coming. Teeth clenched, I dug my heels in and braced for impact. The puppet's kick slammed into me like a hammer, forcing me backward, my feet skidding across the ground. The essence still swirled over my palm, but some of it started dispersing as well. Digging deeper into my control, I focused everything on solidifying the sphere while keeping my stance firm. The puppet wasn't going to wait. It charged again. This was harder than I thought. The problem wasn't just forming the technique, it was maintaining it while fighting. Every time I built up the essence, the puppet landed a hit and shattered my concentration. But that was the whole point, wasn't it? If I wanted to use this in real combat, I couldn't afford to stop moving just to charge up an attack. I had to find a way to shape the sphere while dodging, blocking, and striking back. I exhaled, shaking out my limbs. Fine, let's do this again. The puppet lunged, throwing a brutal hook aimed at my temple. I ducked under it and retaliated with a sharp elbow to its ribs. The hit barely made it budge. I ignored that and kept moving. The next punch came, but this time I sidestepped, twisting just enough to let it pass inches from my face. I could feel the force of the wind as it whooshed past me. I opened my right palm, channeling the essence again. This time I didn't just channel it out, I freaking forced it, and it came out like a flood. My focus zoomed and started molding the essence. The swirling mass of essence formed once more, flickering but holding steady. I jumped back from the puppet, dodging with long lunges instead of keeping the distance too tight. The puppet's next move was a spinning back kick aimed straight at my torso. I had no choice but to block. One of my arms came up just in time to absorb the impact, but the sheer force still sent me sliding back across the floor. The essence sphere wavered. I tightened my focus, gritting my teeth as I fought to keep it stable. Not this time. I dashed forward before the puppet could recover, weaving through its defenses, getting close enough to strike. It reacted instantly, throwing a straight punch toward my chest. I twisted, dodging just enough, and then I struck. My palm slammed into its torso, the somewhat compressed sphere of generated essence detonating on contact. The explosion of force sent the puppet skidding backward, metal creaking from the impact. I exhaled heavily, wiping sweat from my brow. Arcus stepped forward, eyes narrowed, analyzing the puppet. He crouched, ran his hand over the dented torso, then stood back up. Decent force, he muttered. You've got the right idea with compression, but the output's still below what I expected. Your seismic fist packed more punch than that. My eyes locked onto the spot where my attack had landed. Unfortunately, I was certain seismic burst would have done more damage than the condensed sphere. There was some impact, but nothing compared to what I had achieved against the level 30 puppet. Extending my will, I tried to connect with the purple essence, but none of it had passed through the puppet's framework. The sphere had been too loosely concentrated, and there wasn't enough essence in it to begin with. I spent the next few hours sparring with the puppet, weaving between its strikes while repeatedly trying to form the condensed sphere mid-fight. Each attempt pushed my control further, forcing me to maintain focus under pressure. The entire time, Arcus kept giving feedback and input on the skill itself, but he didn't say a word about the essence. Sometimes I barely managed to shape the essence before a punch slammed into me, breaking my concentration. Other times I held it together long enough to counter with a half-formed attack. The progress was slow, but each failure sharpened my technique, bringing me closer to mastering it in combat. Pause, the puppet whirled down and stood motionless. Exhaling heavily, I sat down on the floor. That was a shit show. Before I could get lost in my frustration, Arcus spoke from behind me. Try the normal essence next. I looked up at him, blinking. Now, yes, go on. I nodded slowly and extended my palm, focusing on the essence around me. Green wisps drifted in, weaving through the air before they began to gather above my hand. Seconds passed. Arcus and I watched in silence as the normally invisible essence gradually took shape. I kept pulling, smoothing, compressing, careful not to let the structure collapse midway. Finally, after what felt like forever, the sphere stabilized in my palm. Arcus clicked his tongue. 33 seconds. That's not good. Way too long. Even if you used it as a signature move, that much startup time would be a death sentence in real combat. I stared at the dull green glow in my palm, chewing the inside of my cheek. Two paths immediately came to mind-sharpening synapse boost to enhance control or leveling up essence shaping to process the essence faster. I nodded slightly, setting the mental note. Before Arcus sends me to the nest, I was going to cut that time in half. The swirling green essence spun steadily in my palm, mesmerizing in its motion. Arcus stepped forward, eyes fixed on the sphere. Then, without a word, he sat down cross-legged in front of me. He studied it for a moment before speaking. Now try it with fire. Let's see how it reacts. The suggestion clicked immediately. I closed my eyes for a moment, tuning into the faint fire element in the air, the hidden traces of heat scattered all around me. Instead of pulling essence, I began gathering those particles, guiding them carefully toward the sphere. A soft flicker ran through the spinning mass. Thin red streaks bled into the green, faint but unmistakable. I pulled more, feeding the fire elements into the essence, urging it to merge. The streaks deepened, spreading like veins through the sphere. A pulse ran through it, the temperature rising against my palm. Then, with a quiet whoosh, flames sparked to life. A controlled fireball spun in my hand. The green of essence was gone, now replaced with the crimson of fire. The heat was intense but not wild. It didn't lash out or burn uncontrollably. It spun with purpose, shaped by the essence that held it together. Arcus observed for a long moment, then finally spoke. Looks good, but you have got something wrong. Now listen carefully. Essence is the ocean. The elements are rivers flowing from it. Most people are born beside a river, dipping their hands into its waters. But you stand in the ocean. You don't just use fire, water, or wind like the others. You hold the trunk of the tree that is essence. Everyone else is stuck using branches. He gestured to the fireball in my hand. That's just one color pulled from the full spectrum. Fire is red, but essence is white light. It holds all of it, every frequency, every possibility. He looked at me then, serious. Most can't touch essence directly. It's too chaotic, too vast. Their minds can't handle the raw input, so they develop affinities, get assigned classes, use templates that filter the essence for them. They think they're using fire. They're not. They're using filtered essence pretending to be fire. I understood what he was getting at. You, on the other hand, you can generate and control essence before level 100. That legendary class of yours gives you authority over raw essence, the kind that exists everywhere. Even if you lost your talent tomorrow, you'd still have access to atmospheric essence. That alone puts you leagues above the rest. He paused, letting that sink in. You don't need training wheels, no preset skills, no elemental affinities guiding your hand. You have access to the ocean that is essence. That fireball burns hotter, faster because it's built to do just that. It's focused. But essence is the source. Fire, wind, water, they all come from it. When you use pure essence, you're using everything at once. That's why in raw power, essence will always be stronger than any single element. He glanced at me. That said, elements have their own use. You can't freeze someone with a blast of purple essence. You'll need ice for that. That's where elements come in. They're precise, they do specific things better. He smiled a little, but here's your advantage. Since you control essence itself, you're not locked to one path. You're not stuck with just fire or just wind. You can use all of them. The only thing holding you back is how well you can sense and control the parts of essence that make each of the elements. I nodded, but a question kept tugging at me. Then what kind of combat style should I focus on? Arcus let out a short chuckle. First and foremost, don't stray from the path of essence. Your class has the word noblesse in it. Don't take that lightly. Forming a sphere is just the beginning. You need to explore it deeper. Comprehend what it really means. He raised a finger. Second, prioritize the essence you generate, the purple. Use the atmospheric one, the green, only when you're running low. That raw essence you create yourself. It hits harder, denser, more stable. He pointed toward the fireball I'd made. Third, and this is the mistake you just made, you're pulling fire from the nearby essence instead of the essence inside the sphere you formed. Remember, all elements exist within essence. You just have to learn to find them, feel them, and draw them out. He paused for a moment. And fourth, this one's important. Your talent lets you enhance your stats. That's no small thing. It means you have a path to physical dominance too. Don't ignore your body. If you don't build it up alongside your essence control, you're wasting one of your biggest trump cards. He clapped his hands and said, now create this fireball again, but this time convert the essence ball into fireball instead of pulling the fire particles from the nearby essence. I nodded and dispersed the fireball. Taking a deep breath, I began again. Green essence surged into my palm like a pulse, dense, swirling and rotating like a whirlpool. It formed a perfect spinning core of energy, sharp and stable. That's when a thought struck me. Why was I making it spin? A static core would have been easier to control, more efficient. But for some reason, I wanted it rotating, even though it took more focus, more discipline. I shook the thought off and focused. The usual method would have been to draw heat from around me, pull fire particles from the world, and shape them into flame. but this time I had to do something else. I closed my eyes. I imagined the essence in my palm as an ocean, wild, chaotic, alive. I stepped into it, mentally letting myself drift in the dense, spinning mass I held. Currents pushed from every direction. Heavy, thick pressure swirled around me. Somewhere inside this storm, a fire stream existed. I just had to find it. It wasn't easy. My senses blurred. There were too many threads, too many pulses, some cold and slow, others sharp and fast. Everything clashed and twisted, but I stayed patient. Then I pushed further. I imagined myself standing in the very center of the rotating core. Essence swirled all around me, raw, untouched, and waiting. The fire I needed was here. I just had to reach it. To sharpen my perception, I began channeling essence directly from my core to my brain. The last time I did this was when I first awakened Synapse Boost, and after that, the skill handled the channeling of essence for me. Now I did it myself. More and more essence flooded my head. My focus sharpened. My vision swam. Pain bloomed behind my eyes, sharp and sudden, but I ignored it. I welcomed it. Then I felt it. A tight, aggressive current. Fast, hot, angry. It burned as I reached toward it, not physically, but deep within my synapse. My fingers clenched without meaning to. The spinning core in my palm resisted, pulsing like a wild heart. The fire didn't want to be found, but I didn't back off. The more I tried to pinpoint it, the more it slipped away. Frustration built in my chest like pressure. My control wavered, but then I remembered Arca's words. I was a noblesse. I wasn't here to ask. I was here to command. I roared in my mind. You are mine to rule. When I reach, you answer. Something shifted. I didn't fully understand it, but it clicked. My senses snapped into place. The fire current didn't blur anymore. It separated, distinct, clear, like it had finally acknowledged me. I grabbed hold and pulled hard. The rotating sphere pulsed once, then fire roared inside it. A single spark erupted and spread like wildfire. In an instant, the entire rotating mass of essence was aflame. Not borrowed, not summoned, but transformed. I felt the weight of it in my hand, hot, dense, alive. I was just about to open my eyes when Arca's voice cut through. Don't lose your focus. Now revert it back to essence. I clenched my jaw and focused on the spinning fireball in my palm. Reverting it wouldn't just be undoing a spell. It meant unwinding a transformation. Turning shape directed energy back into its raw, chaotic form. In my mind's eye, I returned to the rotating core. Only this time, instead of diving in to find the fire stream, I had to let it go. That was the hard part. The fire didn't want to go. It clung to the structure, fighting to stay dominant. I could feel it, every pulse of heat pushing back as if I were ripping threads from a woven cloth. And even as I unraveled it, I knew something was off. There was loss. The essence I'd pulled apart to become fire, it wasn't all returning. The conversion wasn't clean. Some of it had burned too hot. Some had thinned out, frayed like overused cloth. I could feel the density dropping. By the time I'd fully reverted the fireball, what floated above my hand wasn't what I started with. It was smaller, dimmer, still essence but not as full, not as rich. That's when I heard the notification. Innate skill acquired. Innate skill acquired. Essence Shift Level 1. Essence Shift Innate allows the user to convert raw essence into a chosen elemental state and revert it. That caught me off guard. I'd come here to train to unlock an attack skill, but instead I got something else entirely. I got a skill, I said, turning to Arcas. Then I explained it to him. He laughed out loud. I blinked. That was the first time I'd seen him smile like that since the volcano. Ever since I returned, he'd been strict, distant, and all business. Well done, kid, well done. He nodded to himself, then stood up. I'll leave you to it for now. I'll bring the staff in your next set of skills soon, but you've got 1 week to get your things in order. After that, I'm taking you to an abomination nest. With that, he vanished. I stood up from my position and decided to test the new skill. First, I extended my hand, palm facing up, and called on the essence. It surged up smoothly, and I shaped it into a familiar sphere. Then I activated the skill, Essence Shift. My focus locked onto the swirling mass of essence as I followed the same procedure again, but this time it came easier. Soon, the sphere blazed with fire. The swirling flames fascinated me, twisting and shifting in circular patterns, but I wanted more. A new shape, a new form. I exhaled and narrowed my focus, pressing my will onto the spinning flames. Instead of letting it remain a simple sphere, I stretched it, guiding the motion upward. The flames resisted at first, clinging to their original shape, but I pushed harder, twisting the rotation with more force. The fire responded. The once round sphere elongated, stretching into a thin, spinning column of fire. It coiled and spiraled like a drill, its movement tightening as I refined the shape. The twisting motion intensified, the flames pulling inward to form a narrow tornado of fire. I felt the heat fluctuate, the rotation shifting as I maintained control. The core of the tornado burned bright, the edges flickering wildly but never breaking apart. The motion felt natural and fluid. A smile formed on my face. I held it for a few more seconds, adjusting the speed of the rotation, feeling the weight of it in my hand. The strain was there to maintain the shape, but it was manageable. Looking at the swirling tornado in my palm, a flood of ideas rushed through my mind. I could add air to expand its size and shape. Pouring in more essence might increase its power on impact. Maybe I could even introduce another element, lightning, perhaps to amplify its destructive force. I will press down, compressing the tornado even further, its color deepening into a rich, intense hue. The more I focused, the more it resisted, pushing back against my control. Narrowing my eyes, I reached out with my will. The tornado shrunk slightly, its base tightening, but the spinning force resisted me. It wanted to stay wild, chaotic. My fingers twitched as I forced more control over it, focusing on its rotation. I concentrated on pulling the flames upward, twisting them into a thin, elongated spiral. The swirling mass began to stretch, thinning from a wild vortex into something more compact, more refined. I kept feeding essence into it, reinforcing the rotation while shaping it further. The base sharpened into a fine point, while the flames above curled into a tight, spiraling cone. The fire shifted from a roaring blaze into a deadly, controlled drill of swirling heat, a spear. I lifted my hand slightly, and the newly formed fire vortex spear, barely 6 to 7 inches, hovered an inch above my palm, spinning rapidly. Beautiful. The spear spun fiercely, almost as if it were alive, the spiraling flames pulling in heat from the air, condensing further. The longer it spun, the more stable it became, no longer flickering wildly but holding firm like a solid, burning drill. Turning my head, I fixed my gaze on the puppet. All right, let's test this. Keeping a firm grip on my control, I rose to my feet and strode toward it, the sphere steady in my palm. The fire vortex spear hovered just above my palm, spinning violently. I tightened my mental grip on the swirling mass, feeling its heat licking at my skin. I flicked my gaze toward the puppet, locking onto its chest. Go. With a sharp push of my will, the spear shot forward, or at least that was the plan. The moment it left my control, the vortex began to unravel. Its tightly woven flames loosened, twisting apart in wild, chaotic strands. By the time it reached the puppet, it was no longer a spear, just a tumbling mass of flickering fire and unstable energy. And yet the impact was still enough. The fiery mass slammed into the puppet's chest, and an explosion erupted on contact. Heat and force burst outward. The puppet flew back, its metallic frame twisting midair before crashing hard onto the ground. Some scorch marks, but no real damage. I exhaled, shaking my head. Well, that could have gone better. Suddenly, notifications popped up in front of me. Skill level up. Essence shaping level 1 level. At least I got something out of it. That was useful. Experimenting with the sphere, then the tornado, and finally the spear had definitely refined my control. The only thing left was to work on refining my control more. I walked over to the control panel and sent the puppet back. Noticing the time, I saw it was already close to 8 at night. My stomach grumbled, reminding me I hadn't eaten yet. Deciding to grab some food at the cafeteria, I pulled out my phone and dialed Steve. Call rang for a few seconds before a breathless voice answered. Yeah, where are you? Let's get some food. No, you go ahead, he replied between breaths. I'm just gonna have it delivered. I frowned. Why are you training? Yeah, I paused, then shrugged. Cool, see you later. With that, he hung up, leaving me alone. I sighed, stuffing my phone back into my pocket. Well, that leaves me eating alone. Oh, wait. Logan. Pulling my phone out again, I dialed Logan next. He picked up almost immediately. Hey, Billion. What's up, food you in? Nah, already ate. Checking out some of the elemental rooms with a few others. Oh, okay, cool, see you later. I disconnected, exhaling. All right, I can eat alone. I took a few steps toward the cafeteria, then hesitated. What about North? The problem was I didn't have her number, but I was Billion Ironheart. That wasn't an issue. Smirking, I pulled up my contacts and dialed our vice commander. Everyone had her number, but as far as I knew, no one actually dared to call her, except me. She picked up after a few rings. I spoke. Hello, Vice Commander. Yes, Billion, I need a favor. A pause. What kind of favor? I need North's number. Silence stretched for a few seconds. Then she spoke again. You want me to give you North's number? Yes. The commander told me that if I ever needed anything, I should reach out to you, and that you have full authority to give me whatever I need. She didn't even hesitate this time. Okay. Then she hung up. A moment later, my phone buzzed with a text. North's number. I grinned, saved it, and called her while making my way toward the cafeteria. After a couple of rings, she picked up. Hello, hi North, Billion? Yeah, OHHI. Wait, how did you get my number? Commander gave it to me. My grandfather. Yeah, she paused, then scoffed. Why would he give you my number? He told me to check on you and make sure you had dinner. She let out a short laugh, as if he'd ever do that. So why did you really call me? As I said, did you eat yet? Not yet, I'm with Sarah. Perfect. Why don't you both come over and we can eat together? She paused for a moment and I heard whispering in the background before she replied. Okay, we'll head over. Great. Want me to order something for you? She listed off a bunch of dishes, adding a few for Sarah as well before hanging up. I stared at my phone. Damn, she eats a lot. I put my phone away and broke into a sprint toward the cafeteria. The cool night air rushed past me as I moved, my mind already focused on food. By the time I reached the entrance, my stomach was growling. Stepping inside, I glanced around and noticed a few people already seated at different tables. None of them looked familiar, so I didn't bother stopping to greet anyone. Instead, I shrugged it off and headed straight for the washroom. At the sink, I splashed cold water onto my face, letting it wash away the sweat and exhaustion from training. The refreshing chill snapped me awake a little more. After a quick pat down with a paper towel, I ran a hand through my hair and walked out, making my way to the counter. Without wasting any time, I placed the orders for myself, North, and Sarah, then found a table to wait. I sat down at the table, tapping my fingers against the surface. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3. Nope, I couldn't just sit there. Pushing back my chair, I stood up and started pacing near the counter, glancing toward the kitchen every few moments as if that would make the food come faster. I checked my phone, then my watch, then the kitchen again. Still nothing. Letting out a breath, I stretched my arms, rolled my shoulders, and did a few quick squats. That burned about 15 seconds. Great. My eyes darted around the cafeteria. No one I knew, no one interesting. Maybe I should shadowbox a little, do some footwork drills. No, that'd be weird. I exhaled sharply, ran a hand through my hair, and muttered, "What's taking them so long?" Then I heard a voice from behind. "What are you doing?" I turned to see the lady at the counter, a woman in her mid-20s with sharp eyes and furrowed brows. "Waiting," I replied simply. She blinked. By doing squats, I straightened and grinned. Exactly. Finally, I found a way to pass the time. I realized the folly of this lady, her weakness, her Achilles heel. She was completely unaware of the benefits of squats, and so I decided to enlighten her. While I was busy educating the not-so-eager-to-learn lady about the greatness of squats, I spotted North and Sarah approaching. She wore a baby pink top paired with dark blue jeans and simple flats. Her hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, framing her face, and when she spotted me, her eyes lit up with a warm smile. I completely forgot about my ongoing squat lecture and turned away from the counter lady, striding toward them instead. "Took you long enough." North raised an eyebrow. "We're exactly on time." Sarah folded her arms. "He's just impatient." Very. North agreed with a knowing look. I sighed dramatically. "Unbelievable. I invite you both for a meal and this is the attitude I get." Sarah smirked. "We could leave." I pointed, gesturing away from the cafeteria. "Go ahead. But just so you know, I already placed your orders and they'll be here any second." North sighed. "Fine, let's sit." We walked over to an empty table, settling into our seats. The cafeteria was still lively, filled with trainees grabbing late-night meals, their chatter blending into the hum of activity. North leaned forward, her eyes narrowing slightly. "So how exactly did you get my number?" I chuckled, leaning back in my chair. "Why don't you believe me when I say it was because of the commander?" She crossed her arms. "Because I don't believe you'd actually ask him for it." I blinked. "Why not?" Her eyes widened slightly as if the answer was obvious. "Because he's the commander, and also my grandfather." Before I could respond, Sarah waved a hand dismissively. "Just let it go, North. Do you want him to delete it or something?" North glanced at her, then back at me. "No, I'm not saying that. I was just curious." Sarah smirked. "Don't worry, we'll get the full story out of him someday. Right now, I want to know how Mr. Famous over here is so powerful." I grinned. North groaned and facepalmed. And just like that, I launched into another enlightenment session, this time on the wonders of hard work, dedication, and most importantly, why squats were the key to true strength. Sarah listened with mild amusement at first, but by the time I was done, she huffed and shook her head. "Fraud." I frowned. That wasn't the reaction I was going for. Rubbing my chin, I fell into deep thought. I might need to work on my delivery. This is the third girl I've failed to convince. We chatted casually while waiting for our food, the conversation flowing easily. When our order was finally ready, I got up to grab it from the counter and set everything down on the table. With that, we dug in, the warm aroma of freshly prepared food making the wait worthwhile. As we ate, the conversation shifted between different topics, mostly Sarah and North talking about the training schedule and some gossip from their academy days. I listened, occasionally nodding while focusing on my food. Then North turned to me. "So what kind of food do you actually like?" I paused mid-bite and raised an eyebrow. "Food." Sarah snorted. "That's not an answer." North rolled her eyes. "Obviously, but is there something specific?" "You always seem like the type who just eats whatever is in front of you." I chewed thoughtfully. "That's not true. I have preferences." Sarah leaned forward. "Yeah, name one." I pointed at my plate. "This." North sighed. "Billion, that's just grilled chicken and rice. That's as basic as it gets." "Exactly," I said, as if that explained everything. Sarah shook her head. "So no favorite dish, no special meal that makes you happy?" I shrugged. "As long as it's filling, I don't really care. Food is fuel." North gave me a skeptical look. "That's such a boring answer." I grinned. "You asked the question. Don't blame me if you don't like the answer." She huffed. "You can't tell me there's nothing you crave or look forward to eating." I thought for a moment. "Not really. I just eat whatever's in front of me." Sarah scoffed. "Boring." I shrugged. North drank some water and spoke. "All right, I have questions." I raised a brow. "Questions?" She smirked. "Yeah, answer fast, no thinking." I exhaled. "All right." She started immediately. "Close combat or ranged?" "Close." "Speed or strength?" "Both." She narrowed her eyes. "Pick one." "Strength." "Why?" I shrugged. "I like to smash." North rolled her eyes but continued. "Solo or team?" "Solo." "Seriously?" I nodded. She scoffed. "Fine. Sword or spear?" "Spear." "Why not a sword?" I tapped my fingers on the table. "I can use the shaft to smash." She chuckled. She hummed, thinking. "Okay, if you could have any elemental ability, what would it be?" I answered instantly. Fire, she blinked. That was fast. I just shrugged again. She continued. Hot or cold, hot. Training or vacation, training, training or food, training, training or sleep, training. Her lips twitched. Training or Steve, I blinked. That one actually made me think for a second, but then I answered. Training. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, training or a girlfriend, girlfriend. North leaned back, crossing her arms. No, liar. I met her gaze, dead serious. No, I'm not lying, she scoffed. You just picked training over food, sleep, and your best friend, but suddenly a girlfriend wins? Yeah, right, it's true. She narrowed her eyes. Explain. I spoke succinctly. Men. North stared at me, her expression unreadable. Then she huffed. Unbelievable. And just like that, we launched into a heated debate about how I was, in fact, not a liar, while North insisted I was a shameless liar. As we ate and talked, I caught a glimpse of movement near the entrance. A new group had entered the cafeteria. King Holt. He walked in with a few others, his presence drawing immediate attention. Among them, I recognized two faces, Michael Heitor and Ash Holt. They weren't exactly friends, but I had crossed paths with them before. King's gaze swept across the room, and the moment his eyes landed on me, I saw Ittridge simmering just beneath the surface. His jaw tightened, his hands curled into fists for a fraction of a second. But then, just as quickly, he turned away and moved forward, ignoring me entirely. I smiled a little. North must have noticed me pause mid-conversation because she tilted her head and asked, "What happened? Do you know him?" I turned back to her, picking up a piece of food from my plate. "No, I don't, just met him in the forest once." She raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. "And that was enough for him to look like he wanted to set you on fire." I shrugged. Guess I left a strong impression. Sarah, who had been quiet for the past few minutes, finally chimed in. "That boy is from Holt family." "What exactly did you do to him?" I thought about it for a second, then smirked. "Nothing much." We finished our food, the conversation winding down as plates emptied. I stood up, stretching slightly before waving at North and Sarah. "I'm heading to the library," I said. North nodded. "All right, see you later." As I turned to leave, I gave North a small grin. "Try not to miss me too much." She blinked, then scoffed. "In your dreams." But the slight hitch in her voice didn't go unnoticed. I chuckled. "I'll take that as a yes," and sprinted off. Once I was a safe distance from the cafeteria, I came to a stop. Glancing around, I spotted a sturdy tree by the sidewalk and climbed up with ease. I settled onto a thick branch, positioning myself where I had a clear view of the cafeteria. Taking a steady breath, I activated my talent. The generator stirred to life, quietly drawing energy from the surroundings, refining it, and converting it into essence. The energy within me pulsed steadily as I crouched on the branch, my gaze fixed on the cafeteria doors. The cool night breeze ruffled my hair, but I barely noticed I was waiting. 10 minutes passed before I saw North and Sarah step out. Another 20 minutes later, King Holt emerged, flanked by his usual entourage. Michael Heitor walked on his right, wearing that ever-present arrogant smirk. Ash Holt, his younger cousin, trailed behind. 3 others I didn't recognize followed closely, forming a loose formation around King like he was royalty. I grinned. Slipping down from the tree, I landed silently on the pavement. Then, deliberately, I took a step forward, and another. My pace was lazy, casual, but I was heading straight for them. Michael was the first to notice. His smirk faltered for a second before he leaned toward King and muttered something. King stopped walking. The others followed suit. King turned his head slightly, his gaze locking onto mine. His lips pressed into a thin line. "Are you following us?" I tilted my head, pretending to think. "Huh, would you look at that? It does seem like we're walking in the same direction." Michael scoffed. "You're not funny." I grinned wider. "Disagree." King exhaled. "Billion, get lost." Wow, such arrogance. I placed a hand over my chest in mock offense. "That's hurtful, King. Really. Here I was just looking for some friendly company." Ash crossed his arms, his jaw tight. "What do you want?" I chuckled. "Oh, I do not know. Maybe a little fun." King's fingers twitched, barely restraining himself. I could see it, the frustration bubbling beneath the surface, the urge to shut me up, to prove something. I decided to give him what he wanted. Before he could react, I moved. One step, one punch, fast. His body barely had time to register what happened before my fist slammed into his stomach. A sharp exhale left his lips as he staggered backward, his eyes going wide with shock. I made sure to keep my strength in check otherwise. I feared I might rupture their bodies from the inside out. The others barely had time to process before I was on them. Michael lunged first. I grabbed his wrist, twisted, and threw him over my shoulder. He hit the ground with a heavy thud, groaning. Ash managed to draw his weapon. Too bad for him, I was faster. A quick, brutal kick to his ribs sent him flying, his sword clattering to the side. The rest tried to fight back. I weaved through them, dodging, countering, striking with precision. A sweep of my leg took one down. A palm strike to the chest sent another crashing against the pavement. Within seconds, all 6 of them were groaning on the ground. I stood in the center of the mess, stretching my shoulders. Well, that was easy. King coughed, forcing himself onto his hands and knees. His breathing was uneven, but he still glared up at me. "Why are you doing this?" King groaned, trying to push himself up, but I wasn't done. I grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked him up. He let out a strangled gasp, hands clawing at my wrist, but his strength was meaningless. Before he could even process what was happening, I kicked off the ground. The world blurred as I shot toward the tree I had been sitting on just moments ago. And then, boom, I slammed his head against the trunk, the bark splintering from the impact. His body twitched, arms dangling uselessly at his sides. His legs barely held him up as I kept him pinned there. I leaned in slightly, my voice almost a whisper in his ears. This is what arrogance gets you, king. You act like you're above everyone, but in the end, you're just weak. I tilted my head, my eyes sharp. I wonder what your parents were thinking when they named you king. Even a gutter rat has more strength than a pathetic waste like you. His teeth clenched, fury and shame warring in his eyes, but he couldn't deny it. I scoffed, releasing my grip and letting him slump forward. Pathetic. With that, I turned and walked away, leaving them sprawled across the pavement. As I walked away, I couldn't help but praise myself for the performance. I think I did good. Maybe I should do this every day. Wait, why do I sound like a villain? I shrugged it off. Everyone had their villain arcs. Maybe this was just one of mine. I turned toward the elemental chambers and headed straight there. My plan was simple: experiment for a few more hours, absorb energy, and boost my stats. No harm in getting stronger without leveling up. I stepped into the elemental chambers. Without sparing a glance at the other sections, I headed straight for the fire chamber. As soon as I entered, a wave of heat rolled over me. The chamber was vast and enclosed, its walls reinforced with glowing runes to withstand extreme temperatures. At the entrance embedded in the wall was a reinforced lever, just as described in the member guide. Beside it, numbers were etched into the wall, each one marking a different level of intensity. Level 1 was suited for those at level 10 or below, level 2 for level 20, and so on. By the time it reached level 7, the guide warned that only those above level 70 should attempt it. Level 8 was for those nearing level 90, and level 10 was strictly meant for those above 100. I cracked my neck, stepping toward the lever. A quick assessment ran through my mind. How much fire could I actually tolerate? The lava bath had gone well enough, but that was a natural occurrence. The fire here was different, artificially created and controlled based on strict levels. Compared to this, the volcano and its lava were nothing more than a joke. Settling on level 5 for now, I grabbed the lever and pulled it down. I stepped forward, the heat in the chamber already pressing against my skin. The heavy door sealed shut behind me, and a deep hum reverberated through the walls as the lever locked into place. With measured steps, I walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged, exhaling slowly. At first, the change was subtle. The air thickened, not in a way I could see, but in a way I could sense through my synapse. Fire particles invisible to the naked eye began to gather. More and more of them filled the space, and with their increasing numbers, the temperature started to climb. A bead of sweat rolled down my forehead. I narrowed my eyes, focusing. The fire particles swirled around me, responding to the chamber's settings. The higher the level, the denser the concentration. I activated generator. The core within me stirred, humming with life. Instantly, the nearby fire particles were drawn toward me, sucked in like water into a whirlpool. My body processed them, refining their energy, converting it into essence. More heat, more fire. Even as I absorbed, the density continued to rise, as if the chamber was challenging me to keep up. I closed my eyes and focused on the heat building around me. I could feel it. Fire was strong here, drawn out from the essence flowing through the room. The deeper I reached, the more the fire element revealed itself, waiting to be shaped. First, I activated Synapse Boost, then Essence Shaping. I focused and called the essence to my hand. Green light swirled in my palm as it began to form a sphere. Then I activated Essence Shift. The fire reacted at once. The swirling essence changed, its color deepening as flames spread through it. In seconds, the spinning mass turned into a blazing fireball. The flames twisted and curled, responding to my will with ease. I compressed them, stabilizing the rotation, then let the sphere disperse into the air. Too easy. I formed another, this time a little faster. It took shape just as smoothly. Again, faster. The fire spun tighter, the movement sharper, the control more refined. I pushed the speed further. Sphere trembled slightly in my grasp but held firm. More. The next one formed, spinning at twice the speed. It wavered. I focused, reinforcing my control. The rotation steadied, the energy contained until a crackling surge ran through it. Boom, the sphere detonated in my palm with a sharp burst of heat and pressure. I flinched as searing pain shot through my hand. Smoke curled from my fingers. Red burns scorched my skin, and the sting pulsed with each heartbeat. I gripped my teeth and pushed the pain aside. Faster, the moment the next one stabilized, I forced another into existence. My movements were tighter now, more deliberate, the burn still fresh in my mind. The essence spun violently, harder to control. It resisted, swirling in wild arcs. Boom, the second explosion knocked my arm back. I hissed in pain, shaking the smoke from my skin, but my other hand was already rising. Again, another explosion, then another. The chamber burned hotter, the sheer density of the fire element making the air feel like molten iron. Sweat dripped down my back, but I ignored it. Each time the control wavered. Each time the explosion came quicker. I exhaled, shaking out my fingers. Almost 4 hours passed as I kept pushing myself, forming the spinning sphere over and over again, trying to increase my speed. My hands were raw, burned, blistered, and aching, but I didn't stop. The pain was constant now, a dull throb beneath every movement. Each time the fire particles resisted. Their chaotic nature made them harder to control the faster I pushed them. My grip trembled, fingertips scorched, but I kept going, grinding through the pain with each rotation. At lower speeds, forming the sphere was easy. It took shape in my palm, stable and contained. But the moment I tried to push the limits, forcing the particles to spin faster, everything fell apart. The sphere collapsed, dispersing harmlessly at first, but as I increased the speed, failures turned violent. Explosions rocked my hand, sending bursts of heat across my skin. The problem wasn't just speed, it was control. The faster I formed the sphere, the harder it became to keep the particles in sync. They fought against the forced rotation, slipping from my grasp like unruly flames refusing to be tamed. I frowned, rolling my shoulders. Speed and control, they had to go hand in hand. Pushing speed without control led to explosions. Focusing too much on control slowed me down. The balance between the two was the real challenge. I opened my status to check the progress I had made after continuously channeling essence into my attributes. Each time my storage filled, I directed it into my two weakest attributes, strength and dexterity. Bit by bit, they climbed. By the time I was done, I had gained a total of 36 points. Strength had risen to 86. Dexterity to 82. Satisfied, my gaze shifted to Synapse. It was sitting at 96, just 4 points away from hitting 100. Without hesitation, I funneled all the newly generated essence into it, feeling the shift as it surged past the threshold and increased to 102. A sharp pulse ran through my head, forcing me to stop. Something had changed. My senses expanded all at once, stretching beyond their limits. The fire streams within the essence were no longer just scattered specks of heat. I could feel them. Every ember drifting in the air, every flicker of warmth, every shift in temperature pressed against my awareness. It was overwhelming, yet clear at the same time, like seeing a blurred picture suddenly snap into focus. Then, without warning, something else hit me. A rush of understanding, not through thought, but through sight. A vision. The world around me blurred, and in its place, I saw a vast inferno stretching high into the sky. At first, the flames barely moved, flickering lazily like a beast in deep slumber. Then something shifted. A pull, a rotation. The fire twisted, slow at first, just a gentle swirl of embers catching the wind. Then it picked up speed. The rotation tightened, layer upon layer feeding into itself. The fire no longer burned wildly in every direction. It had a path, a flow. The swirling flames climbed higher, forming a towering vortex. It moved in a pattern, the force of its own motion holding it together. The more it spun, the more controlled it became. Faster, tighter. It built momentum, but it wasn't reckless. It followed a rhythm, a natural increase in speed instead of a sudden burst. Every shift in rotation added strength, allowing the tornado to sustain itself without collapsing under its own force. This is what I was missing. The spinning sphere I had been forming in my palm, I had been forcing it, rushing its speed instead of letting it build naturally. I was trying to hit the peak speed instantly. I had thought sheer control was enough, but control without understanding was pointless. The vision made it clear. If I wanted stability, I had to let the movement guide itself. Start slow, then increase in controlled bursts, tightening the rotation instead of forcing it all at once. The fire obeyed motion, not just will. The vision faded, the chamber returning to focus around me. I exhaled, steadying my thoughts. The heat pressing against my skin no longer felt suffocating. The particles in the air weren't just wild bursts of fire. They had a pattern, a rhythm I could follow. No more brute force. No more reckless speed. This time, I would let the fire flow. I raised my hand, focusing on the essence around me. Instead of forming the essence sphere first and then applying essence shift, I decided to try something new, shifting the essence as I pulled it in. I closed my eyes and focused. The flow of essence around me was steady, filled with fire element. But this time, as I began drawing it toward my hand, I activated essence shift right away. The change was instant. The green essence didn't even finish forming its usual shape. Instead, it started glowing red and orange, flickering with heat, fire. I was shaping the element directly as it gathered over my palm. It wasn't smooth at first. The stream wobbled, the heat surged out of control, and the forming sphere pulsed violently in my palm. But I gritted my teeth and stayed focused, forcing the fire into a stable spin. Slowly, the mass took shape, no green glow this time, just fire. It was harder to control, but was faster, cleaner. I smirked, even as my palm stung from the raw heat. Again. This time I pulled the essence faster and pushed the shift harder. The fire responded immediately, forming in my hand mid-draw, skipping the entire neutral stage. I'd found a new rhythm, and I wasn't going to stop until I mastered it. The sphere took form, spinning gently in my palm. Stable, I increased the speed little by little, pushing it forward, watching as the layers of rotation built upon themselves. The fire particles responded, following the flow naturally instead of resisting it. faster, tighter. The pressure grew, but instead of breaking apart, the sphere remained intact. For the first time since I entered the chamber, it didn't explode on me. A small smirk tugged at my lips, but I wasn't done yet. I increased the rotation further, pushing it toward the next stage. The fire twisted, a concentrated vortex burning within my grasp, but the moment I tried to rush it. Boom, the sphere exploded, sending heat rushing against my skin. I let out a short breath, so that was the limit. I had built it well, but I had gotten greedy at the end, forcing the speed beyond what it could sustain. Again, I formed another, moving faster this time, but keeping the same steady flow, letting the rotation guide itself instead of imposing my own pace. It was a strange balance, control without over-controlling. I kept repeating the process, adjusting the speed, testing the limits, watching how far I could push before it collapsed. Each time I lasted longer. Each time I understood more. The fire tornado from my vision had started slow, built itself up, and maintained its peak. If I could reach that same point, sustain the highest rotation without losing stability, I would have full control over the technique. A sudden thrill ran through me as I pushed the fire further, testing its limits. The spinning sphere in my palm burned brighter, its rotation smooth, controlled. This was no longer just practice. It was a challenge, a game between me and the fire. How far could I take it before it collapsed? I increased the speed, feeling the heat coil tighter, the particles obeying my will without hesitation. My synapse buzzed, feeding me information faster than before. Every shift in the fire's motion, every change in temperature, I felt it all. I counted the seconds as the sphere spun flawlessly, more particles merging into its core. Compressing it further, I pushed the speed higher, maintaining absolute control. The moment it reached the desired density and power, I halted the acceleration. 19 seconds, an improvement of 14 seconds, but still too slow. Hours passed as I repeated the process over and over, refining my control, forcing the sphere to form faster. My eyes burned from the relentless focus, but I was close. The effort wasn't wasted, and also I had pushed my synapse to 114 by keeping the generator active. But I had to stop. A notification appeared, the one I had been waiting for. Requirement completed. Talent leveling up. Suddenly, essence surged toward me, drawn in like a tide shifting with unseen force. I closed my eyes, steadying myself as my heart pulsed with a growing intensity. I was used to the sensation of my talent leveling up by now. Through my perception, I observed the movement around me. The fire particles in the chamber drifted like boats on an endless ocean of essence, rising and falling with the invisible currents, and at the center of it all, me. The pull of my generator was like a whirlpool, drawing everything inward, guiding the flow rather than forcing it. Heat built in my chest as more and more essence surged in. The process stretched on for nearly 2 minutes, each moment sharpening my awareness of the energy around me. Then, just as suddenly as it began, everything stilled, and I heard the notifications. Talent level up, generator 3 generate. I hurriedly opened the talent panel. Talent upgrade requirement, talent level 5. Generator activation command, power up, recharge sources, any form of energy. Abilities, essence transfer can transfer stored essence to an attribute. After use, 40 of the transferred essence unit remains as a permanent boost. Essence infusion can infuse stored essence. Particle absorption can directly absorb energy particles from the environment. Sovereign's mark generated essence bears your unique signature, bending only to your will. A slight disappointment settled in. I had hoped for a new ability, but maybe I was getting too greedy. There was only one level left before my talent upgraded, and I was really looking forward to it. Still, the changes were significant. My core storage capacity had expanded to 35, and the essence transfer efficiency had increased to 40. That meant if I transferred all 35 units at once, I'd gain a solid 14 points in an attribute, a massive boost. Exhaling, I stood up and walked over to the lever, switching it off. The fire chamber dimmed as the temperature stabilized. Stepping out, I was met with the cool night air. Time had passed faster than I realized. The training grounds were quiet at this hour. My footsteps barely made a sound as I walked. My body's temperature was still pretty high from hours of training. The thoughts of the mission occupied my mind as I made my way back to my room. I wanted to grow strong, of that, I was certain. But things were changing. The cost of strength in this world wasn't just hard work and determination. It was loose morality, bloodshed not just of enemies but of my own kind, maybe even people I personally knew. What I did with Holt today was proof of that. He hadn't gone out of his way to trouble me. I was the one who acted first, and I did it for my own benefit. I never thought I'd cross that line, but when the moment came, I didn't hesitate. I exhaled, my gaze drifting upward. The stars shone brightly, distant, and untouchable. I wondered about the old man I had seen in my vision, the one who held the power to crush an entire planet. What had he gone through to reach that position? Did he regret the way he lived his life, or was he satisfied with how everything had unfolded? After a few minutes of silent strolling, I pulled out my phone, the screen's glow cutting through the darkness. I hesitated for a moment before selecting North's name and typing a message. Me, hi North. The moment I hit send, I stared at the screen, waiting. Would she reply right away? Maybe she was asleep. Maybe she wouldn't even see it until morning. North's Povey. I sat cross-legged on the couch, my eyes fixed on the screen as two high-level archers clashed in a brilliant display of speed and precision. Every movement was calculated, every shot flawlessly executed. I leaned forward slightly, watching their footwork, the way they controlled their breathing before each release. My own archery still had a long way to go, and seeing experts in action always left me both inspired and frustrated. If I wanted to reach that level, I had to put in the work. Just as one of the archers loosed an arrow that rotated and flew off with such speed it left a sonic boom behind, my phone dinged. I blinked, torn from the fight, and glanced down at my phone resting beside me. A message. I looked at the screen and the name was Boring Billion. My heart skipped a beat as I reached for it. I recalled the first night I met him during the checkpoint mission, the way he tore through abominations with nothing but torn shorts and bare fists. He moved like a force of nature, unstoppable and absolute. His presence alone shifted the battlefield, turning everyone else into background noise. The other unit members fought around me, struggling against their opponents, but in his presence they looked weak, pathetic even. His green eyes gleamed with confidence, not arrogance, just a deep, undeniable certainty that he knew exactly what he was doing and why. I didn't understand it at the time, but there was something about him that pulled me in. He gave no sign of interest, not a single lingering look or charming line, but still, I liked it when he invited me to dinner tonight. I even put on some light makeup, hoping for a compliment. But of course the guy was completely oblivious. Handsome, but boring. I scoffed, shaking my head as I picked up my phone and typed a reply. North's Povey. Yeah, his response came almost instantly. Boring Billion, still awake. I rolled my eyes. No, idiot, it's my ghost replying to you. I smirked but didn't send it. Instead, I settled for something simple. Was watching some training videos. Boring Billion, me too, just finished training, heading back. I blinked. He was still training this late. A smile crept onto my lips before I realized it. My fingers hovered over the screen for a few seconds, then I typed me, of course you were training, do you even rest? The reply came almost instantly. Boring Billion, yes sometimes. I chuckled. Cheeky idiot me, walking back alone. Boring Billion, yeah, the night's peaceful. Before I could type back, another message popped up. Boring Billion, but not as peaceful as talking to you. I bit my lip, my eyes staring at the message. My grip on the phone tightened as warmth spread through my chest. I knew he was trying to flirt, but I liked it, more than I should. I coughed, forcing the grin off my face before I typed back. That was smooth. I could almost picture him frowning at his screen, debating how to respond. Boring Billion, just telling the truth. Haven't you read the poem? My brows furrowed in curiosity. What poem? A moment of silence stretched between us, and then his reply came. Boring Billion, I asked the sages where peace may be found. They pointed north, where the winds echo sound. Through drifting snow and skies so wide, a quiet solace where calm resides. I stared at the words, reading through them a couple of times. It wasn't grand or overly poetic, but somehow it felt nice. At least he knew how to piece words together. Did you write that? Boring Billion, maybe. I laughed softly, shaking my head. I wasn't sure if he was lying or not, but either way the poem was perfect for the moment. You're such an idiot. Boring Billion, a charming one though. I rolled my eyes, but a small smile tugged at my lips. His confidence was so effortless, yet it never felt arrogant, just natural. I waited for his reply, but for a moment nothing came. I could picture him walking, his expression thoughtful as he typed his next words. Boring Billion, you smiled, didn't you? I scoffed. Go to sleep, idiot. Boring Billion on the way. I sighed, shaking my head. Good night, Billion. Boring Billion, good night, North. Sleep well. I stared at the screen for a few seconds before locking my phone and leaning back into the couch. The fight video played in the background, but my focus was elsewhere. Billion's Povey. I smiled a little. Some flirting was needed after a day of hard work. North was easy to talk to. She didn't overthink my words, didn't get flustered like some others might. She played along but never let me get too far ahead. It was a balance, one that made our conversations strangely enjoyable. I glanced at my screen again, rereading her last message. Good night, Billion. Simple words, but they left a warmth lingering in my chest. It was funny. Before, I never really cared about things like this. Talking to people outside of training had always felt like a waste of time. But with North, it didn't. I liked teasing her, liked seeing how she would react. And despite her calling me an idiot, she still answered every time. I sighed, shoving my phone into my pocket as I continued walking. I need to sleep, I thought. But even as I told myself that, I knew I'd be thinking about her a little longer. Soon I reached my room and opened the door, stepping inside. The lights flickered on automatically as I moved forward. And then I froze. Edgar was sitting on my couch, casually eating a sandwich, one leg crossed over the other. The TV was on, some action movie playing in the background, the flickering screen casting moving shadows across the room. He turned to me mid-bite, chewing casually, then spoke. Oh, you're here, I blinked. My brain struggled to process the sight before me, this esteemed gentleman, sitting on my couch like he belonged here, calmly munching on a sandwich. I tried forming words, but nothing came out. Edgar waved a hand dismissively. Oh, no need to feel sorry. There wasn't much to eat, but don't worry, I brought my own sandwich. My jaw nearly hit the floor. In shock, I took a step back. What the hell is this old man? He took another bite, completely unbothered, then gestured toward the couch. Don't just stand there. Come sit. Make yourself comfortable. No need to be shy around me. I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to stay calm. Lashing out wouldn't do any good. Instead, I plastered on a polite smile and spoke. Hello, Sir Edgar. It's nice to see you again. May I ask why you're here? And how shameless can you be? Edgar shook his head, clicking his tongue in mock disappointment. Such bad manners, Billion. At least let me finish my food first. I clenched my jaw but said nothing. He took another bite, chewing slowly, deliberately dragging out the silence just to test my patience. Then, with his mouth still half full, he casually asked, by the way, why are you so late? What were you doing? Have you already found a girlfriend? I shot him a flat look. Please don't joke, Sir Edgar. I don't have time for such things. He nodded sagely as if he completely agreed with my words. Yes, that's how the younger generation should be. Focused, dedicated, no distractions. Then, as if it was a passing thought, he added. Unlike some fools out there who waste time writing poetry instead of training. I stiffened. A faint chill ran down my spine. He continued, smirking, something about peace in the north and snow. Yug, he gave a dramatic shudder. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. My body snapped upright. My hand pointed accusingly. You were following me. No, you were spying on me. How could you do this, Sir Edgar? He tilted his head, feigning innocence. What do you mean, following you? Why would I do that? I narrowed my eyes. Then how do you know about the poem? If you weren't spying on me. My eyes widened further as a horrifying thought struck me. Wait, don't tell me you were spying on North. Edgar finally stood up, dusting crumbs from his robes. Then his expression darkened as he locked eyes with me, his voice turning grave. Kid, do you take me for a pervert who goes around spying on girls? I opened my mouth to reply. He cut me off, smiling as if nothing had happened. Ah, don't worry, I'm just kidding. Forget I said anything, I screamed internally. Forget? What do you mean forget? How is this something I can just erase from my memory? He casually adjusted his robes, completely unbothered, then tilted his head at me. What's with that face? You look constipated. Do you need to use the washroom? Go ahead, take your time. I can wait. And with that, he pulled out another sandwich from somewhere in his robes. I hurriedly waved my hands. No, Sir Edgar, I'm perfectly fine. Please just tell me how I can help you. Oh, if you say so. He stuffed the sandwich back into his robes, making me wonder just how many he had hidden in there. And what's with this, Sir Edgar nonsense? Just call me Edgar. I like it that way. I nodded, still trying to wrap my head around the whole situation. He strolled back to the couch, plopped down like he owned the place, and stared at the TV in complete silence. A whole minute passed, then another. Just as I was about to ask him again why he was here, he suddenly spoke, his voice calm and firm. Sit, it wasn't a request. The sudden change in his tone caught me off guard, but I didn't hesitate. Taking a step forward, I sat down on the couch beside him. He raised his palm, and shadows swirled over it, shifting fluidly between forms. A deer flickered into existence, then melted away into the shape of a man. A moment later, the figure twisted into something monstrous, an abomination with jagged limbs and hollow eyes. I watched, fascinated, as Edgar manipulated the shadows with effortless ease. His control was absolute, as if the shadows themselves obeyed his every whim. Finally, he spoke. Arcas, when he was a kid, was very ambitious. He still is. The only difference now is that he can no longer achieve his dreams himself. I tore my gaze away from the shifting shadows and looked at Edgar. His expression was unreadable, but there was something distant in his eyes. As a child, Arcas wasn't the most talented among the Rayleigh family youths. Being a royal family member meant expectations were sky high, but he failed to meet them. Not because he lacked the attitude or discipline. He was hardworking, determined, but because he was too straightforward, too stubborn. He had strong opinions and never hesitated to voice them. That made enemies, powerful ones. He stepped on too many toes, questioned too many decisions, and in the end, it cost him. He was expelled from Elite Unit 1 after repeatedly disobeying orders. But despite his faults, one thing remained unchanged: his dedication to growing stronger. More than that, he wanted this world to grow strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the great worlds of our galaxy. That dream never faded. Edgar paused, studying me. Then he leaned back slightly. And I can see that he sees himself in you. I frowned, but before I could say anything, Edgar continued. Right now, as we speak, he's out there arguing, maybe even fighting to get a staff for you. The best augmented staff the Empire has to offer. That caught me off guard. I hadn't expected Arcas to go that far for me. Edgar must have noticed my surprise because he shook his head. Don't overthink it. That's just the kind of man he is. He exhaled, his tone shifting slightly, becoming more deliberate. But that's not why I'm here. He met my gaze. I have two things to ask you. First, have you made up your mind about taking that mission? And second, he paused for a beat, more of a personal question. Why do you want to grow strong? What is it that you desire? I took a moment to think over Edgar's questions. The first one was easy. I had already made up my mind about the mission. That was why I spent the entire night trying to master the fire sphere. I wouldn't have pushed myself that hard if I had any doubts. But the second question, that was something I had too many answers for. I wanted to be the strongest. I liked standing at the top. That position always gave me a sense of satisfaction. The feeling of others watching my back, chasing after me, trying to reach the place I had already conquered, it thrilled me. I wanted to grow strong because I had to. My parents' souls had been taken by the Eternals. If they were still salvageable, I would bring them back. If not, then I would take revenge. I wanted to grow strong for my grandmother, the woman who single-handedly raised me. I wanted her to be proud, to see that all her efforts weren't wasted. Maybe, just maybe, if I reached far enough, she would feel at peace, even if just a little. A flood of thoughts rushed through my mind, but I forced them down, keeping them under control. I exhaled and answered. I've already decided. I'm going on the mission, Edgar. The second transformation the Farrens can provide, I want it. Edgar nodded, his gaze sharp. You understand the risks, don't you? There's only a 50% chance you'll make it out alive. Arcus believes they won't dare kill you, but nothing in this world is guaranteed. Once they capture you, anything can happen. They might cripple you, sell you as a slave, or worse, end you right there. I clenched my fists, my voice steady. I know the dangers, and I have no hesitation. I've always believed that nothing great can be achieved without taking insane risks. Edgar smiled, a glint of approval in his eyes. Good, now your reason, the real reason you want this strength so badly. I stood up, rolling my shoulders. I had many reasons, but it all came down to one thing. I was human and I was greedy. I met Edgar's gaze, my voice steady, because I want to have it all. I want peace, but I also want chaos, just enough to keep life from ever becoming dull. I want no enemies, yet I want some just so I can crush them. I want vengeance, but I also want to live freely and enjoy the life I fight for. I want to walk my own path, but I also want others to chase after me. I want to protect, but I also want to destroy. And if I'm not the strongest, how can I have it all? That would be nothing more than a fool's dream. Silence stretched between us as Edgar held my gaze. His expression was unreadable, his usual smirk nowhere to be found. Then finally he stood up. The swirling shadows around him faded as he walked forward and placed a firm hand on my shoulder. I like you, kid. Having greed in today's world is important, very important. He said, his voice carrying a tone I hadn't heard before. But I'll need you to prove it to me. Before I could respond, the world around me twisted. Darkness swallowed everything, an endless void stretching in all directions. My body tensed, instincts screaming at me to react, but just as quickly as it came, the darkness vanished. I blinked. I was no longer in my room. The familiar walls of the training chamber surrounded me once more, the air thick with the lingering heat of my earlier attempts with the fire sphere. Edgar stood a few feet away, arms crossed. I've been watching you train, he said casually, as if he hadn't just teleported me across the base like it was nothing, and the casual admittance of the fact that he spied on me. At the pace you're going, it'll take you at least 5 or 6 more days before the system even acknowledges that technique as a skill. He tilted his head slightly. There's something you need to understand. What you're trying to do, manipulating raw fire without a skill, is something most people don't even attempt until after level 50. They rely on system-given skills for this, and only after their second-class evolution do they start thinking about doing it on their own. You're trying to bypass that process entirely. He took a step closer. So if you really want to have it all, you need to push yourself harder. What you're doing right now isn't enough. My eyes narrowed. This was the second time today that someone told me I wasn't working hard enough. First Arcas, when he questioned why I was delaying choosing my class. Now Edgar telling me I wasn't training properly. And honestly, I didn't like that. Edgar ignored my reaction and spoke. I know you're tired and exhausted, but I'm a busy man. I don't have time for you to recover. He waved his hand. As soon as he did, shadows surged outward, swallowing the entire room in a rolling wave of darkness. Within seconds, a massive dome formed around me, stretching to seal every inch of space. The air grew heavier, denser. The lights outside the dome faded, leaving only a dim, eerie glow inside. I could still see, but something felt off, like the very flow of energy around me had shifted. Edgar's voice echoed from beyond the dome. Welcome to your new training, Billion. Here's how it works. His tone was calm and steady, but I didn't miss the underlying threat in his words. This dome will begin to shrink over time. The smaller it gets, the denser the darkness becomes, and the harder it will be for you to move fire. And that's not all. Suddenly, a sharp beam of light sliced through the darkness, passing inches from my face. I barely had time to react before another shot from a different angle. Heat seared past my skin, forcing me to jerk back. While you struggle against the dark, these light beams will keep you moving. They won't kill you, but they'll burn. And the smaller the dome, the stronger the beams. I exhaled sharply. Edgar continued. There's only one way out of this dome. Break it. If you can't, you'll either be crushed by the darkness or pierced by the light. Your choice. A third beam stabbed toward my shoulder, and I barely twisted away in time. Edgar's voice echoed, a whisper fading into the void. Can the fire in your heart endure the endless darkness of the future, Billion? I took a deep breath, pulling my scattered thoughts into line and activated Synapse Boost. My senses expanded outward. I reached for the essence in the air, but something was wrong. Most of the essence around me was rigid, not neutral, not free. Almost all of it was tainted, its flow weighed down by darkness, warped into dense, locked formations, the kind of interference that resisted both movement and control. I extended my will, trying to draw in the essence, but it pushed back hard. Each thread I pulled felt sluggish, like dragging chains through wet cement. Then, a flicker, a shift in the air behind me. I spun, but not fast enough. A beam of light slammed into my lower back, sending a sharp jolt through my spine. Pain radiated outward, but I didn't stop. I triggered my generator core. A low hum spread through my body as it kicked in, producing essence, slowly filling my inner storage. No time to waste. I turned back to the front and stretched my palm outward. I focused on drawing in essence, just the clean threads I could find, even if they were few. As they gathered in my palm, I activated Essence Shift and began shifting their state mid-draw, weaving fire into the form before it could fully stabilize. The result was a chaotic blend, volatile but raw with potential. I stared at the unstable sphere hovering over my hand, its fire-born glow fighting against the lingering dark energy around it. The goal was simple: form something compact, something volatile, something fast. But nothing about this place was simple. The darkness here it was alive. My perception swept through the dome, brushing against every flicker of essence lingering in the air. I felt it, the essence was trying to reach toward me as well, probably the effect of my class. But almost all of it had already been seized, tightly wrapped in tendrils of dark energy. Edgar's trap wasn't just effective, it was suffocating. The fire state wasn't struggling to breathe, it was being strangled before it could even form. I clenched my jaw and tried drawing raw essence near me, attempting to shift it into fire. But the moment I did, resistance surged through my synapse like a wall slamming into my mind. Heavy, drenched in darkness. Every thread of essence I touched was already half frozen, locked down. Dragging it was like yanking a boulder through knee-deep mud. Then came the first beam. A sharp white spear of light tore through the dome and slammed into my chest. My body rocked backward, pain flaring through my ribs. Didn't pierce through, but the impact was enough to throw off my focus. No time to hesitate. I pulled again, trying to gather enough essence and shift it quickly into a tight cluster of fire over my palm. My will dug deep, trying to force stability, force motion. Anything. Nothing. The moment the fire began forming, the surrounding darkness reacted like a snare, choking it back into stillness. A second beam carved across my thigh. I grunted, but my body held. I had enough willpower and constitution to take these hits for now. The problem I faced was that the essence here flowed in two separate streams: darkness and fire. The darkness dominated, thick and heavy, and by Edgar's design, it was actively constricting the fire element. That's when I understood the training he wanted me to undergo. It wasn't just about essence control. It was about refining my will, building my synapse like a muscle, by pulling fire from under the crushing weight of darkness. I grinned. I liked squats, heavy ones, the kind that made your legs scream. This was no different, except now the weight was on my mind. Sure, I could have taken the easier route. I could have used my generated essence and skipped the hard part. But I had a different plan for that reserve, a smarter one. Right now I wanted to wrestle with the atmosphere itself, the ambient essence. If I could train with that, I'd be sharpening all my innate skills at once. There was something else too, the darkness. I'd practiced with fire, I knew its rhythm. But darkness, that was still a mystery. And if I wanted to free the fire stream, maybe I didn't have to fight for it directly. Maybe I could push the darkness away, carve out space, then pull the fire in. I exhaled, focused. There were dozens of ways I could approach this, and I wanted to try them all while the training lasted. In my heart, I thanked Edgar for the opportunity. A sharp whoosh cut through the air to my right. I stepped forward, letting the beam crash into the ground behind me. Training had officially begun. The best way to build muscle: break it hard, then build it back stronger. First, I had to break it. I took a deep breath and raised both hands to my sides, slow and deliberate, like a performer before the final act. I could almost picture the wind pausing, waiting for what came next. Then I activated Synapse Boost. A rush of essence surged toward my brain. I felt it hit like a wave, sharp, clear, and alive. My perception sharpened. My will became focused. The world around me pulsed with essence, and I could feel every strand of it dancing in the air. Without wasting a second, I gathered all the essence still swirling inside my core and pushed it toward my brain. Every bit, no hesitation. I let out a roar, loud, raw, and from the gut. And then I forced my will outward, pushing it into the essence around me, demanding it to obey. A rotating sphere began to form right in front of my chest, pulling the essence into its center like a magnet. The glow was a deep, vibrant green. I activated Essence Shift and Essence Shaping at the same time. The green hue flickered and then started turning red like fire caught in motion. I roared again, pouring more of myself into it. The sphere spun faster, vibrating with power. It grew larger inch by inch. Then I felt it, that cold pressure. The darkness pushed back. Sharp resistance pulsed against my will. My head throbbed. Veins bulged in my eyes. I was overloading my brain by channeling too much essence too fast, and that was the goal. Then, out of nowhere, a beam speared through the air and slammed into my chest. It felt like being punched by lightning. I staggered back. The sphere wobbled, its form threatening to break apart. "No, you freaking don't," I growled through clenched teeth. I reached deep and slammed my will onto the essence again. The sphere steadied, flickering but holding. I pulled more essence from the atmosphere, every wisp I could reach. The sphere spun faster, brighter, growing a little more. I felt my grip slipping. My control was fading. So once again, I sent more essence rushing toward my head. The boost from Synapse Boost held me toja barely. The sphere's size was dangerous now, nearly unstable. I gritted my teeth and compressed it. The flames of the sphere reflected in my eyes, and I stared at it, refusing to blink, refusing to let go. Veins throbbed on my forehead. I was using everything I had, every ounce of skill, will, and instinct. I shaped the essence with essence shaping. I controlled the surrounding with Synapse Boost, now burning hotter from all the reckless channeling I had done, and I changed the very nature of the essence with essence shift. The blazing fire sphere hovered just a foot from my chest. It spun so fast it hummed, a deep, vibrating sound that filled the air. Its size now nearly matched my head. And I held it there, my creation, my control, my will made real. But that wasn't how you truly broke muscle. To break it, you had to overload it, and that's exactly what I did. I roared again, louder this time, and recklessly pulled in more and more essence. The darkness pushed back, but I didn't care. I slammed my will harder and harder into the essence swirling in the air, refusing to back down. In my mind, I pictured it like a tug of war with a lion, both of us pulling, struggling to take control of the fire. The sphere blazed, growing larger, hotter, wilder. Flames danced along its surface, and I forced my will onto it again, compressing it, bending it, demanding it to obey. The fire turned deeper, a dark crimson now. I could feel the heat licking against my skin. The air sizzled. Then another beam tore through the dome, smashing into my shoulder. Pain ripped through me, and I winced, but I held strong. At least I thought I did, that tiny drop in focus. That brief flicker in my will. It was all the darkness needed. It came rushing in like a storm, snatching away the essence in an instant. The sphere froze just for a second. Then it unraveled violently like my will was nothing but paper caught in a storm. It expanded once, twice then with a thunderous boom, it exploded right in front of my chest. The shockwave ripped through the air. Fire and sound roared through the dome. I was thrown back, flying like a ragdoll, and crashed hard into the ground. I coughed up blood from the impact, the metallic taste thick in my mouth. Exhaling sharply, I pushed myself to my feet and wiped the blood off my lips with the back of my hand. My t-shirt was completely shredded and gone. I was back to just burned up shorts, and my brain felt like it was punching my skull to get out. But honestly, that's the way I liked it. My eyes lit up, not with fear, but with excitement. The power behind that explosion that was just fire. I couldn't help but wonder what would happen if I detonated raw essence like that. I looked up, glaring at the dark dome that loomed around me, like it was challenging me to break again. I grinned, let's do it again. I lay flat on the ground, charred, smoking, shaking. My chest rose and fell like a dying machine trying to keep going. Burn marks covered my arms, scattered across my chest and traced up to my neck. My shorts were half singed, barely holding together, and the air around me smelled like ash and sweat. Dark circles sat heavy under my eyes, like bruises from a battle no one else could see. My face felt dry and tight, but at the same time wet. I blinked, slow and groggy, and felt something warm trickle down my cheeks. Blood, not from a cut, but from my eyes. I had cried blood. I chuckled, a dry, cracked sound that rattled out of my throat like it had been cooked inside a furnace. Of course I did. My brain had been under so much pressure it was probably trying to escape through my skull. I stared up at the dark dome above, the same one that had mocked me hours ago, and let the silence settle. My ears were ringing like someone had left a kettle boiling inside my head. Then slowly, the memories of the past few hours flooded back in. I had fought the darkness, over and over. The darkness didn't give up. It resisted like a living, breathing wall made of tar. Every time I tried to pull essence, it tried to stop me, drag me back, smother me. I'd slam my will into it, and it would slam back harder. But I didn't back down, couldn't. The goal was simple, build the synapse muscle. My brain was the battlefield, and to get stronger, I had to force it to do what it didn't want, to process more essence, faster, more precisely. Like lifting heavier and heavier weights, except the weights were invisible and trying to crush me. At first, forming the fireball took me nearly a full minute due to the darkness. Concentrate, shape, shift, focus. Then I did it again and again, 10 times, 20, 30. Each time I cut the time down, condensed the process, streamlined my will. But I didn't stop there. I made the fireball bigger, denser, hotter. I wanted to see how far I could push it before it exploded again, how far I could bend essence with my mind alone against the darkness. I screamed, roared, pushed beyond my limits. Blood came out of my nose more than once. I almost collapsed twice. At one point, I was pretty sure I passed out mid-channel, but I kept going. Even the darkness kept evolving. The dome had constricted 4 times during that period. The beams it lashed at me now carried enough force to pierce into my body, not all the way through, but enough to draw blood before fading out. But even with my body screaming, my brain aching, and essence fatigue eating at my bones, I grinned, because I felt it. The synapse. It was stronger now, even without increasing the stat. My core had been working non-stop, and I hadn't used any of the essence to boost my attributes. I simply channeled it straight into my brain and body. My will held longer. My speed had increased, my control still rough but tighter than before, and the system rewarded me for my relentless focus. I checked the notifications. Skill level up. Synapse boost level 4, level 5. The moment it leveled, I felt it, like a ripple in my skull. My awareness snapped into sharper detail. It was subtle but unmistakable. The world slowed down just enough. Particles I could barely sense a moment ago now shimmered at the edge of my perception. My synapse had widened. Before, it was like looking through a water curtain, only seeing what I focused on. But now, it was like there was no more curtain. I could feel more essence streams at once, map them, separate them, tag them as fire or darkness instinctively. The tension between fire and darkness no longer felt like chaos. It felt like a pattern, complex but decipherable. The darkness wasn't just constricting, it was flowing, looping around the fire stream in a spiraled cage, the kind of structure you could slip through if you knew the gaps. I grinned. Level 5 didn't just boost perception, it added precision. I moved on to the next notification. Skill level up. Essence shift level 1, level 2. The change was small but noticeable. I felt it in the way the essence responded to my will. The shift into fire didn't require as much brute focus now. There was a smoother glide, like the edges between raw and elemental had softened just a bit. Before, it took a second or two, almost like my will had to scrape the surface, pushing the essence into alignment. Now it happened a fraction faster. Less strain on my synapse, less effort overall. Not a breakthrough, but a step. And right now, every bit helped. But there wasn't any noticeable improvement in essence shaping. I figured it made sense, since I had only been working with a single form, the rotating sphere. There wasn't much variation in how I applied the skill. Without experimenting with new shapes or different manipulations, the skill had no reason to evolve. It was like lifting the same weight over and over, useful, but not enough to push the limits. Suddenly, my perception flared like a siren in my mind. Instinct kicked in, and I rolled to the side just as a beam came crashing down exactly where I'd been lying a second ago. The training ground where my head had been now smoked and hissed. I let out a breathy chuckle, shaking off the shock, and pushed myself to my feet. My joints ached as I rolled my shoulder, muscles sore from hours of punishment. Looks like someone's getting impatient, I muttered with a grin, eyes narrowing at the dark dome around me. Easy there, my friend. I was just catching my breath. I took a breath, slow, deep, steady. Every muscle in my body ached, shoulders tight, arms heavy, legs buzzing with exhaustion, but I pushed all that aside. The pain didn't matter. Nothing did except the feel of essence around me, the raw pull of it in the air like heat radiating off stone. I activated every skill. Synapse boost. My perception sharpened in an instant. Threads of essence lit up around me, glowing faintly, shimmering like strands of silk caught in a wind I could finally see. I was able to differentiate the red of fire from the black of darkness. Essence shift. The essence responded fast, faster than they ever had before. I didn't need to force them anymore, I just willed them to shift. They bent toward fire, curling around the thought, hungry to change, essence shaping. I pulled the essence with purpose, spiraling the flow into a shape I had been chasing for hours. It finally answered. The fire formed, not as a chaotic burst, but as something structured, almost beautiful. A spinning sphere the size of my head, solid and balanced. At its core, fire churned in tight, molten loops. Two bright spiral tails twisted outward, spinning in opposite directions like a miniature spiraling galaxy. Each tail flared as it rotated, leaving streaks of gold and red behind. It was perfect. 9 seconds. I let out a breath, half a laugh escaping with it. From 33 to 9. Then my synapse twitched. Something shifted, barely noticeable, but I caught it. The moment the beam formed in front of me, I already knew. I didn't leap or jump. I twisted. My left foot pivoted, my spine arched, and my upper body leaned away from the attack just as it fired. The heat grazed past my shoulder. The sphere still floated in front of me, undisturbed, spinning quietly like it belonged in the center of a star system. I looked at the fireball and knew I could create it even faster, so I did. I wasn't done. I locked onto another cluster of essence around me, dense, tangled, like a ball of thread soaked in mud. It resisted, sluggish and heavy, a pain to shape. I didn't care. It was the darkness which formed the dome and was probably passively in Edgar's control. I decided to break it and slammed my will forward, no grace, no patience, just force. I drove my intent into the essence cluster like a blade, splitting its structure wide open. It responded. The dome pulsed. Darkness rippled like a disturbed liquid, then it lashed. The darkness came fast, violent. My goal was simple, push back the darkness and pull the essence out from beneath it. I gritted my teeth and roared into the dark. Give me MORE. My voice echoed like thunder across the dome. My will slammed into the darkness and kept it at bay. The essence vibrated in the air, shocked by the force of my demand. then it surged toward me. I guided it straight into the shape. My synapse flared again, harder this time. Essence flooded into my skull like liquid lightning. I felt something tear behind my eyes. Blood ran from my nose, but I didn't stop. I wouldn't stop. I pulled harder, and the essence obeyed. The second ball formed faster than the first. It spun with controlled precision, stable yet fierce. Fire condensed into a solid, glowing core, its spiral tails burning in shades of deep crimson and gold. 5 seconds. I stared at it, stared at both of them. Twins of destruction spinning silently in front of me. Sweat clung to my skin. I felt it run down my back, sting the corner of my eyes, pool at the edges of my lips. I smiled through the burn. My wool was stretched thin. My body ached in places I didn't even know could hurt. I had no idea how long I'd been at it, hours maybe, but I never let go. Despite the burning in my chest and the ringing in my ears, I kept both fireballs steady under my control, and then I heard them. Multiple notifications pinged in my head, faint but unmistakable. Skill ups maybe, system alerts. I didn't look. I couldn't afford the distraction. My focus was already at its limit. One more break, one misstep, and everything would fall apart. So I did the only thing I could. I held my breath and sharpened my awareness, waiting. The next attack didn't make me wait long. I felt the air shift, just a flicker of pressure at my right. I didn't move. Then came the beam. The moment it fired, I stepped forward, just one clean step, and it screamed past behind me, smashing into the training floor with a hiss. I exhaled the breath I'd been holding and grinned, a slow, tired grin. Taking a few steps back, I stared at the dark dome towering over me, almost 6 feet in radius now. Its surface pulsed, and I knew what was coming. The 5th constriction. Soon. I raised both hands toward the spinning fireballs, still burning, still under my control. Let's see if you survive this. I forced more will into them. The spheres resisted for a second, almost like they wanted to lash out on their own, but I kept them locked. Slowly, I increased their spin, accelerating their rotation until both were blurs of heat in motion. The fiery tails stretched longer. The cores flared. My head throbbed, but I didn't stop. Gritting my teeth, I guided the fireballs closer to each other. Inch by inch, controlled, measured. Every moment was like dragging mountains with threads of thought. They were inches apart when I released my hold. The fireballs immediately expanded, reacting to the sudden freedom. The spiraling tails whipped outward as their cores pulsed violently. Then, with a flash of white-hot light, they collided. The explosion that followed was like thunder trapped in a bottle. A boom ripped through the space, a wave of raw force that sent a shockwave rolling through the dome. I'd already stepped back, but the impact still slammed into me like a physical wall. I skidded a few feet, boots dragging on the ground, but I stayed on my feet, breathless, shaking, still standing, and smiling. There was no damage to the floor, but the dome, well, I could feel it through my perception. The darkness had thinned, a lot. At least by 60. It survived this time, but one more push, and I knew it would break. I moved my focus from the dome to the system notification and checked them one by one. Skill level up, essence shift level 2, level 3. I nodded to myself. This was expected. I moved to the next notification. Skill acquired. Blazing Esphera level 1. My eyes lit up and I gave myself an imaginary high five. Hell yeah. Finally, the system recognized it as a skill. A surge of information flooded my mind, locking in the entire process of forming the fireball. It detailed everything from activating synapse boost to reinforce my will, to using essence shaping to mold the sphere, and finally, essence shift to transform the essence into fire. Wow. This is perfect. It felt like a blueprint had been imprinted directly into my mind. I no longer needed to go through each step manually. Just activating the skill would trigger the entire sequence effortlessly. And that gave me an idea. If skills could streamline complex processes like this, then maybe I could consolidate, or more precisely, link my talent with my class, or even more precisely link the generator core with my class. There were many manual steps involved with my core. To reinforce my body with generated essence, I had to channel it myself every time. And to make space in the generator core, I had to manually condense the essence building up inside it. If I could create a skill to streamline all of that, a system that kept the core running on its own, constantly circulating and condensing essence while reinforcing my body in the background, it would be a game changer, like an automatic loop that never stopped. Not only would it make everything more efficient, but it would also ensure my body never lagged behind my essence. The thought made my heart pound with excitement. Bod dump. I started chuckling to myself. The possibilities were endless. A skill that could streamline everything: circulation, condensation, reinforcement of the essence generated by my generator core. My lips curled up as the chuckles grew louder, and then another beam shot through the air. Pain lanced through my right shoulder, jerking me back a step. I looked down at the smoldering hole, flesh burned, blood sizzling, and I laughed, full-on, unhinged laughter. This is it. This is the path to the mythic class. My laughter grew louder as I let myself go in the moment. Essence flooded my body. My right arm trembled, but I lifted it anyway. My synapse flared, blazing Esphera. The sphere formed just above my palm, spinning faster than ever before, blazing with restrained fire. Flame coiled inward, condensed, a miniature sun gathering in front of my eyes. I kept laughing, ignoring the pain, the fatigue, the pulsing heat of the dome around me. The fireball grew, 2 feet, then 3. Its surface rippled with streaks of orange, the glow reflecting in my eyes as I stared at it. Beautiful. My will encompassed the spinning fireball and launched it toward the dome. The sphere obeyed. It surged through the air and slammed into the dome with a heavy, echoing thud. For a moment, nothing happened, then it expanded. A blinding bloom of flame erupted outward the moment the fireball collided with the dome. The explosion didn't just detonate, it spread, like a dam bursting open. Fire surged forward in a molten flood, roaring in every direction, waves of heat crashing against the walls of darkness. The dome shuddered under the pressure. Then it groaned, as if the very air inside had turned heavy. Crack, the sound I'd been waiting for. Cracks webbed out across the dome like lightning across stormy skies, thin at first, then deeper, wider, faster. The flood of fire pressed into every fracture, eating through the darkness like it had been starving for it. The pressure snapped. The dome's defenses gave in. Walls of shadow collapsed inward, torn apart by the sheer force of the blast. Darkness screamed as it was devoured, consumed by the unrelenting tide of flames. I stood there, bleeding and grinning, eyes wild, heart pounding with triumph. Fire still danced across the floor. My skin burned with pain, but I couldn't stop smiling. I did it, and to me it looked beautiful. I was pulled out of my thoughts by the sound of clapping. It was Edgar smiling as he walked toward me, hands still coming together in slow, deliberate applause. He looked different from when he'd left me here. Now he wore a proper navy blue suit, complete with a tie. Kid, did you go crazy at the end there? I chuckled and rubbed the back of my head. I apologize. Sometimes I get a little too excited. Edgar shook his head, still smiling. I could see that, but great work. I think we got what we wanted. I tilted my head. He winked. Go to your room and get some rest. Your body needs it. You've been here for 3 days. My mouth dropped open. What, 3 days? How? The darkness messed with your senses, Edgar said. Anyway, you missed your first day, but I doubt Arcas will even let you join the regular training sessions. You're too far ahead of your peers. I smiled. He smiled back. Let me take you to your place. He placed a hand on my shoulder, and just like last time, space blurred, and the next moment, I was standing inside my room. I heard his voice behind me. All right, kid, I'll see you just before your next mission. I nodded. Shadows swirled around him, starting to consume him, and I watched, fascinated. Just before he completely vanished, I heard his voice again, distant and echoing. Remember, Billion, the Emperor is watching. My eyes widened. The Emperor. I stood there for a moment, stunned, his words echoing in my head. My thoughts went back to when Edgar said, we got what we wanted. Did he mean the Emperor by we? My eyes narrowed. This wasn't something I could brush off. The Emperor wasn't just any leader. He was the ruler of the entire world, the head of the Rallier family. While they had a good reputation overall, I wasn't naive. At the end of the day, he was still a ruler. A powerful man like him was bound to have personal goals, secrets, and plans most people would never know about. And a ruler like that, he would want to know everything that happened in his world, especially when it involved strange skills or powerful talents. My mind went back to my upcoming mission. Arcas had mentioned I needed a skill that only the Farrens could give. That wasn't something that could happen quietly. If the Emperor was really watching me, then there was no way a mission involving the Farrens wouldn't already be on his radar. I let out a long breath. The Emperor. Maybe someday I'd meet him face to face. I shook the thought out of my head and glanced around my room. Everything was just as I had left, untouched, quiet. I walked over, picked up my phone, and checked the date. 3 whole days had passed. It was just past midnight again. A few notifications blinked on the screen. Missed calls, Steve and North. That made me smile. I opened up my contacts, created a group, and added both of them. Then I sent a quick message, sorry for the silence. Was caught up in training. I'll be joining tomorrow's session. Keeping the phone aside, I headed for the washroom. It took me 30 full minutes to feel like a human again. I washed off the dried blood, scrubbed the soot from my skin, and stood under the warm water until my muscles stopped twitching. My shoulders still ached where the beam had hit me, but the pain felt distant now, like a fading bruise from another life. When I was done, I changed into fresh clothes and dropped onto the bed, letting out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Silence in the room was oddly comforting. No fire, no shadows, no whispers, just the soft hum of the fan spinning above. I stared at the ceiling. Everything felt still. No more giant explosions, no cracked domes, no Edgar popping out of nowhere with cryptic messages. Just my old room, my old bed, and a faint scent of soap still clinging to my skin. My stomach rumbled. I sat up and picked up my phone. Calling the cafeteria, I ordered all the same dishes North had ordered for herself. As I waited, I pulled up my status to take a look. I scrolled through each of my attributes, taking my time to go over the new upgrades I had gained. My lips curled into a small smile. Everything was finally starting to come together. My stats had improved, my control had gotten sharper, and for once I felt like I was moving in the right direction. Then my eyes landed on the ability section. There it was, Apex body passive, still untouched. I hadn't trained it even once. I leaned back and exhaled slowly. Right. I need to get started on this too. A bunch of thoughts swirled through my mind. How exactly was I supposed to train a passive like this? Would regular physical training work? Or did it need something more extreme like near-death situations or constant stress on my body? My fingers tapped the side of the bed as I thought. I'd have to experiment. 35 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. I opened it, grabbed the tray, and brought it back in. The aroma hit me instantly, warm, sweet, and spicy all at once, just as I imagined. Smiling, I set the tray down, grabbed my phone, and took a quick picture of the dish from above. Then I opened the group chat and sent the photo with a simple message, "Guess what I'm eating?" I finished the food quickly, enjoying every bite. Then I transferred all 25 units of essence into my synapse. After that, I activated the generator core so it could start producing essence overnight. With everything set, I lay back and finally let myself drift off to sleep. The next day, I woke up feeling fresh and excited. I'd finally checked one thing off my long list of goals before I could start grinding levels. Now, all that was left were a defensive skill, a movement skill, learning how to actually use a staff, learning a staff-based ability, figuring out the Apex body passive, and experimenting with the purple essence. I stared at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. If I finish all this, I'm giving myself a promotion. Today was the first day I would be part of the regular training sessions with the rest of Unit 2. I rushed through my morning routine like a man on a mission, showered, changed, brushed, all in record time. By 7 in the morning, I stood in front of the mirror, dressed in my uniform, making sure I looked decent enough. Before heading out, I picked up my phone to check for messages. There was one from North, a reply to the food picture I had sent her last night. "Copycat, you're boring." I blinked at the screen. "Boring me?" I said out loud, half laughing. I figured she was just teasing and moved on. I left my room and walked over to Steve's. When I knocked, the door opened almost instantly. That caught me off guard. He looked wide awake and ready for battle, sword in hand. I frowned. "How?" I asked, already knowing it was too early for Steve to be this alive. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "It's Vice Commander June. Training starts at 7:30. If you're even a second late, she'll beat you in front of everyone." Seriously, I didn't think she was that type. She always seemed pretty chill to me. Steve stepped out, closing the door behind him. "Chill? Bro, she's the opposite of chill. That woman's crazy. Oh, now that I think about it. Isn't it weird how everyone around us is a little crazy?" I said, glancing at Steve as we walked. Steve nodded without hesitation. "Yes, you're the craziest person I know. Then there's June, obviously. My parents have their moments, and don't even get me started on your grandmother." I gave him a look but let it slide. Arguing would only prove his point. "Right, so what's the plan for today's training session?" I asked, changing the subject before he added more names to that list. Steve stretched his arms behind his head. "No idea, but I know one thing, we'll probably crawl back to our rooms by the end of it. June's sessions are brutal. And since this is your first time joining the main group, she might make an example out of you." "Great. Nothing like public humiliation to start the day," I muttered. In about 15 minutes, Steve and I reached the open ground in front of the combat wing where everyone was supposed to gather before the day officially began. The place was already half full. I scanned the crowd, spotting familiar faces here and there, then my eyes landed on King. I nudged Steve with my elbow and subtly pointed in his direction. Then I told him what I'd done to King the other night. Steve gave King a long, unreadable look. When I explained what I had done, his eyes narrowed. "Somehow this feels wrong," he said quietly. I nodded. "Yeah, I know what you mean. I actually felt kind of bad afterward, but if I had to do it again, I would. No hesitation. What about you?" Steve kept his eyes on King, then shrugged. "I guess I would too. I mean, yeah, it's bullying, but if the plan actually works and he ends up capturing us, he's definitely going to make us regret it." I chuckled at that. He was right. If King ever got his hands on us, we'd be in serious trouble. And knowing what I'd heard about the Holt family, our ending wouldn't just be bad. It'd be legendary in the worst way. I looked at Steve. "So why don't you do it this time? You're my best friend. You should get in on the bullying too." Steve raised an eyebrow. "What about the rules?" I chuckled and shook my head. "Rules are for the weak, and we're not weak right now, brother." Steve let out a sigh, adjusted the strap on his sword, and stepped forward without saying a word. He walked through the crowd, passing several soldiers on his way toward King. I followed right behind him, hands in my pockets, curious how this would play out. As we got closer, King's group noticed us. One by one, they turned around to face us, eyes sharp, muscles tensing just slightly. They weren't scared, not yet, but they were definitely alert. I smiled and waved at King like we were best buddies. His eyes narrowed the second he saw me, then flicked to Steve standing beside me. The tension started rising already. Steve stopped in front of King and looked him dead in the eyes. "You still haven't apologized to me." I blinked. "Apologized? For what?" King seemed just as confused. His eyebrows furrowed as he spoke. "Apologize?" he asked, looking around like maybe he missed something. Steve nodded, completely serious. "Yeah, we're part of the same unit, and you left me behind during the checkpoint mission. You used me. You don't think I deserve an apology for that?" I scratched my chin as I watched them. Oh wow, bro's setting up a whole story here. Respect. I need to start doing that too. Build up is everything. Around us, murmurs started to rise. More people stopped what they were doing and turned to watch. This was about to get interesting. King glanced around, trying to save face. The situation demanded it, he said quickly. There was nothing else I could have done. Steve stayed silent for a few seconds, just staring. Then he gave a small nod. If you say so, but I still think I need an apology. Then, without warning, he stepped in and swung his sheathed sword straight into King's stomach. The sound of impact echoed like a drum. King bent forward, choking on a gasp, and stumbled back, clutching his gut. Before anyone could react, Steve spun and slammed the middle of the sheathed blade into King's cheek. The slap-like crack rang out across the place. King flew back and skidded along the floor, knocked out of the fight in one hit. Steve took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, and vanished in a blur. I tracked him with my eyes. First stop, Michael. The sword came down in a brutal overhead arc, slamming into Michael's shoulder and forcing him to his knees with a groan. Then Steve moved again. Fast, precise. His sword never left the sheath, but he swung it like a club, smacking King's remaining friends one by one. Each of them dropped within seconds, groaning and squirming on the ground. The crowd was silent. Steve walked forward slowly, step by step, until he stood over King. The guy was still on the ground, a bright red mark across his cheek from earlier. Steve tapped King's cheek lightly with the side of his sword and said in a cold voice, "You see, this situation demanded that I smack you around." There was nothing else I could do. I grinned. Nice. That was a clean finish. I almost clapped. But before I could say anything, a familiar voice rang out, calm, strong, and terrifying. "Is that so, Steve?" I froze. My head whipped around. In the blink of an eye, Vice Commander June was standing between Steve and King. 1 second she wasn't there, the next she was. I didn't even see her move. Steve tried to recover. Vice Commander. He didn't get to finish. June's fist slammed into his stomach like a hammer. Steve's body bent from the force, then flew backward like a ragdoll. He crashed right in front of me, landing on his back with a heavy thud. I looked down. He was holding his stomach, groaning in pain, eyes wide and confused as he stared at me, like he was asking what the hell just happened. I slowly looked up. June was walking toward us now, her eyes calm, but that calm was way scarier than any anger. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Whatever this was, whether she was acting or actually serious, I didn't say a word. I just kept quiet. Then June spoke. "There are rules," she said, "and rules are meant to be obeyed." Before I could even blink, she vanished from my sight. My instincts screamed. My whole body tensed up as I activated Synapse Boost, flooding every part of me with essence straight from my core. It all happened in a split-second dot, but I was still too slow. She was already behind me. I felt it, the air shifted, the pressure spiked, and then her fist came flying straight toward my spine. "She's insane," I shouted in my head. I gritted my teeth and braced for impact, and then it hit like a meteor, slamming into the earth. There was a massive boom, something cracked. The next thing I knew, my face smashed into the ground, and when I finally opened my eyes, I was staring up at the sky. Then I heard June's voice, cold and clear. "Anyone who breaks the rules will spend the entire day in the infirmary. Keep breaking them, and it'll turn into a month." Steve and I lay on the infirmary beds, groaning in pain. Luke stood nearby, arms crossed as he looked at us. He finally spoke. "June," I gave a slow nod. "Crazy," he muttered. I didn't say a word. I didn't even nod again. Who knew if she was listening from the shadows or something? Luke sighed and added, "Commander asked me to treat you both, even though the rules say you're supposed to suffer through the pain for a full day." With that, he moved fast, and within a minute, Steve and I were back on our feet. Fully healed, we stared at each other. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to stop myself from laughing. Steve's lips were twitching like he was fighting the same battle. I cleared my throat and said, "That actually felt kind of good." Steve nodded. "Yeah, we should play the villain more often." I nodded back, ready to share my master plan for our future villain arcs, when I suddenly heard the commander's voice behind me. "June." Shit, I jumped from sheer shock. Why are these old people always sneaking up on me like ghosts? Arcas continued. "June didn't go too hard, did she?" I shook my head so fast it almost came off, and Steve quickly did the same. I added, "Rules are meant to be followed." Arcas gave a slow nod. "Good, it's nice to see you've learned your lesson." Both of us stood silently, staring at Arcas. Almost a full minute passed. He didn't say a word, just looked at us like he was deciding something. Then finally he spoke. "Let's go," and then it happened. The world flipped, up became down, space blurred, and in the blink of an eye I found myself standing in what looked like another training room. I barely had time to process the sudden shift before Arcas spoke. "Billion, this is where you'll train. I've gathered everything you'll need." Then without wasting a second, he turned to Steve. "Let's go." My head snapped up. "Wait, what, Commander?" I called out hurriedly. Arcas paused. "What?" "What about the regular training session?" I asked. He tilted his head slightly. "Useless for you." Before I could even argue, lightning crackled around him and Steve. A blink later, they were gone. I exhaled. Whatever, I just wanted to flex in front of North. I knew the regular training wouldn't do much for me, but still, spending some time with North wouldn't have hurt. With a sigh, I turned around and scanned the room. At the center of the vast, empty hall lay a black cloth. The contrast stood out immediately. The entire room was massive, much larger than my previous training space, with white walls, a white ceiling, and white floors. And in the middle of all that, just a single black cloth. Curious, I stepped forward and crouched down to examine the items placed on top of it. There were 3 infusion crystals and a foot-long staff placed neatly on the black cloth. I smiled. Finally, I had been waiting for Arcas to hand me some skills and a proper staff. Each crystal had a small tag attached: defense, movement, and staff. The infusion crystals were sharp, triangular-shaped, and about the length of my finger. Their smooth, glass-like surfaces shimmered under the light, all sharing a deep, glowing blue color. Swirling patterns of lighter blue moved inside them, almost like trapped mist. Infusion crystals were memory or vision-based crystals that contained recorded skill sequences. Once activated, they imprinted a detailed vision of the skill directly into the user's memory. However, the system would only acknowledge the skill if I performed it at a satisfactory proficiency, at least level 1 execution. But there was a darker side to these crystals. They were created from dead phantoms. Whenever a phantom was killed, there was a 10 chance that the system would extract a fragment of its knowledge and form an infusion crystal. Since phantoms contain the souls of dead humans and other races from the Prime Universe, the system could harvest their remaining skills upon death. I sighed at the thought. I dreaded the day I would finally learn something about my parents. Shaking my head, I grabbed the staff and the staff skill crystal. I frowned at the staff, wondering what I was supposed to do with something so short. Turning it over in my hands, I inspected it closely, searching for any switches or hidden mechanisms, but found nothing. Deciding to try something else, I drew out some essence from my core and channeled it into the staff. The moment my essence entered, a soft hum ran through my palm. The short rod trembled and streaks of deep purple light spread across its surface, forming swirling patterns. Then in an instant, the staff began to grow. It extended smoothly, both ends stretching outward until it reached its full size. I held it firmly as it settled into a solid 7-foot form. But as I continued supplying essence, I noticed something else: the weight. With every pulse of essence, the staff grew heavier in my grip. It wasn't just the size increasing. The more essence I poured in, the denser it became, making it harder to control. Curious, I pulled my essence back. Immediately, the staff began to shrink, the length retracting until it returned to its original size. I exhaled, gripping the small rod once more. It had a simple mechanism. Supply essence to expand, withdraw to shrink, and the weight changed with it. The shifting weight must be its ability. I supplied my essence again. It stretched outward from both ends, smooth and fluid, until it reached a full 7 feet. The surface gleamed like polished crystal, shifting between solid and energy before settling into its final form. Now fully extended, I took a closer look. The staff was a deep purple with a smooth, matte surface. A row of evenly spaced rings ran along its length, carved neatly into the surface. The middle part was slightly thicker with a rough grip for better handling. Both ends were a bit narrower, and the rings became closer together near the tips, giving it a balanced and sturdy look. The width was just right, thick enough for a solid grip but not too bulky. The material felt smooth, yet had just enough texture to ensure a firm hold, and despite its size, it was incredibly light. I spun it experimentally, and it cut through the air with a sharp whistle. The reason I had asked for a staff was simple: I liked smashing things. There was just something satisfying about swinging a solid weapon and feeling the impact. Most of the time, I knew I'd be fighting with my bare hands, but against phantoms, unarmed combat became tricky. Besides, the system offered the option to link a weapon to my class at level 50. If I was going to pick one, it made sense to start training with it early. No harm in getting a head start. First, I sat cross-legged on the floor, placing the staff beside me. Then I picked up the infusion crystal-labeled staff skill and rolled it in my palm, watching the blue particles swirl inside. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to go for it and crushed the crystal in my hand. The swirling particles flickered before surging straight into my head. My vision darkened for a brief second, and when it cleared, I found myself standing on the waves of an ocean. Dark clouds loomed overhead, stretching endlessly across the sky. The ocean beneath was restless, its surface rising and falling like a living beast. To me, it felt like a storm was coming, and the ocean was preparing for it. Then my eyes landed on the person I believed this vision belonged to, a woman not human, but something else. She stood in the heart of it all, untouched by the chaos around her. Her long silver hair flowed behind her, moving with the wind, but her dark blue eyes remained still calm. Her skin was deep brown, and her ears, long and pointed, gave her an otherworldly presence. A thin silver crown rested on her head, its design simple yet elegant. She wore a flowing white cape that reached down to her ankles, fastened at the front with a silver clasp. Underneath, she had a dark blue, fitted top that left her shoulders and stomach bare, with simple silver patterns on it. Her lower half was covered in tight, dark pants made of sturdy material, fitting snugly around her legs. A silver belt rested around her waist. The outfit was made for battle, allowing her to move freely. In her hand, she held a staff. It was sleek, made of smooth black material, nearly as tall as she was. thin lines of silver wrapped around its length, spiraling like ocean currents. The top of the staff curved slightly, ending in a sharp point, while the bottom was capped with a thickened edge, heavy enough for crushing strikes. The ocean roared, and a monstrous wave rose before her, blocking out the sky. She exhaled slowly. Then she moved. Her feet shifted slightly, planting firmly on the surface of the water as if she stood on solid ground. Her grip tightened on the staff. As the wave came crashing down, she lifted the staff and thrust it forward in a single, precise motion. There was no explosion, no thunderous impact, just silence. The moment her staff touched the wave, the entire mass of water vanished. 1 second it was there, roaring with unstoppable force. The next, it was gone, evaporated into nothing. A sharp gust of wind followed, sweeping across the ocean, parting the water for miles. Another wave rose behind her, just as massive. Without turning, she swung her staff in a smooth, sweeping arc. The wave split in two, both halves crashing down harmlessly on either side of her. More waves followed, relentless, towering walls of water, yet she didn't falter. With simple, effortless movements, thrusts, sweeps, and jabs, she raced them one by one. No wasted motion, no hesitation, just perfect control. She stepped forward, her white cap fluttering, her silver hair gleaming under the stormy sky. The ocean raged around her, but it could do nothing. She was untouchable. The vision continued, and I watched as she moved through every basic motion of the staff. One by one, she struck, blocked, and parried the waves, never letting a single drop touch her. Every movement was sharp, precise, and flawless, and she was beautiful. I had to force myself to focus on the staff, to watch how she moved rather than getting distracted by her presence. There was a rhythm to her strikes, a perfect balance between speed and power. I memorized everything, from the way she shifted her feet to the way she adjusted her grip before each strike. I wasn't sure how long she continued like this, but then something changed. The waves stopped crashing. The ocean grew eerily still. The dark clouds above no longer rumbled. Only the wind remained, whispering across the water. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Then she shifted her grip on the staff, lowering her stance slightly. At that moment, I felt it, a force unlike anything before. It burst out of her like a shockwave, rippling through the air, making the ocean churn wildly beneath her. Then she jumped. The ocean beneath her caved in, forming a deep crater before violently exploding outward. She soared into the sky, the staff spinning above her at blinding speed. In my vision, it became a blur, nothing but a streak of motion. At the peak of her jump, she caught the lowest end of the staff with only her right hand. Her entire arm glowed with an intense, blinding blue light, the energy surging through her grip. Then she roared. With a single-handed swing, she brought the staff down in a massive overhead arc, not at the ocean, but at the very air itself. Boom, boom. The first explosion ripped through the air, sending shockwaves outward. The second followed an instant later, and the entire ocean seemed to collapse inward. The water compressed, shrinking, tightening, until it could no longer hold itself. Then it detonated. A massive explosion of water shot into the sky, breaking into countless droplets that rained down like a storm. Below, nothing remained but a gaping crater where the ocean had once been. And above it all, the woman floated, her staff in hand, untouched, unwavering. Then the vision ended. I sat cross-legged on the floor, the staff resting beside me, my fingers running along its smooth surface. My mind kept replaying the vision. Not the woman, not the ocean, not the sheer destruction she had caused. Just the staff, the way she moved it, the way it responded to her grip like an extension of her body. Her movements were simple yet perfect. No wasted effort, no unnecessary flourishes. She had controlled the battlefield with only basic motions, thrusts, sweeps, blocks, spins. Against waves towering over 100 feet high, she hadn't panicked or hesitated. A single thrust and the water shattered. A simple sweep and the waves split apart. It wasn't about complexity. It was about control. Then there was the final move. That image was burned into my mind. The way she had gripped the staff with one hand, how her arm had glowed, how she had swung not at the ocean but at the air itself. And what had followed, the sheer force of that strike had compressed the ocean, crushing it down before making it explode into nothing but mist. That was just raw power, the way I liked it. The perfect use of force at the perfect moment. I exhaled and looked down at my own staff. Could I do that? No, not yet, but I could get there. I tapped the staff against the floor, feeling its weight, the basics. That was where I had to start. My first goal was to make my staff an extension of my body. That meant drilling every basic motion until I didn't have to think about them. Thrusts, sweeps, spins, blocks. If I couldn't destroy waves with a single thrust like she did, I would train until I could. As for the final move, I gripped the lower end of the staff with my right hand, mimicking her stance in my head, lifting it up, swinging it down. I repeated the motion slowly, feeling out the mechanics of the strike. Speed, power, angle, impact. I would build up to it step by step. First, control, then force. I clenched my fingers around the staff. It would take time, but I was confident that one day I would reach the same level of power, the power to obliterate an ocean with a single strike of my staff. I gripped the staff tightly and took a deep breath. The vision of the woman was still fresh in my mind, the way she moved, her precision, her power. She had made it look effortless, but I knew better. I took my stance, feet firmly planted, and raised the staff. The first step was simple: control. She had never wasted movement, never hesitated. Every motion had a purpose. If I wanted to reach her level, I had to start from the very beginning. I swung the staff forward in a basic strike. Through the air cleanly, but something felt off. Too stiff, too forced. I adjusted my grip and tried again. This time I focused on keeping my motion smooth. The staff whistled slightly as it passed through the air. Better. I planted my foot and swept the staff to the side in a wide arc. Then a forward thrust, sharp and controlled. Next, a downward strike, mimicking the way she had shattered the waves. The impact sent a dull vibration up my arms. It wasn't anywhere near her level, but it was a start. I moved into a spin, letting the staff rotate in my hands before striking again. This time I felt a small shift in the air around me. It wasn't much, but it meant I was getting somewhere. I exhaled, rolling my shoulders. The basics were simple, but the way she had done them, so natural, so refined, that was the real challenge. Closing my eyes, I activated Synapse Boost, allowing my perception to cover every inch of my muscles. Then I began again. I raised the staff above my head, gripping it firmly with both hands. This was the move I had chosen to refine, the two-handed smash. Simple, direct, and devastating. If done right, it wouldn't just be an attack, it would be an execution. I imagined an enemy standing in front of me, faceless and nameless. I wasn't just swinging in the air. I was bringing the staff down on their skull, aiming to crush them in a single strike. No second chances, no hesitation. I brought the staff down, too slow. Even as I completed the motion, my synapse detected flaws. My grip wasn't right. I had tightened too much, restricting movement. My shoulders had tensed, killing the natural flow of the strike. The impact wouldn't have been clean. It would have been strong, sure, but it wouldn't have been deadly. I inhaled deeply and reset my stance. Again, I lifted the staff, adjusted my grip, and focused on every muscle from my fingers to my legs. This time I let my shoulders relax just slightly, allowing the motion to carry through without resistance. My synapse traced the movement, mapping the force distribution across my body. I struck down, better, not perfect. I repeated the move, each time making small adjustments. My arms needed to snap down faster. My core needed to stabilize the motion. My legs needed to generate more power from the ground up. Again. Each time I felt the move getting sharper. The feedback from my synapse guided me like an invisible instructor, highlighting weak points, adjusting angles, refining every little flaw. Then I tried something different. Instead of thinking about the motion as a whole, I broke it down into pieces. The lift, the tension in my muscles, the brief pause at the peak before the strike, then the explosion of force as I brought it down. I let go of everything except those points. Then I moved. The staff came down with force, cutting through the air. I felt a slight shift in the air pressure around me, a faint movement against my skin. A sharp whooshing sound followed, clean and crisp like a blade slicing through wind. I listened to it carefully, memorizing the sound. I exhaled. This was it. Now I just had to do it 1,000 more times. I raised the staff, this time deciding to count the swings. Feet planted, grip firm, body steady. Synapse Boost activated, sharpening everything. I felt the weight of the staff, the tension in my arms, the air shifting around me, but I didn't rush. First, I moved slow. 1. The staff came down in a clean arc, cutting through the air. 2. The motion repeated. I kept my breathing steady, making sure every part of the strike was controlled. 3. The whooshing sound was faint, barely noticeable. I increased the speed. 10. The staff moved quicker, but I didn't force it. My muscles adjusted naturally, adapting to the pace. 50. The whooshing became sharper. The impact firmer. 100. Faster. The movements blurred together, but I didn't lose focus. Each strike was measured, each swing identical to the last, or at least that's what I aimed for. 200. The speed picked up. A faint breeze stirred in the room. 300. The air started to shift. 400. The whooshing sound grew deeper, stronger. I barely noticed the numbers anymore. My body moved on instinct. 500. The staff blurred. I exhaled and continued. 563. The staff cut through the air so fast that a sudden gust of wind kicked up around me. Loose dust stirred. The air itself trembled from the force. I stopped. Holding my stance, I slowly compared the feeling of my first swing to this one. The motion was the same, but it wasn't identical. 80% identical. That was the difference. I tightened my grip. Not enough. I raised the staff again and began from 1, slow at first, then fast. I kept repeating the swings, trying to make my fastest strike feel as controlled and precise as my slowest one. Every movement had to be exact, no wasted energy, no unnecessary motion. The goal was simple: reach peak speed and precision at the same time. The strike had to be fast, but it also had to be perfect. I went through another full round of swings, focusing on every detailed grip of my fingers, the shift in my shoulders, the tension in my core. By the time I stopped, I compared the latest strike to my slowest one, 83%, a small improvement but still not enough. I exhaled, closing my eyes for a moment. My mind replayed every swing from the first to the last. The gap between them was getting smaller, but I needed more, 90%. That would be my threshold. Anything below it wasn't acceptable. I adjusted my stance, tightened my grip, and raised the staff again. I started again. I stood in the center of the room, my body drenched in sweat. My shirt lay discarded in the corner, forgot. 7 rounds. I had completed over 500 swings per round, and only now had I reached the 90 threshold. It had taken everything, focus, control, and countless adjustments, but I had finally mastered the speed. Now the next step was force. But before that, I performed the move one more time. I tightened my grip on the staff, planting my feet firmly. No build-up, no gradual acceleration, just pure execution. The goal was simple: reach peak speed in an instant. I inhaled, then I moved. My arms tensed first, gripping the staff with perfect control. My shoulders shifted, pulling the staff upward in a smooth motion. My spine followed, coiling like a spring as my core tightened. Then I unleashed it all. My arms snapped downward, driving the staff with full force. My shoulders locked in, ensuring precision. My back muscles engaged, stabilizing the motion. My legs braced against the floor, absorbing the impact as the force traveled through me. The staff cut through the air. A sharp whoosh echoed in the room. The wind stirred, kicking outward from the strike, rushing past my skin. I exhaled. Perfect. I raised my hand and stared at the staff. We're going to have so much fun, friend. Pulling out my phone, I checked the time. 9 hours had passed since Arcas left me here. I decided to step out and get some food. But as I turned, I noticed something strange. There was no door in the room. What the freak? I blinked, confused. Did the bald demon lock me in? Frowning, I pulled up Steve's number and called him. The phone rang and rang, but he didn't pick up. What are you doing? Arcas's voice came from behind me, and I almost dropped my phone. Freak, I spun around. Arcas was standing there, staring at me with narrowed eyes. I gulped. Commander, I was thinking of grabbing some food. Arcas ignored my comment. Have you gone through all the skills? I shook my head. Then go through them. Your food will be delivered here. Oh, and if you need a washroom, just call it out. With that, he vanished. I threw up my hands in frustration. Why does it feel like the old man doesn't want me near North? I exhaled and withdrew my essence from the staff, watching as it shrank back to its original size. Fixing it securely in my belt, I turned my attention to the other 2 skill crystals. First, I picked up the movement skill infusion crystal. Taking a deep breath, I crushed it in my palm. The swirling blue particles rushed into my head, and just like before, my sight darkened. When it cleared, I was inside another vision. I found myself standing on a battlefield. A storm of dust and blood filled the air, and countless abominations flooded the land like an unstoppable tide. Their monstrous bodies twisted and crawled, shrieking as they lunged forward. The ground trembled under their weight. But in the middle of this chaos, there was a single being. He was covered in a dark cloak from head to toe, his face and body hidden beneath the hood. Yet his presence was impossible to ignore. He moved like a phantom, weaving through the swarm of abominations with terrifying speed. Then I noticed how, every time his foot touched the ground, there was an explosion of wind. Not a normal breeze, but a concentrated, violent burst. The force of it sent him flying in unpredictable directions, sometimes forward, sometimes sideways, sometimes even straight up. A massive beast swung its claw toward him. He bent his knee mid-air and unleashed another burst of wind from one leg, twisting his body at an impossible angle, completely avoiding the attack. Before the monster could react, he landed on its outstretched arm and launched himself forward with another burst. He was untouchable. His movements were chaotic, but there was a rhythm to them, like a deadly dance. Sometimes he kicked off with both legs at once, rocketing through the air in a blur. Other times he used a single leg, spinning mid-air before dashing toward a new spot. Every motion was fluid, every dodge effortless. A smaller abomination leapt toward him from behind, its jaws wide open. Without even turning, the man stomped the air itself, and a powerful wind burst from his foot, sending him soaring backward. He flipped over the monster and landed gracefully on the ground before vanishing in another gust. He wasn't just running. He was dancing through the battlefield. In mid-air, he shifted angles freely, bouncing off invisible platforms made of compressed wind. He curved through the air unnaturally, sometimes even reversing his momentum in an instant, throwing off the abominations that tried to predict his movements. An abomination, twice his size, charged from the side. The man let himself drop, then at the last second, fired a burst from his foot. He shot straight up, twisting his body mid-rise, then propelled himself forward again before he could even land. The beast swung blindly at the air where he had been, but the man was already gone, flashing through the battlefield, untouchable. This wasn't speed alone. It was calculated bursts that allowed movement in ways that should have been impossible. The vision ended. I grinned. It felt like the old man had chosen this skill specifically for me. I doubted it would take me long to master it. Seismic Burst already worked in a similar way, gathering strength, mixing essence, compressing it, then releasing it in an explosive burst. I had even used it with my legs against Gyro. If I trained it properly, I could create my own short bursts of movement. I wasn't the type to dodge and weave through a battlefield like the man in the vision. That wasn't my style. I preferred direct impact. Instead of using this skill to avoid attacks, I would use it to throw myself into them. I pictured it. A step forward, a burst from my legs, and I would shoot toward my enemy like a battering ram. If I timed it right, I could combine it with my staff swings. A downward smash with my entire weight behind it, reinforced by a seismic burst, it would hit like a hammer from the sky. I chuckled to myself. Arcas really had given me the right skills. Even if the system didn't recognize this particular usage, it didn't matter. I could train it myself. And as long as I kept leveling seismic burst, I would only get faster. I decided to test the skill before moving on to the next one. Stepping back to the center of the hall, I took a deep breath and bent my legs, preparing myself. Then I sprinted forward. My feet pounded against the training floor as I picked up speed. The rhythm of my movement was steady, controlled. I activated Synapse Boost, sharpening my perception. Then I activated Seismic Burst. Immediately, I observed how the strength stored throughout my body started to concentrate. I molded it, forcing it toward my right leg. There was some resistance, a pressure pushing back, but my Synapse attribute handled it with ease. The gathered strength pooled into my right leg, and essence followed, flowing from my core straight into the limb. I kept sprinting. Just as my right foot hit the ground, my body bending slightly to leap, I triggered the stored force. A small explosion erupted beneath my foot, launching me forward in a straight line. I covered 30 more distance than a normal lunge without Seismic Burst. Mid-air, I activated Seismic Burst again, this time shifting focus to my left leg. I allowed more essence to gather, adjusting for extra force. The moment my foot touched the ground, I triggered it. Again, I shot forward. But this time, the movement felt slightly off. My left foot wasn't my dominant one. My timing wavered and some force was lost in the transfer. I landed and skidded forward before coming to a stop. I looked down at my legs. They throbbed slightly, heat radiating from my muscles. Practice. I need more practice. I exhaled, my mind racing with ways to refine the technique. Right now, there was too much manual effort, deciding how much essence to channel, when to trigger the burst. It was an obstacle in my path to essence supremacy. If I could automate even a small part of it, the technique would be much smoother. But before moving on, I wanted to try something. Bending my legs, I sprinted forward again. This time, as I activated Seismic Burst, I kept my entire focus on the moment the essence left my feet. The shockwave fired, propelling me forward, but as it did, I activated Essence Shift. I grabbed hold of the released essence, forcing its state to change and molding it to fire. Everything happened so fast. I couldn't do it properly, but still. Boom, a fiery explosion erupted beneath my foot, but instead of shooting straight, my body twisted sideways. I hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the impact. Freak, that was bad. Still, it gave me another thing to experiment with. I pushed myself up, a grin forming on my face. What if I applied Essence Shift to the generated essence inside my body itself? Why, to release it outside and then change the state? I hope I don't explode myself. I picked up the next infusion crystal, the one containing a defensive skill. My curiosity piqued. Arcas had assured me he would get skills compatible with my talent, but what kind of defensive ability would work with Generator? Something that reinforced my body, or maybe something that manipulated essence itself. There was only one way to find out. I crushed the crystal in my palm. In an instant, my vision blurred and I was pulled into another vision. Then slowly I opened my eyes, not in the training hall but somewhere else. I stood inside a cave, its walls rough and uneven. The air smelled of iron and decay, thick with the scent of blood. It wasn't just the smell. Blood covered the ground, dark and dried in some places, fresh and glistening in others. Something terrible had happened here, and in the center of it all, a man sat cross-legged. He was massive, 10 feet tall, his muscles packed so tightly that his veins looked like they might burst through his gray skin. His black hair ran down his back, wild and unkempt. His red eyes burned with something primal, something ancient. His mouth was slightly open, revealing sharp fangs. He was completely naked, but he didn't seem to care. His focus was locked onto the cave wall in front of him, where a carving had been made. I followed his gaze. The carving was simple but precise, etched deep into the rough stone as if someone had spent years perfecting every detail. It depicted a naked man, his figure outlined with thick, bold strokes. But what made it striking were the lines, intricate, branching pathways that ran across his entire body, starting from his fingertips and toes, weaving their way inward, converging at key points before splitting apart once more. Each channel was marked differently. Some were thin and sharp, etched like the delicate veins of a leaf, while others were thicker, carved deeply into the figure's stone flesh. The lines followed the curves of muscles, wrapping around the arms and legs, crossing over the chest and abdomen, splitting at the shoulders and hips, and twisting up the neck like vines reaching toward the head. Around the carving, additional symbols had been scratched into the stone. Some were simple, resembling arrows or flowing currents, while others were more complex, resembling ancient letters or runes from a language. If my guess was right, the man at the center of the cave was trying to recreate, or perhaps even invent, this carving, and the blood was his own. The man took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then it began. A pulse of essence rippled out from his body, and his skin twitched. His fingers curled, then slowly straightened. A sharp line of red appeared on his fingertips, thin, almost like a scratch. But then the cut deepened and blood spilled out. The man did not flinch. The essence inside him carved into his flesh, creating a channel that started from his fingertips and began spreading. His arms trembled as the lines etched deeper, carving their way through his muscles. Blood poured from the wounds, pooling on the cave floor. I compared what he was doing to his body to the carving on the cave wall, and the man followed the image perfectly. I clenched my jaw. This wasn't normal training. This wasn't something anyone could endure. The pain, it had to be beyond anything I could imagine. He was carving his own body from the inside, but he did not stop. He moved to his palms, carving through them, then his wrists, his forearms. His shoulders shuddered as the lines spread through his chest, cutting deeper and deeper, connecting together. Hour after hour, the process continued. His thighs split open next, then his calves, then his feet. Blood dripped from every part of him. His breathing grew heavier, his skin twitching and shifting like his own body was resisting the process. Then finally he stopped. The lines had been formed. The essence channels had been carved into his entire body. For a moment he remained still, his head bowed, his body drenched in blood and sweat. Then slowly he stood. A wave passed through his body. His gray skin began to shift, the color draining from his body and moving toward his right arm. The change started from his shoulder, spreading down through his biceps, his forearm, his wrist. His hand turned dark gray. Then it grew darker, darker, until it was completely black. He raised his fist, and then he punched the cave wall. The moment his fist connected, there was no sound, no explosion, no impact. The entire cave wall simply vanished. One moment it was there. The next it was gone, evaporated into nothing. I stared at where the wall had been. Beyond it was an endless sky. I was standing at the peak of a mountain, so high that the clouds surrounded me. Mountains stretched out in every direction, their peaks sharp and jagged, disappearing into the mist. I turned back to the man. He looked down at his blackened fist. The color was already fading, the gray returning to his body. The vision ended. I blinked, and the training hall came back into view. My heart pounded from the scene I had just witnessed. The amount of blood the gray-skinned man had spilled, if I had to guess, was enough to make 3 of me. He was ruthless. I only saw the final result, but how many times had he gone through that process to carve those channels in a single sitting? How much pain had he endured to perfect it? Where was the defensive skill? All I had seen was his strange attack at the end, raising his fist, turning it black, and obliterating the cave wall in one strike. Was that it, just pure offense? I frowned. That didn't seem right. A defensive skill wasn't supposed to be just hitting harder. There had to be something else. I shook my head and replayed the vision in my mind. Minutes passed, then more. I stood silently for almost half an hour, going through every detail again and again. The first time I simply observed. The second time something clicked. By the third, my eyes lit up. And by the fourth, I was too excited to stand still. I hurriedly sat down, crossing my legs, and emptied my entire essence into synapse. If my guess was right, I needed to confirm it now. Closing my eyes, I traced back through everything that had happened since I got my talent. The day my heart changed. The way it crystallized into something more than just an organ. Every single skill I gained after that essence manipulation, synapse boost, and all the others. I focused on how my talent evolved with each level up, how it reshaped my body, how it refined itself without me even realizing. The changes weren't random. Each step had a purpose, leading towards something. Then my class. I recalled every detail, every effect it had on my generated essence. The way it influenced my abilities, the way it made my control sharper, my will stronger. Piece by piece, everything started coming together. My heart thrummed, a deep, steady pulse, each beat confirming the thoughts racing through my mind. Finally, I grinned. I realized the path forward. Who cared what the defensive skill was? I got something else from that vision, something I was sure even Arcus hadn't thought of. I stood up, rolling my shoulders, and pulled out my staff. If I was going to work on this crazy plan forming in my head, I needed to tie up a few loose ends first. First, I had to get my staff skill down. Then I needed to work on my movement skill. Only after that would I start working on my idea. I channeled essence into the staff, feeling it respond instantly. The short rod in my hand stretched, expanding to its full height in an instant. The familiar weight settled in my grip, steady and firm. Taking a deep breath, I shifted into my stance. This time I was going to train the staff's blocking techniques. Arcus stood in front of me, listening as I explained my plan. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. How confident are you? I shrugged. Maybe like 20. He nodded. The number is low, but I can work with that. I nodded back, feeling too restless to stand still. My mind was buzzing with excitement, and I found myself asking, when do we start? Arcus chuckled. It's been 4 days since you started training here. Don't you want to take a little break? That reminded me I was still part of a unit. But was I really? Not in the traditional sense. Steve was training somewhere else and hadn't answered any of my messages. North, on the other hand, I talked to every day. At first, we only exchanged messages at night, but the next day she was the one to text me first. She asked if I had eaten breakfast. When I said no, she asked what I would like. I didn't know what to say, so I asked her what she would suggest. Later, Vice Commander June delivered my breakfast. It was from North. I still had no idea where I was. This strange white training room, isolated from everything, was a mystery. Arcas was keeping it a secret. I couldn't find anything special about it, except that it was bright and hurt my eyes. That day, North and I chatted some more. During lunch, then dinner, then at night. After that, it became routine. Every day she picked my meals, had them sent through June, and I would describe what I thought of them. That itself turned into training. I had to come up with adjectives to describe the flavors. The only things I could confidently tell apart were sweet, spicy, salty, or not salty. Beyond that, all I could really say was whether I liked it or not, and it turned out I liked everything. She also kept me updated on what was going on with their training. That's how I found out Steve had fought King and his gang on the second night, right outside the cafeteria. I chuckled at that. Looked like Commander Arcas let Steve go and bully King a little. Other than that, their training was just as grueling as mine. A lot of physical activity, daily fights with puppets and abominations for leveling up. Each member got a personal training session with Vice Commander June, who, from the sound of it, beat them black and blue every time. Then there were foundational knowledge lessons, readings on different types of abominations, phantoms, and how the military functioned. Everyone was required to pick a class before the end of the month. If they didn't, they could say goodbye to Unit 2. North herself had reached level 21. She was focusing on training a few of her skills before rushing toward level 25. I stared into Arca's eyes, wondering what the old man thought about his granddaughter bringing me food every day. I was sure he knew about it. His sharp gaze narrowed. "Kid, what are you thinking?" I blinked. "Nothing, Commander," he scoffed. "Then why is there a silly smile on your face?" I acted surprised. "What smile?" He didn't say anything, just raised an eyebrow. I coughed awkwardly and looked away. Arcas shook his head. "All right then, I understand your plan. I'll need some time to make the necessary arrangements. You have a couple of hours to yourself. It's 5 in the evening. I'll pick you up at 9. I nodded, about to say something, but before I could open my mouth, the world blurred. The next thing I knew, I was standing in my room. My staff was in my hand, my shirt was missing, and Arcas was nowhere in sight. I looked around, scowling. Damn old men. There's no such thing as privacy with them. Shaking my head, I decided to clean myself up. I went to the bathroom and took a long, refreshing shower. The warm water washed away the stiffness from my muscles, and I let out a sigh, feeling much better. After drying off, I put on a t-shirt, then layered an open button-up shirt over it. I pulled on a pair of jeans and, after some thought, sprayed my best perfume. Feeling a little more like myself, I grabbed my phone and sent a text to North. "Me, I just got out of training. Want to meet up?" Then I waited, and waited, and waited some more. I checked the time. 15 seconds had passed. No response. I frowned, tapping my fingers against my phone. Deciding to check if she was in her room, I stepped out of my room and into the hallway. Just as I was walking toward her room, the door to room 3 swung open and Sarah Gibson walked out. I stopped. She turned around after closing the door. My eyes locked onto the girl in front of me. Tall, red hair, black eyes, and a great sword strapped to her back. Sarah Gibson. She stared back, her gaze sharp and unreadable, as if she was searching for something in my expression. I decided to break the awkward silence. "Hey Sarah, how's training going?" She looked me up and down, her eyes scanning every inch of me before she finally spoke. "Why aren't you coming to training?" Wow, she just completely ignored my greeting. I wasn't sure how to answer her. Should I tell her I was getting my own private training? Arcas never said I had to keep it a secret. Maybe I had to hide it from King, but not from anyone else. Before I could respond, she spoke again. "Also, you haven't leveled up at all." I tilted my head slightly and focused on her. Level 22, damn, she had been putting in work. I opened my mouth to explain that I had put leveling on hold to focus on my skills, but again she cut me off, her eyes narrowing just a little. "Why are you distracting North from her training? What the hell?" I blinked multiple times, trying to process what I just heard. Why would this girl care about North's training? As far as I knew, they were rivals. Oh, maybe because they are rivals. Finally, I exhaled and crossed my arms. "Well, all your questions are way too personal, lady. I don't think we're close enough for me to answer them comfortably." She stared into my eyes, her expression unreadable. Then, without warning, she took 2 slow steps toward me. She stopped right in front of me, her face just an inch away from mine. She didn't break eye contact. "Would you like to get close then, Billion?" she asked, her voice low. She leaned in even further. I could smell her perfume, something sharp and floral, almost intoxicating. Why is every woman around here so damn crazy? I forced myself to stay still, resisting the urge to step back. I also resisted the very real urge to say something stupid, because I swear I wanted to, but I controlled myself. Instead, I kept my voice steady and replied, "I didn't mean closer physically, Sarah." She tilted her head slightly, her black eyes still locked onto mine. But that is what you want with North, right? She said. You two are texting now, aren't you? My eyes widened slightly. How did she know? Did North tell her? She stepped back, then pulled out her sword in one smooth motion. Her black eyes gleamed with challenge. Do you want to fight, Billion? She asked. I tilted my head. What is with this crazy woman? I sighed and shook my head. No, there's no need, she chuckled. Why did my sword scare you? I narrowed my eyes. No, Sarah, you are not strong enough yet to challenge me. Her expression didn't change, but I could tell from her eyes she didn't believe me, and for some reason that fact irritated me. I wasn't sure why, but something about her presence was rubbing me the wrong way. My instincts were warning me, though I couldn't tell what the danger was, so I simply said, okay, come at me. We'll settle this in 2 moves, 1 each. She grinned, her fingers tightening around her sword. Oh, I like that. The nearer I come. She bent her legs, her thighs glowing red for a moment. Then she lunged forward, her sword cutting through the air, aimed at my chest. Too bad for her. She might have been fast for others, but to me she was moving like a turtle. I didn't move, I just waited. The moment her sword was about to cut into my chest, I raised my hand and caught the blade between my fingers. Her eyes widened in shock. I grinned. I told you. You're not strong enough yet. I released her sword. Realization dawned on her face. She had completely underestimated the gap between us. She jumped back and reset her stance, gripping her sword tighter. I cracked my knuckles. The sound echoed through the hallway. Then I whispered, "Here I come, Sarah." I stepped forward. In the next second, I was already inside her guard. Her eyes barely had time to widen before my fist shot out, slamming into her stomach. Her body bent inward from the force, then launched backward. Her sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor. She gagged and coughed, gasping for air. I stepped forward and stood right beside her, looking down as she struggled to breathe. You should train for 10 more years, girl, before challenging me. I grinned, shoved my hands into my pockets, and stepped past Sarah without another glance. That felt good. The thought made me chuckle as I walked toward North's room. I stopped in front of her door and knocked. Then I knocked again. No response. I frowned, pulling out my phone to check if she had read my message. Nothing. At the same time, I could feel a sharp gaze burning into the back of my head. I turned slightly and found Sarah still sitting on the floor, staring daggers at me. She looked pissed. I smiled awkwardly. She's not replying to my messages. Sarah didn't say a word. I rubbed the back of my head and asked, do you need help? Still no response. Her expression didn't change, and she wasn't even blinking. Did I break her? I waved a hand in front of her face. Hey, Sarah, can you hear me? Finally, she moved. She pushed herself up, dusted off her uniform, then walked over to grab her sword. With slow, deliberate steps, she turned back to me, her black eyes cold. This isn't over, Billion, she said. One day I'll make you eat my sword. That sounds so wrong. I opened my mouth to reply, but before I could, the door behind me clicked open. North stepped out. She blinked at both of us. What's not over? Her gaze shifted between me and Sarah, confusion clear on her face. I turned to North with a smile. Nothing important. Sarah scoffed. You punched me. North tilted her head, glancing between us. Did you two fight? I shrugged. Just a little spar. It wasn't much. Sarah let out a dry laugh. Not much. He punched me so hard I saw my ancestors. I held back a chuckle. You challenged me. North frowned. Billion, you didn't go overboard, did you? Before I could answer, Sarah suddenly sighed and shook her head dramatically. It's fine, North. He clearly enjoys overpowering people. It's probably a thing he does with all the girls. My eyebrows twitched. What? North's expression shifted slightly, her lips pressing together. All the girls. I turned to Sarah, narrowing my eyes. What are you trying to say? She smiled, her tone light, but her gaze sharp. Oh, nothing. Just a little warning from one girl to another. You can tell a lot about a person from the way they fight, you know. North blinked, glancing at me before focusing back on Sarah. Sarah continued, crossing her arms. You shouldn't trust his words so easily, North. Think about it, doesn't it seem a little suspicious? He disappears for days, never trains with us, and now all of a sudden he wants to spend time with you. I held back a grin. North already knew exactly where I was. Deciding to cut off before she could say anything else, I spoke up. So Sarah, I'm guessing you were headed somewhere, right? She narrowed her eyes, glancing at North for a few seconds before shifting her gaze back to me. Then without a word, she turned around and walked away. I exhaled and turned back to North. Hi there, long time no see. She smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Hello to you too. We stood there for a few seconds, just looking at each other before I finally spoke. I'm sorry for troubling you to get food for me, she chuckled. What are you sorry for? It was my choice. And honestly, seeing you describe the food the way you did was a delight for me. I coughed at her comment, feeling a little embarrassed. I just wanted to make sure you knew how much I appreciated your effort. Her smile softened. So did you come to meet me? I nodded. Yeah, I texted, but since you didn't reply, I decided to drop by and ended up running into Sarah instead. She tilted her head. Oh, you texted me. Sorry, I was watching some training videos and didn't notice. I shook my head. Never mind. She looked at me for a moment, then asked. So I blinked, so she huffed. Idiot. You came to meet me, right? Why? That was a good question. I hadn't really planned anything. I just sent the message and walked over. Maybe it was because I was about to leave for another few days of isolated training and I wanted to see her before that, so I answered honestly. I'll be busy for a few days. Commander has me on personal training and he gave me a couple of free hours, so I thought I'd spend them with you. She watched me for a few seconds before asking, "What about Steve?" I shrugged. No idea where he is, probably busy with his own training. He's not answering my calls either. She bit her lip, looking down for a moment. Then, without another word, she stepped aside and said, "Come in." A smile tugged at my lips and I stepped into her place. She closed the door behind us, the soft click echoing in the quiet room. I stood there with my hands in my pockets, glancing around her place, but my mind was waging its own battle. The good Billion spoke first, his voice refined and composed. "Things are progressing rather smoothly. Exercise patience, establish trust, and when the moment is most opportune, confess your feelings with dignity." The wild Billion scoffed, his tone rough and unfiltered. "Bro, stop being a coward. Just tell her, man. Ain't that deep, you gonna let this chance slip?" I shoved their voices aside as North walked toward the kitchen. Without thinking, I followed. She turned her head slightly and asked, "I'm making some coffee for myself. Would you like some?" The good Billion chimed in smoothly, "Accept her offer. A gentleman never declines such gestures." The wild Billion snickered. "Nah, tell her you'll drink from her mug, bro. Make it personal." My steps faltered for a second at that wild thought. Keeping my expression neutral, I answered, "Yeah, sure. Some coffee sounds nice." She nodded and busied herself in the kitchen, moving with that effortless grace she always had. The good Billion sighed in admiration. Observe her elegance. The way she moves, her poise, absolutely mesmerizing. And her eyes warm, rich brown, full of depth. One could get lost in them. The wild Billion chuckled. "Bruh, shut up. Who cares about eyes? Look at them lips. Soft pink. That's where your focus should be." I barely resisted the urge to bang my head against the wall. What was wrong with me? Was coming here really a good idea? I felt like I was about to screw this up. North's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. "What are you thinking so hard about?" I blinked and quickly shook my head, forcing a smile. "Nothing, just some random thoughts." Just to keep the conversation going, I asked, "So how's your training been going?" The good Billion sighed, exasperated, utterly hopeless. "You're squandering this opportunity." The wild Billion exploded. "Pathetic. Build some damn balls, bro. This is weak. I tell you this is pathetic." I clenched my jaw at my own thoughts, silently cursing myself. North glanced at me. "Are you sure you are okay?" I laughed, though it came out a little forced. "Yeah, I am." She handed me a cup, her fingers brushing against mine for just a second. The good Billion hummed. "Ah, yes, a moment of connection. Savor it." The wild Billion snorted. "Man, if you don't quit overthinking." I shut both of them up and took a sip, focusing on the warmth of the coffee and the girl standing in front of me. For now, that was enough. We stood in comfortable silence, sipping our coffees with the dining table between us. The only sound in the room was the quiet slurp of my coffee. I realized a second too late how loud it was, but before I could decide whether to feel embarrassed about it, North spoke up. "So do you have any siblings?" I took another sip, shaking my head. "No, just me." Silence settled between us again. The good Billion sighed. "Who would have thought it would come to this? With such a high synapse, and yet your conversational skills are abysmal, truly disappointing." The wild Billion burst out laughing. "Bruh, what you stressin' for? Just say whatever's on your mind. If she's your girl, she'll get it." For once, I decided to follow Wild Billion's advice. Clearing my throat, I spoke. "You look pretty." Wild Billion did a full backflip, grabbed the good Billion by the collar, and punched him black and blue while screaming, "Hell yeah." Meanwhile, I kept my gaze on North, setting my mug down. She was still in her training attire, black-fitted clothes, her long hair tied back in a ponytail. Her brown eyes met mine, unreadable. Encouraged, I listened to Wild Billion again. "I'll be gone for a few days, but I'll try to message you as much as I can." She nodded. "Where are you going?" I shook my head. "I don't know." "The commander didn't tell me." She nodded again. "Okay, you can text me once or twice maybe. Focus on your training more." I raised an eyebrow. "How about a video call?" She glanced at me over the rim of her mug, then after a pause answered, "Maybe." The wild Billion roared. "The hell you mean maybe? Say yes or no." The good Billion, finally recovering from his beatdown, adjusted his metaphorical tie. "A maybe is good progress. Be patient." I agreed with the good Billion. She finished her coffee and placed her mug beside mine. Then, out of nowhere, she asked, "What do you think of my grandfather?" I blinked, caught off guard. That was the last thing I expected her to ask. Still, I answered honestly, "I respect him." She chuckled, very diplomatic. I smiled, true nonetheless. She tilted her head slightly, studying me. "You know, most people either fear him or hate him. You don't seem to feel either." I shrugged. "He's tough but fair. He pushes people hard, but there's always a reason behind it, and he wouldn't waste his time on someone he thought was worthless." She hummed, tapping her fingers lightly against the table. "That's an interesting way to put it." I smiled. "Why, were you hoping I'd say something bad about him?" She shook her head. "No, just curious what you thought." I glanced at her hands resting on the table. "You really admire him, don't you?" She exhaled softly. "Yeah, he's strict, but he's always been there for me. I want to live up to his expectations." I nodded. "Then you will." She looked at me, her brown eyes searching for something in my expression. "You say that like it's a fact." I shrugged. "Can be. Everything starts with having a belief first." Her lips parted slightly, caught between a response and silence. Then she simply smiled. You're weirdly positive about things. I shrugged. Helps me sleep at night. She leaned back, crossing her arms. Then I'll just have to prove you right. I smirked, looking forward to it. Then she spoke again, softer this time. And what about you? What do you want? I tapped my fingers on the table, thinking. Good Billion straightened his posture. Ah, now here is a fine opportunity for meaningful conversation. You must express your deepest aspirations with clarity and depth. Wild Billion yawned. Bruh, just tell her you want to be strong and smash stuff. Easy. I ignored them both for a second, then answered. Strength. I want strength. She chuckled. Just strength? Nothing else. I thought about it for a moment. I mean, yeah, there are other things too. She stepped away from the kitchen and walked toward the couch. I followed, sitting beside her but leaving some space between us. She turned to me again. What other things? I glanced at her and answered honestly. Well, I'd like to have a girlfriend someday, a partner to share things with. She whistled. Oh, nice. What kind of girl do you like? The Wild Billion started shouting. Describe her, describe her. I coughed, keeping my expression neutral. Tall, brown eyes, beautiful, maybe an archer. She stared at me, blinking a few times, processing my words. I grinned internally. Got you? She cleared her throat, shifting slightly. And what if you don't find her? I chuckled, leaning back against the couch. Then I'll just keep chasing strength. And just like that, the conversation flowed into random topics, training, food, even a debate about whether she should color her hair. After an hour, we decided to order some food. She suggested something new again and placed the order for both of us. While we waited, I told her the story of how Steve and I became friends, how we met, and how I had almost blackmailed him into a friendship with me. She laughed at that, shaking her head in amusement. In return, she told me about her brother and mother. She mentioned that her mother was planning to visit her soon, but I might miss the chance to meet her since I'd be busy with training. Soon, the food arrived, and we set the dishes on the table. She explained each one to me, going into detail about their specialties, and I listened, making sure to memorize everything. Then we started eating. I found myself watching her more than my plate, amused by how animated she became when talking about food. She had this habit of lightly gesturing with her fork when she got excited, her brown eyes lighting up as she explained the flavors. I liked how cute she was when she talked about food. We finished our food and I helped her clean the dishes while she complained about how her mom didn't like her eating so much. I laughed at that, immediately taking her side. That's ridiculous. You should eat as much as you want, rebel against her. She rolled her eyes, but I caught the small smile on her lips. Once we were done with everything, I decided it was time to head back. We stood near her couch facing each other. So take care, I'll keep you informed, I said. She nodded. Yeah, sure. You two take care. For a second, neither of us moved. The Wild Billion crossed his arms. Hug her, bro, do it. The Good Billion adjusted his glasses. A handshake would be appropriate. I ignored them both, offering her a small smile instead. See you soon, North. She hesitated for a moment before smiling back. See you soon, Billion. And with that, I turned and left, already looking forward to the next time I'd see her. Arcas and I stood in my room. I was back in my uniform, my staff, now in its shrunk form, secured to my belt. Are you sure? He asked. I nodded, my expression serious. Without another word, the world blurred around me. In the next instant, I found myself standing inside the mission hub. The teleportation circle in the corner still pulsed with faint light, and beside it stood Vice Commander June, her arms crossed as she waited. Arcas walked toward the circle, and I followed. Where are we going? I asked. His tone was serious. The lost continents. My eyes widened. I hadn't expected that. Sure, my request had been a little extreme, but I thought he'd arrange something inside the training compound. But this was on a completely different scale. I took a slow breath, narrowing my eyes. If Arcas thought this was necessary, then I needed to be completely serious about what was coming. We stopped near the teleportation circle, and June stepped forward, handing me a mask. Wear it at all times while you're there, she instructed. I looked down at it, plain, black, 2 eye holes, nothing fancy. Both of them watched me, waiting. I exhaled, then fitted the mask onto my face, snapping the strap behind my head. Then she handed me a small black ring marked with 2, your storage ring. It is some food and another pair of uniform. I slipped the black ring onto my finger and focused. A faint pulse of essence responded, revealing the space inside, compact but useful. Roughly 2 cubic meters, enough for essentials. Normally, people buy one after hitting level 100 since it requires using essence to access. I nodded at June. She extended her hand. I stared at it. What, your phone, she said. It won't work there. I blinked. Okay. Reluctantly, I handed it over, and with it, my hopes of talking to North. June smirked slightly, and I knew she knew exactly what I was thinking. Instead of commenting, she pulled out a black communicator and passed it to me. Use this, she said. It has some contacts preloaded. I took it and pocketed it without reacting. Arcas spoke. Let's go, I nodded to June. We stepped onto the glowing circle and Arcas activated it. Essence swirled around us, but there was something else mixed in, a force I couldn't quite place. Before I could analyze it, the light swallowed us whole and we were gone. I looked around, taking in my surroundings. We were inside a stone-walled chamber, the air thick with the scent of stone, dirt, and faint traces of smoke. Commander Arcas. Two soldiers stood at attention, saluting as we stepped forward. Both wore similar armor over their uniforms, their posture rigid and disciplined. One had a sword strapped to his back, the hilt worn from use. Arcas gave a curt nod and walked ahead. I followed. The soldiers watched us as we passed, their gazes sharp. We stepped out of the chamber, and I got my first real look at the area. The ground was cracked and scorched, marked by intense battles or relentless training drills. Rows of single-roof barracks stretched across the compound, identical to the chamber we had just exited. A massive metal wall enclosed the entire perimeter, at least 30 feet high, its surface reinforced with glowing rune-like engravings. The compound was alive with activity. Dozens of soldiers moved across the area, their voices filling the air with the murmur of conversation, the clash of weapons, and the occasional barked command. I counted at least 50 to 60 of them within sight. I scanned them, but my interface only returned, meaning none of them were below level 100. We kept walking, and every soldier we passed saluted Arcas. He didn't break stride, merely acknowledging them with a slight nod. Soon, we reached the outer wall. The structure loomed over us, its reinforced plating humming faintly with stored energy shields. A small 10-foot gate stood at its center. I raised my head, scanning the top of the wall where several soldiers were stationed. Beside them were few defensive weapons installed, their sleek designs glowing faintly with power. A soldier stationed at the entrance gave a quick salute before pulling a heavy lever. The gate hissed, then slid open with a deep mechanical groan. We stepped through, and the moment we crossed the threshold, the gate slammed shut behind us, sealing the compound with a heavy, echoing thud. Arcas glanced at me before speaking. This place is one of the many shattered pieces of land left behind after we lost the continent to the abomination invasion. It's not too big, you could call it a small island. Right now, there are about 200 soldiers stationed here. He paused for a moment, scanning the surroundings before continuing. There are plenty of these broken landmasses, remnants from both continents we lost. We've repurposed some as secret bases or training grounds, while others remain under abomination control. The bigger ones are the real battlegrounds. We fight there every day, trying to push them back, but you already know we're losing ground. His voice hardened. We're fighting on 3 fronts: the abominations and phantoms invading our world, the battles at the front lines, and the people taking advantage of the chaos. We're stretched thin, he exhaled heavily, shaking his head. But I won't bore you with a lecture. Let's head to the place we set up for you. Before I could respond, he placed a hand on my shoulder. Lightning crackled across his body. Arcs of it also flickered around me. I watched as the energy danced over my skin, bright and alive, yet it never touched me directly. Then, with a sudden boom, the ground disappeared beneath my feet. The next thing I knew, I was soaring through the air at impossible speed. My vision blurred, wind roared past my ears, and before I could fully process the movement boom, I was standing on solid ground again. I blinked. In front of me, a massive dome of lightning flickered, the energy pulsing like a living thing. I turned to Arcas, who watched me with his usual unreadable expression. Well, he said, crossing his arms, you wanted energy and you wanted a fight. You'll get both inside this dome. I narrowed my eyes at the structure. The air around it crackled with power. Every element you can think of exists inside in overwhelming abundance. If I had to name it, I'd call it the elemental convergence. It was one of the battlefields where we fought against the invasion. We won, but the cost was too high. His gaze darkened slightly before he shook it off. I've sealed this area. There are abominations inside. The deeper you go, the stronger they get. It's a nest of a single type, but they have adopted to this environment, so study them well. If you need to rest or leave, just step out of the dome. I took a deep breath. This was exactly what I had asked for. Arcas patted my shoulder. I'm trusting you to know what you're doing. I expect good results from this. With that, he nodded, and with a whoosh, his body vanished from my sight. I stood silently for a moment, staring at the flickering dome. This plan came to my mind after analyzing the defensive skill of the man from the vision. But before acting on it, I focused on training my other skills first, completing what Arcas had assigned me. I had focused on mastering the staff's basics along with the skill associated with it. On top of that, I had to refine Seismic Burst as a movement skill. Throughout it all, I kept my generator core active as much as possible, using it to steadily increase my attributes. Reaching 150 in Synapse was what gave me the confidence to execute this plan. When I hit 150, I felt my brain restructure itself once again. The process was agonizing, stretching over 2 grueling hours, but the rewards were worth it. One of them was that all my innate skills leveled up by 1, since each of them in some way involved essence control, and essence control was related to Synapse, and now my class 2. I pulled up my status, checking the outcome of my non-stop training. The new staff skill I gained was called Blitz Hakai. The technique relied on both speed and power. When the staff was swung at high velocity, it rapidly compressed the air, creating an explosive shockwave upon release. The stronger the swing, the more devastating the impact. I dedicated hours to practicing it alongside the staff's basic movements, focusing on refining my control. By the end of my training, I managed to push it to level 2. The improvement was noticeable: smoother execution, faster activation, and a sharper, more precise explosion. Seismic burst leveled up twice as well. Now I could generate rapid bursts from my legs, allowing me to propel myself forward in a straight line at incredible speed. However, I was still far from mastering the maneuverability I had seen in the vision. Side lunges, sudden directional shifts, and seamless mid-air corrections were still beyond me. Throughout my training, after hitting 150 in Synapse, I started working on bringing all my other stats up to 150 as well. My plan depended on it. I took a deep breath and stepped through the flickering dome, its glow lighting up the dark night. The air inside was heavy, pressing down on me like a force. It wasn't just heat or pressure, it felt like the memory of a battlefield, as if the land itself remembered the destruction. The ground was cracked and burned, covered in deep craters. Broken buildings stood in the distance, their walls crumbling, their frames twisted. Some leaned dangerously, ready to fall at any moment. Others had already collapsed, leaving only piles of rubble and blackened scars on the earth. This had once been a city, but the destruction wasn't the only thing I noticed. The air was thick with essence, strong and untamed. Every element was here, mixed together, but one stood out the most to me: fire. I could feel it without even trying. It swirled around me, wild and angry, crackling in the wind like an unseen blaze, ready to ignite at any moment. The air itself felt dense, almost resisting every breath I took. I grinned. This was my first battle since returning from the forest. I pulled out my staff and channeled essence into it. The weapon responded instantly, extending to its full 7-foot length before settling firmly in my right hand. The familiar weight sent a thrill through me. My grip tightened around the staff. It felt solid, reliable, like an extension of myself. My heartbeat quickened, my muscles tensed. I had been training nonstop, pushing my body, pushing my mind. Now it was time to see the results. A low, eager chuckle slipped past my lips. Let's go. I bent low, then launched myself forward. I wanted to smash. I wanted to roar. I wanted to let loose. My feet pounded against the scorched ground, kicking up dust and debris as I tore through the ruins. I didn't move silently. I didn't try to hide. I wanted the abominations to hear me, to feel my presence, to come to me. It only took 30 seconds of sprinting before I skidded to a stop. I had found one. Perched atop a broken slab of concrete, the creature turned toward me, its head twitching in quick, unnatural movements. It was roughly the height of a human, but that was where the similarities ended. Its hunched frame was covered in dark green, leathery skin that looked sickly and rough, stretched too tightly over its wiry muscles. 2 elongated ears jutted out from its skull, thin and sharp. They twitched as it tracked my presence. Its wings, if they could be called that, were a strange mix of flesh and bone. They weren't large enough for full flight, but they dragged along the ground behind the creature, tattered and unnatural, shifting slightly as if waiting to unfurl. Then it shrieked. Piercing, grating sound tore through the air, stabbing straight into my skull. As it screamed, those massive ears flared open, expanding wide like some grotesque sound amplifiers. The force of the cry sent a ripple through the air, making the dust and debris around it tremble. The stench hit me next, rancid, putrid, like rotting flesh left out in the sun. I scanned it. Barbasteel bat level 30, this thing is a freaking bat. The creature slammed its hand against the concrete, then lunged at me. Its tattered wings flared out, allowing it to glide just above the ground, closing the distance fast. I spun the staff in my hand, feeling its weight settle, then stepped forward to meet it. It screeched again, the sound sharp and grating, and swiped at me with its claws. But to me it was slow, too slow. Planting my feet, I gripped the staff with both hands and swung. The lower end of the staff smashed into its jaw with a thunderous crack. The impact sent it flying backward, slamming into the very slab of concrete it had perched on. I rolled my shoulder, exhaling through my nose. I had held back. I wanted this one to last long enough to help me warm up. The bat-like creature twitched, its elongated ears flaring as it pushed itself up from the cracked concrete. It shook its head violently, then let out another ear-piercing shriek before lunging at me again. I grinned. This was fun. I sidestepped easily, letting its claws swipe past me. Before it could recover, I spun my staff and brought the tip crashing into its ribs. The impact sent it skidding across the ground, its wings flapping wildly in an attempt to stabilize. It managed to regain its footing, but I was already on the move. Stepping in, I jabbed the staff forward, striking its stomach with a quick thrust. The creature wheezed, doubling over, but I didn't stop. With a flick of my wrist, I brought the staff down onto its back, slamming it into the dirt. The moment it hit the ground and its body bounced, I swung upward, cracking the staff against its chin and sending it airborne. Before it could land, I pivoted and struck again, smacking it midair like a ball. The creature crashed into a crumbling pillar, the structure shaking from the impact. I tapped the staff against my shoulder, still alive. A wet gurgle escaped its throat, but before it could move, another screech split the air. I turned my head. A second one. I scanned and it was another level 28. It soared low, gliding toward me with its claws stretched wide. I planted my feet, watching it close the distance, waiting for the right moment. At the last second, I stepped to the side and swung my staff in a wide arc. The strike smashed into its ribs, twisting its body midair before it crashed into the first bat. They tumbled across the ground in a tangled mess of limbs and wings, screeching in pain. I spun the staff in my hand. Two's better than one. I waited for them to gather their thoughts, if they had any. The first bat staggered to its feet, while the second launched itself from the ground, both coming at me together. I moved. Ducking under a swipe, I slammed the staff into the first one's knee. It buckled with a crack, but I had already shifted, thrusting the other end into the second bat's throat before it could screech. Both creatures recoiled, but I gave them no time to recover. Pivoting, I swung in a full circle motion, the staff carving through the air like a whip. It struck the first one across the face, sending it reeling, then snapped into the second one's chest, knocking it back. I leapt forward, driving the tip of the staff into the ground, then used it to propel myself into a spinning kick. My foot connected with the first bat's temple, snapping its head to the side. It stumbled, dazed but still standing. The second one flared its ears and inhaled sharply. No, I wasn't letting it screech. I lunged, flipping the staff into a reverse grip, then slammed the top end straight down onto its skull. The creature's head exploded with a wet pop, dark green blood spraying across the scorched ground. The first bat barely had time to react before I stepped in and drove the staff through its mouth, shattering its skull with a single brutal strike. Silence. I exhaled, not bad, and I heard the notification. Level up, level 25, level 26. I gave the staff a quick spin before resting it against my shoulder. Give me more bats, I said to absolutely no one, then took off sprinting. As I ran, I activated my talent. The generator core stirred to life, absorbing energy from the surroundings. I pushed 10 units into strength, making room for more essence. I wasn't focusing on condensing or creating essence right now. That wasn't the goal. What I wanted was fights. Buildings lay in ruins around me, their skeletal remains littering the landscape. I barreled through the wreckage, leaping over collapsed walls and shattered stone, when a sharp shriek cut through the air. I skidded to a stop and turned toward the sound. My staff rested in my right hand as I sprinted in its direction. A tilted building stood in my way, its foundation cracked and broken. Without slowing down, I jumped, my boots slamming against the slanted surface. 2 quick leaps and I was on the roof. I scanned the area. There, level 32. I grinned, found you. Bending my knees, I activated Seismic Burst. Essence and strength surged through my legs. The next instant, an explosion erupted beneath my feet, launching me forward like a cannonball. Behind me, the weakened building collapsed, crumbling into dust. The noise caught the abomination's attention. Its head twitched toward me, then it shrieked, a piercing, ear-splitting sound. I kept my grin as I soared toward it. The creature spread its arms wide. Then with a sudden motion, it slashed both arms in an X formation toward me. Something felt off. I narrowed my eyes. Then I heard it, the sharp whooshing sound cutting through the air. A split second later, I sensed the shift in essence. My eyes widened slightly. Wind blades. Instinct took over and I raised my staff in front of me midair. A powerful impact slammed into me. My body flew backward, crashing into the ground. Dust and debris exploded around me as I tumbled across the wreckage. I rolled to a stop and got back on my feet. Glancing at my knuckles, I noticed a few nicks on the skin. I exhaled. Wind blades, so this one could use the wind element. I dusted off my uniform and cracked my neck. All right, Bat, you have my attention. I activated Synapse Boost, and another seismic burst exploded from my legs, launching me straight at the creature again. My perception flared to life. The world around me shifted. Essence filled my vision, swirling in chaotic waves. I saw it all: fire burning in streaks of orange, darkness curling in wisps of black, water flowing in ripples of blue. The very air pulsed with power, shifting and changing in unpredictable ways. The creature's ears twitched. It shifted its weight. I caught every movement in slow motion. It raised its right hand, claws lifting high, then slashed downward. Wind gathered instantly, spiraling around its arm. Essence twisted, bending to the creature's will, and in the next moment, a sharp, near-invisible blade formed in front of its claws. Then it slashed. The wind blade shot toward me. I locked onto it, 2 meters away. I focused, slamming my will into the wind element, trying to seize control of the essence inside. 1.5 meters. I activated Essence Shift. The green glow of essence flashed in my vision as I commanded the wind to revert. 1 meter left. I kept my mind locked on the wind blade, my will wrapped around it like a vice. But in the end, I still failed. The wind refused to obey me. I spun my staff and raised it to block at the last second. Boom, the impact smashed into me, hurling my body backward. I crashed into the ground again, skidding through the rubble. Dust exploded into the air. I exhaled sharply and got back on my feet. This was going to take some work. The creature shrieked once then again, but didn't move. I tilted my head. You really think I'm dumb enough to rush in the same way a third time? I scoffed, bent my legs, and fired off another seismic burst. My body rocketed forward, straight toward the creature. But there was no way I was letting it get away with tossing me around twice. Mid-air, I activated another seismic burst, adjusting my trajectory in an instant. The bat had barely begun to raise its hand when I was already in front of it. I planted my feet firmly, twisting my body. My left fist snapped back, then slammed into its gut. The impact sent the creature flying. Its body crashed through the wreckage, smashing through slabs of concrete and twisted metal. I flexed my fingers and shook out my hand, then stepped forward. That's one. The bat twitched and dragged itself up from the rubble, shaking its head. Its elongated ears flared as it turned to face me again. I cracked my knuckles. Come on, bat. You're supposed to be a wind type, aren't you? I spread my arms, daring it. Where's the wind? Where's the fancy slicing blades? The creature screeched and sprinted forward, but this time there was no wind, no tricks, just raw speed and claws aiming for my throat. I scoffed and swayed my head to the side, letting its claws swipe past. Before it could pull back, I lifted my staff and slammed the butt of it into its ribs. A deep thud echoed as the impact caved its side inward, sending it staggering back. Not good enough, I muttered. The bat shook off the hit and rushed me again, claws flashing. I weaved through its strikes, watching its movements. It was fast, but that was all it had. Are you messing with me? I dodged a swipe and spun my staff in a downward arc. The weapon crashed against its shoulder, and its body crumpled under the weight of the hit, smashing into the cracked earth. The bat hissed and forced itself up again, trembling but still fighting. I sighed. No wind? Seriously? What kind of wind-type abomination are you? The bat snarled and leaped again. This time I let it come closer before pivoting on my foot, and my right leg shot forward, striking it squarely on the head. The creature flipped sideways and crashed into a broken pillar. I rolled my shoulders. Maybe I hit your head too hard, forgot how to use your element. It clawed its way out of the rubble and charged again. I greeted it with an upward swing of my staff, catching it under the jaw. Its feet left the ground as it soared upward, flipping wildly before crashing onto its back. Still, it twitched and got up again. I tapped my staff on the ground. Use the wind, idiot. No response. I sighed and walked toward it. All right, if you don't use it, I'll just have to find another one of your brothers. Step by step, I approached. The bat twitched, ears flaring. Somehow it understood. The threat worked. Its arms shot up. I grinned, my entire focus locking onto the creature. My perception expanded, and the world became nothing but swirling essence. The bat slashed down. I watched. Wind gathered, swirling like invisible threads weaving together. The air twisted, compressed, sharpened into twin blades that hovered in front of its claws. The moment they solidified, they shot toward me, faster than before. I stood my ground, gripping my staff, eyes locked on the approaching blades. 5 meters. I pushed my will outward, feeling the chaotic wind element. It was fast, unstable, rushing toward me like a beast ready to carve me apart. 4 meters. I activated Synapse Boost. My mind sharpened, processing every movement, every ripple in the essence around me. 3 meters. Essence shift. My will crashed into the wind blades, surrounding the essence within them. They wavered, but the bat's command still held strong. The pressure against my mind was immense, but I pushed harder. 2 meters, a crack. Like shattering glass, the essence inside the wind blades trembled. I tightened my control, forcing the chaotic wind to break down. 1 meter. The blades flickered, then gone. Green essence flared in my vision, swirling as I ripped it from the bat's control. I tightened my grip around the staff. The essence came to a halt just before reaching me, turning docile. It swirled around me, calmer, almost eager, freed from the abomination's grasp. It had returned home, back to the noblesse. Essence swirled around me as I lifted my gaze to the abomination, wondering if it even understood what had just happened to its wind blade. I chuckled and shook my head. I focused on the essence gathering in my core and channeled it into my staff. Instantly, I felt its weight increase in my hands. Without hesitation, I shot forward. The creature shrieked and lunged at me, its claws slicing through the air. I leaped high, raising my staff over my head, gripping it tightly with both hands. The moment I reached the peak of my jump, I swung down with full force. The staff slammed into the bat's skull, driving it straight into the ground. A thunderous boom echoed across the ruins. The impact was brutal. Its upper torso exploded, torn apart by the sheer force of the blow. Blood and the rancid stench of decay filled the air. I exhaled, rolling my shoulders as I felt my core burning hot, churning with essence. With a thought, I transferred another 10 units into strength. Level up. Level 26, level 27. I tapped the butt of my staff twice against the ground and kept moving. As I walked through the wreckage, I started whistling, a tune forming in my mind. Soon the words followed. Man in the wild, man no more home, man in the dust, man forever gone. The melody carried through the ruins, blending with the distant echoes of the broken city. I picked up my pace, stepping over shattered stone and rusted metal until my walk turned into a sprint. 2 minutes passed. No signs of life, if these things could even be called that. I skidded to a stop atop a crumbling building and exhaled. All right, let's see if I still can't pull you out. I raised my staff high above my head, activating all my innate skills at once. Essence responded to my call, gathering at the staff's tip, green and glowing, swirling and compressing. I shifted its state, feeding it more essence. Fire roared to life, forming a sphere that hummed and spun, growing larger with every second. 1 meter. 2 meters, I spread my will over it, locking it in place. Then, with a single thought, I slammed my will into the core of the fireball. Explode. With a deafening boom, the fireball detonated, but I didn't let it scatter. Instead, I condensed it into a single, blazing pillar that shot skyward like a beacon. Flames roared, painting the dark ruins in a furious glow. The explosion's shock wave rippled outward, shaking the broken buildings around me. I stood firm, my staff raised high, continuing to pour essence into the inferno above me. A burning lamp in the darkness. Then the sound I had been waiting for, screeches. They echoed from every direction, growing louder, closer. I grinned, come to daddy. The fire roared above me for another 10 seconds, crackling and raging like a living beast. The air shimmered with heat, the ruins around me glowing under the intense light. Then, satisfied, I lowered my staff, cutting off the flow of essence. The flames died, leaving only the scent of burnt dust and smoke in their wake. I exhaled slowly and spread my perception outward, my synapses stretching through the air like invisible threads. Essence pulsed all around me, calm at first, until the first ripple of movement, a disturbance to my right, then another from the left, then more. One after another, the distortions spread through the air like ripples in water. I grinned, my heart pounding in anticipation. This was what I had been waiting for. I rolled my shoulders and took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the thick, scorched air. My muscles tensed, my body thrumming with energy. Then, without hesitation, I bent my knees and launched myself off the building and landed on the ground with a loud boom. I planted my staff into the ground and waited. My ears twitched at the sound of heavy thumping to my right, followed by the sharp whoosh of something slicing through the air. Wings, something was gliding. Before I could turn, a dark green shape darted from my right. It moved in an awkward mix of running and flying, its body jerking forward in unnatural bursts. A moment later, it slammed headfirst into the side of a crumbling building with a sickening crunch. Dust and debris rained down as the creature staggered to its feet. Its elongated head twisted toward me with a series of cracking pops, bones shifting in ways they shouldn't. Then it let out a piercing screech, its maw stretching far too wide. I grinned. Without hesitation, I launched myself toward it. Level 43. Spinning my staff in my hand, I adjusted my grip, ready to drive it straight into the thing's ribs. But the abomination braced itself. Its clawed feet dug into the cracked pavement, and its chest swelled unnaturally. Then its jaws unhinged even wider, and before I could react, it roared. A blinding column of fire exploded from its mouth, racing straight for me. Holy freak. I slammed both feet down, forcing my body to stop as the fire surged toward me. My hands moved on instinct. I raised my staff and brought it down in a brutal overhead arc, splitting the oncoming fire in half. The searing heat roared past on either side. I straightened, letting out a slow breath. My grip on the staff tightened. Not cool, man, not cool. I was just coming to say hi. I felt a shift in the air behind me, a disturbance, faint but unmistakable. Tilting my head slightly, I caught sight of another bat hurtling straight toward me. This one was different. It wasn't empty-handed. In its clawed grip, raised high above its head, was a jagged, rusted iron pillar. My muscles tensed. I lunged to the side just as the creature brought the pillar down with a brutal swing. The impact shook the ground, sending cracked spider webbing through the pavement. A crater formed where I had stood moments ago, dust and debris exploding outward. I turned my gaze toward the bat and scanned it. Level 46. My blood thrummed with excitement. Strong. This one was strong. I took a single step forward, but a sharp crunch beneath my boot made me pause. My head snapped up as the building in front of me shuddered. A second later, glass and stone burst outward as two figures crashed through the windows, slamming hard into the ground between me and the level 43 bat. They staggered to their feet, their wings flaring, ears twitching at every sound. Then their gazes locked onto me. They screeched. I scanned them. Level 42. Level 37. My brows pulled together. What the hell is a level 37 kid doing here among the adults? I turned to the nearest level 46 abomination, the one gripping the iron pillar. Is he with you? I don't think he should be allowed in a fight among adults. Definitely a bad influence. The bat let out a low growl, then swung the pillar in a wide arc straight at my head. I ducked just in time, the iron pillar slicing through the air above me with a sharp whoosh. The sheer force sent cracks splintering through the building behind me. Before I could counter, the two other abominations screeched and lunged. The level 42 rushed in first, wings spread wide as it slashed at my chest with jagged claws. I twisted my body, sidestepping the strike, but the level 37 was already diving from above, aiming to sink its teeth into my shoulder. Annoying. I slammed the end of my staff into the level 42's stomach, sending it skidding backward. Pulling my staff back, I spun and swung upward, cracking the level 37 across the jaw mid-air. It tumbled, crashing into the rubble. A sharp swishing sound cut through the air. The level 46 was already on me, its iron pillar swinging again. I raised my staff just in time, catching the impact, but the sheer force rattled my arms. I gritted my teeth and pushed up, my legs shooting forward as I kicked the bat right in the gut. It skidded backward. My perception flared as I sensed a disturbance in the essence. A moment later, Another fire pillar came crashing toward me from the level 43 abomination. I took a deep breath and raised my left hand toward the incoming fire pillar. Heat washed over me, but I stood firm, blazing Esphira. Essence churned in my core, then surged out through my palm. A burst of purple fire flared to life, swirling and compressing into a rotating sphere. In seconds, it morphed into a roaring blaze, crackling with raw energy. I gave the command, and the fiery sphere unleashed a concentrated beam, a lance of pure destruction, straight toward the incoming fire pillar. Boom. The two attacks clashed midair, sending a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. Flames scattered, sparks raining down as I kept pouring more essence into my attack, intensifying the heat, condensing the fire even further. A rush of air. My instincts flared. The bat I had kicked moments ago was already charging, iron pillar swinging down in its right hand. I didn't turn. Keeping my left hand extended, I raised my right, pointing my staff directly at the incoming abomination. Essence flowed into the staff, doubling its weight. I tossed it slightly into the air, then pulled my right hand back, activating another skill, Seismic Burst. Strength and essence surged into my palm. The moment my hand struck the base of the staff, a shockwave exploded outward, rocketing the weapon straight ahead like a missile. The air whistled as the staff shot forward, slamming into the bat's chest with a sickening crunch. The force sent it flying, crashing through rubble and skidding to a stop in the distance. I turned back to the fire still roaring from my left hand and cut off the flow of essence. The flames flickered out instantly. Then I looked toward the level 43 abomination, the one that had unleashed the fire pillar. Its left shoulder and arm were gone. Charred, blackened flesh replaced what should have been muscle and bone. It shrieked, eyes locking onto me with fury. Did I miss, or did it dodge in time? I locked eyes with the abomination and rushed toward it. It shrieked, its mouth opening wide as flames gathered at the back of its throat. My gaze stayed sharp, tracking every movement as I closed the distance. The bat's jaw stretched fully, and in the next instant, it unleashed another fire beam straight at me. But the moment it fired, I activated Seismic Burst. A surge of essence exploded through my legs, and I shot forward, ducking low beneath the scorching blast. Heat brushed past my back, but I was already closing in. My right fist snapped forward, slamming into the bat's gut with the full force of my momentum. The fire beam cut off instantly as its body lurched backward, crashing through rubble in a cloud of dust and shattered stone. I straightened up, turning around just in time to see the level 37 abomination charging at me. I grinned. Kid, looks like you just hit puberty. I glanced quickly to the side. My staff lay across the road, too far to grab in time. No problem. Essence surged through me as I stepped forward, meeting the bat's charge head-on. Its wings flared, and with a screech, it lunged. I focused, channeling essence into my right hand. A deep purple glow flared to life, wrapping around my fist like living fire. With a powerful push, I lunged as well. The bat's right claw swiped at me, slicing through the air. I didn't stop. My fist rocketed toward its chest. A split second before impact, its claws raked across my chest, sharp pain cutting through me, but then my punch landed. Boom. A shockwave rippled through the abomination's body as my essence-infused fist crashed into its muscle, driving deep toward the bone. I felt resistance, its bones barely holding under the force, but I hadn't gathered enough essence to break through. Still, the bat's body launched backward like a broken doll, slamming through the remains of a collapsed building. I exhaled, rolling my shoulders. As I said, kids should stay out of adults' business. I turned around and walked over to retrieve my staff. As my fingers wrapped around the familiar grip, I gave it a quick spin, drawing back the essence I had infused earlier. The staff's unnatural weight faded, returning to normal. I did a quick check on my essence reserves. I had really drained myself with that fire attack. Without hesitation, I redirected every drop of remaining essence into strength, temporarily boosting it to 137. My muscles tensed, energy surging through my limbs like wildfire. I decided to end the fire-breathing abomination. Without wasting another second, I rushed into the ruined building it had crashed into. Walls crumbled under my momentum as I tore through the wreckage, closing in on my target. Inside, the bat staggered, struggling to rise to its feet. Blood dripped from its burned shoulder, its breath ragged. I didn't stop. My body shot forward, and with both hands gripping my staff, I spun, twisting my waist for momentum. The staff swung in a powerful arc, smashing straight into the bat's chest. Crack, the impact caved in its chest, and with a boom, its body rocketed out of the building, slamming into the ground outside. A spray of blood and shredded organs burst from its mouth. I followed immediately. The moment I landed beside its crumpled form, I spun my staff vertically, tightening my grip. My teeth clenched as I raised it high. And then I brought it down. Boom, the ground cracked. The bat's head didn't exist anymore. A notification rang in my head. I ignored it. Lifting my gaze, I met the stares of the remaining 3 abominations. Their bodies tensed, wings flaring, eyes locked onto me with raw hatred. They looked at me like I had just killed their family. Level 46, level 42, level 37. I didn't give them time to think. I lunged forward, targeting the level 37 first. It screeched and flared its wings, trying to leap back, but I was faster. My staff shot out, the tip slamming into its gut. The air left its lungs in a choked wheeze as it folded around the impact. Before it could recover, I twisted, swinging my staff sideways and smashing its ribs. Its body spun mid-air like a broken doll before crashing through a crumbling wall. One down. A shadow loomed over me, the level 42 diving from above, claws extended. I shifted my grip, raised my staff, and spiked it upward. Boom, the bat's jaw snapped shut as the staff slammed into its chin, launching it skyward. I bent my knees, jumped, and met it mid-air. My foot crashed into its chest, sending it spiraling straight back down. The street shook as it hit the ground hard enough to leave a crater. 2 down. Level 46 came next, charging at me with the iron pillar swinging wildly. I barely ducked under the first swing, the wind slicing past my face. The second swing came faster, but I raised my staff, catching the impact. My arms rattled, feet sliding back from the sheer force. I gritted my teeth. I wanted to fire a seismic burst, but I was out of essence. Gritting my teeth, I twisted my grip, absorbed the force, and pushed back, both of us locked into a contest of strength. I grinned, suddenly let go of my staff, and twisted out of the way. The bat stumbled forward, momentarily thrown off balance. Dumbass. I turned, grabbed one of its wings, and with a roar I hoisted it up before slamming it back down. Boom. A crater cracked beneath its body. I leaped, bringing my knee down hard into its chest, burying it deeper into the ground. The impact sent a sharp tremor through the air, and the abomination wheezed, its ribs audibly cracking under the force. Standing up, I picked my staff and glanced around. My eyes locked onto a perfect vantage point. Without hesitation, I sprinted toward a nearby building and scaled it with quick, effortless movements. Once I reached the top, I crouched low and waited. 2 of the abominations lay near each other, broken and bloodied, while the level 37 was crumpled further away, slumped near a shattered wall. I remained still, watching. The level 37 groaned, staggered to its feet, and growled as it limped toward the other 2. My heart thrummed in anticipation, just a little closer. The moment it reached the exact spot I needed it to, I moved. I crouched low, then leaped. I soared high above the battlefield, reaching my peak. My right hand slid to the very end of my staff. My gaze locked onto the 3 wounded abominations below, 1 standing, 2 barely alive. I exhaled. Blitz Hakai. Strength flooded my body, surging into my right arm. I twisted midair, my torso coiling like a spring. My back arched, my shoulders pulling back as my right hand gripped the staff's very end. Then with a roar I swung. My entire body whipped forward, momentum flowing from my core down to my arm. My spine snapped straight, muscles contracting in perfect sequence as the staff tore downward, like a whip cracking through the sky. The strike hit nothing but air, right above the level 37's head. But that was all it needed. The sheer speed of the swing compressed the air, turning it into a focused explosion. Boom, the entire street erupted. A pillar of compressed air detonated on impact, obliterating everything beneath it. Dust and debris shot outward in a violent storm. The level 37 never even screamed. Its body was annihilated on impact. The other 2 abominations, already broken, were crushed under the pressure, their bones snapping like twigs before their bodies caved in. When the dust settled, a massive crater remained. Silence followed. I landed at the edge of the destruction, resting my staff on my shoulder. Notifications rang again and I checked. Level up, level 27, level 32. I smiled and turned around, lifting my head to stare at the flickering dome above me. Beyond it, the night sky stretched wide, stars shimmering in the darkness. What a perfect time to smash and explode. Heat pulsed through my chest as my generator core worked to absorb the energy around me, its rhythm steady but growing stronger. I extended my perception further, focusing on the essence swirling in the air. It flowed in chaotic patterns, tangled with different elements. Fire flared in some areas, burning hot and wild, while in others the earth element weighed heavy, pressing down like a force. I tracked the shifting currents of essence as I walked, taking in the silence for a few brief moments. Soon I arrived in an open area. There were no buildings standing, only debris, almost crushed debris were scattered around. The ground stretched out for almost 500 meters, completely clear of any structures. I came to a sudden halt. Something was wrong. I could feel it. I extended my perception, trying to understand why my senses were firing. My grip tightened around my staff as I scanned the surroundings, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Essence flowed through the area with a strange calmness. The elements felt still, almost too still. There was no wind, no dust, no debris floating in the air, nothing that suggested life or movement. What was even stranger was that I couldn't sense a single abomination in sight, despite the fact that I was standing at the start of an open area. 500 meters of emptiness. That alone felt wrong to me. I stood there for another 10 minutes trying to figure out what was off. I strained my senses, but nothing came to me. No movement, no change in the flow of energy, just the eerie stillness surrounding me. Frustrated and growing more cautious, I stepped back a little, grabbed a cracked slab of stone from the debris, and tossed it into the open space. It flew through the air and crashed into the ground with a dull thud. Still, there was no reaction. I stared ahead, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down on me. Shrugging, I muttered under my breath, "Fine, let me see what you've got." With that, I activated Synapse Boost, channeling essence into my staff to increase its weight. A sharp focus settled over me, and I could feel the change in my muscles, the heightened awareness that came with the boost. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward again, but this time more purposefully. I crossed into the area, my steps were slow and focused. My perception was wide open, every inch of the environment under scrutiny. I watched the real world around me while simultaneously observing the flow of essence, searching for anything that might be hidden or distorted. 2 minutes passed as I moved deeper into the area, my eyes flicking from side to side, scanning the emptiness. Did I get it wrong? I thought, doubts creeping into my mind. Maybe there was nothing here after all. Maybe it was just a trick of the senses. And that's when I realized I had made a huge mistake by even thinking things were calm. It was a red flag. In my vision, the essence around me suddenly went wild, its once calm flow now in chaos. It was as if the tranquil ocean of essence had been disturbed by some massive creature rising from the depths, its power surging and twisting everything in its wake. Before I could even comprehend what was happening, a force slammed into me. I didn't have time to react. The impact hit like a sledgehammer, and my body was sent crashing straight into the ground with a deafening boom. The debris around me scattered, further crushed under the weight of the impact. I hit the earth face first, feeling as if I had been magnetized to the ground, unable to move or push back. My body felt heavy, pressed down by an invisible force. My back and bones groaned under the immense pressure, the strain almost unbearable. My mind raced, trying to process what was happening. Then it hit me, gravity. Freaking gravity, I muttered to myself, the realization sinking in. It was a force I had never encountered in such an intense form before, an overwhelming force pulling me into the earth like a magnet. The energy around me wasn't just chaotic, it was bending the very fabric of space, warping the natural flow of essence. I could feel the weight of it all, pushing me deeper into the ground, as if the earth itself was trying to swallow me whole. I gritted my teeth, focusing all my energy on staying intact. I wasn't trying to get up, not yet. My main priority was preventing myself from getting crushed. I dragged my hands along the ground, pressing them down to hold my body from being flattened like a squashed mosquito. Each movement felt sluggish, as if my muscles were moving through thick molasses. Every breath I took was a struggle, the air thick and dense, making it harder to inhale. The pressure was unbearable, but I fought against it, clinging to whatever strength I had left. My body remained pinned to the ground, each second feeling like an eternity as gravity relentlessly pressed down on me. I fought against the crushing weight, my mind racing to find a way out of this situation. Every muscle and bone in my body was screaming from the pressure, but I couldn't afford to panic. I had to think. I started by channeling some essence through my body, focusing on strengthening my muscles and bones, just enough to resist the force weighing me down. Just as I was desperately trying to think of a solution, the crushing force suddenly vanished. I exhaled in relief and tried to push myself up, but that was a mistake. The gravity began to weaken gradually, and my eyes widened in surprise. I reached out for my staff, but I was too slow. It floated away from me, and I felt my body lift into the air, rising along with the debris around me. Are you freaking kidding me? The moment the gravity started weakening, I froze. It was like I was on some giant invisible elevator heading for the sky. Only the button for up was broken and stuck on max. I blinked, trying to process the change, but before I could figure out what to do, I felt my feet lift off the ground. Slowly at first, like I was getting a taste of flying. Except I wasn't ready for it. My feet left the rubble below, and I wasn't sure whether to panic or enjoy it. I tried to plant my feet back down, but nope, no luck. I was a human balloon drifting upward. Great, I muttered to myself. My staff was floating away too, and I swear it had a mind of its own. It was like the staff was mocking me, twirling in the air just out of reach. I stretched my hand toward it, but all I managed to do was look ridiculous, like a toddler trying to grab a cookie jar that was way too high. As I rose higher, I could feel the debris around me start to follow suit, slowly floating up. I stared at a chunk of rock, and for a moment I felt like it was in on the joke, too. It floated with me almost smugly. Like, yeah, we're going up, buddy. Hey, you, get back here. I yelled at my staff, trying to sound authoritative, but it just kept floating farther away. I was starting to look like an idiot. I floated higher and higher, first 5 meters, then 10, then 20. My heart and mind were starting to race, a deep sense of unease creeping in. From this height, if the gravity I'd felt earlier returned, even my bones would remember their ancient lineage. And as the sages had warned, never plant a red flag. Yet here I was making the same mistake by overthinking it. The gravity returned with a vengeance. Without warning the floating debris came to a sudden halt. There was no noise, no shift in the air, just a dead stop in midair. Then with a brutal force, gravity slammed into me again. It felt like being released from a bow. My body plummeted, gravity pulling me down with an intensity I had never felt before. I considered blocking with my hands, but the force was too much. I couldn't move, my body locked in place. I did the only thing I could think of. My will sharpened, and I commanded my core to absorb as much energy as possible, hoping to lessen the force even slightly. It was my only chance to endure the impact and maybe survive the inevitable crash. The ground rushed toward me, faster and faster. Boom. For a moment, everything went dark. Then my vision snapped back, along with a crushing wave of pain, a lot of pain. The force pressed down on me again, so heavy that even breathing felt like a battle. I could hear debris shattering around me, grinding into dust under the relentless gravity. And finally, I understood why this entire area was nothing but ruins. Nothing could stand here. No building, no creature, nothing could survive under this absurd pressure. 2 more minutes of this merciless punishment dragged on, each second stretching unbearably. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the force lifted. I gasped, coughing as I finally sucked in a proper breath. I lay there, chest rising and falling in shaky breaths, my muscles screaming in protest. Every inch of my body ached like I had just been flattened by a mountain. I couldn't even muster enough strength to turn onto my back. I tried moving my fingers first. They twitched stiff and sore, but at least they responded. My arms, though, different story. It felt like they had been packed with lead. With a groan, I turned my head to the side and caught sight of my hand. The moment I did, my brain stalled. Bruises, deep and ugly, covered my arms like splattered ink. My skin wasn't just red, it had turned an unnatural mix of dark purple and black stretched tight over swollen muscles. Veins bulged along my forearms, pulsing weakly as if squeezed to their limit. I was sure cracks must have formed along the bone. I exhaled slowly. That wasn't great. I shifted my focus to my chest, a bad idea. The moment I did, a sharp pain flared up, and I clenched my teeth to hold back a curse. My ribs protested any movement, and from how deep the pain ran, I wasn't ruling out multiple fractures. Legs, same situation. I could feel the strain in my bones, like they had been bent under an impossible weight. My feet tingled, like the blood was just now starting to flow properly again. Then my brain caught up with a horrifying realization. What if this shit repeated at regular intervals? I'm dead, I muttered. I swore to do something about my regeneration, maybe get a skill to overdrive it for situations like this. Gritting my teeth, I cursed 6 generations of every person I disliked and started crawling forward. Bit by bit, like a snail, I dragged myself toward my staff. Every movement sent fresh waves of pain through my battered body, but I pushed on. When I finally reached it, I exhaled in relief. I funneled 10 units of essence into Constitution, hoping to at least speed up my regeneration. Then, with every ounce of willpower I had left, I turned onto my back. My eyes locked onto the flickering dome above, taking in the absurdity of the whole situation. I let out a chuckle, which instantly turned into regret as pain shot through my crushed muscles and broken bones. With another slow breath, I forced myself to focus. I needed to deal with the situation, and at this moment there was only one thing my broken body could do: stop being stupid and go back instead of pressing forward. I had barely taken a few steps into this area, so returning should be much, much easier. Extracting the essence from my staff, I shrunk it down, gritted my teeth, and began the long, painful crawl back to where I started. Almost 10 minutes passed as I crawled toward the start line. It was just ahead, I could see it. I forced my brain to go blank, avoiding any thoughts that could jinx me. But that in itself was a red flag. Essence went wild again. I knew what was coming. Gritting my teeth, I pushed myself forward, dragging my broken body across the rubble. My chest and legs scraped against the rough ground, my shattered hand barely able to keep me moving. Faster, faster, but this just wasn't my night. Gravity returned like an uninvited guest, slamming into my back. A grunt tore from my throat as blood spilled from my mouth. My body was crushed deeper into the ground, pinned under the relentless force. I closed my eyes and let go. There was no point in fighting it anymore. I relaxed my mind, focusing on anything other than the boiling pain in my bones, but my core stayed active, continuously generating essence. The crushing force finally ended. I knew what came next. It would pamper me with love before slamming me down again, and just as expected, the gravity started weakening. My fingers tightened around my staff as my body lifted off the ground. 3 feet, 6 feet, 9 feet, that was enough. Gritting my teeth, I activated Seismic Burst. Strength and essence surged toward my legs, along with an unbearable wave of pain. I clenched my eyes shut, refusing to let tears escape. Then, with a boom, essence exploded from my feet, launching me forward like a rocket. The weakened gravity made me soar through the air before I finally started descending. I crashed, rolling across the ground like a ragdoll. Sprawled on my back, I weakly tilted my head. A few meters ahead, debris floated lazily in the air. I smiled. Freak you, and then my body shut down. Steve's Povey 4 days, 5 days, no, 2 days, I wasn't sure anymore. Time blurred together, hammering itself into my skull ever since this hellish training began under Arcas. My entire body ached, every muscle torn and screaming. Pain had become my only companion. For some number of days and nights, all I had known were the cold stone walls of this chamber and the dim lamp flickering weakly on the right wall. It had started with Arcas dragging me to an abomination nest. He gave me a single task, but only when I was sure one strike would end the fight. No wasted blows, no second chances. That meant I had to fight high-level abominations with a handicap. I had one hit, one shot. The rest of the time I was dodging, getting slammed into the dirt, feeling my bones shatter and my flesh tear. Again and again I had to crawl back up, battered and bleeding, just to search for that one opening. I lost count of how many times my spine broke. It healed me more times than I could remember. Day in, day out, and only relentless battle. No rest, no mercy. By the time I finally reached level 24, I thought I'd made it. Thought I'd earned my class, but Arcas had other plans. Instead of rewarding me with class, he let me bully King as a reward, then dragged me to this godforsaken place. Now I stood on a raised circular platform in the center of a stone chamber. Since stepping onto it, I hadn't been allowed to leave. No food. No sleep, no break, only the darkness and the flickering lamp. Gold lightning crackled around me, racing along my limbs and the platform beneath my feet. My right hand trembled violently as I gripped my sword, struggling to lift it for a single horizontal slash. That was my task, slash. But the lightning wasn't just burning me, it was chaining me down, binding my movements. Arcas had told me there was a perfect moment where my sword could move without resistance, where I could cut through the restriction with ease, but I hadn't found it, not even once. Veins bulged across my body. My eyes had been open for so long they burned. My breath came in ragged gasps. Then another surge of lightning crashed into me. Pain. My back arched involuntarily as my muscles seized. I felt like there was more lightning inside me than blood. Another burst struck. My teeth clenched so hard I thought they might shatter. My mind started slipping. The motivation I had when I began was crumbling away. Why was I doing this? Why was I pushing myself this far, just so I could stay by Billion's side? But he would stay with me regardless, wouldn't he? Even if I was just an unawakened, he wouldn't abandon me. So why was I suffering like this? Another jolt. I snapped. Stop it, I growled. The lightning didn't stop. It intensified. I said freaking stop. I roared, pouring every last shred of strength I had left into my scream. The chamber crackled with golden light as another surge struck. My body convulsed violently. My vision blurred. My sword felt like a lead weight in my hands. And finally the lightning gave way and vanished. I gasped for breath and dropped to my knees. My sword clattered beside me. My mouth hung open as I sucked in air, desperate for oxygen. Drool dripped down my chin, sweat clung to my skin, and my hair stuck to my face in damp strands. My body twitched randomly, muscles spasming from the lingering shocks. I heaved, chest rising and falling in ragged bursts. And then a voice. You gave up. Is that all you have to give? Didn't you volunteer for this, Arcas? I raised my head slightly, vision swimming, and stared ahead. At the far end of the small room, Arcas sat on a chair, half of his face swallowed in shadow while the other half flickered under the dim lamp's light. I stared at him, eyes wide, breath still uneven. I wanted to cut his throat, end his life and forget this ever happened. And then his words settled in. I gave up. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. No, had I really given up? My body trembled harder from that thought than from the lightning itself. Why? A crushing weight pressed against my chest, squeezing, suffocating. My breaths turned shallow, unsteady. Arcas spoke again. Did you think friendship alone would take you far? What have you even faced together to think that's enough? Just 5 days and you broke. My head dropped, forehead nearly touching the cold stone floor. No, I didn't like what he said. I wanted to smash my head against the ground and erase this moment from existence. I couldn't reconcile with this. I had given up. Somehow this felt like a loss greater than anything before. I had given up plenty of times in my life. Gave up on exams. Gave up on not being lazy. Gave up on trying to rank first in the academy, gave up on fighting the Eternals, but never had giving up felt this awful. My vision blurred, dark spots creeping at the edges. I wanted to scream, but my throat refused to obey. Why? The word roared in my mind. My hand trembled as I brought it to my chest, digging my fingers into my skin as if I could tear my own heart out and find the answer inside. Arcas's voice cut through my haze. Are you regretting giving up? His words felt like they reached inside me, twisting something raw. Look inside yourself. Why are you regretting, Steve? I sucked in a shuddering breath, but it wasn't enough. My chest felt hollow, like something had been ripped out of me, leaving behind only this unbearable weight. My fingers dug into my skin, nails pressing against bone, but the pain wasn't enough either. Why? The word clawed at my skull, repeating over and over, spiraling like a storm inside me. It felt like if I didn't find the answer, I would die from the regret. I had given up before, countless times, but those moments had been mine and mine alone. No one had known what I had set out to do. No one had seen me abandon my own goals. This time was different. This time my promise had been spoken aloud, not just to myself but to Billion, to Arcas, and now how the hell was I supposed to look them in the eyes? My breath hitched. A tremor ran through my body, not from the lightning this time, but from something deeper, something I couldn't shake. I had never feared failure before, but this was terrifying. My eyes flicked to the side. The sword lay there, just within reach, its steel edge catching the faint glow of the flickering lamp. The light wavered, dancing along the blade, reflecting back at me like an unspoken challenge. I stared at that gleaming edge, my breath slowing, and I understood. This is why they walked toward death with open hands, why soldiers didn't flinch when staring down their own end. Because the regret on the other side, the regret of knowing you gave up when you could have fought just a little more, was a fate far worse than death. I clenched my fists. I wasn't afraid of pain. I wasn't afraid of blood. But I was terrified of facing the weight of this failure. I reached for the sword. My hand trembled as I gripped the hilt, but I didn't see it as weakness. To me, it was bravery. Gritting my teeth, I met Arcus's gaze. Yes, I gave up. And yes, you saw it, but I'll make sure this moment is buried beneath the achievements I'll carve into the future. Even as my body shook, I stepped forward, lowering into my stance. My left foot slid ahead, knees bending, sword drawing back as if to sheath it at my waist. I locked eyes with Arcus and muttered, "Begin." I steadied my breath. The pain didn't fade, but I stopped fighting it. It was there, constant, a reminder of how far I had come and how much farther I had to go. But it was no longer something to escape. It was something to endure. The flickering light overhead cast long shadows across the chamber. The lightning chains curled around my body and the platform, crackling softly and striking my body. But I didn't flinch. I didn't rush. I stood still, my sword resting at my side, my grip firm but relaxed. For the first time in days, my mind was clear. The task was simple: cut through the lightning. Find the moment when resistance faded, when the chains loosened just enough. It was there, Arcus had said so. I had spent days fighting blindly, thrashing against the pain, forcing my body to move with brute strength instead of precision. But now I wasn't just fighting, I was waiting. A surge of electricity shot through my body, but I didn't react. My breathing remained steady, my muscles still. The pain came and went in waves, but I let it pass through me. My mind wasn't on the pain, it was on the sword, on the edge gleaming under the dim light. Another surge, then another. I waited. Then for a split second, the lightning dimmed. The weight of it lessened. It was small, almost imperceptible, but I felt it. My instincts screamed at me to move, and this time I listened. My body reacted before my thoughts could catch up. My right arm slashed forward in a smooth, precise arc. Not forced, not rushed, perfect. The blade cut through the lightning like paper. The golden chains shattered, flickering out of existence as my sword followed through. Sparks burst into the air, but I had already finished the motion. I stood still, my sword extended, my chest rising and falling in quiet, controlled breaths. Silence. I watched in slow motion as the lightning faded away, my eyes tracking its movement. It all felt distant, as if I were watching a memory unfold from long ago. I exhaled and closed my eyes. A notification rang in my head, but I stayed silent, reliving the moment my sword sliced through the chains. I felt free, as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Opening my eyes, I looked at Arcus. Finally, he stood up and stepped toward me. "I'll be honest with you, Steve. I didn't have high expectations," he said. I chuckled. I understood why. Even I had given up on myself, then why wouldn't he? "But I'm glad you proved me wrong," he continued. Arcus smiled. "Did you get the skill?" I pulled up the notification and checked. Skill acquired. Final Severance Level 1. Final Severance, a sword technique that harnesses precise timing and absolute focus. By waiting for the perfect instant when resistance is at its weakest, the user delivers a single, flawless strike that severs through obstacles, whether physical or not, with minimal effort. A grin spread across my face as I nodded at him. He nodded back. "This should help you get an epic class. Rest for a day, then we move on to acquire your class." I replied, "Yes, Commander." Capital of Vathos Astra. Royal Palace Throne Hall. Emperor's Povey. I sat on my throne, eyes closed, lost in thought about the war looming on the horizon. A disturbance pulled me from my contemplation, and my eyes opened slowly. Shadows swirled beneath the steps of the throne as Edgar materialized before me. He knelt and greeted me with a single word, "Emperor." I smiled. "Rise." He nodded and stood, a silly grin tugging at his lips. I knew he wanted me to ask about it. Shaking my head, I indulged him. "What brings you here, Edgar?" He coughed lightly before speaking. "The Farrens have agreed to the meeting, Emperor. There are some new conditions and changes in the agreement, but nothing the Empire can't handle." That surprised me. The Farrens agreeing to our plan. My brows furrowed as I considered if I was overlooking something, if there was another game at play. But nothing came to mind. I looked at Edgar and said. He bowed slightly. "It is my duty to serve the Empire for as long as these old bones last." I chuckled at his reply. "But I have more news for you, Emperor," he continued. I nodded. "Go ahead." His grin widened as he recounted the latest exploits of the new talented recruit. I listened intently, impressed by the boy's dedication and skill. "So what exactly is he trying to do?" I asked. Edgar shrugged. "Arcus won't tell me. He said to wait for the boy to either succeed or fail." I nodded. Typical Arcus. Then a small smile formed on my face. "So he's interested in North?" Edgar laughed. "Oh yes, he is." North is showing interest as well. That's good. They're both good kids. Edgar fidgeted slightly and my eyes narrowed. What is it? Speak. He hesitated, then took a deep breath. Steve got the skill. I tilted my head. Skill? Which skill? Edgar stayed silent. His gaze met mine. Realization dawned on me. Arcas, I asked. He nodded. Thoughts churned in my mind. Relief, excitement. Even I wasn't sure what I felt in that moment. I met Edgar's eyes. No one other than Arcas would dare. I agree with what he did, Emperor, Edgar said, his voice resolute. I studied him for a moment, then exhaled. I understand. I suppose it's time to let the past remain in the past and plan for the future. I turned to the right, my gaze landing on the grand map of the Empire carved into the wall. But the map was no longer whole. The Empire was not complete. We had lost, and we had lost much. Looking back at Edgar, I said, inform Dante to start recruiting. His body tensed slightly before he nodded. You may leave. Yes, Emperor. Shadows swirled around him, and he was gone. I closed my eyes again, but Edgar's words echoed in my mind. The skill, final severance. My eyes snapped open, and I stood up. The world shifted around me, and in an instant I found myself in the royal kitchen. The chefs dropped to their knees as soon as they saw me. Emperor. I met Victor's gaze, the head chef, and spoke. Victor. Food. He raised his head slightly, reading my expression. I nodded. He knew what I wanted. Yes, Emperor, he answered, and the kitchen bustled with activity as the preparations began. I stood in place, watching. Before long, Victor approached with a tray. Emperor, the food is ready. Would you? He hesitated, looking at me. Yes, give it to me. He turned and placed the tray in my hands. 2 simple dishes rested on it, nothing extravagant. Before he could reply, I moved. The world shifted again, and I found myself standing before a massive metal door. It was strong enough that even I would need effort to destroy it. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward and pushed the door open. Inside was a small, clean room, light blue in color, refreshing to the eyes. A flower pot sat in the corner, new blossoms just beginning to bloom. But at the center was a bed. At the center of the bed, she sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Chains bound her wrists and ankles, locking her in place. I looked at her and could see that she had been recently bathed and dressed. Her hair was neatly combed. That brought a small smile to my face. I stepped forward, carrying the tray with me, and sat on the bed in front of her, setting the tray down carefully. Then, as gently as I could, I spoke. Hazel, I brought food for you. She didn't move. I sighed. It's your favorite. Victor made it himself. Still no response. Hazel, I know you can hear me. Why won't you talk to me? If you're angry, you can scold me. Hit me if you want, but please. My voice dropped to a whisper. I beg you, talk to me. Finally, she opened her eyes. Fury burned within them. Through gritted teeth, she spat, get out. I met her gaze, searching for anything, but unfortunately nothing had changed. Sighing, I stood and turned to leave. At the door, I paused. Without looking back, I spoke the words that had brought me here. Someone acquired your skill, sister. I tilted my head just enough to glimpse her reaction. Her eyes widened just slightly. Closing the door behind me, I walked away. Billions Povey. Sharp, burning pain jolted me awake. My eyes fluttered open and my vision blurred before slowly sharpening. I was airborne. The realization barely had time to settle before I crashed into something hardibrous, metal, stone. My body finally came to a stop, pain exploding across every inch of me. I gasped, trying to process what had just happened. Then a sharp screech cut through the air. Memories flooded back me. Open area, walking, gravity shift, smash, boom. Then pain, pain, and more pain. Yeah, worst night ever, I muttered. A strange sensation ran through my bottomy bones, itched, shifting slightly with an unsettling creak. The passive ability. I didn't have time to analyze it. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself onto my feet, unsteady but standing. A heavy, rhythmic thumping reached my ears. I turned my gaze toward the sound, blinking rapidly to clear my vision. Level 37. The massive bat abomination sprinted toward me. Did I miss you while crossing the area? I muttered. How long had I been out? I had no time to think. The bat snatched up a slab of concrete and hurled it straight at me. I dove to the side. The impact against the ground sent a fresh wave of agony through my body. That probably hurt more than just tanking the hit. I quickly checked my essence reserve. 2235. My heart radiated heat, steady and constant. The core was still running, absorbing energy to generate essence. I took a deep breath and stood up tall, eyes locked on the abomination. Might as well try diplomacy first. Bro, I'm really not in the mood right now. Can we just not? I spread my arms in what I hoped was a peaceful gesture. I just want a nap. 5 minutes, that's all I ask. The bat screeched, flaring its wings before charging. I sighed. I guess that's a no. My hands rose, palms facing forward, blazing Esphira. Essence surged from my core, rushing through my arms, pooling at my palms. A small purple sphere formed, spinning like a miniature galaxy. Then fire. Flames ignited within the sphere, feeding off the spinning energy, growing, strengthening. I kept my concentration tight, my will locked onto it as the fire swelled into a blazing inferno. I stood still, eyes closed, heart calm, body aching. My perception tracked the bat. It wasn't stupid. The moment it saw the burning sphere, it adjusted course, sprinting to my left. I didn't move. The sphere grew 1 foot, then 2, then 3. The bat finally turned, committing to a charge from my left. He must have thought he was so smart. I waited. 4 feet away, my will flared. The sphere shot left, straight at the bat. It barely had time to react. Just as the fireball reached it, I whispered, "Explode." Boom. The sphere compressed, then erupted outward. Fire roared in all directions, consuming everything in its path. The shockwave slammed into me, sending me sprawling. I hit the ground, dazed but conscious. I raised my head just enough to check the aftermath. Only a pair of charred, burned legs remained standing. I let out a breathless chuckle and let my head drop back down. Level up, level 32, level 33. I exhaled, my breath slow and steady. It was still dark. That meant I hadn't been out for too long. First, I transferred 10 units to Constitution, pushing my body into recovery mode. Warmth spread through my limbs as the changes took effect. I focused on my injuries. My right forearm, fractured from that brutal gravity smash, was already more than halfway healed. I clenched and unclenched my fist, testing the muscles. There was still some tightness, but the improvement was obvious. I pulled up the description of my passive ability. Passive ability acquired, Apex Body Eye. Stage I unlocked, Adaptive Skeleton. Your bones can now adapt to any environment, granting increased durability, flexibility, and impact resistance. Damaged bones will reinforce upon healing, becoming stronger against similar injuries. A small, tired chuckle left my lips. Well, at least the gravity did help with something. Next, I checked my status. Things were moving fast. Synapse was nearing 200. Strength was hitting 150. I took a deep breath, adjusted my mask, dismissed the interface, and pushed myself up slowly, carefully. My body was still aching, but it was manageable now. I scanned the area, stepping over shattered debris and broken slabs of stone, searching for my staff. It took a few minutes, but I found it. Gripping the staff tightly, I moved forward, dragging my feet through the rubble until I reached my destination. I stopped right in front of an invisible line, where I knew the gravity anomaly began. Then, without hesitation, I sat down, staff resting across my lap, and I waited. Time passed as I remained alert, my focus locked on the area ahead while my body recovered bit by bit. But the sensation of my bones creaking, like a broken door swinging in the wind, wasn't exactly pleasant. Every small movement sent a dull ache through my limbs, reminding me that my passive ability was at work. An hour passed, yet nothing in the area changed. No strange forces, no sudden spikes in gravity, no signs of disturbance. The essence around me remained calm and docile, completely different from the violent way it had thrown me around earlier. My essence store had filled up again, so I added 10 units to my synapse, increasing it to 202. As soon as I made the adjustment, a familiar warmth spread through my skull, subtle at first, then growing more intense. My senses sharpened, my perception stretching farther than before. The transformation lasted a full 2 minutes, during which I remained still, letting my body adapt to the changes. Once it settled, I extended my perception toward the area ahead, searching for any irregularities. But even with my increased synapse, nothing seemed different. The terrain was the same, the air was still, and there were no ripples in the essence flow. That left me with two options: cross the 500-meter stretch before the 2-minute mark before the gravitational force had a chance to activate again. Stay here and try to figure out what was causing the anomaly. The second option might give me answers, but I wasn't keen on getting slammed into the ground again just for the sake of curiosity. I had some plans that I needed to execute, so I chose the first option. I was confident I could clear the area long before the 2-minute threshold passed. Without hesitation, I stood up, storing my staff inside my ring. I pulled my necklace over my head and tucked it away as well. Then I checked my body's condition. I wasn't fully healed, but I was at least 50 recovered. More importantly, my legs were in good enough shape to run. I exhaled and activated Synapse Boost to check the area again, just to be sure. But the essence remained silent, flowing naturally as it had been. All right, let's do this. My eyes locked ahead as I bent my knees slightly, then surged forward, sprinting. My feet crushed the rubble beneath me as I ran, senses fully alert. I activated Seismic Burst. The ground erupted behind me, propelling me forward. I landed and immediately sprinted again. Seismic Burst. Boom, once more I launched myself through the air, crossing the halfway point. Out of nowhere, the essence went wild. The glowing green hue shifted to deep silver, then rushed toward me like a tidal wave. I cursed under my breath. As soon as my feet hit the ground, I crouched low and fired another seismic burst from both legs this time. Boom. The explosion was much stronger, and I was thrown further into the air. Behind me, the silver essence surged, gaining on me. Midair, I gritted my teeth and fired off one last seismic burst. I accelerated, pushing myself harder as I finally crossed the area and crashed directly into a building. My body barreled through a couple of walls, debris, and shattered doors and windows before I finally came to a stop. I shook my head, trying to clear the dizziness, and hurriedly pulled myself out of the rubble. Ouch, I muttered under my breath. A few more bones and muscles had taken a hit, but I pushed the pain aside, determined to keep moving. I stepped out into the open, forcing myself to ignore the discomfort. I glanced behind me, then limped toward the open area, trying to make sense of what had just happened. As soon as the area came into view, I extended my perception, focusing all my attention on what was unfolding before me. I wanted to figure out what was going on. I stood at the edge of the area, keeping my distance, but my mind raced as I focused on the strange phenomenon ahead. The silver essence surged through the air, moving in a way that didn't make sense. It wasn't the usual flow I'd felt before. It was intense, erratic, almost alive, pulsing and spiraling toward the center of the area. My focus sharpened as I kept my eyes fixed on the scene. I noticed something new. The essence wasn't just the usual glowing green anymore. Now I could see a teal stream weaving through the silver, like a river running through a storm. The silver was still abundant, but the teal was starting to surge along with it. It was subtle at first, but there was definitely something more to it than I'd seen before. From where I stood, I didn't feel any of the effects, but deep down, I knew that something major was unfolding within that 500-meter stretch. It wasn't just a minor fluctuation in the normal flow of essence. Then I saw it. The silver-teal essence suddenly compressed itself at the very center of the area, folding in on itself. As it did, the debris and ground around the area cracked and splintered under the pressure. The sheer force of it all made my stomach tight. Damn, I muttered under my breath. The essence kept folding, shifting from its usual green to the silver-teal mix. The outer layers glowed green, but as they rushed inward, the silver and teal colors deepened, wrapping around the core like some sort of invisible coil. And then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. There was no warning, no sound, just a sudden burst of essence. The mixture of silver and teal exploded outward, rushing away from the center like a shockwave. For a split second, it felt like the air itself was being torn apart. As the blast wave hit, I saw the debris, the rocks, the shattered ground. All of it began to float upward. It wasn't just the lighter things. The heavy, solid chunks of rubble seemed to defy gravity, suspended in the expanding energy. The expansion didn't last long, only a few seconds, but in that brief time the essence spread out, growing more intense. Then, with an almost violent speed, it reversed. The essence rushed back in like the force of a collapsing star, and the debris came crashing down in a brutal cascade. I could feel the pressure in the air, the weight of it. And just as quickly as it had started, the essence settled. The silver and teal colors faded, disappearing into the air like nothing had ever happened. The chaos, the crushing force, the expansion, all of it calmed, leaving behind only the silent, still aftermath. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what I'd just witnessed. I felt like I had just witnessed a space-time collapse on a smaller scale. If my guess was right, the essence had shifted into space and time element, but calling them elements didn't feel right. This place wasn't just elemental, it felt like a convergence of minor laws. Arcas had called this place a convergence of elements, and after seeing what just happened, I couldn't help but agree with him. The silver must have represented space, and the teal represented time. This place must have seen some serious conflict to trigger something like that, to bring space-time into the equation. But there was still something I didn't understand. Why was this field only activating when I passed through it? That didn't make sense. Maybe I caused a disturbance in the field, but what exactly had triggered it, I had no clue. It was unlike anything I'd encountered before. Letting out a long breath, I turned back, muttering under my breath, "I'll come back soon." Every step felt like a challenge, my body protesting with each movement. Reaching into my ring, I pulled out some water and took a long drink, letting the cool liquid calm me. It didn't fully ease the tension in my body, but it helped. I transferred the rest of my essence to Constitution and then closed my eyes. My full focus shifted to the generator core as it observed the surrounding energy to generate more essence. Time passed, and I remained focused. I exhaled deeply and pushed myself up to my feet. Finally, some good rest, I muttered to myself, feeling a bit more refreshed but still not fully at ease. That gravity field had really thrown me off course and messed with my original plan. I reached into my storage ring and pulled out my staff, feeling its familiar weight in my hands. Channeling essence into it, I stepped cautiously out of the building, ready to face whatever came next. Once outside, I blinked as my eyes adjusted to the daylight. The sun had risen, its golden light pouring over the horizon, a fresh day. I stretched out my arms and rolled my shoulders, feeling the stiffness in my muscles. I couldn't help but notice how my body felt different, heavier, tighter. Maybe the passive is starting to have some effect, I thought, a grin tugging at the corners of my lips. The increase in my strength and endurance wasn't something I could easily ignore anymore. With that thought, I straightened up and took my first step forward, eager to keep moving. I passed through a few more crumbled buildings, navigating through the ruins, but soon enough I heard the sound in the air that signaled the presence of the abominations. I halted. The familiar stench of decay hit me before I even laid eyes on them. I squinted through the ruins, my gaze fixing on three of the abominations hunched over the lifeless body of another, feeding on its remains. Well, I guess there's a first for everything, I muttered under my breath, observing the gruesome scene. I scanned them quickly. Level 41, level 43, level 43. Not too strong, I thought, feeling a surge of confidence. I had leveled up recently and added plenty of stats to my build. These creatures were nothing I couldn't handle, but there was something else on my mind, something I'd been itching to try. It was a thing June had told us about back when she gave us our first skills in the forest, combining two skills together. Taking a deep breath, I focused. I channeled essence into my staff, increasing its weight and giving it a heavier, more solid feel in my hand. I held the staff in my right hand, gripped tightly, and sprinted toward the unaware abominations. My legs bent as I crouched low and activated seismic burst. Boom! The explosion of force shot me upward, propelling me through the air. The bats' ears twitched at the sound, and in an instant their heads snapped toward me. They screeched as they noticed me, their twisted faces locked onto mine. I didn't hesitate. Closing my eyes, I activated Synapse Boost, allowing my perception to sharpen, the world slowing down around me. I adjusted my grip on the staff, holding it by the end with more control. The air felt still, my heartbeat steady but loud in my chest. I expanded my will outward, focusing on the essence in the area, pulling it toward me. Blazing Esphera, I whispered, commanding the essence to gather at the far end of the staff. A blazing sphere of fire materialized, spinning and crackling with heat. Holding it steady with sheer will, I kept it from bursting out of control. Below, the bats screeched, still unaware of what was coming. At the peak of my jump, gravity tugged at me, but the thrill drowned out everything else. A grin stretched across my face, adrenaline rushing through my veins. Blitz Hakai, I roared. My spine arched as I bent backward midair, strength flooding my right hand. It snapped downward, driving the staff in a swift arc. The fireball, spinning parallel to its far end, followed the motion, hurtling toward the bats below like a blazing comet. I swung with everything I had. The staff tore through the air, hitting the space just above the bats, but that was all it needed. First, the air compressed. Then the explosion came. Boom! The force of the blast tore through the ground beneath, cracking it open. Fire expanded outward, consuming everything in its path. Dust and debris shot into the air, the heat so intense it singed the air around me. I landed hard, my body taking the impact easily. The bats were no more just charred, broken bodies that flopped lifelessly to the ground. The ringing in my ears was drowned out by a flood of notifications. Skill level up. Blazing Esphera level 1, level 2. Skill level up. Blitz Hack level 2, level 3. Level up. Levels 33, levels 35. Essence surged through my body, sending a sharp, tearing sensation through my muscles. Something inside me shifted, muscles, tendon, fiber-adapting as my strength finally crossed the 150 mark. Satisfaction settled in as I took stock of what just happened. The combination of both skills had produced results far beyond my expectations. The power behind my attack had increased by at least 40, maybe even 50. If that much was possible just by layering two techniques, then there had to be even greater ways to push them further. Blazing Esphera had plenty of room to evolve. Fire was just one option. What if I formed the sphere using different elements? With my synapse as strong as it was, I had the luxury of at least testing them all, even if I failed. And if that didn't work, there was always raw essence itself. Pure destruction, unfiltered by any element. At the end of the day, the method didn't matter. Only the opponent did. No point in wasting essence on weaklings when fire could reduce them to ash just fine. I extended my perception one last time, scanning the area to make sure I hadn't overlooked anything. Once I was satisfied, I adjusted my grip on the staff and walked forward. Broken buildings and scattered rubble stretched out before me as I moved deeper into the area. The further I went, the more chaotic the essence became. Different elements surged and clashed around me, flashes of fire, streaks of wind, and ripples of water twisting through the air. The instability was impossible to ignore. I kept my senses sharp, hyper-aware of every fluctuation. I wasn't about to let myself get caught off guard again. The last thing I needed was another gravity field smashing me into the ground. Soon I came across another anomaly. My legs slowed to a stop as I took in the scene before me. Dust and debris swirled violently, filling the air and making it almost impossible to see beyond a few steps. The entire area was a storm of chaos, not sand, but choking clouds of dust and shattered stone twisting and tumbling through the air. I squinted, trying to make sense of the landscape. Multiple cyclones churned restlessly, shifting unpredictably. Some spun slow and steady, while others lashed out like living things, tearing apart whatever stood in their way. The whole place looked like a battlefield abandoned mid-destruction, except the destruction never stopped. From left to right, as far as my eyes could see, the air refused to be still. Either twisting into powerful cyclones or thick with drifting dust clouds, everything moved. Then came the sound. A deep, thunderous boom echoed from within the storm, traveling through the air like the battlefield's heartbeat. Every few seconds, another explosion erupted unseen, shaking the ground and sending more debris into the storm. Beneath the booming, something else stirred. Screeches. Not from one creature, but many. Dozens of overlapping, high-pitched cries, their sources hidden within the storm. Power up. My heart thrummed as the generator core began absorbing the abundant energy in the environment. I gripped my staff tightly, took a deep breath to steady myself, and stepped forward. The moment I entered, the wind slammed into me. It wasn't a normal gust. It pulled and pushed, erratic and unpredictable, as if the storm itself was trying to throw me out. Dust stung my skin, filled my mouth, and made every breath feel thick and heavy. I squinted against the swirling chaos, but the storm refused to let me see beyond a few steps. Then the sound changed. The booming from earlier wasn't just distant noise. It was louder and here, deep rumbles that made the ground tremble beneath my feet. And between each boom, a different sound weaved through the storm. Whispers. I checked my body for injuries, but my high constitution allowed me to withstand the storm's force. Still, the deeper I went, the worse it became. The air howled at each step. I had to force myself to take one step after another. Invisible blades of air slashed across the ground, carving deep gashes into the cracked earth. My staff spun continuously in my hand as I shattered wind blade after wind blade. The sound here was too amplified to distinguish the whooshing of the wind, so I had to keep my perception flared the entire time to make sense of the situation. I carefully avoided the two massive cyclones ahead and steered myself toward a gap I could barely make out through the dust storm. Broken buildings shook under the pressure, some suddenly shattering as if struck by an unseen force. I extended my perception, searching for answers. Essence filled the air in streaks of light green. Wind, that much was obvious. It wasn't just normal wind, it was violent. The cyclones weren't just forming, they were colliding, tearing each other apart and reforming. But something else was here. Something was causing those random explosions. Then the voices came. They whispered from everywhere and nowhere. Some sounded close, too close, as if someone was right behind me, breathing against my neck. Others echoed from above, distant and stretched. Kill, run, raw. Each voice was different. Some sounded human. Others didn't. The words overlapped, merging into a chaotic mess of sound. I stopped, eyes narrowing. Something else was happening. Air carried pockets of pressure, bursts of compressed sound hiding within the storm. I watched as a loose chunk of debris floated harmlessly for a second, then exploded into dust, crushed by a shockwave. I could feel in my perception that these traps were everywhere, completely invisible. One wrong step and my body could be next. But the worst part, the storm wasn't empty. High above, four shapes moved through the chaos, gliding smoothly through the deadly winds. I squinted my eyes at the figures. Abominations. The bats were here. While I struggled against the storm, they thrived in it. Their massive wings sliced through the wind with ease, carried by the very force that tried to push me down. This was their domain. I narrowed my eyes and focused. Level 39, level 35, level 42, level 46. Even the weaker ones managed to survive in this chaos. I let out a short chuckle at the thought. One of them flapped its massive wings and let out a screech. It wasn't just noise. The sound rippled through the air like a shockwave, twisting the wind itself. I watched as it tunneled forward like a sonic boom, hurtling straight toward me. I barely ducked in time. A slicing gust of wind shot past my head, carving a deep scar and dent into the ground behind me. The fight had begun. I turned my head back to face them. The second bat dived first, level 46. Its wings folded back, body twisting through the storm like it could see the hidden dangers. It barely flapped, letting the wind carry it forward at insane speed. Two more followed. They glided effortlessly, slipping through the chaos while I struggled against it. The storm helped them, pushing them forward. It fought me, dragging at my body, trying to slow me down, and I was on foot. The moment I moved, I had to fight the wind. If I wasn't careful, I'd step into a shockwave pocket and get torn apart. But standing still wasn't an option either. The lead bat screeched. This time, the sound didn't just bend the wind, it tunneled through the air like a concentrated beam, vibrating violently as it shot straight toward me. I pushed off the ground. Seismic burst. Boom, the explosion launched me sideways, just in time. The bat's screech tore through the spot I'd just been standing in, leaving a gaping hole in the cracked earth. Dust and debris flew everywhere. If that had hit me, my body would have burst like a melon. I landed hard, but the wind shoved against me, nearly making me stumble. Damn it. The second bat came in next, swooping low, claws stretching for my throat. I twisted my staff, channeling essence. The situation was bad. Too bad, actually. If I fought like normal, I'd be at a huge disadvantage. The wind hated me but helped them, which meant I needed to make it work for me too. I adjusted my stance. Instead of resisting the wind, I leaned into it. If the wind wanted to move me, I'd let it. The second bat screeched in dove. I loosened my body and let the wind push me backward, just enough to avoid the claws. The bat missed by inches, its wings slicing through the air right past my face. I twisted my staff following the motion and swung. The strike should have connected, but instead the wind pushed the bat even faster, just out of reach. I had helped it escape. I channeled essence into the staff, increasing its weight to stabilize myself. Another amplified screech rang out behind me. I barely had time to react. Essence surged into my legs. I jumped, letting the wind carry me higher to avoid the incoming blast. A shockwave shot through the air where I'd just been, slicing straight through a chunk of debris. I rolled as I landed, barely getting my footing when the third bat was already upon me. I barely managed to raise my staff before it crashed into me. The impact threw me backward. My body slammed directly into a pressure pocket. Boom. A sudden explosion burst against my back, sending another wave of force crashing into me. I hit the ground, hard. Dust filled my mouth as I coughed, blood dripping down my chin. My ears rang from the constant howling wind, the eerie whispers, the grinding noise of the cyclones. My vision blurred. The dust and debris flying through the air made it impossible to see beyond 10 feet. Everything past that was just shifting shadows. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself up, pressing a hand against my back. My fingers came away wet. I was bleeding. The pressure pockets packed a punch. I activated Synapse Boost. Essence surged through my head, my eyes glowing green as my perception expanded. The crushing force around me eased slightly. Not by much, but enough. I tightened my grip on my staff and began channeling essence into it. Its weight doubled, then tripled, then quadrupled. I stopped at 50 kilograms, enough to keep me steady. With a grunt, I slammed it into the ground beside me, burying it a foot deep. Above, the bats circled, their piercing screeches blending with the storm. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. My heartbeat stayed steady, working in perfect rhythm as I absorbed the swirling energies around me, converting them into essence. The situation demanded something new, and I had an idea. My perception stretched farther, blending seamlessly with the essence around me. The layout of the battlefield became clearer, chaotic, unpredictable, but not without patterns. Scattered throughout the air, I sensed strange pockets of energy, gaps where the natural essence flowed twisted and broke apart. They felt like voids, silent, empty spaces disrupting the storm's rhythm. Everywhere else, wind essence ran wild. Light green streaks swirled and crashed like waves, rising and falling in surges, fueling the cyclones and keeping them intact. The entire storm was alive, shifting and reshaping itself every second. Then my perception locked onto the bats. They moved effortlessly, gliding through the chaos as if the storm obeyed them. But there was something more, something embedded within their very presence. Sound. Their bodies vibrated strangely as they flew, releasing subtle pulses through the air. Each pulse traveled outward, striking the energy pockets and triggering sudden explosions. So that's what it was, I thought. The beams they fired weren't just random screeches, they were concentrated sound waves, amplified and weaponized by this battlefield. For the bats, this place was a perfect battleground. I checked my essence storage. I transferred all of it into dexterity. This situation was perfect for testing its limits. The moment I did, I felt my body adjust. Sudden influx of energy coursed through my muscles, temporarily raising my dexterity to 157. It wasn't a drastic change, but I felt lighter, my movements smoother, more refined. My breathing steadied, and a strange calm settled over me. Finally, it was time to begin. My will spread outward, slow at first, then suddenly boomed as it exploded from me, seizing the essence around me. For a brief moment, everything paused. The essence seemed almost startled by my interference. Then, as if resisting, it surged again, trying to break free. But I held firm. I concentrated, focusing every ounce of my control on bending the chaotic flow to my will. It was like taming a wild beast, fighting against the raw, uncontrollable force of the storm. However, the abominations didn't give me the luxury of time. One of them dropped lower, its dark form slicing through the wind with ease. It locked onto me, its massive wings barely flapping as it dived forward. I kept my eyes closed, tracking it purely through my senses. The bat's mouth opened wide. I felt it, the vibration, the shift in essence. A beam formed at the center of its throat, small and concentrated at first, but as it traveled through the air, it expanded. The wind carried it, stretching and amplifying the attack. The further it moved, the wider it became, its power increasing with every passing second. I let it come closer, tracking every shift in the air. Then, with my entire focus, I loosened my body, flowing with the wind instead of resisting it. I followed its currents, using them as a medium to guide my movement. At the last moment, I slipped past the attack. The beam roared by, missing me by inches. A series of explosions erupted behind me as it struck the ground, sending dust and debris flying. I straightened, exhaled slowly, and took my stance once more. Eyes closed, staff planted firmly beside me. The bat screeched, frustrated that its attack had missed. Without hesitation, it dove straight toward me. Its massive wings flared as it glided through the air, moving in a sharp zigzag pattern. It swam through the slicing winds, dodging the pressure pockets effortlessly. Every twist, every shift was precise. Its speed increased with each second, cutting through the storm like it was born for it. I raised my right hand. Essence stirred. The energy in the air reacted to my command, shifting, gathering. I activated my innate skills. Essence shift. Essence shaping. The swirling essence closed in around me, forming a barrier. At first, it moved slowly, drifting like mist. Then, with a surge, it gained momentum, twisting and swirling faster, until it formed a rotating sphere around me, a 3-foot shell of concentrated energy, shifting like a churning vortex. I commanded, and more essence flooded into the translucent barrier. As I expanded it, the radius grew from 3 feet to 5. My control remained steady as the barrier took shape. As the essence churned and revolved around me, the dust and debris followed, forming a rotating storm of dust and debris surrounding me. The swirling essence around me pulsed, shifting in response to my will. The storm outside raged, wind blades slicing through the air at random, debris twisting in chaotic spirals. But inside my barrier, inside this 5-foot shell of essence, I held control. Essence shift activated. The translucent barrier around me flickered, the formless mass of essence bending to my command. I grasped hold of the violent wind currents inside the essence and converted the essence into the wind element. The flow changed instantly. The wind no longer howled randomly, it followed me. I shaped it, molding the currents like wet clay. Inside my sphere, the chaotic storm outside became organized, controlled. My own wind, my own domain. The bat dove toward me, wings tucked in, cutting through the air like a thrown dagger. I acted. With a single thought, I sharpened the air, essence shaping. 3 wind blades formed inside my barrier, thin and razor sharp. Unlike the wild blades outside, these weren't random, they followed my will. The bat burst into my barrier. The first blade slashed forward. It twisted mid-air, barely dodging. The second followed immediately. Its wing flared wide, narrowly evading the attack. But the final blade struck solid, a clean hit. The wind blade sliced across its chest, not deep enough to kill, but strong enough to send it spiraling off course. The bat shrieked, its flight path breaking as it tumbled past me, wings flapping wildly to regain control. My eyes remained closed, control fully extended on the wind barrier around me. I commanded the air within my barrier to move, not as an attack, but as a filter. The chaotic wind outside still carried dust and debris, filling the air with swirling dirt and blinding grit. But inside my space, that would change. I shifted the wind flow, forcing every speck of dust, every stray particle outward. The space around me became clean, a 5-foot circle of absolute clarity. The air here moved in a perfect current, controlled and unobstructed. The storm outside remained wild, but inside my domain I stood untouched. I opened my eyes. The battlefield had changed. I exhaled slowly, my chest rising and falling as the tension in my lungs eased. With my immediate surroundings now free of dust and debris, the air finally felt clean again. My gaze locked onto the bat struggling against the storm outside my barrier. It flapped its wings, trying to slip into the natural rhythm of the chaotic currents, searching for a path through. I wasn't about to let that happen. Raising my palm, I directed the wind inside my barrier to obey. It responded instantly. A blade of wind formed at my command, sharp and condensed. Without hesitation, I let it slip through the translucent shell of wind barrier around me. As soon as it left my controlled space, I allowed it to merge with the raging wind outside. Like threading a needle through a violent storm, I kept my will connected to the blade as it twisted through the unpredictable air currents. The further it traveled, the harder it became to control. The chaotic wind battered against my grip, making it difficult to keep the attack on course. I quickly adjusted. If I couldn't land a direct hit, I would force the bat into a vulnerable position. Locking onto a dense pressure pocket in the storm, I shifted my target. With a flick of my will, the wind blade veered off course, cutting across the raging currents and slamming into the concentrated air pocket. Boom. A sharp explosion erupted in the sky, sending dust and debris scattering like a detonation. The entire wind flow shifted, throwing off everything caught in its path. The bat, which had just regained its balance, tumbled wildly. It flailed, wings folding in for a moment as it spiraled downward, crashing hard into the ground with a heavy thud. Before I could press my advantage, a piercing screech rang out behind me. I twisted around. The strongest bat in the group hovered in the air, its wings spread wide. Its mouth opened and it screeched. A sound attack. The next second it fired. A concentrated beam of vibrating energy tore through the chaotic wind, distorting the air as it surged toward me. The amplified hum sent a sharp ringing sensation through my ears. I acted immediately. Raising my hand, I gathered the newly generated essence, quickly assessing how much I had left. It is enough, I commanded, and the essence surged. It channeled through my palm, condensing into a deep purple light. My will stretched it, shaping it into a square, translucent shield just large enough to cover my torso. The construct hummed softly, a pure extension of my control. Then I activated Essence Shift. The shield changed. The dense purple essence thinned and shifted, adopting the light green of wind. I willed it into motion. The small shield began rotating around me, starting slow before rapidly gaining speed. Within seconds it blurred into motion, a thin ring of wind circling me. At the same time, I turned my focus to the larger wind barrier outside and increased its rotation speed as well. Now the two layers moved in opposite directions, the outer barrier spinning clockwise while the smaller shield spun counterclockwise. Both blurred into motion, following my will. Now all that remained was timing. The sound beam surged forward, its vibrations distorting the air as it tore toward me. My eyes remained locked onto it, tracking its movement through the storm. First, it struck my outer wind barrier. A sharp hum rang out as the beam entered the swirling currents, its energy scattering, but it wasn't enough to stop it. The beam pushed forward, losing majority of its force but still heading straight for me. Then it reached the wind flowing inside the barrier. This was where the real defense happened. Unlike the chaotic outer barrier, this one moved in a controlled motion, spinning against the direction of the attack. As the sound beam entered, the rotating currents disrupted its vibrations, twisting and breaking apart the concentrated wave of energy. The distortion weakened it further. Finally, what little remained of the attack slammed into my torso-sized wind shield, the last line of defense. The impact sent a heavy tremor through the air. The shield flickered, wavering for a brief moment. But my control held. The remaining energy of the sound beam scattered, its force diffused completely. I exhaled. My body remained steady, unharmed. It worked. A smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. The logic was simple. Sound traveled through air, carried by vibrations. By twisting the wind currents around me in opposing directions, I forced the sound waves to collide and cancel each other out. But there was no time to celebrate. The bat that fired the beam let out another piercing screech, clearly irritated. Its wings flared wide, adjusting its position in the storm as it prepared another attack, and I had no intention of letting it fire again. I raised my hand, essence flooding into my palm once more. This time I wasn't just going to defend. This time I would strike first, but I didn't channel the essence I had generated. Instead, I commanded the essence outside my barrier to respond. At my will, the energy in the air surged toward me, flooding into my outstretched hand. The moment it made contact with my palm, I did something I had practiced countless times before. I set it into motion. The essence spun rapidly, coiling and twisting as if caught in an invisible current. A soft hum filled the air as it gathered into a condensed, rotating sphere, glowing with a faint green light. The more it spun, the tighter it compressed until it was a perfect sphere, a foot in diameter, floating just in front of my palm. Then I shifted it. The green glow flickered, wavered, then changed. The deep, raw green of pure essence faded as the lighter, sharper hue of wind took its place. The shift was instant. The wind roared as the sphere became a dense, turbulent mass of cutting gales, spinning with a force strong enough to distort the air around it. A grin stretched across my face. Chaos. My voice was barely a whisper over the howling winds. A sharp gleam flickered in my eyes. I can cause much more chaos than this. I controlled 3 things at once. It wasn't easy, but I had trained for this. First, the wind barrier, a 5-foot spinning shell that surrounded me, keeping the chaotic storm outside from reaching me. Wind blades, pressure pockets, dust, and debris, all of it was locked out, unable to cross the high-speed currents that formed my protective bubble. Second, the wind sphere, a 1-foot spinning orb of compressed air, floating above my right palm. It churned like a miniature storm, its concentrated force swirling with precise control. Third, the wind shield, a square, rotating construct of condensed air that revolved around me, a leftover defense from before. Controlling all 3 at once split my focus, but I didn't need to anymore. I took a breath and dispersed the wind shield, absorbing its energy into the wind sphere on my palm. The moment I did, my mind felt lighter, the strain of juggling 3 separate forces easing. But I wasn't done yet. I fed more wind into the sphere, expanding it. 1 foot, then 2, then 3. The spinning orb grew, rising from my palm, its speed increasing as it floated above me, hovering like a spinning planet in the sky. The air around it bent and warped from the sheer speed of its rotation. Next, the wind barrier. I pushed it outward, slowly but steadily. 6 feet, 7 feet. The currents thickened, pushing the chaotic storm even farther away from me. The winds outside howled, but inside the air was clean, untouched. Dust and debris had no place here. I stood at the eye of my own storm, controlling every part of it. Then it was time to bring chaos. I focused on the spinning globe above me. One end of it pulled an essence, constantly fueling itself like a breathing, living thing. The other end became a weapon. I shaped the wind inside, thin, sharp, deadly. I compressed the air into high-speed wind blades, focusing their form into something solid, concentrated. Then I fired. The first blade shot out, slicing through the chaotic battlefield like a streak of lightning. It cut cleanly through the wind outside, completely unaffected by the unpredictable currents. It didn't scatter. It didn't slow. It pierced through the storm, moving exactly where I willed it. Its target, the unstable pressure pockets floating across the battlefield. Boom. The first pocket collapsed, sending a shockwave through the air. The battlefield shifted. The second wind blade fired, striking another pocket. Boom, the third, boom, the winds twisted, turned, collapsed in on themselves. The controlled chaos the bats had been using to fly smoothly vanished. Their rhythm was shattered, the battlefield no longer working in their favor. The largest bat screeched, wings flaring as it struggled to regain control. Another tried to dive toward me, but the shifting winds threw it off course, sending it spiraling sideways. And I wasn't done. I fired again. More wind blades shot out from the floating sphere, slashing through the air, breaking apart more wind pockets, creating even more instability. The bats couldn't fly properly anymore. The very air around them refused to obey them. one of the smaller bats lost control completely. It spun out, tumbling through the sky before crashing hard into the ground. The strongest tried to counter. Its body vibrated as it opened its mouth, gathering another sound attack, but before it could fire, I attacked first. A wind blade shot forward, slicing through the turbulent air. The bat twisted midair, dodging once then twice, but the third blade came too fast. It struck directly into its left wing, carving deep into flesh and bone. A sharp, piercing screech tore through the battlefield. The force of the impact sent the bat lurching sideways, its flight path collapsing. Blood misted into the chaotic winds as the wing snapped free, completely severed from its body. My eyes locked onto it. That was my opportunity. I pushed forward, every thought focused on bringing it down. I fired again, wind blades slicing through the air, one after another, relentless, precise. Each one carved deep gashes into its body, cutting through its hide, tearing apart muscle, reducing it to a shredded, thrashing mess. Its control faltered. The moment it lost focus, the wind blades already spinning in the storm turned against it. They lashed out. Blades of air, uncontrolled and wild, ripped into its body. Some cut deep into its remaining wing. Others tore through its back, stomach, and legs. It screeched, body convulsing, trying to regain control, but the winds refused to carry it anymore. And then it fell. A shadow plummeting from the sky, spinning, tumbling, crashing hard into the ground. Dust and debris exploded on impact. It was over, but I wasn't done. The barrier around me expanded again, pushing outward. 6 feet, 7, 8, 9, then 10 feet. The space around me grew wider. The chaos of the battlefield kept at bay. The wind barrier spun even faster, a shield of pure force that nothing could penetrate. And then I decided to go crazy. I fed even more essence into the spinning globe floating above me. It grew larger, heavier, spinning with terrifying speed, an eye of the storm that I controlled completely. I grinned. It was time to destroy everything. I observed my surroundings beyond the barrier. Multiple tornadoes of dust and debris howled and groaned, their chaotic winds tearing through the battlefield. Explosions of sound erupted at random intervals, the force shaking the air itself. Wind blades sliced through everything in their path. Pockets of compressed air detonated, sending shockwaves rippling outward. But inside my barrier, everything bent to my will. Above me, the massive spinning wind sphere glowed with raw power, its rotation growing faster and faster as I continued feeding it essence. The 10-foot barrier of wind around me remained strong, a perfect shield against the surrounding storm, but I could do more. My fingers curled slightly and the essence responded immediately. I raised my left hand, my eyes locked onto the chaos outside, and I had something that could push it even further, blazing Esphera. I lifted my left palm slightly, and a glowing sphere of pure fire hovered just above it, spinning like a miniature sun. The fire inside burned wildly, spiraling like a galaxy, its heat distorting the air around it. Above me, the massive wind sphere continued its relentless rotation, a 3-foot globe of pure, howling air. I willed them closer. The moment the two forces neared, the wind sphere reacted violently, trying to tear the fire apart while the fire lashed out in bursts, seeking to consume everything. Not yet. I tightened my control, forcing the flames and the wind to coexist. The essence responded instantly, holding the balance. Slowly, I guided the blazing sphere into the heart of the wind vortex. The moment the fire touched the spinning air, the entire globe shuddered. Flames expanded, wrapping around the winds. The wind, instead of snuffing out the fire, fed it. The sphere blazed brighter, spinning faster as the two forces fused together into something new. I clenched my fist. The roaring, swirling firestorm above me stabilized, contained within my will, its violent energy locked into a controlled rotation. I fired the first attack. A blazing fire blade shot out from the sphere, cutting through the wind barrier like a spear. It streaked toward one of the unstable pressure pockets in the storm outside. Boom! The instant it made contact, the pocket of compressed air detonated, setting off a chain reaction. Wind twisted and collided, fire roared and burned, multiple tornadoes splitting apart and reforming, their force now unstable and unpredictable. I didn't stop. Another fire blade fired, then another, and another. Each one struck with deadly precision, slicing through the chaotic battlefield. Every pocket of unstable wind erupted into violent explosions, sending shockwaves blasting through the storm. More. I raised my right hand, directing the burning vortex above me. The sphere had grown unstable, its rotations wild, but I held it together with sheer will. One final move. I thrust my hand forward and the entire flaming windstorm obeyed. With a deafening roar, the fire sphere collapsed inward, compressing into a condensed, unstable core, and then I hurled it into the battlefield. It whistled through the battlefield like a comet. The moment it left my control, it expanded violently, the compressed wind inside detonating on impact. A storm of fire and gales erupted, consuming everything in its path. Wind and flames twisted together, forming a roaring inferno that tore through the battlefield, turning everything into chaotic, burning destruction. I grinned as I saw the destruction and I heard multiple notifications. I stood still inside my wind barrier, though at this point it had become more of a fiery cage, flames roaring and twisting around its spinning currents. Every second, fire lashed outward, struggling to expand, but I kept it in check, stopping it from erupting uncontrollably. The effort it took to hold everything together weighed on my mind, but I focused. Outside, the battlefield had changed. The sudden chain of random explosions had stopped, probably because they had all gone off at once, burning through the pressure pockets I had targeted. The heat in the air climbed bit by bit, making the space inside my barrier feel heavy and suffocating. Not bad for a combination skill, I muttered. It was time to check the notifications. Level up, level 35, level 37. Skill level up, essence shaping level 3, level 4. Skill evolved. Blazing Esphera, Havoc Esphera. Havoc Esphera level 1. Havoc Esphera is an evolved form of Blazing Esphera, no longer limited to fire but capable of manifesting in any element the user commands. It spins at extreme speeds, condensing raw energy into a destructive, high-impact sphere. Its nature shifts based on the element infused. As soon as I read the notification, information drilled into my head, details of the skill's mechanics flowing through my mind. Control, manipulation, the requirements to shape it properly, it all settled in like I had always known it. I nodded. This wasn't part of my plan when I made the wind sphere. I just wanted to cause destruction. But I wasn't going to complain about a free skill evolution. I opened my status to check my progress. I needed about 150 more stat points to push every attribute past the 200 mark. This was harder than I thought. The generator core worked nonstop, absorbing energy and converting it into essence, but the rate of absorption wasn't fast enough. That was the real issue. No matter how much energy was around me, I couldn't take it in any faster. A flaw in the talent, a bug. I exhaled slowly, my eyes drifting back to the swirling firestorm outside my barrier. I needed to push further. Extending my perception, I scanned the battlefield outside. Moments like these made me wish I were more like Steve. Now, how do I get out of this? The situation looked bad. Even the floating dust seemed to be on fire. The wind howled, and instead of dying down, the number of tornadoes, both small and massive, had increased. I pulled out my staff, gripping it firmly as I adjusted its weight with essence. There was no point in overcomplicating things. I decided to just walk straight through. My fiery wind barrier raged around me, shielding me from the inferno, but with every step maintaining control became harder. The storm outside pushed against me, testing my will. More than once I had to stop, focusing entirely on keeping my barrier from breaking apart or worse, getting dragged into one of those massive flaming tornadoes. The generator core filled up, and without hesitation I dumped all the energy into strength. Then I set the core to keep absorbing, pushing it to its limits. The relentless march burned through my focus, but it also did something else. It sharpened my control. Every second in this chaos forced me to refine my grip over essence and the elements, making my will even stronger. I decided to train my control over essence a little more. Extending my perception, I commanded the essence around me to take shape. First, I formed a circular shield. The essence obeyed, and within moments a glowing, translucent disc about 2 feet wide appeared in front of me. I activated essence shaping and started refining it. Bit by bit, I fed more essence into the shield, compressing and solidifying it until it felt dense and stable. Once I was satisfied, I created another layer in front of it, repeating the process. More essence, more compression matching the first shield's density. My focus split between the two shields and the wind barrier surrounding me, pushing my control to its limits. Feeling the strain but pleased with the progress, I dispersed the shields and reshaped their essence into arrows, 4 in total. They hovered in front of me, sharp and solid. Each one was 30 inches long, 2 inches thick, packed with compressed power. I moved through the firestorm at a slow, steady pace, experimenting with different essence constructs as I walked. Sometimes I used atmospheric essence, but most of the time I relied on the essence I generated. Since I had more control over it, manipulating it was much easier. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, but then the sound of the howling wind suddenly dipped. My eyes narrowed as I extended my perception, scanning the area. I was nearing the edge of the storm. Exhaling, I dispersed the scythe I had been shaping and pressed forward. Another 15 to 20 minutes passed before I finally stepped out of the chaos. With a single thought, I pressed my hold over the barrier, and with a sharp whoosh, the swirling fire and wind vanished. I took a moment to look around. The sight before me wasn't just ruins, it was the remains of a military base. Towering walls stood in the distance, broken and scarred from past battles. Craters pockmarked the land in front of them, deep and jagged. The ground was cracked and burned, the scent of ash thick in the air. Sword marks, scorch marks, a battlefield frozen in time. The essence here was even denser than in the previous area, and judging by the sky, it was almost evening. Keeping my senses sharp, I stepped over the broken wall and entered the base. Beyond the walls, the remains of massive structures loomed, torn open barracks, collapsed watchtowers, and buildings split in half. their upper floors now nothing more than wreckage scattered across the ground. Large craters dotted the landscape, some filled with debris, others clean like open wounds in the earth. Faint traces of lingering energy flickered in the air, remnants of whatever battle had once taken place here. I walked deeper into the ruins, stepping over broken weapons, shattered armor, and abandoned fortifications. The pathways were cracked and uneven, split apart by the sheer force of destruction. I turned my head, scanning the ruins, when something strange flickered at the edge of my perception. A deep, unsettling imprint that felt too structured to be random destruction. My brows furrowed. I needed to take a closer look. Stepping forward, I moved carefully over the uneven terrain, my boots crunching against shattered stone and charred debris. As I drew closer, the sight before me became more clear, and I came to a stop at the edge of a massive crater. The crater itself wasn't the problem. The real issue was its shape. 50 feet long, almost 10 feet deep, the gouge in the earth wasn't some random explosion or a collapsed structure. It was shaped like a claw, a massive, monstrous claw. I stared, my mind struggling to process the sheer size of whatever had caused this. The grooves were sharp and defined, as if something had pressed its talons deep into the ground and dragged them through solid stone like it was nothing. I exhaled slowly, my fingers tightening around my staff. This was a scar left behind by something powerful enough to carve through the battlefield like it was clay. My thoughts drifted to the soldiers who had once fought here. The commanders who had stood their ground against whatever monstrosity had left this behind. What had they faced? How had they even fought against something this massive? Had they won? Or had this place fallen because they couldn't stop it? As I studied the massive claw marks, my perception suddenly flared. A ripple in the essence, a disturbance. My head snapped to the right. Instinct took over. I shifted my stance, raising my staff in front of me, ready to block whatever was coming, but my eyes saw nothing. Yet I could feel it. Something was moving toward me. The essence around me reacted like water when a stone is thrown into it, waves spreading outward from an unseen presence. But there was no one. My grip tightened on the staff. I kept my eyes locked on the spot where I could feel something moving toward me. My senses sharpened, tracking the disturbance in the essence. All right, whoever you are, go to hell. I crouched and activated seismic burst. Boom. The ground beneath me erupted, launching me into the air. My grip on the staff tightened as I twisted midair, pinpointing the source of the disturbance. Blitz Hakai. I swung my staff down with full force. Boom. Air compressed and detonated outward, sending a shockwave that shattered the ground, kicking up dust and rubble. I landed hard, my knees bending to absorb the impact, then immediately activated another seismic burst, leaping backward to regain distance. Skidding to a stop, I narrowed my eyes, scanning the area. My perception stretched, tracking the flow of essence. Then I saw it. In the middle of the crater where my attack landed, a single footprint appeared. A deep, unmistakable human footprint. No one was there, damn it. Essence surged into my legs as I shot forward. Whoever this was, they weren't getting away. I activated Synapse Boost, heightening my perception to its absolute limit, but I still couldn't sense them. No breathing, no movement, just a lingering ripple in the essence like a ghost had passed through. I sprinted, trying to pinpoint any trace of them. Nothing. The disturbance had vanished. I leaped high, 20 feet into the air, my left hand pointing downward. Havoc S-Sphere. A spinning ball of purple essence whirled into existence. I flung it down, and it whistled through the air before slamming into the ground. Boom. The impact cracked the earth, sending essence spiraling out in chaotic waves. I landed, scanning the area. 10 seconds passed. Nothing. Fine. I gritted my teeth and activated Havoc S-Sphere again, this time shifting the essence to wind. The sphere spun wildly, generating high-speed wind blades that tore through the ground in every direction. Where are you? My thoughts raced. Arcas had sealed this area. No one was supposed to be here. If this person wasn't sent by him, then I couldn't let them leave after everything I had just shown. Who knew how long this person had been here? I focused, expanding the wind sphere. Within seconds, the entire 100-foot radius around me was filled with concentrated wind blades, slashing and carving deep scars into the land. Still nothing. I exhaled sharply and pulled out the communicator June had given me. A small, black square device barely 7 inches across, with a 3-inch antenna and 5 buttons. I dialed Arcas, 3 rings, then he answered. I discovered another person here inside the broken military base, I said, keeping my voice calm. A pause. Then Arcas replied with only 2 words, kill or capture. And the call ended. My expression hardened at Arcas' words. If even he said kill or capture, then this was serious. My mind raced, trying to figure out how to track someone I couldn't see, sense, or detect through essence. The person must have a special class, a high-ranked one. I kept my focus on the wind sphere, now a 5-foot-wide storm of destruction, carving through the ruins like a reaper's blade. Yet the person remained unseen. Had they already escaped? It didn't feel like it. I hadn't stopped attacking since I first spotted the footprint, and if they were my level, they wouldn't have had the chance. But what if they weren't my level? That thought changed everything. I extended my perception to its limit, 100 meters. The entire battlefield locked into my awareness. Essence surged through me as I focused, searching for the faintest ripple. Meanwhile, I kept the wind blades flying, cutting through debris, walls, and anything that could serve as cover. I inhaled slowly, steadying myself. Then I pulled. Essence flowed toward me like a collapsing star, rushing in from every direction. The pressure was instant. My body strained, muscles locking up as I yanked essence out of the air, the ground, the very fabric of this battlefield. The pull was violent, forceful enough to make the air itself shudder. The wind blades kept slicing, the spinning sphere roared with chaotic force, but I didn't stop. More, faster, harder. At first, it was invisible, just a shift in the air, but as I kept pulling, it thickened. The once unseen force turned into a glowing mist, swirling around me in a light green hue. It gathered faster and faster, condensing like a storm ready to explode. The ground cracked beneath my feet. Loose rubble lifted into the air, caught in the pull. The ruined base trembled. My entire head felt like it was being stretched apart from the inside, but I gritted my teeth and forced myself to endure. Then, just as I reached the breaking point, I let go. A deafening boom followed. Essence erupted outward in a shockwave, expanding in all directions. The explosion blasted through the ruins like a hurricane of pure force, shattering what was left of the broken walls, sending debris flying like shrapnel. The wind sphere collapsed, its energy folding into the blast, amplifying it further. My own clothes whipped violently, dust and fire scattered like a storm unleashed. For a split second, everything drowned in chaos. Then the dust settled and I stood in the aftermath, eyes sharp, scanning. If anything had been hiding, it wasn't anymore. Almost 70 feet ahead, a figure stood, completely cloaked in black with a mask covering their face. And that mask, it was identical to the one June had given me. I narrowed my eyes and scanned the person. The results came back as nothing but question marks. Is this the true purpose of the masks? I reached up, touching my own. Relief settled in my chest. At least my identity was still hidden. I took a step forward, but before I could move any closer, the man clapped his hands together. A slow, deliberate clap. Then he spoke in an artificial voice. I never knew the Empire had a talented youth like you. I've never seen anything like this before. He paused, casually dusting off his cloak before speaking again. I must say I'm impressed, Billion Ironheart. My breath hitched. My mind spun. My identity, how was the mask not working? Or had he already known who I was before this encounter? But there was no time to dwell on that. The order was clear: kill or capture. My legs bent and I launched forward. Seismic burst. Boom, I gritted my teeth, funneled more essence into my legs and activated it again. Seismic burst. The second explosion of force sent me hurtling forward even faster. The ruined base blurred past me, and in an instant I was in front of the man, bringing my staff down in a brutal overhead arc. At the last second, he sidestepped. My staff crashed into the ground. The impact shattered the earth, forming a crater beneath us. My eyes constricted. He's higher leveled. I released my staff mid-motion and drove my elbow toward his chest. He stepped back. Without hesitation, my right hand snapped forward, fingers aiming for his throat. Finally, he moved. His right hand shot up, catching my wrist in a vice-like grip. I tried to yank it free. His hold didn't budge. My jaw clenched as I jumped, twisting my body mid-air while still trapped in his grasp. Both my legs came together. Seismic burst. Boom, my heels slammed into his chest, essence exploding outward. The force sent him skidding back, and his grip finally loosened, letting me break free. I landed in a crouch, grabbed my staff, and funneled essence into it, increasing its weight. Just as I prepared to lunge at him again, I heard it. A chuckle. Kid, I think you've got something wrong. Whoosh, he moved. Before my brain could even register it, his knee smashed into my gut. A shockwave of pain erupted through my body as I was sent flying, crashing through buildings, debris, and shattered stone. My body finally came to a stop after flying through nearly 100 feet of space, crashing through debris, broken walls, and whatever else was in my path. I didn't even bother counting how many times I tumbled and bounced along the ground and in the air. I landed flat on my back, half buried under crumbling chunks of stone and twisted metal. My ribs ached, my head throbbed, and my lungs burned with each breath. I let out a low groan and slowly pushed myself up. Dust clung to my skin and clothes. Unclasping the mask, I yanked it off and opened my mouth to cough. Blood splattered on the floor. I wiped it off with the back of my hand, clicked my tongue in annoyance, and stored the mask in my ring. I did a quick check of my body. Some bruises, a few cracked bones maybe, but nothing too serious. Compared to what I went through during the gravity ride, this was almost manageable. I exhaled and rolled my shoulder with a grunt, then stepped out of the collapsed structure I'd landed in. My eyes scanned the area, looking for my staff. Looking for your staff, a voice said from behind me, rough, deep, and clearly disguised. I turned around. There he was, that cloaked man again, casually spinning my staff in one hand like it belonged to him. Who are you? I asked, eyes narrowing. Oh, finally in the mood to talk, huh? He replied. I tilted my head slightly, studying him. There were a lot of things racing through my mind. It was obvious now he was stronger than me. How much stronger? I had no idea. He stood just 5 feet away. I made my decision. Seismic burst. I launched forward in a burst of speed, closing the distance in an instant. I knew he could follow my movements, probably read me like an open book, but I wasn't aiming for a direct hit. I needed to feint, trick him. My right fist shot forward, aiming at his chest. At the same time, I moved my left hand behind my back and activated Havoc Esphera. Essence surged into my palm, forming a tight, spinning sphere of purple light. As my punch neared his chest, I saw him move, raising the staff to block. Clenching my jaw, I activated Seismic Burst again. My body twisted midair and spun. My left hand snapped forward, bringing the spinning sphere of chaos straight toward his head. For an instant, I thought it might work, then I heard him scoff. Naive. He tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with me, and suddenly every danger signal in my body flared at once. Without hesitation, I willed the essence sphere to explode. The sphere expanded. But I didn't get to see the result. Something smashed into my chest. My breath left me in a single gasp and my body went airborne again. Behind me, I heard the blast finally go off. But before I could process anything, several smaller booms went off inside my own head when I slammed into the ground again, and I lost count, but my body finally slid to a stop. I groaned. Went better than I expected, I muttered. And then right on cue, his voice echoed from somewhere above me. Yes, because I allowed it. I blinked several times, trying to clear my vision. My head throbbed and dust clung to my face. As things slowly came into focus, I saw the man standing above me. Calmly, he raised the staff in his hand and pressed the butt of it against my chest. Now stay down, he said, his voice calm but firm, or I might have to break your legs. Despite everything, a small laugh escaped me. He tilted his head slightly. What's so funny? I gave a weak shake of my head. Nothing. I just liked the line. We stared at each other for a few seconds. My chest still ached, and my back felt like it had gone a few rounds with a mountain, but I pushed through the pain and asked, so who are you? He laughed again, louder this time. Really? Can't you tell I'm covered head to toe? I'm not doing this for fashion points. It's to hide my identity. Fair enough, I said. Then tell me why you're here. He shook his head. What makes you think I'll tell you anything? That's when another voice spoke up from behind him. What if I ask the same question? The man jolted in surprise, his body tensing. I tilted my head upward slightly, and there he was, Arcas, floating silently just behind the man. Sir Arcas, the man said, but this time it was his real voice, deeper, calmer, and completely different from before. Then everything went quiet. Soft wind passed through the broken debris around us, kicking up dust that swirled gently in the air. I stayed still, glancing between the two of them. When no one said anything for a while, I raised my hand slightly and said, knock, knock. Arcas gave me a brief look, unimpressed, then turned his eyes back to the man. I asked why you're here, he repeated, his voice calm. The man hesitated for a moment, then coughed lightly into his hand. I can't tell you that, sir. Arcas didn't raise his voice. He didn't even move. He just spoke again, slowly. Are you sure you can't? He asked. Think about it. Really think. Are you absolutely certain you don't want to tell me? There was no threat in his words, but something about the way he said them sent a chill down my spine. Like he didn't need to threat, like just being Arcas was enough. I heard the man swallow hard beside me. Even without turning my head, I could feel the tension rolling off him. The man lowered his head, staying completely silent. Arcas scoffed. Fine. Then, in the blink of an eye, a blur of golden lightning flashed across my vision. The man disappeared. I pushed myself onto my elbows, twisting around just in time to see the aftermath. A series of explosions rang out in the distance as his body tore through multiple buildings, each impact shaking the ground. A grin spread across my face. Payback, son, I muttered. I let out a slow breath, picked myself up, and sat cross-legged on the ground. My muscles still ached, but for now I just watched. I turned my head toward Arcas, but before I could say anything, he silently began to rise into the air. He spoke no words, gave no expression, and yet the tension in the air grew thick. Arcas halted his ascent and spoke. I know you're watching. Why don't you come out so we can have a chat? My brows furrowed. Someone else is here. I held my breath, waiting for a response, but the area remained eerily silent. Arcas spoke again, this time with a sharper edge. No need to play dumb. Your man isn't strong enough to break into my seal without your help, so let's talk like the civilized men we are. But once again, there was no response. Then Arcas grinned. I've already given 2 warnings, old man. Whatever happens next, don't blame me. Suddenly, the entire lightning dome that covered the area shuddered. Lightning erupted across its surface, each strike cracking through the sky with a force so loud I felt like my eardrums were about to burst. Then Arcas raised his right hand. A vortex of swirling lightning formed in front of it, golden and violent. He slowly reached into it, and when his hand emerged, it held a gleaming trident. Golden lightning danced along its surface like living veins of power. My eyes widened in awe. Awakened weapon. The weapon in Arcas's hand was his awakened weapon, a 6-foot-long trident crackling with power. Lightning coiled tightly around its dark shaft. The outer prongs curved slightly inward, sharp and gleaming. Arcas hovered in the air, holding the awakened weapon, looking every bit like a man prepared for war. Above him, the dome of lightning rumbled like distant war drums. Awakened weapon, one of the many powerful gifts granted by the system to those who had evolved. When a person underwent their first-class evolution, they gained the chance to link a weapon directly to their class. Once bonded, the weapon fused completely with its wielder, becoming unique and personal. It adapted to the user's fighting style and even gained special abilities based on their class and nature. It was a rare sight to see one, let alone in action. I was still staring at the golden trident crackling with lightning in Arcaz's hand when a voice broke through my thoughts. Ho ho dot 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 ho. You haven't changed one bit, Arcaz. The voice wasn't loud. It sounded like a whisper brushing against my ear, soft but chilling. My head snapped around, searching for the source. Arcaz responded. What kind of man would I be if I did? A soft chuckle followed. Then you'd be a progressive man. I almost laughed at the reply but caught myself. Arcaz snorted. I'm fine the way I am. He paused, then raised his voice slightly. Now why don't you come out already and tell me why you're here? The voice answered, still unseen, its tone laced with cold playfulness. No need. There was a faint chuckle. I have places to be. Another pause, but don't worry. I'll see you soon. The voice grew quieter, as if leaning into my ear. As for why I came, a beat. Well, I was just passing by, and heard that Arcaz has a new student. Anyway, I am going. Silence returned. Arcaz floated above, saying nothing. After nearly a full minute, he finally exhaled and slowly descended. I stood up, brushed off the dirt, and asked the question burning in my chest. Commander, who was that? Were they strong? He landed a few feet away, but didn't answer right away. His brows furrowed, lips tightening. Then, without warning, his voice boomed across the ruins, shaking the ground beneath me. Old man, get the freak out of here. I flinched from the sheer force of it. And then that whisper returned, closer this time, almost playful. Kid, I'm much stronger than him. Let's go. I heard a scream and a loud whooshing sound behind me. I turned around just in time to see the cloaked man's body shooting out of the lightning dome, leaving behind a sharp sonic boom as he flew across the sky. A second later, my staff came spinning through the air and landed with a metallic ding right next to me, the tip sinking slightly into the ground. I blinked. My mouth hung open in surprise. A chill ran down my spine. Who the hell is that old man? Arcaz rubbed his forehead with a tired, frustrated look on his face. He let out a long sigh, then casually waved his hand, and the golden trident vanished into thin air. I couldn't help staring at him, curiosity burning inside me. He finally looked at me and sighed again. Ah, what a mess. I shifted on my feet, fidgeting until I couldn't hold it in anymore. Commander, who was that cloaked guy? And who was the other voice? He stayed quiet for a few seconds, rubbing his bald head like he was debating whether or not to tell me. Well, you could think of them as the Empire's assassin unit. My eyes lit up at that. Wait, assassin unit? We have an assassin unit. Why have I never heard about it? Arcaz chuckled at my reaction, because officially it doesn't exist. My mind spun with questions and ideas. He raised an eyebrow. Why do you look so excited? I don't think your style really suits an assassin. I shrugged with a grin. Doesn't matter, they're still cool. I always wanted to meet at least one assassin in my life. Oh, is that so? Arcaz said, half smiling. I nodded quickly. Well then, he said, the cloaked man was one of the unit's members, and that whispering old man that was Dante, their leader. He paused for a moment, then continued. As for his strength, yeah, he's stronger than me. You could even say he's one of the top 5 most powerful people in the world, but you'll almost never see him in public. He gave me a pointed look, and if you ever come across a hunched old man with a long white beard and a walking stick, be careful. Say no to everything he asks, no matter how harmless it sounds. I tilted my head, confused. Is that what Dante looks like? Arcaz shook his head. No, that's just the disguise he uses when he's out recruiting kids. I've lost too many good students to that old man. I let out a short chuckle, but Arcaz didn't look amused. His face turned serious. Don't take that as a joke, I'm serious. I already lost my grandson to him. I blinked. Your grandson? He nodded slowly. Yes, North's older brother. I had such high hopes for him. And then one day he just left, chose to follow that damned old man. Now I don't even know where he is. Could be anywhere in the world, carrying out some secret mission. Dante only answers to the Emperor. My thoughts reeled. North's brother is an assassin. I nodded quietly, still trying to process everything Arcaz had just told me. But one question wouldn't stop bouncing around in my head. Was he here to recruit me? Arcaz gave a casual shrug. Honestly, I don't know. He paused for a second, then changed the topic. Anyway, how's your progress? Did you manage to finish what you came here for? I glanced at my status screen and let out a small sigh, then shook my head. Not yet. I'm close, but there are still a few things I need to fine-tune before I push into the next stage. Arcaz nodded in understanding. All right then. You're still near the outskirts of the zone I sealed, so if you really want to push yourself, go deeper. But be careful, there are dangerous areas further in, and you'll run into high-level abominations. I gave him another nod. Then, with a soft crackle, lightning flickered across his body, and just like that, he vanished. My eyes stayed fixed on the ground in silence. I rubbed my chest where that hit had landed, right before my plan could even play out. So I got beaten for nothing, I muttered under my breath. That didn't sit right with me. I never minded a fight, win or lose, but getting tossed around like that without any real purpose, that stung more than the hit itself. Dante, I made a mental note. I'll remember you, old man. I pulled out my mask and slipped it back on, tightening the straps. Then I pulled out my staff from the ground and started walking back toward the base. My thoughts wandered to the plan again, bits and pieces spinning in my mind. Some things were working out, others not so much. I knew I needed to sit down and reevaluate everything. If I kept moving without adjusting course, there was a real chance I'd screw something up before even reaching the finish line. I let out a slow breath and broke into a light sprint, heading into the base. I needed a quiet place to sit, grab something to eat, and clear my head before making my next move. After a bit of walking, I finally found a half-destroyed room. The roof was gone and rubble covered the floor, but at least 3 of the walls were still standing. It was enough. I leaned my staff against the wall and sat down with a sigh. My mind drifted back to the moment Arcas pulled out his awakened weapon. That trident crackling with golden lightning, real, overwhelming power, the kind I could only dream of having. I stared at my hands, wondering how long it would take before I reached even a fraction of that strength. I reached into my storage ring and pulled out a sealed container. The moment I opened it, steam rushed out, carrying the rich scent of freshly cooked meat and rice. The warmth hit my face and my stomach growled in response. Removing my mask, I started eating slowly, thinking about everything I'd been through, the fights, the close calls, and the feeling of leveling up again and again. My body had grown stronger, my control sharper, but I had set a limit for myself, level 40. That was the line I had drawn. Once I hit it, I'd stop and focus, finish what I came for. There were things I needed to understand, parts of my power I hadn't fully figured out yet. I wanted a strong foundation, and once I set that up, I planned to go completely crazy with leveling up and boosting my stats. I sat cross-legged inside a crater filled with water about 90 feet deep, but this wasn't calm water. It spun like a whirlpool with a single vortex swirling right at the center. The movement wasn't natural either. It was caused by a strange mixture of wind and space elements infused into the water. These forces kept the entire crater alive and churning, never letting the surface go still for even a second. The real challenge, though, was down below, beneath the 90-foot mark. The pressure there was brutal, far more intense than in normal water. The space element compressed and expanded constantly, folding in on itself like the inside of a collapsing tunnel. Even with my adaptive body, I could feel the strain. It had been 5 days since I'd encountered the invisible man Dante, and since then, I'd gone deeper and deeper into the sealed zone Arcas had mentioned. I came across some strange elemental regions along the way, each more bizarre than the last. One zone was completely filled with fire, not just heat, but raw, pulsing fire energy. What made it special was the way its concentration kept changing. Sometimes it was faint, then suddenly thick and suffocating, then flaring into extremes without warning. It shifted like a living creature. I stayed there for a while to train my fire control, pushing myself to adapt to the unpredictable flow. Then came the Earth Zone. This was one of the most dangerous areas I encountered. The terrain constantly shifted. One moment it was soft soil, the next sharp metal, then loose sand, and then into materials I didn't even recognize. It wasn't just the ground that changed. The abominations that lived there were masters of their environment, twisting the terrain itself into weapons. Every step I took had to be careful. After that, I stumbled into a place soaked in pure darkness. That zone was like walking into the lair of assassins. The abominations there moved in total silence, hiding within shadows, striking with precision. Even with my essence sensing, it was hard to pinpoint them. They blended perfectly into the dark element around them. But the worst one, the zone that made my skin crawl, was something I named the erosion zone. Time itself was distorted there. I watched broken ruins reverse back into fully built structures, only for them to crumble again seconds later. It was like everything was trapped in a loop. I didn't waste time, I ran. It reminded me too much of the last time I encountered time-based zones. I tried to control the time element again, just to see if I had improved. I could feel it, hidden in the essence I commanded, but making it obey, still far out of reach. It was like trying to grab something that did not exist, so I did the smart thing, I got out. I forced my way through by scattering massive amounts of essence around me, disrupting the surrounding energy and keeping the time element from getting too close. While I traveled through these zones, I kept focusing on 2 of my key skills, synapse boost and essence shaping. I needed both for the plan I had in mind, something big, something risky. My skill with the staff had gotten better too. Day by day, through every battle with the abominations and each encounter with strange elemental zones, I kept using this. Whether I was blocking, striking, or simply trying to stay alive, the staff was always in my hands. I didn't just swing it anymore, I moved with it. But the real growth didn't come from my weapon. It came from my essence control. Every time I leveled up, I could feel my connection to it getting stronger, sharper. It wasn't just about sensing it around me anymore. I was learning how to shape it, bend it, even push it in ways that felt natural now. And it wasn't just the class. My synapse attribute was going through the roof. I hadn't even been focusing on it directly, but it kept rising like crazy. My legendary class gave a huge boost to it with every level up, and I was definitely feeling the effects, so I began experimenting. I spent hours working with the essence I generated through my talent. I wanted to understand it better, to see what made it different from the essence in the air around me. That's when I noticed something important. At first, I thought the Sovereign's Mark only changed the color of my essence and gave me more control over it compared to natural essence. It had that purple glow, making it look more powerful. But the more I used it, the more I realized it went deeper than that. It wasn't just a visual change. It was altering the very nature of the essence itself. It was mine. The essence I generated felt different. It obeyed me faster. It responded with more precision. It was smoother, more refined, like it was made just for me. I could do more with it than with the wild essence in the world around me. That wasn't just a coincidence, it was a sign. That led me to a big conclusion. I wasn't just a user of essence anymore. I was becoming a source, a generator of something unique, something that didn't belong to the world, to the elements, or even to any law. It belonged to me, my own essence. That realization gave birth to some wild ideas that made my heart race with excitement. The biggest one of them all was this: what if I could replace the natural essence around me with my own generated essence? What if the entire space around me was filled only with the essence I created? If I could pull that off, I'd be the only one in control of it. No one else would be able to use it, because it wouldn't belong to the world anymore. It would belong to me. I would be like an uncrowned emperor, ruling over my own energy, a true noblesse in every sense of the word. I opened my status and talent panel to check the progress I had made over the past 5 days. Status. Talent upgrade requirement, talent level 5. Generator activation command, power up, recharge sources, any form of energy. Abilities, essence transfer can transfer stored essence to an attribute. After use, 40 of the transferred essence unit remains as a permanent boost. Essence infusion can infuse stored essence. Particle absorption can directly absorb energy particles from the environment. Sovereign's Mark generated essence bears your unique signature, bending only to your will. A small smile crept onto my face as I looked at my progress. In just 5 days, I had come a long way. All of my stats, except Constitution, had passed the 200-point mark, and every time a stat crossed that line, I could feel my body changing, becoming stronger, faster, more refined. It wasn't just numbers going up, it was real, physical growth. I had hit level 40 on the very first day. After that, I made a conscious choice to hold back. I fought abominations, broke them down, but didn't finish them off. I wanted to stop leveling up for now and instead focused on executing my plan. That decision turned out to be the right one, especially for practicing with my staff. Every battle helped sharpen my form, my footwork, and my timing. My skills, synapse boost, and essence shaping had both leveled up multiple times. I'd put a lot of time and effort into them, knowing how important they were for what I was planning next. And the biggest thing, I was getting close, really close, to upgrading my talent. I had stopped activating the generator core completely to avoid producing more essence. I wasn't ready for that step yet, but the thought of finally evolving my talent excited me. I could feel it right around the corner. If everything went well, in the next couple of days, I would unlock the first upgrade of my talent, and I had a feeling it wouldn't be the last. I looked at the water bubble I had made around myself. It was the only thing keeping me safe from the heavy pressure and wild space energy outside. Even though I was protected, my mind was a mess. I felt both excited and nervous at the same time, and those two feelings kept fighting inside me. Thought after thought rushed through my head. What if I failed? What if things worked out, but not the way I wanted? I kept thinking too much. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, then reached into my storage ring and pulled out my communicator. I had talked to Steve just yesterday. He finally received his class and was busy leveling up like crazy. So this time I decided to call North. We talked every day without missing a single one. Our chats were starting to feel different lately, less like just friends and a bit more something else. I just really hoped Arcas wasn't listening. If he was, this would get real awkward. A second later, the call connected. North picked up with a teasing tone. Well, Your Highness, how come you called so early today? To what do I owe the honor? I chuckled. Had a bit of free time. Thought I'd check in before I get crushed by the pressure here. What are you up to? I'm at the Wind Elemental Chamber, she replied. Came for some training. It's a bit wild today, but I'm keeping up. That's good. I paused, then asked, did you eat? Yeah, had lunch earlier. She sounded casual, but I could hear a little smile in her voice. Same here. I glanced at the swirling chaos outside my bubble, still stuck in this weird crater, starting to feel like I'm being slow cooked. North laughed softly. Are you sure you're not turning into a sea animal at this point? Probably am, I said. Might grow fins any minute now. But hey, the strongest one around, no question. As long as you're a strong fish with a staff, I guess it works. She giggled, then added, I should start calling you Fish King. Don't push it, I smirked. Anyway, how's the training going? You feel like you're getting close to something. There was a short pause before she replied, a little more seriously. Actually, yeah, I think I'm starting to move with the wind instead of just forcing it. It's freeing, like I'm finally listening instead of just commanding. That sounds philosophical, I said quietly. I like that. She let out a soft chuckle. It is what it is. After that, we both went quiet, not an awkward silence, just calm. I fidgeted a little, not sure why I suddenly felt nervous. Still, I pushed through and asked, "So, what about your class?" She answered right away, "Got one." I smiled to myself. "Nice, congrats. How about you take me out for some celebratory food when I get back?" There was a short pause. I could almost picture her blinking, surprised. "Okay," she finally said. "Yeah, we can do that. Nothing wrong with that." Her voice cracked just slightly near the end. Was that a stutter? Just to make sure we were on the same page, I added, "Just us, right? I'm not sharing my food with anyone else." I heard her take a deep breath before answering, "Yes, just us." I gave a small nod even though she couldn't see it. "Cool, cool, cool. All right then, I'll see you when I'm back." "Yes," she replied, voice softer than before. "See you soon. Bye bye." I ended the call and exhaled. Too much effort, man. Too much effort. But despite the words, I was smiling. It took me a minute to get out of that call with North and settle my thoughts, but eventually I calmed myself down. The nervousness I felt before slowly faded, replaced by a steady sense of determination. I took a deep breath, stood up, and removed my clothes, placing everything carefully into my storage ring. Then I sat back down cross-legged, completely naked inside the water bubble. It was time to mess things up, hopefully in a good way. There were three major things I wanted to accomplish here, and my inspiration came from two specific moments. The first was the gray figure I saw in the vision during the activation of my defense skill, the one that gave me a glimpse of a higher path. The second was when I created the blazing Esphera skill, especially how the system recognized it, tracked it, and helped automate certain parts of the process. That's exactly what I was aiming for now. I wanted to modify my generator talent, evolve it, and reshape it into something greater. The first thing I wanted to do was create a circulation system, a network of channels inside my body, specifically for essence to travel through. Right now, my body was using blood vessels as a temporary pathway and relying on my nervous system to communicate commands. It wasn't meant for this, but because of my high constitution and synapse stats, it somehow worked. My blood vessels had been holding up under the pressure of constant essence flow, and the system had been helping out by handling the infusion of attributes into my body. But I knew that wouldn't last forever. I needed something better, a proper pathway made just for essence, something permanent, something efficient. And luckily, I had a perfect blueprint for it, the vision I saw during my defense skill awakening. The image of that gray figure with glowing channels etched through his body had stayed with me. The second thing I aimed to do was to earn a new skill from the system, a skill that would allow me to condense the generated essence into orbs inside my core. These orbs would allow me to store more essence in the core. If I could automate that process, it would give me an incredible advantage. The third goal was to gain control over the absorption speed itself. Right now, my generator core absorbed energy automatically. To speed it up, I had to either get hit by a massive amount of energy or force it manually by sitting still and focusing for hours. That wasn't efficient. But if I had essence channels in place, I could control the flow and speed, direct it where I wanted, when I wanted. And finally, the most important part, link everything to the generator core. The core was on the verge of evolving. This was my window to make these changes. If I pulled this off, I wouldn't just upgrade my generator talent, I'd modify my entire body structure to match it. That would lay the groundwork not just for my next class evolution, but also for something far greater, my race evolution at level 100. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. In my mind, I replayed the vision over and over again, the image of the man with channels engraved across his body. I focused on every detail, trying to memorize the exact paths of the glowing lines. I had to get them right. One wrong move, and this entire attempt could backfire. This was the reason I'd worked so hard to level up both Synapse Boost and Essence Shaping. Everything had been building up to this moment. I activated Synapse Boost. In an instant, essence surged from the core in my chest and rushed into my head. My thoughts sharpened, my senses became clearer, and the world around me seemed to slow down. My will grew stronger, focused, precise, ready. Then I turned my attention to the water bubble surrounding me. It was my only shield against the insane pressure outside, the pressure caused not just by the depth of the water, but by the swirling chaos of wind and space elements violently colliding. Carefully, I began to shrink the bubble. I moved slowly, steadily, keeping my focus tight to make sure the structure didn't collapse. If it broke, the pressure would crush me in seconds. The space energy alone could tear my body apart, but I trusted in my control. The bubble shrank inch by inch, drawing closer to my body. Soon, it was just a foot away from me on all sides. The pressure outside grew stronger, but I didn't stop. I pushed the barrier in even further, letting it close in until it was nearly touching my skin. I could feel the crushing force pressing in on me now. My muscles tensed, my breathing slowed. The thick film of essence that made up the bubble began to ripple under the strain, like a thin sheet of liquid trembling against a storm. But it held strong. Finally, I started wrapping the essence film over my body, one part at a time. I began with my back, letting the barrier slowly press against my skin. A sharp jolt ran down my spine as the pressure made contact. but I gritted my teeth and kept going. The film stretched over my shoulders next, then gradually moved to my chest. It was like being wrapped in something cold and heavy, yet burning with raw energy at the same time. I took slow, careful breaths as the film continued spreading, down my arms, covering my elbows and wrists, then my hands and fingers. Every inch it touched felt heavier, like I was sinking into a weighted blanket made of energy and pressure. I moved to my lower body next, my thighs, knees, calves, and finally my feet. The film hugged tightly, clinging to my skin but not piercing it. Not yet. I kept my head back, still protected and untouched by the film. The thin film slowly wrapped around my body like a second skin, smooth and glowing. I sat there cross-legged, naked, and focused. The water around me roared in silence, pressing from all sides, but inside the film it was calm. I started with my right forearm. The film thickened there just around the arm and tightened little by little. At first, it just felt heavy. Then the pain started, a slow, creeping pressure that pushed deep inside. I could feel my muscles twitching. My body was trying to fight it, trying to resist, but I didn't let up. I kept the pressure steady. Minutes passed. The pain grew. Blood erupted. My arm began to feel soft, tired, as if it didn't want to hold shape anymore. That was my cue. I activated essence shaping. My will sharpened. Essence flowed through me like a living thread. I gathered it into a fine line, sharp and controlled, and sent it into my forearm. It touched the surface of the bone. The bone was still strong, but the pressure had done its job, tiny cracks, just enough. I pushed the thread in. Bit by bit, I carved. My breath slowed. My heartbeat echoed in my ears. I drew a long line from my wrist to my elbow, then made smaller paths branching out. It wasn't random. I followed the vision. The same pattern the gray man had engraved. I memorized it for this. The moment the first channel was done, I felt a shift. Essence ran through it. Not a lot, but it moved. That was enough. I moved on. Left forearm next. Same steps. Tighten. Wait. Break it down. Endure. Carve. The pain was worse this time because I already knew what to expect. It wasn't surprise anymore, it was memory. By the time both arms were done, I was shaking. My fingers didn't move properly, but I smiled. This was progress. I wrapped the film around my legs next, calves first, then thighs. The pressure spread slow, careful, like a predator waiting to strike. My muscles burned. Knees felt like they would snap. I let them. Cracks formed deep inside. Essence was ready. I shaped it again, sent the thread in, and carved. Long paths that ran up my legs, over my thighs, and toward my lower back. Every path followed the blueprint. The pain was a constant wave now, but I welcomed it. It meant I was doing something real. I took a short break only to refill my essence. The film covering my body wasn't just squeezing me. It was pulling energy from the surroundings, feeding the generator core, my heart. It beat slow and strong, each pulse sending out a wisp of essence. I condensed those wisps using essence shaping into orbs and stored them around the core, letting them float like satellites. Each one held more than enough for the next part. Next was my chest and back. The pressure wrapped around my torso like a cage. I kept it light near the lungs and heart, just enough to make things soft. Any harder and I would risk internal damage. I wasn't trying to die here. I waited longer this time, let the muscles wear down, then I began the carving again. Essence split into two threads now, one for the chest, one for the back. Both moved slowly, cutting tiny lines, building a web of paths that followed the same shape as the original vision. It felt like I was drawing with fire on stone. When I finished, I rested for a full minute, breathing slow. Only the head remained. I didn't use the film there. Too risky. Instead, I leaned forward and focused everything into my will. No shaking, no distractions. I gathered the last of my essence, shaped it into the thinnest thread yet, and sent it toward my neck, then up. A single channel started at the base of the skull and went straight up, wrapping once around my head like a crown. I didn't go too deep. This was for control, not power. The carving took longer than I thought. My synapse was burning now, working at full power, but I finished it. My confidence came from the trait of my passive ability, adaptive skeleton. It was the one reason I believed my body could survive this. And since I was using the purple essence created by my generator, each thread I carved wasn't just energy, it carried my will too. I kept one clear thought in my mind while doing this: these channels were meant to let essence flow freely through my body. That idea had to be carved in just as deeply as the lines themselves. I went over the channels I had already made, scanning each one with my senses. There wasn't a single part that didn't ache or sting. Blood had leaked from everywhere, and my skin felt torn and weak. My muscles, already beaten down by the pressure, now carried the marks of what I'd done. But I didn't stop. Even though my body was getting weaker from the blood loss, even though every part of me screamed to rest, I kept my eyes closed and focused. I started the process again. This time I didn't create new channels, I went back to the old ones. I carved through them once more, using slightly more pressure and a little more essence. I wanted to widen the paths, just enough to make the flow smoother, just enough to make sure they wouldn't collapse under pressure later. The essence I used now was more condensed than before. It glowed brighter, sharper. Each thread felt heavier. I guided them through every channel I had already made, from the arms, down the legs, across my chest, and around my back. I made sure to strengthen the lines in my neck and crown as well. Each path cut just a bit deeper, each edge smoothed and shaped with care. It was painful all over again, but pain was just part of the process now. By the time I finished, I was shaking again. My breath came in slow, tired bursts, but somewhere beneath that pain and exhaustion, I could feel it. I opened my eyes slowly. All I saw was blood. It covered my skin, soaked into every inch of me. There was barely a single spot left that wasn't stained red. My body looked like it had been through a war. A heavy wave of exhaustion slammed into me. My head swayed, and for a moment I almost let my eyes close again. But I didn't. I clenched my jaw and forced myself to stay awake. This wasn't the time to rest, not yet. There was still one final thing I needed to do, the most important part to confirm whether everything I'd done had worked. I took a deep breath, or at least tried to, and focused. I pushed my senses inward, locking my mind onto the generator core inside my chest. It was still beating strong, still holding all the essence I'd gathered. I summoned the essence, purple and glowing, and slowly pushed it outward from the core. This time, it wasn't just about creating or shaping. It was about testing. I wanted to see if the channels I had carved across my body could really carry the essence like I planned. Every important part of me, arms, legs, spine, shoulders, even the back of my neck, all of it was now connected by the channels. And every channel, directly or indirectly, led back to the generator core. So I moved the essence. It churned gently at first as I pushed it out, like a slow river beginning to flow. I stayed focused, keeping my will tight, guiding it along the paths I'd made. From the top of my head down my arms into my fingertips, then down my spine, through my legs, all the way to my toes. I kept the flow steady, then began increasing the amount, little by little, faster, heavier. More and more essence ran through my body as I forced it to circulate. I kept it going for at least 10 minutes, holding full control, making sure the current didn't slow down or break. It worked, but it also took a toll. The blood loss hadn't stopped. My body was weakening fast. And the pressure of the thin film around me still pressed down from all sides like a heavy weight. It was hard to breathe. My muscles were twitching from stress. I knew if I kept going, I'd pass out, so I shifted my focus again. I turned my attention to the film around me, the layer of water essence I had wrapped around my body to hold back the crushing pressure of the water and space element outside. I reached out with my will and began expanding it outward. Bit by bit, I pushed the film away from my body, forcing it to stretch and push the water back with it. The pressure around my chest eased, and I finally took in a full breath, but doing that drained me again. I groaned quietly and stabilized the bubble around me, making sure it didn't collapse. The space around me felt larger now, lighter. My body could finally breathe, but I still wasn't done. I did one final thing, something I had saved for a moment like this. I called out to the system and added 15 units of essence directly into my constitution stat. My constitution finally reached 200, and as that number locked in, I felt a shift inside me, a ripple of life, and so I waited. The last time I felt something change was when I crossed 50 points in each of my stats. That was when I first got my passive ability, Apex Body. It had come suddenly, right after the breakthrough, like a reward. So I thought the next big change would come when I crossed 100, but nothing happened. I waited again when I crossed 150, still nothing. Just the usual growth. My body got stronger, faster, tougher, but no special upgrade, no system message, no transformation. And now finally I had crossed 200 in all my stats, every single one, so I waited again. A minute passed, then another, silence. I almost gave up, thinking maybe I was wrong, maybe there was no second stage after all. But just as that thought crossed my mind, something moved. A deep shudder ran through my body, like a silent quake starting from my core and spreading outward. My chest tightened, my skin tingled, something was coming. I felt the essence around me begin to stir again. It started pulling in from every direction, through the water, the air, even the strange space around me. It wasn't slow this time. It rushed toward me like it had been waiting. My body, weak and barely holding on, started to react. My arms twitched first, then my legs, then my chest. Every part that had been torn, every muscle that had been shredded began to move on its own. And then, boom, all my muscles exploded at once. The pain hit me like a hammer. My head went blank for a second from the shock, and when my thoughts came back, they came back sharper, too sharp. Every nerve in my body screamed, but I didn't move. I just breathed slowly and watched. New muscle tissue started forming over my bones, like a slow wave rebuilding what had been destroyed. Layer by layer, strand by strand, it all came back, but it wasn't the same. The fibers looked tighter, stronger, more alive. I didn't say anything, I didn't even blink, I just watched. Then the essence moved again. This time it didn't rebuild right away. It broke down the muscles that were still holding on, the few that hadn't exploded earlier. Bit by bit it broke them, tore them apart gently, and then rebuilt them with the same new fibers. The process was slow. My breathing stayed shallow. I didn't dare move and interrupt whatever was happening. Minutes passed, 10, 15, maybe 20. By the time it stopped, my entire body felt different. The pain was gone, but in my head I could still feel it. The memory of everything blowing apart stayed behind like an echo. Then I heard it, The notifications rang in my mind. Passive ability Stage 2 unlocked. Stage II unlocked, tensile musculature. Your muscles are now formed with high tension fibers. You can adjust their tightness, store strength, and release it when needed. Recovery speed increased. I grinned. I opened the entire ability section to check the 2 stages. Passive ability, Apex Body I. Stage I unlocked, adaptive skeleton. Your bones can now adapt to any environment, granting increased durability, flexibility, and impact resistance. Damaged bones will reinforce upon healing, becoming stronger against similar injuries. Stage II unlocked, tensile musculature. Your muscles are now formed with high tension fibers. You can adjust their tightness, store strength, and release it when needed. Recovery speed increased. Looks good, tensile musculature. I muttered the words under my breath, letting them echo in my head. Tensile, something that could stretch, something that didn't tear under force, something that could pull back into shape. I looked down at my arms. The muscles were different now. Leaner, maybe, firmer, but the tension underneath, that was new, like tightly wound ropes that could loosen or tighten depending on how I moved. I thought back to the moment they exploded, then rebuilt themselves. The pain had been sharp, but the result, it felt right. Stronger, yes, but more than that, controlled, flexible yet solid. Maybe they could absorb force better, or hold form under pressure. Maybe they wouldn't snap when pushed too far. I can test them later. The new passive ability brought some relief to my worn-out body. The pain was still there, but the muscles felt different, stronger, more stable. They looked solid, like they could take a hit and still keep going. I pulled my focus away from my body and turned it inward, toward the generator core. My heart, which hadn't been a normal heart ever since I awakened my talent, continued to beat in a steady rhythm. I wondered how complex my heart actually was, that it not only handled the normal functions of a heart but was also a core. Even after all the work I had done, the carving, the bleeding, the pain, the essence channels I'd engraved weren't being used by the core at all. Not a single trace of energy moved through them naturally. They just sat there still and empty. The system hadn't reacted either. No notification, no confirmation. Nothing. I wasn't surprised, though. I had already expected that the system wouldn't recognize something unless I forced it to. This wasn't one of its pre-written paths. This was mine. I let out a long breath and closed my eyes again. Then I brought all of my attention to the generator core, watching the essence floating inside, waiting. I reached for it. The moment my will touched it, the essence stirred. I didn't rush it. Slowly, I guided a small stream out and directed it into the nearest channel. It moved stiffly at first, like a stone rolling uphill, but I kept the flow steady. When I saw the vision from the skill long ago, the walls had been carved, yes, but they never showed any full circulation. Only symbols, only paths, a few tiny connections maybe, but no full loop. That meant one thing: I'd have to build it myself. So I began. I traced a line from the core, my heart, and pushed the essence toward my brain. That would be the control center. The place where everything could be directed and adjusted. The heart would serve as the engine. The brain would steer. That was the first rule I set for my circulation path. From the brain, I directed the essence toward 3 main points. First, it flowed to the eyes. Second, it moved down the spine. Third, it spread toward my arms and legs. Essence moved exactly how I willed it to, following the path I guided it through. I completed the loop by bringing it all back to the heart. Then I repeated the cycle. Slowly, I settled into a steady rhythm. The essence began to flow naturally, almost like it was getting used to the route I had chosen for it. 1 circulation, then 10, then 100, and more. I stayed focused the entire time, never letting my mind drift. I wanted my body to remember this path. I wanted it to become instinct, like breathing. Hours passed. The only thing I did was guide the essence, over and over again. And once I felt the circulation had settled deep into my body, I began the next step, condensation. At first, it was hard to do both, circulating essence through the body while also trying to gather and compress it inside the core. But after 5 minutes, it started to feel natural. I adjusted to the rhythm and kept both processes running side by side. Now my focus was split 3 ways, keeping the bubble active around me, circulating the essence through my body, and condensing it inside the core. It was exhausting, but I didn't stop. Every second pushed me closer to the body I was trying to build. I started noticing that the channels were settling in. The constant flow of essence was smoothing them out, shaping them to fit the movement better. The resistance I felt at the beginning was almost gone. The essence flowed faster now, cleaner, like the channels had become part of me. I didn't know how much time had passed. My body felt heavy but steady. The circulation didn't feel forced anymore. It felt natural, like something my body had always known how to do, and that gave me the confidence to take the next step. I decided to push myself further. I raised my right palm and activated Havoc Esphera. The moment I did, my heart gave a strong thump. A wave of pressure hit me as I felt the system trying to take control of the essence. It reached inside, trying to drag the energy out of me like it used to do before, through the old path, through the blood vessels. But now I was ready. My focus snapped into place as my thoughts cleared in a flash. I saw the mistake. The skill was trying to follow the usual path, the one built into every human body. But I had changed. I had carved new channels. My body had new roads now. I grinned. Got you. I grabbed hold of the essence with my will and forced it to follow the new path I had built, my own circulation route. At the same time, I kept the essence resting inside the core exactly where it was. I didn't allow it to leak, didn't allow it to mix into the blood again. The pressure eased. A glow formed in my palm. Slowly, a small spinning sphere of purple essence rose from my skin, hovering just above my hand. It spun fast, tight, controlled, violent, and beautiful. My heart pounded again, but this time it wasn't panic. It was pride. Three things were already pulling at me, circulating essence through my body, condensing more inside the core, and maintaining the thin essence bubble that kept the pressure up around me. Now I had added a fourth, forming and sustaining the havoc Esphera at the same time. Every part of my mind was stretched thin. I took short, steady breaths. I didn't allow a single thread of my focus to break. The moment I lost control, even for a second, the essence would rush into my blood again. The sphere would collapse, the bubble might pop, and I'd fall unconscious or worse. But I held on. I let the circulation continue. I felt the essence flowing through the channels like a current. Each cycle made the paths firmer, clearer, more permanent. At the same time, I pushed more essence into the core and forced it to condense tighter. I shaped it into a dense cluster inside the generator core, layer by layer. And all while that was happening, I kept the bubble steady, keeping the space and water current causing chaos outside. And finally, the havoc Esphera spun in my hand, small, focused, and refined. I kept going for another hour. My body was trembling, but I could feel it. I was close. Just one final step left. If I did it right, everything would fall into place. I stood up slowly, careful not to lose focus. The bubble around me still held. Essence continued to flow through the channels. The condensation inside the core remained steady, and the small spinning sphere above my right hand still hummed with power. My eyes locked onto the spinning sphere above my palm. I had a feeling this was it, the final piece. The last thing I needed to do for the system to truly recognize the changes I had made. I focused my will and gave a clear command to the essence. The purple essence, infused with my sovereign's mark, spun in tight, perfect circles. I told it to slow down. It obeyed. The rotation faded and the movement came to a full stop. Now it was just a floating orb of condensed essence, still and quiet. Then I did the final step. I willed the essence to return, back through the same channels it had exited from. Slowly, it began to sink into my palm, slipping back into my body. Surprisingly, it wasn't as difficult as I'd expected. The essence responded smoothly, flowing into the circulating stream inside me. Within moments, the sphere had completely vanished, absorbed and blended with the essence moving through my channels. It felt like something had clicked into place. I clenched my left fist. Then I activated Seismic Burst. The reaction was instant. My heart gave a strong thump. Essence surged through the channels I had carved, rushing with full force toward my left arm. My fist lit up in bright purple glow as the energy poured into it. Guided by my circulation path, strength exploded through my body. I felt it gather into my fist, layer by layer, like my entire body was pushing that one moment forward. I took a step forward, twisted my body, and let out a deep roar. Then I punched. Boom. A loud explosion rang through the water as my fist tore through the pressure. The entire essence bubble burst outward. The water around me scattered in every direction, forming shockwaves that spread far beyond my sight. And then multiple notifications echoed in my mind, one after the other. I had done it. The essence that had surged through my body slowly began to settle. The power faded, and for a brief second, I let my shoulders drop in relief. But then, a sharp pain burst through my skull like a crack of lightning. I stumbled, eyes wide, clutching my head as the pain tore through my mind without warning. My body trembled from the pain crashing through my head. I dropped to my knees, clutching my skull with both hands. The throbbing kept growing. I tried to take slow, steady breaths, but it didn't help. Before I could even guess what was happening, another jolt of pain flared in my chest. My heart thumped hard once and then stopped. A moment of silence. Then the floodgates burst open. Every drop of essence that had remained in my core surged out like a furious tide, blasting through my heart and flooding the channels I had carved. It didn't feel controlled or calm. It was wild, angry, like a storm rampaging inside me. I cried out as pain shot through every part of my body. The essence didn't stop. It kept rising, kept burning, until I could feel it escaping my body, through my mouth, my nose, my eyes, my skin, even the top of my head. Purple flames of essence covered me from head to toe, burning without heat, searing without fire. My vision blurred from the pain, and through the ringing in my ears I heard it, a roar, the sound of water crashing all around. The bubble was gone, and I was back in the whirlpool of water, space, and wind. The elemental pressure closed in, spinning and grinding like a storm with me at the center. I tried to push through, tried to stand, but my body had no strength left. I couldn't even lift a finger. And then everything just stopped. The roaring water froze in place, motionless like time had stopped. The wind halted. The pressure of space vanished completely. I froze, not even breathing, as a crack formed in front of me, a rip in the space itself. Space had ruptured. From the crack, something poured in. Essence, but not the kind I was used to. It wasn't invisible like the essence I always absorbed. This one was visible, thick like smoke, swirling with color and power. It filled the space around me, moving like it had a will of its own. Then, with one sudden jerk, it surged into my body, slamming straight into the channels I had created. I gasped. The essence didn't follow my control. It didn't ask for permission. It overpowered everything else and filled the channels in full force. And finally, the notifications started rolling in front of me. Talent upgrade detected. Initiating talent upgrade. After that, no more notifications appeared, but I could barely pay attention. The essence surging inside me was tearing my body apart. It flooded through every part of me, coursing violently through the newly carved channels, before converging at the generator core. Then another notification rang out. Evolution talent combination found. Talent upgrade mutating. Initiating talent upgrade. The wild storm of essence inside me suddenly went quiet. It didn't vanish, it simply began to flow smoothly, gliding through the channels I had carved. I felt it settle into rhythm as it started filling my core like water poured into a waiting vessel. That's when it happened. Another tear opened in the space right in front of me. I froze. It wasn't just a crack in the air, it was like the world itself had split open. I felt like this one was different than the previous one. Behind the rip there was only darkness. No stars, no light, just void. And from that void came something I had never seen or felt. A small puff of white smoke drifted out, no larger than a closed fist. But the moment I laid eyes on it, fear gripped me. It wasn't panic or anxiety. It was pure primal terror. Every part of me, from skin to bone, recoiled in instinct. The tear closed silently behind the smoke as if it had never been there. The smoke swirled slowly, then darted straight toward me like it had a mind of its own. My chest lit up. The green tattoo etched over my heart, the mark I had received the day I awakened my talent, came to life, glowing like embers stoked by wind. The white smoke slammed into my chest and entered my body. I gasped. Inside me, I felt it swirl around the core, mixing with the essence already spinning there. Then my heart gave a heavy shudder. The white smoke stopped drifting. It began to gather in the center of the generator core. Tighter and tighter, it spun in on itself until it condensed into a small, glowing core, white and smooth, about the size of an eyeball. The tattoo on my chest stopped glowing, but something was different now. A circle had formed around the old design. The gears that made up the mark, the same ones I'd seen the day I awakened my talent, were still there, etched into my skin, unmoving as ever. But now they were enclosed inside a perfect ring. Clean, sharp, and glowing faintly as if it had always been part of the tattoo. Just as the white core formed and I thought everything was finally over, the essence that had settled inside me flared up again. It rushed out of my chest. My breath caught as the surge slammed through my body with a force that left my limbs trembling. It didn't hurt like before, but the sensation was intense, like fire and lightning spreading under my skin. The first place it moved toward was my spine. My body arched on instinct as the essence burrowed deep, racing upward toward the base of my skull. I gritted my teeth and let it happen, not even trying to resist. Then I felt it, something etching itself at the back of my neck. It wasn't just a feeling, I could hear it. A quiet tick-tick, like invisible gears turning, carving themselves into place. I gasped as the sensation faded, but the essence was already moving again. This time it flowed toward my arms. It didn't stop at the skin. It sank into my muscles, deeper than nerves. Then, right over my right shoulder blade, another pattern burned into my flesh. I felt it form, sharp, precise, mechanical, like the tattoo on my chest, but different in shape. A long horizontal arc, lined with etched bars like the teeth of a gear. The energy continued, snaking down toward my legs, but instead of carving again, it simply pulsed, steady and heavy like a heartbeat, before returning upward. Then, without warning, the surge rushed straight into my skull. I almost blacked out. For a second, all I could hear was ringing. But then my vision sharpened, colors deepened, the air felt thicker, even the soft crackle of essence became clearer. And in the middle of my forehead, just above the brow, I felt the skin heat up as another mark carved itself into place. This one was subtle, like a small gear behind glass. My heart, still glowing with faint green light, pulsed once more. And then silence. The essence stopped moving. Everything settled. I kneeled there, shaking, my breath ragged. Whatever had just happened, it had changed something fundamental. I could feel it in my bones. The tear in space finally sealed shut, and with it, the chaotic winds and warped spatial currents vanished. The water around me stilled, the violent vortexes and surging pressure fading like they had never existed. I pushed myself upward, feeling the strange density of the water pressing against me, but after everything I'd just endured, it barely registered. My body was already numb, still echoing with the aftershocks of pain that had racked it moments ago, so I kept swimming. When I finally broke the surface, I gasped and dragged myself up the rocky edge of the crater. My limbs shook as I climbed out, but I managed to flop onto my back, soaking wet, eyes staring blankly at the massive dome overhead. I exhaled. Then I closed my eyes just for a moment, and for the first time in what felt like hours, I felt at peace. Not good, not whole, but quiet. My body didn't scream anymore. My mind wasn't clawing at the edges. After a while, I opened my eyes again. I knew I had ignored a whole barrage of notifications earlier, somewhere between almost dying and being reshaped from the inside out. The last thing I remembered seeing was the start of my talent upgrade. I blinked and focused. The backlog of notifications slid into view. Initiating talent upgrade. Initiating custom evolution. Essence channels established. Incomplete circulatory system formed. Internal optimization in progress. Innate skill synergy detected. Essence shaping. Essence circulation. Essence refinement. Essence shift. Synchronization in progress. Synchronization finished. Optimization finished. Custom evolution complete. Talent upgrade complete. Milestone achieved. Custom evolution before level 100. Innate ability acquired. Essence engine level 3. I blinked at the notifications, my eyes still trying to make sense of all the messages flooding my vision. Damn, that's a lot. What the hell did you do this time, Mr. System? I muttered. All I wanted was to create a few channels, get a simple circulation skill, maybe refine my control a bit. I didn't expect to trigger some kind of system-wide meltdown. But no, the system didn't just hand me a skill and call it a day. It went full mad scientist. I sighed and began scanning through the notifications one by one, trying to wrap my head around everything that had just happened. The more I read, the more it started to make a weird kind of sense if you squinted and tilted your head sideways. Apparently, modifying my body before reaching level 100 was a big deal. A milestone, even. One the system clearly wasn't prepared to let go unnoticed, so it called it a custom evolution. I wasn't sure if that really counted as race evolution, but it seemed to think so. Maybe those essence channels I carved were more significant than I first realized. I remembered the vision of the gray man and the lines on his body. Maybe I'd just taken the first step toward that. And since I wasn't level 100, the system did what it called a custom evolution, and my talent. Yeah, that thing saw an opportunity and jumped in for a free upgrade. The whole process got mutated, force started, and completed before I even had a chance to scream about it. Then there was the skill synergy. Circulation, refinement, shaping, and shift, somehow all of them had fused into something deeper. And the result, a brand new passive ability, Essence Engine already at level 3, and apparently from the system's perspective, the channels I carved were still incomplete. I scoffed and casually flipped my finger toward the glowing dome above, half wishing the system was a man watching me from somewhere. Show off. My mind drifted back to the strange sensations during the chaos, the feeling of marks being etched across my body, especially the one right between my eyebrows. I touched the spot gently, expecting to feel a bump or scar, but there was nothing, smooth skin. I'd have to check for any marks later. Then my thoughts returned to that white smoke, the one that came out of the space tier and went straight into my chest. And speaking of that, what was up with the whole space-tearing event? It felt like too many surprises had been thrown at me in a single moment. The system really was going crazy. I closed my eyes again, this time focusing inward, zooming in on the core that had just gone through its transformation, and what I saw made me freeze. There at the very center of the core floated a tiny white sphere, calm, silent, and completely still. No spinning, no pulses, just there, but the weirdest part, there was no essence. I blinked in confusion. Where did all that essence go? I remembered a massive amount of it flooding into my heart earlier, enough to make me feel like I was being torn apart. But now it was just gone, vanished, not even a trace. I focused harder on the core, studying it more carefully. The structure hadn't changed in size, my heart still looked the same, but now I could clearly see the essence channels I'd carved earlier, except they weren't like before. These were thicker, deeper, glowing in a solid violet hue. And then I noticed the symbols. All over the surface of my heart, strange markings had been engraved, symbols I'd never seen before. They pulsed faintly with light, but I couldn't understand what they meant. My brows furrowed as I stared. So many changes, so many questions. And all I had to explain any of it were a few flashy notifications and a headache. Come on, system, I muttered. You could at least give me a user manual. I pushed myself up and sat cross-legged, deciding to check the updates in my status. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, making sure I wasn't seeing things. My talent's name. It wasn't generator anymore. I stared at the status screen, and stared some more, then rubbed my eyes like I'd been hit by a truck made of hallucinations. No, I muttered, jabbing my finger at the glowing text as if that would bully it into submission. You did not just rename my talent. Right there, blinking like it hadn't just committed identity theft, Generator Nexus 1. I slumped forward dramatically, forehead bonking against my knee. You betrayed me, I whispered to the empty air. We had a thing, you and me. Generator, just generator. Simple, clean, mysterious. I threw my arms up toward the sky, or rather, the inside of the dome ceiling, which was a terrible stand-in for the dramatic heavens I deserved right now. Who even are you now, Generator Nexus? What are you, a router? Silence. Not even the system dared to beep back. I flopped onto my back and covered my face with both hands. I shed a few silent tears as I stared at the name. My old companion Generator was truly gone. We'd been through so much together. My first fight, my first breakthrough, my first near-death scream while being electrocuted from the inside, and now renamed like some second-hand app update. But I had to move on. Life didn't care about emotional attachments. It just kept shoving you forward whether you were ready or not. So with a deep breath and a heavy heart, I looked over my updated status screen. Sure enough, the name had changed. Talent, Generator Nexus Level 1. The new name stared back at me like it was proud of itself. I gave it a long, judging look. Along with the name change, my essence storage had increased. 20 more points, bringing it to 55. A nice upgrade, sure, but it didn't ease the sting. Then I noticed something else. The skills I'd worked hard to earn, essence circulation, essence refinement, and even the old essence shapping, were all gone from the list. In their place was a single new skill, Essence Engine Level 3. I focused on it and a simple description appeared. Essence Engine regulates and automates essence circulation, refinement, and conversion to elemental states. So this was the result of all the skills being jammed together into one system. Circulation, refinement, shaping, even the shifting, that chaotic dance I'd been forcing my body through, it all got compressed into this one streamlined ability. It was neat, efficient, kind of terrifying. I couldn't decide if I felt proud or replaced. Then my eyes fell on something else, something completely new, something that hadn't been there before. Soul Shackle. I blinked. I did not expect an upgrade like this. My curiosity lit up like a bonfire. I leaned in instinctively, eyes wide. Whatever this was, it had nothing to do with basic essence storage or energy control, but before I could check the rest of my updates. So you're finally out. I flinched and snapped my head around. It was Arca's. I blinked at him, already feeling a familiar itch in my fists. For a second, I seriously considered punching the old man just once for closure, but deep down I knew exactly how that would end, me on the ground, face first, wondering where my teeth went. And on top of that, I was completely naked. Did this old man have no sense of shame? He waved his hand and my pants flew toward me. I grabbed them in a hurry and got dressed. Acting like nothing had happened, I continued the conversation. Yeah, why did something happen? Arcas stared at me for a few long seconds, like he was deciding whether to lecture me or laugh. Then he said, nothing major, just wondering if I should have stopped whatever it was you were doing. I tilted my head. Wait, you were watching? Not at first, he replied, crossing his arms. But then you went ahead and did the crazy thing. Crazy thing, yeah. Do you know, alerting the Emperor and the Empire? My eyes widened like saucers. What? How? Arcas smiled, and there was this glint in his eyes that made me want to hide. The tear in space, he said. Actually, both of them. The first one drew attention, but the second one, only the Emperor could sense that, which means you pretty much waved a flag at the whole empire. I took a step back in shock, but then, for reasons even I couldn't explain, I puffed out my chest and raised my chin like I had just saved the world. So what? I was just training, I said with as much pride as I could fake. What's everyone watching me for? I tried to act like it didn't bother me, but honestly I wanted to dive straight back into the pool and disappear. Still, if the Emperor was watching, then I had to look like more than just some kid playing with fire. I had to look like a man, a capable one. Arcas just chuckled. Stop. You look like an idiot. Anyway, I told them you were just training and that I let you. Things have calmed down a bit. But I expect a full explanation later, soldier. I nodded. Yes, Commander. Actually, I was just about to go check the explanation myself before you rudely interrupted me. Arcas scoffed. No excuses. I glared at him and resisted the urge to headbutt him. So, can I keep staying here? He gave me a long look and scratched his chin. You don't want to go back to your unit. I raised a brow. I hadn't really felt like part of the unit lately. I wasn't attending regular training. I was leveling up faster than the rest. Honestly, going back just felt like slowing down, but I had to be respectful, so I replied, I miss the unit a lot, Commander, but I think I can use my space and time better here. Arcas tilted his head. Space and time, huh? I grinned. Yes, Commander. All right, he said. One more day. But the day after tomorrow, I want you back at the compound. We've got things to talk about. My smile dropped a little. Is it about the Farrens? He nodded. The Farrens and more. Arcas left not long after, giving me one more day to stay in the elemental zone. I didn't argue. That was the best outcome I could hope for. Once I was alone, I headed straight to the calm water pool. The heat from earlier still clung to my skin, and diving into that cool, still water felt like slipping into a dream. I stayed there for a while, letting the tension drain from my body. After the bath, I changed into a fresh uniform and ate some food. It wasn't much, just enough to fill my stomach and help settle my nerves. Then I sat down again, this time with a clear head. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, my fingers twitching in anticipation. Time to see what has changed. With a thought, I opened the talent panel. Talent panel. Talent name, generator nexus. Soul shackle limit, 0-1 equals to level of talent. Abilities, essence transfer, can transfer stored essence to an attribute. After use, 50 of the transferred essence unit remains as a permanent boost. Essence infusion can infuse stored essence. Particle absorption can directly absorb energy particles from the environment. Sovereign's mark, generated essence bears your unique signature, bending only to your will. Soul shackle anchors a corrupted, bonded soul into the null heart, allowing control and shared evolution. My eyes widened the moment I saw the changes on the panel. A rush of thoughts surged through my head as I tried to make sense of it all. My blood pumped faster with each new detail I read, and a grin began to tug at the corner of my lips. The upgrades weren't just good, they were insane. First, I noticed that the talent level had reset back to 1. The upgrade requirement had returned to level 5, which made sense if this was a full evolution. The total essence capacity had increased to 55 units, and the level up requirement still followed the same logic, 20 times the capacity, which now meant I needed 1100 units to level up. Then came the surprise, essence transfer now left behind a 50 permanent boost instead of 40. That alone made the ability 10 times more valuable in the long run, but none of that compared to the real upgrade, Null Heart. That name appeared right next to a strange new function, and the moment I read it, my mind immediately jumped to the glowing white core that had formed inside my body earlier. I focused on it just to be sure. There it was, still floating silently at the center of my chest, pulsing with faint light. It didn't look like a heart, more like a marble or a seed, but the panel called it a heart, so maybe it was meant to grow into one eventually. The words Null Heart glowed softly on the panel, and when I focused harder, a new prompt burst onto the screen in glowing crimson letters. Beware, forgotten and forgiven, the path forsaken by the living, walked only by the chained fallen. I blinked, my brows furrowed. The warning felt dark, almost cursed. Chained fallen, it sounded like the name of some ancient group, maybe souls bound to something or someone. I didn't know, maybe it referred to abominations. They were made from the souls of the dead, forced into monstrous forms. But why forgiven? Forgot made sense, but forgiven by who and why? The more I thought about it, the less I understood. Crimson text, a warning, it all pointed to danger. I exhaled slowly and forced myself to move on. The prompt faded as I turned my attention to the rest of the panel. The function of the Null Heart seemed clear enough. I would first generate essence, then that essence could be refined into soul threads. By combining those threads, I could form a soul shackle, and with that I could anchor a corrupted, bonded soul into the Null Heart. My hands tightened into fists as I read the last line again. I closed my eyes for a moment. My heart thudded in my chest from the thrill of discovery, of power. If I understood this right, I could take control of a corrupted soul, one that belonged to an abomination. That was what the corrupted, bonded souls had to be, souls of the dead, twisted into beasts. One soul shackle cost 1,000 essence units. My current limit was 1, tied to my talent level. That made things easier to track. 1 level, 1 shackle. Fair. Finally, my eyes moved toward the updated list of abilities. There it was, Soul Shackle. A new ability, allowing me to not just anchor a soul, but share growth with it. We'd level up together, evolve together. Damn, I muttered under my breath. All the pain, all the screaming, the fire, the blood, I'd do it all again for this. The Essence engine alone was a massive power-up. But this was on a whole different scale. It was a revolution, not just for me, but for the whole world. Sharing growth with a bound soul. If I could build an army like that, I'll need to test this, I whispered, staring into the glowing core within my chest. As I stared at the panel, more and more questions bubbled up in my mind. How long would a soul shackle last? Could I remove it whenever I wanted, or once created, was it permanent? Could I choose who or what to bind? What level of control would I actually have over a soul once it was anchored? Would it obey me completely, or would there be resistance? So many possibilities, so many unknowns. But beyond all that, one thought kept pushing its way to the front of my mind. The Eternals. They had always been surrounded by mystery and power. Everyone knew they were capable of harvesting the souls of the dead, turning them into weapons that fought for them. Abominations and phantoms. But now I couldn't help but wonder, what if the Null Heart inside me was a smaller version of something the Eternals already had? A piece of technology or power they'd refined over millennia. Maybe their method was just the result of using a massive, perfected form of the same process I'd just unlocked. Maybe I was standing at the beginning of the same path they had once walked. That idea made my heart pound faster. If I could control one soul, know what would happen when I could control 10, 100. Chuckled to myself, calm down. I let out a deep breath and stood up, rolling my shoulders to loosen the tension. A small smile tugged at my lips as I thought about how far I had come. All the pain, the training, the risks, it was all building towards something. I was only going to grow stronger from here. It was time to put things to the test. First, I'll need some essence, I muttered. Then I said it aloud, the words now familiar. Power up. My heart gave a sudden shudder, but this time it felt different. A strange electric sensation spread across my body like a wave. It didn't hurt, but I felt it in every corner of myself, as if my entire body had lit up from the inside. That's when I realized what it was. The essence channels I had carved through my body, they were active now. I slowly raised my hands and closed my eyes, focusing. My perception expanded, stretching beyond my skin into the world around me. I sensed essence in the air, but I let it be. What I was really after was the wild energy flowing through this place. This elemental convergence zone was unstable, overflowing with raw, untamed power. I could feel it pressing in from every direction. I locked onto that energy and reached for it with my will. In an instant, the space around me reacted. Like a black hole devouring light, I pulled the energy toward myself. The wind stirred, dust lifted off the ground, and the air rippled faintly as invisible particles surged toward me. They rushed through the network of essence channels I had built inside my body, flowing like rivers toward the center of my core. There, at the very heart of it all, I felt a heat begin to build. Then, without delay, the core responded, using the absorbed energy and instantly generating a small speck of violet essence. I raised my head and laughed, and laughed, and laughed. I stopped laughing, though I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. My eyes stayed locked on the core as it continued its work, quietly, steadily, generating that strange violet essence. The whole thing was mesmerizing, like watching a living engine hidden inside my chest. I had no idea how it worked under the surface, what kind of mechanisms or energy systems were running behind the scenes, but I didn't care. Whatever it was incredible. It didn't take long before I noticed the numbers slowly ticking up. Bit by bit, the essence level rose. About 30 minutes later, the storage was full. It might have filled even faster if I hadn't spent some time experimenting with the absorption rate, but it was worth it. I learned something important. I could actually control the speed. It all came down to my synapse and the channels I had carved through my body. The stronger the synapse, the faster and more refined the absorption. And my synapse was already far above what someone at my level should have. It was only going to get stronger. Once I was satisfied, I activated the new ability, Essence Engine. The moment I did, a rush of knowledge hit me. My mind buzzed with instructions, patterns, flows, circulation routes. The whole blueprint of the ability downloaded straight into my brain. This makes it easier, I whispered. I gave the command and essence surged. It rushed out from the core and started flowing through the channels I'd carved, heart to spine, spine to limbs, limbs to brain, looping through every organ and muscle before cycling back. It was like blood, a second circulatory system. When I controlled, then I activated the next function, condensation. The essence began churning, coiling into itself within the core. The violet light deepened, growing darker as it thickened. It didn't form a sphere this time. Instead, it compacted into a refined, more concentrated form. I could feel it growing denser, stronger. The total amount of essence had decreased, but the unit count remained the same. I glanced at the panel again. I smirked. I reactivated the core, started absorbing. This time it filled faster. 20 minutes later, the panel changed. Double storage. My first successful compression with the skill. I dismissed the panel and turned my attention inward. Essence moved smoothly through the channels, cycling, condensing, refining everything at once. The system was working perfectly, but the core had shut itself down now. No space left for more generation. Only one thing left to try. Essence shift. I narrowed my focus and followed the flow of essence moving through my body. It looked like tunnels, rivers of violet light passing through invisible veins. I gave the command. Essence responded instantly. It shifted into fire. A sudden burn prickled across my right hand. I snapped out of my inner vision and looked down. My palm was cloaked in orange-crimson flames. The fire danced, but it didn't hurt. Just a slight sting, nothing more. I could feel it. This fire was mine. Not just because I willed it into existence, but because of the sovereign's mark. It was made from generated essence, meaning it bore my imprint. It wouldn't disobey me. It couldn't. A wild thought crossed my mind. I glanced at my uniform. No, this is the only one I have, but my boots, that was different. I kicked them off, stepping barefoot on the rocky ground. The fire around my hand vanished with a thought, converted back into essence and dispersed. I bent my knees, my legs tightened. The essence flowing through them pulsed in response. I activated seismic burst. Boom. The ground behind me shattered as my body shot upward like a missile. Wind tore past my face. My hair whipped behind me as I soared. I didn't stop there. Boom, another burst. I accelerated, climbing higher into the sky. Like a fish through water, I cut through the air. Over 200 feet up, I gave another command. This time, I shifted the essence into water, then with another thought, compressed it into ice. A small platform formed just below my feet, freezing solid in midair. I landed on it, balancing easily. It wouldn't hold for long. My control over complex elements still wasn't perfect, but it was enough for now. I looked down at my hand, then at the lightning dome, then reached for my storage ring. With a flick, I summoned my staff and stood tall on the ice platform, staring down at the cratered pool far below. The surface shimmered under the sun, calm and silent. A grin crept onto my face. Without another thought, I bent my knees and kicked off the ice. Fire burst out of my legs. Boom. I shot downward like a bullet, the air splitting around me. The crater below zoomed closer, the wind howling past my ears. I rotated my body mid-fall, arms tightening, staff held firm in my grip. Another seismic burst from my feet. Boom, my speed spiked. My body spun in a tight spiral, the world around me blurring into streaks of color. The staff gleamed in my hands, and I brought it up over my head, both hands gripping it tightly. Center of the pool rushed up to meet me. Blitz Hakai, I whispered. Essence surged into my arms like a river breaking its dam. My heart pounded as power bloomed inside me. Muscles compressed, veins swelled, and I felt a sharp snap of pressure coil through my right shoulder down to my wrists. At the last second, I stopped spinning, my body now leveled above the water by just inches. My arms whipped down with all the speed and strength I had gathered. The staff struck. Not the water, just the air above it. Crack, boom, the impact didn't make a splash. It made steam. The surface of the pool exploded into vapor, vanishing in an instant. The blast punched into the water below, widening the crater with a deafening roar. A wave of heat rolled out, followed by the force of the compressed strike tearing into the earth. I dropped straight into the center of the crater, where water had once been. My feet struck hot stone, and steam surged upward in thick, twisting clouds. The heat clung to my skin, and the mist curled around my legs like smoke escaping a fire. I raised the staff slowly, looking around at what was left of the pool and couldn't stop smiling. The vision I'd seen, the one where the woman evaporated an entire ocean with a single swing of her staff, I felt like I was getting closer to it. From pool to ocean, I chuckled to myself. My legs bent, and with a small burst of power, I jumped out of the crater. Steam still swirled behind me as I landed on the rocky edge. I stored my boots in the ring and began walking further into the sealed zone, barefoot. The ground was warm under my feet, but it didn't bother me. I could still feel the essence engine humming inside me. Everything moved in a perfect rhythm, circulating, refining, flowing, and I didn't need to force it anymore. It just worked. The only thing I noticed was a faint tug at the edge of my mind, like there was a thin thread tying my thoughts to the core. A strange but exciting idea flashed through my mind. I pulled off my shirt and placed it into the storage ring. Then I looked down at my chest. Right over my heart, the gear-shaped tattoo pulsed faintly, now surrounded by a glowing green circle. "Looks cool," I muttered. The mark felt alive, like it recognized what was happening inside me. Maybe it did. Maybe it was reacting to the core or the channels or the energy itself. I crouched low, bare feet gripping the warm earth, and took in a slow breath. The essence core pulsed inside me, steady and strong. I focused, willing the violet stream to flow faster through my legs. My muscles tensed, energy coiled like a spring. Then I ran. My feet pounded the ground, speed building instantly as essence surged through my limbs. Wind roared past my ears, the terrain blurred, but I wanted more. I sprinted deeper into the zone, my legs carrying me with tremendous force. The moment I built up enough speed, I launched into the air, and my focus shifted to the channel running along my spine. Essence twisted in motion, one command, and it shifted into fire. A violent burst erupted from my back, not just heat pressure. Raw force blasted downward and behind me. The flames didn't burn, but the impact slammed into me like a punch from the gods. My body surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. I flew straight, parallel to the ground. The wind screamed in my ears. My arms whipped back. My hair lashed across my face. I leaned into the momentum, adjusting my tilt, controlling the outflow with micro-adjustments. It worked. It actually worked. I was a living projectile with no gear, no wings, no tricks. Just raw essence turned into thrust. I grinned like a madman. The fire flickered out as I cut the flow. My feet hit the dirt hard and skidded, sparks bursting around me. I stumbled but caught my balance, and laughed. That was insane. But I wasn't done. I took a breath and focused again, this time on the channel running through my arms. Essence surged. I shifted it to wind. A sharp whoosh escaped my fingertips. Twin currents wrapped around my arms like coiled whirlwinds. I aimed forward. The compressed air launched like a focused jet. A tree ahead shuddered, branches cracking under the force. I flexed my fingers. The air responded. Then I moved. My legs burned with potential. I tapped into the channels, shifting essence once more, this time into lightning. My muscles tensed. Sparks raced down my thighs and calves. Then flash, I vanished, reappearing 5 meters ahead, a smoking trail left behind. My heart pounded in my chest, one element at a time, one channel at a time. I rolled my shoulders back, still riding the high from my last stunt. My body buzzed with energy, essence flowing through every channel like liquid fire. My thoughts drifted back to the new passive stage. I had unlocked stage II of the apex body. Stage II unlocked, tensile musculature. Your muscles are now formed with high-tension fibers. You can adjust their tightness, store strength, and release it when needed. Recovery speed increased. I nodded to myself, clenching and relaxing my fists. The fibers were real. I could feel them shifting beneath my skin like wound-up cables waiting to snap. I extended my perception, searching for any abomination that might be lurking nearby so that I could test some punches. Nothing. The entire zone felt oddly quiet, no movement. No pulse of hostile energy, just wind and the faint tremor of my own footsteps echoing back. Power up. I muttered under my breath and activated my core. I'd used up quite a bit experimenting with the thrusts and bursts I needed to refuel on the move. I started jogging deeper into the zone. My pace picked up quickly. Within seconds, I was sprinting, then blurring past trees and jagged stone outcroppings, my body slicing through the landscape like a bullet. Then I pushed it even further. Fire erupted from my legs, the burst coming sharp and controlled, sending me rocketing forward in a zigzag trail of heat and smoke. The ground behind me cracked under the explosive force, flames licking the dirt. Boom, boom, boom. Each step sounded like a detonation, the rhythm chaotic but exhilarating. That's when I felt it, something strange brushing the edge of my perception. A ripple, an anomaly in the flow of essence, unnatural and strong, elemental. My eyes narrowed. I changed direction without slowing down. The feeling grew stronger as I closed in and finally stopped just outside the area. In front of me stood a broken mountain range. Broken because not a single mountain I could see was whole. Every peak had been sliced off, some missing half, others nearly their entire tops. Boulders and jagged rock lay scattered across the land like a battlefield frozen in time. I stepped forward, eyes narrowing as I extended my perception. The elements here were unstable earth and wind, but something about the layout felt wrong. I bent my knees and launched myself forward, sprinting up a shattered hill. As soon as I reached the top, I jumped straight into the air. Boom. The ground shrank beneath me as I soared higher and higher. I turned my gaze across the landscape and finally saw it. My eyes widened. This wasn't natural. The mountain range was artificial. Each row of hills was placed deliberately, 3 by 3. The first 3 rows were evenly spaced in perfect parallels, then the next set shifted slightly, and the next again. The pattern repeated. I counted 21 rows total. I landed back on the hill. Looks like an artificial battlefield. I muttered, then dropped down and started moving deeper into the range. The earth element here was strong but calm and stable. The wind was wilder, erratic, but too faint to be dangerous. I moved forward without resistance. It was only when I reached the 7th row that the shift happened. I felt it immediately, a faint tremor beneath my feet. My senses sharpened. Something was burrowing toward me, but I didn't move. I wanted to see what it was. Suddenly, a claw burst from the ground and grabbed my ankle. Oh, before I could say anything more, it yanked downward, trying to pull me underground. I didn't resist. In fact, I allowed, but the pull was too weak for my increased strength. I chuckled. All right, let me help you. I let it pull me down. The ground caved in like a whirlpool, and I was sucked into a tunnel of pure black. No light, but with essence flowing through me, I could see just fine. The tunnel stretched ahead, and standing right in front of me was an abomination. A bat type again, but this one was different. Its level read 53. I grinned and cracked my knuckles. It was taller, bulkier, with blade-like wings and glowing white eyes, but it didn't attack. It just stood there, watching me. I didn't move either. This was a perfect chance to test my new passive. I clenched my right fist and focused. The ability said I could tighten my muscle fibers, store strength, and release it all at once. So I did. I felt the tension rise as the fibers in my arm began to twist and harden. A quiet creak followed, like stretching metal. My bicep swelled, followed by my forearm, then my entire arm, thicker now by at least 2 inches. It wasn't new muscle. Just my own fibers tightening, storing, coiling like springs. I exhaled slowly, eyes fixed on the bat. I'm not sure what you're waiting for, but I don't like the dark, so I'll go first. I shot forward. The bat screeched as I closed the distance in a blink, its cry echoing through the tunnel. It flared its wings and opened its jaw wide to counter. I reached it first, waist twisting, and let the punch go. My fist tore through the air and smashed into its gut. Boom. The bat exploded. Not just died, exploded. Blood and pieces splattered across the tunnel walls, and behind the creature, a compressed jet of air blasted out from the force, punching a hole through the far end of the tunnel. Light spilled in. I smiled. Now that was a proper test. Level up, level up, level up, level 40, level 43. I glanced down at my arm as the muscles began to shrink, the bulk I'd built up with stored tension now fading away. A wave of fatigue brushed against me, but it didn't last long. My recovery was already kicking in, swift and efficient, just like the passive had promised. A low whooshing sound echoed through the tunnel, followed by a familiar tremor beneath my boots. Something else was coming. I turned slowly, my eyes narrowing as I focused. Another bat. I felt it before I saw it, its body slicing through the air, wings cutting against the tunnel walls as it charged at me, fast and furious. I stood still and waited. Its screech tore through the darkness as it rushed me. At the last second, it slashed with one of its claws. I stepped back, let it overextend, and caught its wrist mid-swipe. My grip tightened. Essence surged from my palm, turning sharp and cold as it shifted into ice. The freezing spread rapidly across its arm, climbing toward its shoulder. The creature shrieked and swung with its other claw. I caught that one too, this time even faster. More essence, more ice. The second wave hit harder, racing up its limbs like a living frostbite. It tried to pull away, its body thrashing in resistance, but my grip didn't budge. Then it opened its mouth. A faint glow began to gather near its throat, wind essence. A sphere started forming at the center of its gaping jaw. I clicked my tongue. Oh no, you don't. I leaned in and slammed my forehead into its skull with a sharp crack. Its head jerked backward, dazed. I didn't stop. Another pulse of essence burst from my core, pure, cold, unfiltered. It spread over the creature in seconds. The bat froze solid, a perfect sculpture mid-scream, ice trailing down its wings like broken glass. I raised my hand and gave it a casual backhand. The frozen body shattered on impact, exploding into pieces. Shards of ice and bones scattered across the tunnel floor. I extended my synapse further through the tunnel, feeling for any other movement, but nothing stirred. It was empty now. I turned back toward the exit, the hole I'd blasted open earlier, and walked through it. The mountainside curved around me as I stepped out. The wind hit my face. Above me, fractured ridges of rock stretched across the horizon. I glanced back toward the tunnel's mouth. So they've got an underground network too, I muttered. Great. I wanted to check how far I could push my muscles, so I moved toward the hill and stopped at its base. The rock face curved upward like a slanted wall, rough and thick, perfect for testing raw power. I rolled my shoulders and cracked my knuckles. My right fist clenched, and I focused on the muscle fibers in my arm. Slowly, I began compressing them, forcing the tension to build tighter and tighter. The veins on my forearm bulged as the muscles thickened. I exhaled and threw the first punch. Boom. The impact rocked the hill. Stone cracked where my knuckles hit and dust puffed out from the force. I grinned, then I switched to legs. My left foot slid back as I bent my knee and focused on the fibers in my thigh and calf. The muscle tightened, storing power like a coiled spring. When it was at its peak, I unleashed it. Boom. My foot slammed into the side of the hill, sending a spiderweb of cracks across the stone. Chunks of rock tumbled down around me. I didn't stop there. This time I compressed the muscle in my fist again, tighter than before, and activated seismic burst the moment I struck. Crack, boom. The hill shuddered violently. A crater appeared where my knuckles landed, and a pulse of shock ran through the stone, blasting a line of dust and pebbles several meters up the slope. My arm tingled from the feedback, but the recovery had already begun, knitting it back together. All right, I muttered. Let's try something fun. I lowered my stance, shifting my weight evenly between both legs. My arms rose, shoulders square, both fists clenched. This time I didn't wait. Left, right fist after fist, I punched the hill like a machine, compressing and releasing my muscle fibers with each strike. The impacts blurred into a rapid-fire rhythm, and every punch triggered a miniature shockwave. Crack, 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 crack. The wall in front of me crumbled bit by bit. Stone flew in all directions. My knuckles tore through the surface like drills, powered by compressed tension and essence bursts. Sweat rolled down my neck and steam hissed off my arms from the friction. The roar of fists slamming into rock echoed through the mountains, and I kept going. I combined the compression and release with each punch, regulating the strain to avoid tearing anything inside. The more I did it, the faster I recovered. My control sharpened, timing improved. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike became cleaner, more precise. I threw in seismic burst at random intervals, mixing it into the rhythm like a surprise beat drop. The earth groaned under the barrage. Stones split, debris scattered. I didn't stop. 3 full hours passed. When I finally stepped back, my arms were coated in a layer of dust and blood. My knuckles were raw but healing. The hill, half of it was gone. A ragged trench, about 10 meters wide and 6 meters deep, carved its way across the slope like someone had tried to dig straight through the mountain. I breathed out slowly, my heart steady despite the carnage behind me. I took a few steps back from the wrecked slope, letting the dust settle around my boots. My hands still buzzed with the aftershock of 3 hours of relentless pounding, but I wasn't done yet. I reached into my ring and pulled out the staff. Its polished surface gleamed in the light, cool and solid in my grip. I held it horizontally, arms loose, then rolled my shoulders. This time I went further. Both arms clenched as I focused inward, deep into the muscle fibers running from shoulder to wrist. One by one they tightened, not just compressed, but pack-a-dense and coiled like metal wires pulled to their limit. My biceps thickened. Veins rose under the skin. The pressure mounted, and my arms swelled almost unnaturally, gaining nearly 2 inches in size. I gritted my teeth. Then I twisted my body and spun, planting my foot into the earth for anchor, channeling all the stored tension into the motion. The staff whistled through the air and struck the mountain wall with both hands. Boom. The sound was deafening, not just an impact and explosion of force. The entire side of the hill cracked like glass, splitting from the point of contact. A deep gouge tore through the stone, hurling massive slabs outward like broken armor plates. Dust erupted in waves. The staff vibrated in my hands, but I held firm, watching the aftermath with a small smile. I let out a slow breath and stored the staff back into the ring. My arms still pulsed faintly from the force of the swing, but I felt good, tired but alive. I looked around. The sky above was growing darker. The shadows stretched long across the broken mountain range. Evening had almost settled in. One more day, I muttered. Just one day was left in the training zone. I had two choices. Either go deeper into the zone, find abominations, fight, and level up, or focus on generating enough essence to test the new function of my talent. But that second option came with a price. I needed 1,000 essence points to activate it, an absurd amount considering how slow it built up passively. It would take time I didn't have, so I chose the faster route. I turned and began walking downhill. My heart knew where I was headed, the place that had humbled me, the place where I got slammed into the ground again and again without being able to resist. The space-time zone, the gravity zone. A smile tugged at the corner of my lips. It was time to settle that score. Soon I stood at the edge of the zone. A faint, invisible line stretched across the ground beyond it. The gravity field began. The area was quiet, calm, no ripples, no distortions. Just like last time, it wouldn't react unless disturbed. This place wasn't like the others. It wasn't driven by raw elements. Here, the essence had shifted, taking on traits of space and time. They weren't fire, wind, or water, things I could see, touch, or manipulate directly. These were concepts, fundamental forces. Laws. My synapse had grown much sharper since the first time I came here. I was counting on that, hoping I could now see things I'd missed before. I replayed everything that happened last time, how I stepped inside, how the gravity changed, how the distortions pulled me into the ground again and again, how the space and time anomalies triggered with every movement I made. There were no physical cues, no smoke, no cracks, no elemental surges, only the invisible hand of laws at play. Space and time couldn't be seen, not directly. Only their effects can be seen. A distortion here, a warping there, a slowing of motion, a shift in direction. These weren't elements. They were the pillars that held everything else together. Destroy either one and everything falls apart, which meant only one thing: whoever fought here wasn't ordinary. They weren't just powerful. They had touched something most could never even perceive. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. My bare feet touched the edge of the zone. I walked in slowly, carefully, my senses stretched wide. Every nerve in my body was on alert, waiting for the first sign of disturbance. I activated Synapse Boost, and the world immediately slowed down around me. Essence came alive. It pulsed in the air as if the entire zone had turned into a beating heart. Through my perception, I felt like a god standing above it all, watching. A full minute passed. Nothing happened. Then I sensed it. From far off on my left, a wave of essence began to flow. It moved toward the right, cutting across the zone in a gentle current. But as I walked, I noticed something strange. Each step I took interfered with the flow. Pieces of the wave struck me and bounced back while the rest kept going forward. The more I walked, the more interference I caused. Suddenly, the entire flow paused. Then it shuddered. A second wave came, stronger this time. No longer calm, it was violent. I narrowed my eyes. The essence wave was changing. I watched it carefully as it shifted form. Its color began to turn silver. Space. The attribute of space had activated. The moment I saw it, I knew what was coming. The anomaly was about to begin, but I didn't move. I remained exactly where I was, synapse fully engaged, tracking the subtle changes in the flow of time around me. The wave grew closer. Now it shimmered with both silver and teal, space and time together. I prepared myself. I activated Essence Engine. Essence surged through my channels like wildfire, feeding every fiber of my body. I focused on my legs. My muscles coiled, compressed, and thickened to steady my stance. This time I wasn't going to get smashed into the ground like before. The wave was nearly on me. The air trembled. Dust and debris on the ground began to shiver, reacting to what was coming like nervous prey sensing an approaching predator. Just before the wave hit, I released Essence outward. It burst from my skin and formed a shimmering violet cloak around me. Then, impact, boom, there was no sound, but I felt it in my bones. Gravity spiked instantly. My body lurched. Despite my preparations, one knee slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. I clenched my jaw and pushed more essence out, thickening the cloak around me, trying to bend the pressure away. I didn't move. I stayed there, frozen, eyes closed now, sensing everything. I wanted to understand. The essence around me twisted, layered with space and time. It was like watching invisible threads of reality bend and knot. I let it happen, studied it with every part of my mind. After some time, the pressure lifted. The gravity dropped. I opened my eyes and saw debris around me starting to float upward, like the entire world had been flipped upside down. I reached inward, grabbed the essence flowing through me, and shifted it into the earth attribute. My muscles hardened. My body grew heavier. I still wasn't grounded enough, so I went further. I expanded my will and sent essence pouring into the soil beneath me. The earth responded. It rose slowly, forming a layer around my feet, then my ankles, then my knees, locking me in place. I hardened it all, packed it tight, like armor made from the ground itself. It would hold me still against the pull of reversed gravity. Then I just watched. I studied how space and time mixed, how they created the anomaly. I didn't fight it, I tried to learn from it. And then again, the process reversed. A third wave rushed in, stronger than the first two. The silver-teal essence surged toward me. I braced myself and pushed my will harder, commanding the violet essence around me to push back. This time I didn't fall to one knee. I held my ground, resisting the crushing weight of the gravity field even better than before. But I wanted more than just survival, I wanted control. So I activated my core, power up. The generator roared to life within me, humming with raw force. I focused on the channels, directing them to absorb every trace of energy pressing down on my body. The distortion of space, the compression of time, the sheer weight, every bit of pressure trying to break me, I turned it into fuel. And instantly I saw new essence forming within the core. I remained still, letting the pressure wash over me, absorbing the energy pressing down on my body. At the same time, I watched, carefully, trying to understand how it all worked, how space twisted, how time bent, how both wove together to disturb reality in this place. The force pressing down on me vanished as the wave of essence finally retreated. I let out a long breath, my muscles slowly relaxing. A quick glance at my essence storage, 55 plus 30, 85 units in total. Without hesitation, I transferred 50 units straight into the null heart charge. As soon as I did, the compressed essence in my core shifted, drawn toward the white core suspended at its center, which was called null heart by the system. It sensed the incoming energy and slowly began to spin. Very slowly. I paused, eyes narrowing. It was faint, barely moving, but the motion was there. That surprised me more than I expected. I didn't think such a small amount would even register. But it did, and that meant one thing: the null heart had accepted the charge. I straightened up slowly, adjusting my stance as the pressure eased. The essence flowing through my channels began to settle, no longer surging wildly. The violet cloak that had formed around my body faded away, and the hardened layer of earth wrapped around my legs crumbled and scattered into loose soil. I rolled my shoulders, feeling the tension ease out of my muscles. They ached a little, but not in a bad way. It was the kind of soreness that told me I'd learned something. "That was intense," I said with a small chuckle, letting out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. But deep down I felt satisfied. This time I hadn't been completely overpowered. I had stood my ground. More importantly, I had found a way to resist it, and more than that, to study it. I could feel it in my bones, in the air, in the patterns of the essence around me. Space and time weren't just ideas here. They were moving forces in this zone, and now I had a foothold. I knew another wave would hit soon, probably stronger than before, so I started preparing. I sat down cross-legged, closed my eyes, and reached out. My synapse flared as I began drawing in energy from the atmosphere, slowly refilling my essence storage. With every pulse, fresh essence trickled into my core, steady and sure. I kept my focus sharp, tracking the subtle changes in the essence around me. The patterns, the flow, the rhythm. And then, just like before, it surged. A smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. This time, I wasn't just going to survive it, I was going to learn from it. I stood at the edge of the zone, my body relaxed, my mind steady. The time Arcas had given me here had long passed. I was sure he was somewhere close, either watching me or getting ready to pick me up. But before that happened, I wanted to test the results of my nonstop training inside this place. What surprised me most was that the waves never stopped coming. They just kept launching, again and again. I'd even changed my position once, trying to track where they were originating from. At first, it looked like they were coming from the left, but when I moved in that direction, they began appearing from the right. That only meant one thing: there were still forces here way beyond me. I let out a quiet breath and braced myself again. Come on, I'm tired of waiting. To trigger the anomaly early, I pulled out my staff, spun it in my hand, and slammed it into the ground. Violet essence rushed out of my body and into the staff, which shot it into the earth. The ground trembled, then erupted as a wave of stone burst upward, sending debris flying in every direction. The moment it settled, the essence around me surged. "It's so easy to rile you up," I muttered, smirking. That was another thing I'd figured out: the more chaos I caused, the quicker the zone responded. The gravity sequence triggered faster if I made noise. Within seconds, a wave of silver-teal essence slammed into me. Gravity spiked, but I remained calm. I lifted my left palm, and violet essence erupted from my body in a flare. I began sending pulses of it outward, colliding with the surging essence ahead. After 3 or 4 pulses, I finally grasped part of the silver essence, the one linked to the law of space. I grinned and waved my hand. The air around me trembled as I dispersed the gravity pressing down on me. The silver essence obeyed, swirling into a soft current that wrapped around my body. Gentle, controlled, but it wasn't over. Another wave surged forward, this one angrier, more violent. It felt like the zone had realized I stole something from it, but it was too late. I was in control now. I condensed the silver essence around me. Space itself shuddered. I didn't yet understand how the law of space truly worked, nor could I convert my own essence into that attribute, not yet, but I had found a way to bend it with the help of my violet essence. That was enough. I compressed the silver energy again, folding the space in front of me. Another wave came crashing in and hit the folded space, shaking everything. I stayed focused, folding another layer. The next wave collapsed on itself as it touched the warped zone. I stole more silver essence from it. I tamed it and let it circle me calmly. It was kept in place by threads of violet essence still interwoven to hold my control. Time essence, however, was a different beast. Even with violet essence, I couldn't dominate it. It required too much more than my current output. Still, I stood firm, staff in hand, barefoot, shirtless, waiting for the next wave. And when it came, I repeated the same process. Again, I stole more silver essence. I started walking forward, gathering more and more. But the more I absorbed, the more violet essence I needed to keep it under control. Fortunately, I had the generator core. It burned like a furnace inside me, constantly producing what I needed. I was a living engine with endless fuel and infinite will. By the time I crossed 3/4 of the zone, I was surrounded by a cyclone of silver and violet energy, centered completely around me. To anyone unable to see essence, the zone looked empty, with just a lone man standing quietly. But to those who could see essence, they'd witness a storm forming around me, one I had complete control over. I decided this next one would be my final wave before stepping out of the zone. I flexed my toes into the earth to steady my footing, focused deeply, and waited. One of the side effects of this intense training was how sensitive I'd become to the space around me. I could feel distortions, ripples like waves through water, and when the new wave surged, I felt space groan. To me, it was like an explosion had gone off somewhere unseen, and the force was rushing straight toward me. I didn't wait. I moved to meet it. I raised my right hand and whispered, "Go." The ground shook. The air cracked. The cyclone around me twisted, condensed, and reshaped itself into a massive falcon, 50 meters wide in my perception. It took flight, wings of silver and violet flaring as it soared toward the incoming wave. Both forces clashed midair. Boom, for one terrible moment. Space folded, time halted, and my eyes widened. Freak, where the collision struck, space collapsed, folded inward, and detonated in a pulse of teal and violet energy. And with it came a gravity wave, but not like before. It wasn't acting vertically. It was horizontal, like a sword had slashed across the zone, sending a sharp pulse of space cutting gravity straight at me. I didn't know what would happen if it hit me, and I didn't want to find out. I roared, slamming my will into the remaining storm around me. The essence obeyed. The falcon reformed again and raced to intercept the pulse. But it wasn't enough. I activated Synapse Boost. Time slowed. My mind sharpened. Only one thing stood out. Essence shift. Shift the state of my generated essence to space attributed essence sec. The falcon was built from violet and silver energy. I focused on the violet. I roared again, forcing my will, enhanced by my synapse, into the falcon. The essence resisted. I screamed louder. Still no change. I went for the second best option. The falcon surged forward, and just before impact, I clenched my fist. It folded. The space-attributed essence compressed on itself in a burst. I didn't expect what happened next. The compression triggered a rebound, twice as fast. I grabbed hold with my will and anchored it in place. And then I saw it, a shimmering wall, almost invisible, only noticeable because it was dotted with traces of my violet essence. Folded space. My control reached out. The wall moved at my command. I swung my arm and placed it directly in front of me, between myself and the approaching gravity wave. The wave hit, the wall shuddered, and like a stone dropped in a calm lake, the pulse dispersed without reaching me. Silence, no damage, just calm. I stared at the shimmering wall of compressed silver and violet essence, and then I let it go. The space around me returned to normal, and then the notifications came. I pulled up my status screen, eyes scanning the notifications. Skill acquired. Spatial Shield Level 1. Spatial Shield, a defensive skill that compresses space, creating a barrier that distorts and neutralizes incoming force. Skill level up. Essence Engine Level 3, Level 4. I smiled when I saw the description of the new skill, a defensive skill. Finally, I raised my right hand and activated it, curious to test it for real. The essence flowing through my body responded instantly, rushing out of my palm. The space just in front of it shimmered like heat waves on a summer road. I felt something click, a connection between my essence and the world around me. I clenched my fingers and pushed more essence forward. The shimmering space compressed and folded on itself. I felt pressure in my head, a mild strain from manipulating space, but it wasn't too much. I could handle it, so I tried another compression. The space thickened a little more, pushing back with a quiet resistance. That was as far as I could take it. I exhaled slowly and dispersed the essence, letting the space return to normal. That went better than I thought, I muttered, shaking my hand once. Honestly, I hadn't expected to gain much out of all the time spent inside that training zone, but getting a defensive skill like this, that felt like a win. Deciding I was done here, I turned around and began sprinting toward the edge of the zone. My steps felt lighter than before. A lot had changed in just a short time. I crossed the boundary and finally stopped running. I glanced around and saw a crumbled wall nearby. I walked over and sat down, pulling out a food pack from my storage. As I ate, I thought about everything I'd gained since coming here. I upgraded my talent. I reached level 43, unlocked the skill Essence Engine, advanced my passive ability to its next stage, refined my control over Essence, and even shaped it more precisely during combat. And now, a new skill, Spatial Shield, to defend myself. I leaned back, chewing slowly, letting the wind hit my face. My mind drifted to what came next, the Farron's mission. I felt ready. Level 43. Strong enough to take on someone at level 55 without hesitation, and if I really pushed it, I might even survive against a 60. But no matter how confident I was, the mission still came with risk. I finished eating and pulled out my communicator. First, I tried calling Steve. No answer. Then North. Same result. It was the second day in a row I hadn't heard from either of them. A strange unease settled in my chest as I stood and jumped down from the wall. I looked around, wondering where Arcas was. He should have been here by now. Let's go. The voice came from behind me, calm but sharp. I spun around and froze. It was Arcas, but he wasn't the same as before. His clothes were torn. His right sleeve was missing and his arm was cut up, blood dripping from open wounds. His face was bruised and his eyes were darker than usual, filled with rage. "Commander, what happened?" I asked, stunned. He didn't answer. He just stepped forward and placed a hand on my shoulder. The world around me blurred. I heard crackling lightning and felt the familiar pull of flight. We were moving fast, too fast for me to ask anything more. Then we stopped. We were back at the checkpoint, the one I'd entered from days ago. But Arcas didn't slow down. He marched straight toward the teleportation chamber. Soldiers saluted him as we passed, but he didn't respond. Not a nod, not a word. I glanced at their faces. Some looked angry, others hollow and shaken. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. My gut twisted. We entered the teleportation room and stepped onto the circle. He activated it without pause. The world went dark for a second and then we arrived inside the PCB mission hall. But he didn't stop there. Arcas activated the next teleport immediately. This time the darkness lasted longer. When my vision cleared again, we were somewhere unfamiliar. A wide, open platform. Nothing but sky and a few soldiers shouting orders. Some were running, some looked hurt. Everyone moved like time was running out. Arcas didn't say a word. He touched my shoulder again and we lifted off the ground, flying high. As we soared, I looked down, trying to understand where we were, and then I saw it, far off in the distance, Mount Frieza, the tallest peak in the entire empire. I couldn't mistake it. No one could, and that meant only one thing. I'm in the eastern continent, I whispered. But what caught my attention wasn't the mountain. It was what I saw beneath us. My eyes widened. Carnage. The ground was littered with bodies. Blood stained the earth. Young soldiers in elite unit uniforms like mine. People my age, dead, slaughtered. Arcas finally spoke. This was Elite Unit 77. They were attacked last night by a group of abominations led by a Grandmaster-ranked phantom. I stood in silence, listening. A phantom of that rank, on a world like Vathos that was catastrophic. Grandmasters weren't just powerful, they were calculated, nearly unstoppable if not handled right. Arcas continued. Someone from the inside helped them gain entry. Only 9 students survived. Everyone else was killed. He went quiet after that, letting the words sink in. I looked down at the bodies again. Some were missing their heads. Others were torn apart so badly I couldn't even tell what they looked like. My fists clenched at my sides. A cold thought crossed my mind. If it had been my unit instead, I could have been one of those bodies. They hadn't even been part of the elite unit for 2 full months, and now nearly all of them were gone. Arcas spoke again, his voice quieter this time. We still don't know the reason behind the attack, but they came prepared. The entire area was sealed off. No signals got through. It was the unit commander who broke the seal, sacrificing himself just to get a message out. That's how we managed to locate them and engage the phantom. I turned my head and looked at him. Did you catch them? Arcas met my eyes. We killed the abominations, but the phantom escaped. I narrowed my eyes. Was it really that strong? He shook his head. No, but it came prepared. It knew what it was doing. It slipped away before we could close in, but it's still in our world, somewhere. My jaw tightened as I asked through clenched teeth who was the traitor. Arcas stayed silent for a few seconds before finally answering. We don't know yet. The Empire is on high alert. This is the 3rd elite unit we've lost to an attack like this. The last time something similar happened was almost 8 years ago, so the public is furious. There's a lot of pressure right now. He turned to face me then, his expression grave. Billion, I believe the Holts were involved, but we don't have any proof yet, so there's not much we can do, at least not directly. Still, the sudden strike on this unit, along with several other suspicious activities, all seem connected to the captured Farrons. Your mission is becoming more and more critical. I hope you understand that. I nodded slowly, taking it all in. He added anyway, I brought you here because your grandmother is the one leading the investigation. You can go see her. We'll be leaving shortly. I sat inside what used to be the mission hall of Unit 77. It was the only structure still standing. Arcas had told me the unit's commander had made a final stand here, holding off the enemy just long enough for 9 soldiers to escape through the teleportation hub. I recalled the bodies I had seen. The destruction. I let out a long sigh. This was the reality of our world. Despite all the precautions the Empire took, attacks still came relentless and brutal. In moments like this, when the enemy managed to strike this deep into the Empire's heart, reminded me just how fragile our situation truly was. I heard footsteps behind me. I stood and turned. My grandmother walked in, dressed in her uniform. I could see the tension etched into her face, the fatigue in her eyes, but when her gaze met mine, a smile tugged at her lips. It had been over 2 months since I'd last seen her. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her. "Grandma, I missed you." She patted my head gently. "I missed you too, dear." She stepped back and gave me a once-over. "Look at you. Already nearing your second evolution," she said, her voice warm. "Is everything okay? Do you need help with anything?" I chuckled. "Nope, no help needed. And I know you wouldn't help anyway." She shook her head, smiling knowingly, then moved to sit behind the only desk left intact in the hall. I sat across from her. Her expression shifted back to the stern, serious demeanor I knew so well. "What happened here, Grandma?" I asked. "How could they strike so deep inside the Empire?" She let out a breath before answering. "We're still investigating, so I can't say much," Grandma said. "But we do have a theory about why this unit was targeted. One of our important commanders is currently on a critical mission outside the Empire. His grandson was assigned here, just a probationary soldier like you." I frowned. "So the attack was aimed at the commander, through his grandson." She nodded solemnly. "That's what we believe. The goal may have been to kill or capture the boy to force the commander off his mission." I leaned back, trying to process it. "But why go that far? Why use a kid as bait?" Her expression hardened. "Because that commander and his grandson, they're the last two left in their family. Whoever planned this likely knew that. And they knew exactly what it would do to him if the boy died while he was away, defending the Empire. So, did they succeed?" I asked. "Did they get him?" "No," she replied. "He's alive. One of the 9 who made it out." I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. She continued, her voice colder now. "And that's why we believe this was an inside job. Almost no one knew he even existed, let alone that he was assigned here. We just need to find out who leaked that information. Once we do, everything else will start falling into place." I nodded slowly, then asked, "What about the ones who died?" She sighed, her expression heavy. "We've informed their families. Beyond that, there's not much we can do, except make sure this never happens again and find the Phantom responsible for it." I stared down at the desk, wondering how any of this could have been prevented. An entire unit, almost completely wiped out. Anger simmered quietly in my chest. Every time I read about death or saw it up close, it always pulled me back to the memory of my parents. Their whole unit had been lost too. No one came back from that mission. Grandma had never told me the details. In fact, the conversation had never even come up. I'd avoided asking. I didn't want to know. If it turned out to be something cruel, torturous, I wasn't sure I could handle it. But now I wanted to know. Where had they gone? Why had they died? What had the Empire done in response? Or had they just been forgotten? I looked up at Grandma, ready to finally ask, but she spoke first. "Arca's told me you're going on a secret mission." I blinked, caught off guard, but I supposed it made sense. It was up to Arca's who he wanted to share that with. "Do you know the details?" I asked. She nodded. "Most of them. He came to me even before he told you, asked for my permission." That surprised me even more. He did. I never took Commander Arca's to be the type to ask permission. I always figured he was more of a do it first, apologize later kind of guy. She chuckled softly. "Oh, you've got him there. But this mission isn't standard. No probationary soldier ever gets assigned to something like this. There's too much uncertainty, too many risks." She paused, her expression serious again. "But if you want the chance to compete for that transformation skill from the Pharons, this is the only path." I nodded slowly. I knew I wasn't ready, not by normal standards. There were probably even master-ranked individuals more suited for this. If they were inserting me just because I was leveling fast or punching above my weight, that wouldn't be enough on its own. I looked at her, a small smile tugging at my lips. "So what do you think? Should I go on the mission?" I was teasing, curious to see how she'd react. Would she really let me walk into something this dangerous? She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes briefly, then opened them with a heaviness I hadn't noticed before. "When your father was about to go on his last mission," she said quietly, "he asked me a similar question." The smile faded from my face. I straightened in my seat, unsure where she was going with this. "He knew the risks," she continued, "knew that he might not come back, and still he chose to go." I looked down at the edge of the desk, my voice suddenly small. "Buth had a kid, me. I was waiting for him to come back. Why didn't he think about that?" My hands curled into fists on my lap. I had never asked that question before, not out loud. Maybe I'd been scared of the answer. Maybe I hadn't wanted to hear what I already suspected. Grandma's gaze didn't waver. Her voice was calm, but there was an ache behind it, like the words had worn grooves in her over time. "Because sometimes duty comes above family." I shook my head once, not in defiance, just in pain. "For some men," she said, "principles and values, they matter more. Your father believed in what he stood for. He believed that protecting others was worth the risk, even if it meant leaving his son behind." I stood up. I couldn't sit there any longer. My chest felt tight. My thoughts were loud, but none of them made sense. I didn't want to argue. I didn't want to cry in front of her. I just needed to breathe. Without a word, I turned and walked toward the exit of the hall. She didn't stop me. Outside, the wind met me like a slap, cold and sharp. The ruins of Unit 77 stretched before me, silent witnesses to everything we'd lost. I looked up at the sky. My thoughts were a mess. I felt proud that my father was a man of principle, someone who stood for something. But I also felt angry. Why hadn't he thought about me? Why didn't I matter enough to make him stay? I wondered what I would do in his place. I was about to go on a mission myself, one where the chances of coming back were at best 50-50, and I had agreed without hesitation. Not once had I stopped to think about how Grandma would feel if I didn't return. What would it do to her if I died? I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. Feelings were hard. They never made sense. Pride, pain, guilt, anger, they all mixed together until I didn't know what to feel anymore. After a moment, I turned around and walked back into the hall. Grandma was still sitting behind the desk. She looked deep in thought, her eyes distant, like she wasn't fully there. I stopped in front of her and spoke. Grandma, I'm going to come back from this mission, and when I do, I want to know everything about their last mission, all of it. She looked at me for a long second. Then she gave a slow, quiet nod. I nodded back and gave her a small smile. Take care, Grandma. I turned and walked out of the hall. There was a fire in my chest. I wasn't angry at my father or even at myself. I was angry at the world, the kind of world that made him choose between duty and his son. A world that forced good people to carry impossible burdens and then left others to deal with the silence they left behind. Just as I stepped out, a figure appeared in front of me. Arcas. He stood tall as always, unreadable as ever. I looked up at him and asked, "Where's Steve?" "He's not answering my calls." Arcas's eyes narrowed slightly at my tone. He answered calmly, "The entire unit has gone on an expedition. They're dealing with an abomination nest." I didn't hesitate. "Take me there." He tilted his head, studying me. That's when I realized I'd spoken like I was giving an order to a superior officer, no less. Like I was talking to someone below me. But I was too angry to care about rank or formality right now. My emotions were pushing everything else aside. Arcas gave a quiet nod and placed a hand on my shoulder. In an instant, the world around me blurred. A second later, we were standing on the same teleportation platform I'd used to reach the eastern continent before. Light filled the circle beneath our feet, and then we vanished. When the world reformed around me, we were back inside the mission hall of Unit 2. Arcas looked at me and asked, "Want to put on a new uniform?" I glanced down at myself. My shirt was gone. My boots were missing. I must have looked like a mess. Then I turned to Arcas. He was still in the same state as before, blood-streaked, his uniform torn, fresh wounds across his arms and shoulders. He hadn't bothered to clean up either. I shook my head. "No," he nodded. A split second later, golden lightning crackled around his body. Before I could blink, we were off the ground, soaring. The air rushed past me as the world stretched and blurred beneath us. Trees, rivers, and hills zipped by like streaks of color. I held my breath, the speed nearly overwhelming. And then suddenly we stopped. We floated high above the ground, suspended in the sky. I looked down. It was an open plain stretching out beneath us, right before a dark, jagged mountain range. Far below, I saw Unit 2 locked in battle against a massive swarm of abominations. As Arcas had mentioned earlier, it looked like a nest, just one type of creature, but in overwhelming numbers. I narrowed my eyes and focused on one of them. Nocturne Crawler Level 26. The creature was pale and huge, like a centipede the size of a bull. It had way too many legs that twitched and writhed as it moved, and its armor-plated back gleamed with slime. I could see thick, corrosive liquid dripping from the plates, hissing as it touched the ground. Its eyes glowed faintly, a sickly yellow-green. All around, hundreds more crawlers scuttled over the battlefield. Some were bigger, some smaller. Some had thick, bladed limbs, while others had bulging sacs on their backs that pulsed like they were alive. A few even had wings and were flying in wide, erratic loops, diving down to attack from above. I scanned the stronger ones as we hovered there. The highest level crawler I could find was a level 35. It was larger than the rest, with more mutations and deeper corruption. But even so, it didn't worry me. To me, it was just another monster. Then I spotted Steve. Steve Harper, level 36. He was tearing through the swarm like it was a game. His sword moved in lazy, almost bored arcs, but every slash was precise and deadly. One of his hands was tucked into his pocket, and the other held his blade with casual ease. He grinned as he fought, like this was the best thing that had happened to him all week. But as I kept watching, something felt different. There was a sharpness to his movements now, a focus in the way he shifted his weight, the way he reacted to danger. The lazy attitude was still there, but it didn't slow him down. If anything, it made him even scarier. He wasn't holding back anymore. I looked to the side and found her, North Winter level 29. She stood just behind the front line. Her bow was raised, eyes locked onto her targets. Every shot she fired landed exactly where it needed, between armor plates, in the soft joints of the creature's legs, or right through the eye if it showed. I saw one arrow suddenly surge forward with a burst of speed, faster than the others. Wind. She was starting to touch it, starting to awaken. She fired 2, sometimes 3 arrows at a time, switching between single targets and clusters without losing accuracy. I spotted Sarah Mark and the other guy with her. I still couldn't remember his name, but North was clearly holding their formation together. But even as I admired her skill, a strange feeling crept in. When I looked back and forth between her and Steve, who was cutting down dozens without even trying, I couldn't help but feel like she was lagging behind. It wasn't her effort, that much I knew. North was trying her hardest, but to me she looked underleveled. The power behind her arrows felt weak. Then my attention shifted to the loudest person on the battlefield. I scanned her. Sarah Gibson, level 32. She was tearing through the crawlers like a wild animal. Her greatsword swung with brutal force, each movement wide and aggressive like she had no care for defense. She roared with every swing like each one was the final blow of her life. Her battle cries echoed across the field, louder than the screeches of the abominations. I almost laughed. She looked ridiculous but at the same time impressive, like a berserker who had found the perfect battlefield. That's when Arcas spoke. What do you want to do? My eyes didn't leave the chaos below. The anger inside me was still there, burning just as fiercely as before. I hadn't calmed down one bit, and as I looked at the crawlers, the corrupted swarm that kept pouring out from their nest, I felt my rage spike again. I answered quietly, my voice sharp. Kill. I want to kill until not a single one is left standing. I stepped forward, ready to dive into the fray, but Arcas placed a firm hand on my shoulder. Don't overdo it, he said. Especially no essence. Not here. I gave a small nod and pulled my staff from my ring. As I channeled essence into it, the weapon extended and locked into its full 7-foot form. Solid, familiar, ready. Arcas let go, and the golden lightning holding me aloft vanished. I dropped like a stone. Spinning midair, I turned to face the battlefield and let fire burst from the soles of my feet. Boom. The blast launched me straight down toward the front lines like a missile, fury in my heart and fire at my heels. North's povey, my ears rang with a chorus of screeches, sharp, ugly sounds that crawled under my skin. The nocturne crawlers never stopped moving, never stopped making noise. I took a breath, aimed, and let loose another arrow. Whoosh. It flew straight and fast, embedding itself deep into the crawler's eye. It was a level 24, fast but not smart. The arrow punched clean through its head and out the other side. It twitched, staggered, then collapsed in the dirt. I moved to a new position, my boots crunching softly over cracked stone. Another crawler caught my eye, this one a level 26, thicker armor, quicker legs. I narrowed my eyes and activated my skill. Explosive shot. I pulled the string back harder than usual, feeling the buildup of force. Then I released. The arrow surged forward, packed with energy, and slammed into the crawler's chest. The impact blew a chunk of its body apart, and it dropped, twitching once before going still. Sweat dripped down the side of my face. I wiped it away quickly and shifted again, trying to keep some distance between myself and the front line. I glanced toward the chaos. Steve moved like wind and lightning, one hand in his pocket, the other guiding his sword through the horde like it was made of paper. He looked like he was dancing, having the time of his life. Then I saw Sarah. She was screaming and laughing all at once, her greatsword carving through crawlers like they were weeds. Every swing looked like she was trying to split the world in half. She was raw power, loud, wild, and overwhelming. I frowned. My fingers tightened around my bowstring. A knot formed in my chest. Was I falling behind? They made it look easy. Steve had skill and grace. Sarah had brute strength. And me, I was just shooting. It felt like I wasn't doing enough, like I wasn't strong enough. I gritted my teeth and drew another arrow. I breathed in, trying to calm the storm inside me. As I focused, I felt a breeze stir the air around me. Wind, I called on it. Augmented shot. The arrow shimmered faintly, then twisted slightly in my grip. I let it fly. It shot forward, steady at first, but then mid-air it began to spin, gaining momentum and speed. The rotation sharpened the edges, turned it into a drill of wind and steel. It pierced straight through one crawler, a level 22, then ripped into another right behind it, a level 23. Both fell. A small breath escaped me. A part of me felt proud, but that knot in my chest, it didn't go away. I wanted to do more. I had to do more, not just for this fight, but for myself. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed across the battlefield. My head snapped toward the sound. Something was flying toward the front lines, fast, blazing, and completely out of place. I squinted against the light, trying to make out what it was. Another boom followed, louder than the first, and this time I saw fire roar behind it like an afterburner. Whatever it was tearing through the sky. Then, whoosh, boom, it crashed into the ground like a meteor. Dust and debris exploded into the air, and a shockwave rippled across the field. I stumbled a step back as it hit me. Wind whipped my hair back, and for a second everything went still. I gritted my teeth and notched another arrow, pulling the string tight, ready to fire. My eyes stayed locked on the growing dust cloud ahead of us, arrow aimed straight. The air shimmered with heat. My heart thumped once, loud and clear in my chest. The dust started to thin. And then I saw him. He stood tall, facing away from us, a staff planted firmly on the ground in his right hand. His posture was unshakable, like a mountain. His back was broad and steady, his brown hair swaying gently in the wind like even the breeze didn't dare rush around him. I didn't need to see his face. I knew, billion, but he felt different. My breath caught in my throat, and I couldn't explain why. There was something in the air, something that made me feel like I should obey this man. Ba dump, then I heard it, a deep sound, ba dump. It was like a war drum, deep and steady. I looked around, thinking maybe someone else had started something, but no, no one moved. Every single person, friend and foe, had their eyes fixed on him. Even the crawlers stopped. Even they felt it. I turned back toward him. My hands trembled slightly on the bowstring, not out of fear, but something else. A feeling I couldn't name. He stood there, unmoving, like the eye of a storm. Heat shimmered off his body, rising into the air. The temperature around us climbed, but he didn't seem to notice. Then he moved. He spun the staff in his hand once, crouched low and jumped. Boom! A burst of fire shot from his feet, propelling him high into the air. My eyes followed him up, watching as he soared over the battlefield like he had wings made of flame. At his peak, he raised the staff, and suddenly, fire erupted from its tip. A blazing sphere formed, spinning wildly, growing larger with every second. The heat around me became unbearable. Sweat beaded on my skin, but I couldn't look away. My mouth hung open slightly. He was controlling fire like it was a part of him. Fluid, natural, absolute. Compared to that, I felt like I was still learning how to whisper to the wind. Then he dropped, another burst of fire from his feet, and his body dived straight down like a falling star. As he fell, he raised his voice in a raw, fierce roar that echoed across the sky. Blitz HK. He smashed the staff into the ground and the fireball followed. Boo! The ground shattered. Crawlers flew into the air, torn apart by the impact. Waves of fire burst outward in a blazing arc, rolling across the battlefield like a tide. They devoured the ground, crawlers, and broken terrain alike, scorching everything in their path. Boom, boom, boom. Sound echoed again and again, like distant thunder drums shaking the air. Each pulse came with another surge of heat, rattling through my chest. The flames roared toward the front lines and stopped just a breath away from us. Like the fire had a mind of its own, like it knew exactly who it was meant to spare. The shockwave tore through the battlefield, ripping up dirt, dust, and ash in a storm that washed over everything. The ground trembled beneath my feet. Loose rocks and charred debris skittered across the scorched earth. A low, ringing hum echoed in the air, a sharp, metallic whine that made my ears ache. I raised my arm to shield my face, squinting through the stinging wind. When the flames finally began to fade, the battlefield was silent for just a moment. No screeches, no footsteps, no roars. Only the sound of fire crackling remained, the wind gently carrying the smoke away into the sky. The battlefield had fallen silent. As far as my eyes could see, there wasn't a single crawler left beyond the front line. The only ones still alive were those trapped within it. The ground was cracked and charred. There was a big crater, and in the center of the scorched earth. He stood, Billion, unmoving, staff planted firmly in the ground, back straight, shoulders steady. I stared at him, at the raw, refined power that seemed to pulse from his very presence. He was nothing like the boy who used to smile awkwardly and struggle to find words whenever we talked. Something fluttered in my chest, part admiration, part awe, and just a sliver of fear. He was changing fast, faster than any of us, and in ways I couldn't quite grasp. How far would this path take him? In that moment I understood. He was different from any of us. The sheer destruction he unleashed was equal to, no, greater than all of us combined. My eyes stayed fixed on his back as I wondered what the future held for someone like him. Billion's povey, I extended my perception, scanning the aftermath of the blast. I had counted close to 100 crawlers before the attack, but now not a single one remained. Only scorched earth, smoldering patches of fire, and a massive crater marked the place where they once stood. I turned slowly, eyes moving across the battlefield until they settled on the soldiers of Unit 2. They were all staring at me, not fighting, not moving, just frozen as if the world had stopped for them. Even the crawlers among their ranks had paused, some mid-motion, as if they too were stunned by what had just happened. The corner of my mouth twitched. I guess I made a pretty good entrance, I muttered under my breath. With a casual flick of my wrist, I raised my staff and swung it in a wide arc. The lingering flames died out instantly, the air cleared of dust and smoke as if swept away by an unseen wind. Then I stepped forward. That seemed to snap everyone out of their daze. The soldiers blinked, adjusted their stances, and turned back to the crawlers still within the front lines. Battle cries erupted once more, blades swung and arrows flew. I scanned the chaos briefly before spotting Steve. He finished off the crawler in front of him with a clean, fluid motion and ran toward me. He stopped a few feet away, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. Clicking his tongue, he sheathed his sword and crossed his arms. You know, he said this whole raid was supposed to help us level up, refine our techniques, build pressure, and you just wiped out half the damn map. I scratched the back of my head, feeling a bit guilty. My mind was somewhere else. I didn't really think it through. Steve raised an eyebrow. I don't believe you for a second. You just wanted to show off. I shrugged. Maybe. He rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath, but I could see the smirk he was trying to hide. I asked, "So how have things been on your end?" He replied, pretty chill. "Some training here, some training there." I nodded casually, then I heard a sharp roar behind me, followed by the whistle of wind slicing through the air. A wind blade, but my perception was still extended, locked on the battlefield. I already knew who it was. My lips twitched as I turned and casually swung my staff, dispersing the incoming attack with a single sweep. My eyes locked onto Sarah. "What is wrong with you, woman?" I asked, genuinely confused. She didn't respond. Instead, she charged at me without hesitation, raising her greatsword overhead and swinging it straight at my head. I brought up my staff and blocked it with ease, then raised my leg and kicked her backward. She stumbled, catching her footing just in time. My eyes narrowed. What was that for? She scoffed, planted her sword in the ground beside her, crossed her arms, and snapped. Where's your shirt? I blinked. Sorry, what did you just say? Through clenched teeth, she repeated, I said, where is your shirt? I glanced at Steve. He just shrugged like he wanted no part of this. I honestly had no idea what my lack of clothing had to do with this girl's sudden aggression. It got destroyed while I was training, I replied. She scoffed again, louder this time. Stop lying. You're just walking around shirtless to show off. Show off. I tilted my head. Show off what exactly? She jutted her chin toward me. This. I almost laughed. This. You're gonna have to be more specific. She jabbed a finger at my chest. This body. You're flaunting it to lure innocent girls. My mouth dropped open. What was even going through this girl's head? Not once did I think about removing my shirt to seduce someone. I cleared my throat and said, You've got the wrong idea about me, Sarah. I'm not that kind of guy. She shook her head as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. There's no kind. All boys are the same. Steve suddenly jumped in. Absolutely false. Gotta disagree with you there, Madam Sarah. There's no way I'm anything like this brute. I threw my hands up in exasperation. Wow, really? You just tossed me under the cart like that? Sarah turned to Steve. You keep your mouth shut, lackey. My eyes widened. Did she just call him a lackey? Steve looked just as stunned. Who are you calling lackey? You better take that back. Sarah grinned, drew her sword again, and pointed it straight at him. Or what, dumbface? I grinned and turned to Steve. Ooh, she just called you dumbface. Steve narrowed his eyes. You take that back or I'll make you take it back. Sarah didn't even blink. Make me. You who looks like he hasn't eaten in a decade. I'll break your chicken legs before you even touch your sword. I clapped slowly and turned to Steve again. She called you chicken legs, man. Steve shot me a look. I can hear her billion. I nodded, crossing my arms, just checking. Steve placed a hand on his sword, dead serious now. Of all the girls in Unit 2, you're the one who's offended by him not wearing a shirt. Sounds like you just want him for yourself. What? I snapped. Dude, why are you dragging me into this? Sarah's eyes flared. What did you say? Take that back, Blondie. As if I'd ever go near a brute like him, I threw up my hands. What the hell is going on? Why are both of you calling me a brute? Just as I was about to yell back at both of them for calling me a brute again, another voice cut in soft, but sharp enough to slice through the chaos. Can someone explain why everyone's screaming like kids outside a candy shop? I turned my head and saw North walking toward us, bow in hand, quiver strapped to her back. A little blood on her sleeve, a smudge on her cheek. She looked like she'd just finished off a few crawlers without breaking a sweat. Sarah straightened immediately. Her stance shifted, sword lowered just a bit. North's eyes bounced between the three of us. Seriously, what's going on? Before I could speak, Sarah stepped forward. It's nothing. Just your usual man and their tantrums. You know how they get. Steve and I exchanged glances. North raised an eyebrow. Well, as long as no one is seriously fighting. Sarah smiled a rare sight. Don't worry, I'd never let them touch your pretty face. I blinked, and Steve spoke up beside me. What? Sarah's smile vanished. Nothing. I meant like you're the best archer here. Can't let anything happen to our best damage dealer. Stay away from them, okay? North tilted her head. Right. I watched Sarah fumble for words. It was kind of hilarious. She quickly turned away. Anyway, I've got some crawlers to slice. Later, losers. And just like that, she walked off, casually brushing her hair back with way more drama than necessary. Steve watched her go, then leaned in close to my ear. Hey, he whispered. I think she likes North. I blinked. Huh, he gave me a smug little grin. Yeah, man, I think she was mad about the no shirt thing because that innocent girl in her rant was North. You've got a rival. I stared at him, completely dumbfounded, and whispered. What kind of nonsense is that? Steve clapped a hand on my shoulder and walked off, laughing. I stood there, trying to process everything. I didn't want to believe him, but as I thought back to all my encounters with Sarah, a part of me started to wonder if he might actually be onto something. My mind wouldn't stop spinning. No matter how hard I tried to focus, it kept jumping to conclusions, piecing together every little interaction between Sarah and North. And every time it kept circling back to the same insane idea, Sarah might actually like North. I shook my head to push the thought away and turned to look at North. Large brown eyes, soft, cute features, and that kind smile that always made something in my chest flutter. Yeah, maybe the idea wasn't that crazy after all. I took a deep breath, forced a smile onto my face, and walked over to her. Hi there. She adjusted her uniform slightly, brushing some dust off her shoulder, then smiled up at me. Hello to you too. How have you been? I asked. Good, she said with a nod, just trying to get stronger. I nodded back. You're doing great. Also, you promised me a meal when I got back. Don't think I forgot. Her eyes widened a little in surprise. Yeah, sure, I remember. I know you don't really care what we eat, but still, any preference? I shrugged. Whatever you want me to eat. She laughed softly. I knew you'd say that. Then she raised an eyebrow and tilted her head. Also, why are your dramatic entrances always shirtless? I gave an awkward smile and scratched the back of my head. I swear it's not on purpose. She smirked and said with mock seriousness. Yeah, totally believe you. I chuckled and looked away for a second, letting my eyes scan the battlefield. Only a few low-level crawlers remained, scattered and half-heartedly attacking. When I looked back at North, I caught her staring at my chest. I followed her gaze and realized she was looking at the tattoo. She must have noticed me noticing because she spoke up. When did you get time to upgrade your tattoo? I blinked, not expecting the question. My thoughts flashed back to the moment the null heart changed it. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just went with the first thing that popped into my head. Just before coming here, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing in curiosity, and you decided to draw a circle around the gears. Also, who gets tattoos of gears? I shrugged again, trying to play it cool. What can I say? I like gears. 2 gear, 3 gear, and gear 5 is my favorite. She laughed. You're so weird. I gave a playful bow. I'll take that as a compliment, my lady. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone heading toward us. I turned my head and saw it was Logan. Grin spread across my face as I raised a hand and waved. Hey, North followed my gaze. When she realized who it was, she stepped up beside me, standing a little straighter. Logan reached us in a few seconds, looking like he was in a pretty good mood. I spoke first. Logan, how have you been, man? He gave a light laugh. Doing all right, but compared to you, I'm nothing. I chuckled at that, shaking my head. He gestured to the 2 people standing behind him. Let me introduce you. This is Dio, and this is Luke. They didn't believe I was actually friends with the Billion Ironheart. I tilted my head, confused. Why wouldn't they believe that? Logan shook his head dramatically. Brother, you're a celebrity now. These guys thought I was too average to be friends with someone like you, so I figured I'd drag them over and flex a little. I laughed and shook both Dio and Luke's hands. They seemed friendly. Luke raised his hands like he was defending himself. He's exaggerating. We just said you two didn't seem like close friends. Logan gave a proud smirk and clapped Luke on the back. Still counts. We all laughed and started chatting. Logan told me about the training their unit had been going through. Lots of drills, long hours, and not much sleep. Apparently, they'd just wrapped up a field test before the alarm sounded and the raid began. The last few crawlers were getting taken care of, and the battlefield was finally calming down. People started forming little groups, talking, joking, catching up with each other. There was a strange energy in the air, like a big release of tension. Relief maybe, excitement, even joy. But as I looked around at the smiling faces, something weighed down in my chest. They didn't know. They had no idea what happened to Unit 77. My smile faded, and the noise around me felt like it was coming from far away. The burned bodies, the empty expressions, the silence, it all came rushing back. North nudged me gently with her elbow. What's wrong? She asked, her voice soft. You look off. I looked at her and paused, wondering if I should tell her, but then I decided against it. Everyone would find out soon enough once we returned to base. I forced a smile onto my face. It's nothing, just remembered something. She didn't look convinced. Her gaze lingered on me for a second longer before she nodded slowly. All right, she said quietly, but if it's something bad you can tell me, okay? Steve made his way back to us, and a few seconds later, Sarah did too. She walked over and stood right next to North. I leaned in slightly and whispered to North, I thought you two didn't really get along. She glanced at me and replied, it's not like that. She just always challenges me. We're kind of rivals, I guess, but we get along okay. I nodded slowly, then muttered, still, I think you should keep some distance. She's kind of violent, you know, not sure she's the best influence on you. North let out a quiet laugh. Why are you suddenly acting like my mom? Before I could say anything else, Sarah's voice cut in. I can hear you, Billion. What do you mean I'm violent? I raised both hands in surrender and avoided her gaze. I didn't say anything. She narrowed her eyes, but I kept my mouth shut. Some battles just weren't worth fighting. We waited for Arcas or June to arrive now that the battle was over. I figured I might as well check my notifications. Level up. Level 43, level 44. I frowned. After all that, only one level. Felt a little underwhelming. A few more minutes passed before Arcas appeared out of nowhere, his sudden presence pulling everyone's attention. The chatter stopped immediately, and we all stood a little straighter. Arcas looked around at us and then spoke, his voice calm but heavy. I have bad news to share, he said. Yesterday, Unit 77 was ambushed by a group of abominations, led by a phantom. The entire staff, including the unit commander, and 93 probationary soldiers were killed. Gasps and stunned cries echoed all around me. Steve turned to look at me, but I didn't move. I just kept my eyes on Arcas. His gaze swept across the crowd, then locked onto mine as he continued. The Empire mourns their loss, every single one of them. But for those of us still standing, this is more than just a tragedy. It's a reminder, a brutal one, that our lives are fragile. That death doesn't care how strong we are or how hard we've worked. He paused, just long enough for the gravity of his words to sink in. Commander Bruno Harold of Unit 77 was a newly promoted Grandmaster, a man of strength, wisdom, and conviction. He believed in peace, and he spent his entire life working toward it. But in a single instant, all of it, his power, his dreams, his legacy was erased. He let that hang in the air before finishing, so you have a choice. You can wait for your turn to die, or you can fight, train, and grow until you're strong enough to shatter the cage we've all been born into. Choose wisely. The silence that followed Arcas's words was heavy. No one moved, no one spoke. A few soldiers whispered in disbelief. I saw Dio staring blankly at the ground. Logan's fists were clenched, knuckles white. Sarah for once didn't have a snarky comment. Steve kept glancing at me, waiting for me to say something, but I couldn't because my mind was stuck on one name. Bruno Harold, the commander of Unit 77, a grandmaster, a single attack, a single phantom. And everything they'd worked for was erased like it was never there. What was the point of all this training, all the pushing and fighting if we could be wiped out just like that? Was this what awaited all of us eventually? I stared at Arcas. His voice was calm, but there was something in his eyes. Rage maybe, or guilt, maybe all of it. He'd seen this before. He probably knew it was coming. And yet here we were, hearing it like a cruel surprise. I exhaled slowly. So that's how fragile we are. One bad day and you're just a name in someone else's story. I felt something stir in my chest. Resolve. If I was going to die, it wouldn't be quietly, and it wouldn't be for nothing. If the world wanted to crush me, it would have to try a hell of a lot harder. My eyes met Arcas's and I gave my answer. Commander, I don't know if I'll ever grow strong enough to break this cage, but I promise you this, I'll become strong enough to avenge Unit 77. That's where I begin. Arcas, whose expression had remained serious the entire time, finally grinned. Revenge is good, it gives you purpose. Let the fire of vengeance burn within you. Many of you have lost family. To not even have the guts to seek justice for them, that's cowardice. Arcas took a deep breath and spoke, his voice loud and clear. All right, because of interference from Billion Ironheart, your raid ended prematurely. So we'll head out on a new one, this time in the East Continent. My eyes narrowed the moment I heard that. Instinctively, I extended my perception and locked it onto King Holt, who stood quietly to the side. I scanned him. Level 24. That was surprising. He used to be in the top 10. Now he was lagging behind, below even some of the soldiers who were not that high-leveled during the first month. I wondered what had happened to him. Arcas kept speaking. The region we're going to is cold. The environment is harsh. You'll gain experience operating in extreme conditions, which will make you better fighters. I almost laughed to myself. That was just Arcas trying to make it sound grand. There were cold and harsh places even here on the central continent. He was clearly trying to hype it up. Then he added, this time we'll move in batches of 20. First, the top 20, then the rest. Your schedule will be given to you by Vice Commander June. I noticed a few people glance at me when he said top 20. There was no question I'd be in the first batch. Suddenly, I heard Arcas's voice in my ear. Billion, I'm giving you 3 days to stir things up with King. Otherwise, we'll have to drop you closer to their hidden base and that'll look way more suspicious. Don't chicken out now. My brows pulled together. I wasn't chickening out. It's just I'd never played the villain before. I let out a slow breath, trying to steady myself. If I was going to pull this off, I needed backup, or at least someone to bounce ideas off. And Steve was already neck-deep in this mess with me, so I decided to have a discussion with him as soon as we went back to the base. Arcas talked a bit more after that, mostly about how we fought, what went well, what didn't. Then we were dismissed and returned to the base. I went straight to my room, washed up, and changed into something comfortable. A soft hoodie and joggers, much better than the stiff academy uniform. Once I was done, I made my way to Steve's room. To my surprise, he was already freshened up. I had half expected him to be lying on the bed like a dead body, recovering from the raid with snacks in one hand and complaints in the other. I grinned. Well, looks like the military's finally having a good influence on you. He shut the door behind me and flopped down on the couch with a tired groan. Not the military, he said, just Arcas. I raised an eyebrow. How so? He let out a breath and leaned his head back. He put me through a different kind of training. It broke me down. I actually gave up at one point. And that's when I realized I've got an ego too. I didn't even know I had it, but it really hated the idea of failing. I chuckled. I'm just glad you came out stronger. If you'd crumbled, my relationship with Arcas would have gone downhill fast. Steve stared up at the ceiling, then sighed, long and heavy. It's not easy for him either, you know. That man's carrying a lot. I could feel it. After hearing about Unit 77, I don't know, I've been getting this weird feeling like it's somehow my fault. So imagine what he must be feeling after seeing who knows how many Unit 77s over the years. I went quiet after that. I hadn't really let myself think about things from Arcas's point of view. I wasn't sure I wanted to. That kind of weight, it'd crush most people, so I shifted the topic. Anyway, I said, you get what's happening with this new East Continent raid, right? It's just a cover. We're the bait. Steve's expression turned serious. He nodded slowly. Yeah, this is all just a setup to get us captured by the Holts. Exactly, I said. And if we don't make it convincing enough, Arcas said he'll just drop us right on top of their base. So we need to figure out how to make King take the bait during the raid. Steve looked at me dead serious now. You realize if we piss him off and actually get captured, they're not gonna welcome us with a fruit basket. It'll be torture, straight up hell. I gave a dry chuckle. I know, but I've been thinking. There's got to be easier ways to pull this off, ways that don't involve getting on King's bad side. But I've got this gut feeling that Arcas and maybe even Edgar want us to do it this way. Like there's something they're not telling us. Steve rubbed his chin, thinking. Now that you mention it, yeah, it does feel too deliberate. You think this is something to do with King specifically? I shrugged. I don't know. The chances are low, but not zero. Either way, there's definitely more going on behind the scenes than we've been told. Anyway, I said, we've already beat him a couple of times, but maybe that's not enough. What should we do next? Steve scratched his head, frowning. We've already humiliated him in front of everyone, so that part's done. I don't know. Do we beat him again, or I don't know, parade him around naked or something? I shook my head immediately. Nope, no naked anything. What if he does the same to us after we get captured? That's a hard no. I paused, thinking, maybe we capture him instead, rough him up a little, insult his family. If he's really that important among the Holts, that should be enough to get a reaction. Steve looked at me with a worried face. Man, I really don't like this whole thing. I just keep thinking. What's stopping them from killing us on the spot once they have us? I shrugged. I'm sure Arcas will fill us in before we're actually thrown into the fire. He let out a long breath. I did the same. And then, like the totally responsible soldiers we were, we ordered some food to take our minds off torture and fake villainous behavior. We agreed tonight we'd set the plan in motion. Steve and I stood outside the residential block, waiting for King and his crew to show up. It was late, and most people were heading to the cafeteria for food. As they walked past, I noticed how quiet they were. No chatter, no usual energy, just heavy steps and tired faces, all of them still shaken by the news of Unit 77 getting wiped out. I glanced at Steve. He was beside me, hands in his pockets, looking way too casual for what we were about to do. There was even a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I elbowed him. Don't smile, idiot. Act like you're pissed. He gave me a look, then sighed and forced a scowl onto his face. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. A few people were already nearby, hanging around in small groups. But it wasn't enough, not for the scene I wanted to cause. So I reached down, unhooked my staff from my belt, and let my essence flow into it. The metal extended with a smooth shhhk, growing to its full length as power surged through it. Then I slammed it into the ground beside me. Boom. The impact cracked the stone and sent a small tremor through the area. Conversations stopped. Heads turned. Everyone stared. I kept my face blank, eyes forward, not moving an inch. The staff hummed beside me, vibrating with pressure. More people started to gather, drawn by the noise, curious and tense. I waited. Then I saw them, King Holt stepping out of the building, with only Michael Hightower at his side. No posse tonight. As soon as they saw me and Steve standing there, King's body stiffened. His eyes locked onto mine, and I didn't look away. I let the pressure in the air tighten around him. He knew, and so did everyone else who had gathered around us, that I was about to do something. I took a step forward, staff in hand, and pointed it directly at King. You're from the Holt family, I said, my voice loud enough for everyone to hear. So tell me, how does it feel knowing your people were involved in the massacre of Unit 77? Gasps echoed around us. Whispers flared up like sparks in dry grass. All eyes snapped to King, who stood frozen. His lips parted, but nothing came out at first. Then he barked out a sharp laugh. You're insane, he said. What the hell are you talking about? I tilted my head, walking slowly toward him. I'm talking about the Phantom. The abominations, the slaughter. You think it's coincidence they found Unit 77, that they only went after them? I know that someone gave them that information, and I think that someone came from a certain noble house with too many secrets and too many enemies. Michael stepped forward, his face dark. That's a serious accusation, Ironheart. You better watch your crack. Steve moved like a flash of lightning, his fist slamming straight into Michael's gut. The guy folded instantly, dropping to the ground with a gagged cough. I am watching it, Steve muttered, eyes cold. King turned to him, startled, and that's when I moved. One clean, brutal hit from the butt of my staff struck him in the side. His body flipped midair, slamming into the wall of the block behind him. The crowd shouted in shock as his body flopped down to the ground. King groaned, trying to rise, but I was already on him. You think this is over, King? I growled, grabbing him by the collar. You think hiding behind your family name will save you? He coughed, blood dripping from his lip, then gave me a twisted smirk. You're the one hiding, Ironheart, hiding behind the Empire's skirt like a scared little boy. His voice cracked but carried weight. You think that crest on your chest makes you powerful? You're nothing without them. Just another kid the Empire scooped up to throw at monsters. I stared down at him, my grip tightening. King sneered. The Holts. We don't need the Empire. We own the Empire. We are the true kings of this world, and when the time comes, you'll see just how little your rank means. He swung a fist at me in panic, but I blocked it easily and drove my knee into his chest. The breath whooshed out of him. He collapsed again, coughing and choking. Then crawl like a king, I said coldly, towering over him. And pray your little kingdom doesn't fall before mine rises. Beside me, Steve was beating Michael without hesitation. The guy tried to summon some kind of defense spell, but Steve shattered it with his sword's hilt and sent him sprawling across the ground. Stop, stop, Michael yelled. We didn't do anything. Exactly, Steve shouted back. King tried to crawl away from me. I stepped on his back and pressed down hard. He gasped. I want the Holt family to hear this, I said, loud and clear. I want every spy you've placed here to report what happened tonight. You thought we wouldn't notice your game. You thought we'd stay quiet like dogs. I drove my heel into his back harder, making him scream. You underestimated the wrong people. King twisted beneath my foot, face scraping against the rough ground. I let him roll onto his back. Then slowly, I placed my foot on his face. His eyes flared with hatred, but his body was broken, weak. "Tell me, little prince," I whispered. "Do you still think you're above us?" The crowd watched in stunned silence, some with horror, others with something that looked like agreement. Then a voice rang out from the edge of the gathering. "Stop this." A young man from Unit 2 stepped forward, fists clenched. "You're going too far. You're blaming him without any proof. He is part of Unit 2. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A few people nodded. Others looked away, unsure. I didn't respond. I just drove my heel harder into King's cheek, grinding his face into the dirt. He groaned, blood mixing with soil. "Proof," I finally said, voice quiet but cold. "You want proof? 93 bodies rotting in the mud. A massacre timed perfectly. And I am sure this guy knows what I am talking about." I looked up, meeting the crowd's uncertain gazes. "The Holt family has never been loyal to the Empire. You think they're just rich snobs? No. They fund mercenary groups, they buy silence, they manipulate from the shadows. And now it's possible they've already joined hands with the enemies outside our borders." I stepped off King's face slowly. "But sure," I added, voice like ice. "Let's wait for proof. Maybe we'll find it in the next pile of corpses." Steve walked over, blood still dripping from his knuckles, and stood beside me. "If it weren't for his last name, he'd be scrubbing floors," he muttered, glaring down at King. "All that arrogance." "It's borrowed power." King coughed and spat at my boot. I didn't flinch. I raised my staff and drove it into the ground beside his head. The crack of impact was thunderous. He flinched. Steve stepped forward. In one swift movement, he grabbed King by the shoulders, pulling him upright and pinning his arms to his sides. King struggled weakly, his breathing labored, but Steve's grip was unyielding, holding him in place like a rag doll. I didn't hesitate. I moved in close, my hand gripping King's collar as I slammed my fist into his face. The impact was brutal as his head jerked to the side. Blood splattered from his nose, but I didn't stop there. Before King could recover, I landed another punch, this time to his stomach. He gasped, his breath leaving him in a ragged rush. His body trembled under the force, but Steve didn't let go, keeping him upright as my fist continued its assault. King's face twisted with rage as he gasped for air, his voice hoarse. "I'll make you regret this," he spat, the words barely escaping his lips. I grinned, leaning in closer. "No, you won't. You're too weak for that." I stepped back and Steve finally released his grip on King. His body crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, coughing and groaning. I turned my head slowly, eyes scanning the crowd. Their expressions were scattered, shock, discomfort, confusion. But I also caught clenched jaws, narrowed ice. Some people knew. They knew what the Holt family stood for. And those people didn't look angry at me. They looked like they wanted to throw a few punches themselves. Still, a few others glanced at me like I'd gone too far. I didn't care. I stretched my perception wide just to be sure. My senses combed the area and I sighed in relief when I confirmed North wasn't nearby. I didn't want her to see this part of me. I met Steve's eyes and gave a small nod. He nodded back. Without another word, I grabbed King by the collar and hoisted him up like a sack of grain. His body slumped over my shoulder, too dazed to struggle. Steve yanked Michael up the same way and turned to the crowd. "Do not follow us," he said, calm but cold. Then we slipped into the night. We reached a secluded patch in the woods just beyond the edge of the training zone. The trees here were tall, the shadows deep. Steve dropped Michael unceremoniously against a tree trunk while I slammed King to the ground with a thud. He groaned, still dizzy from the earlier beating. I pulled out a set of training cords and tied King's wrists around the tree trunk behind him. Steve did the same with Michael. Both were seated with their backs pressed to the rough bark, bound tight, ankles secured to the roots. Michael whimpered, still struggling to breathe. King, though, he was furious. "You bastards think this is funny," he spat. "You have no idea what you're doing. I'll give you more than just death, I swear on my name." I punched him before he could finish, a hard jab to the ribs. He let out a breathless cry, followed by more swearing. "What is the Holt family planning?" I asked flatly, pretending to care. "Come on, spill something useful." He glared at me. "Go to hell." I smiled and punched him in the stomach again. Steve took his turn, slapping Michael's face lightly at first, then a hard backhand. "Still nothing," Steve said with mock surprise. "Wow, these guys are tight-lipped. Makes you wonder what they're hiding." Michael whined something unintelligible. King bared his teeth. "When my family hears about this, they'll erase your bloodlines. You'll wish you died on the battlefield." Another punch. I went for the jaw this time. His head snapped sideways. "You know," I said, crouching down to his level, "it almost sounds like you're about to cry." He spat blood at my feet. "You're dead. You're already dead. I'm going to make sure you're." Another hit, Steve chuckled. "We weren't here for answers, not really. We just wanted to piss this guy off. That was the whole point." For the next half hour, I kept beating him, nothing elegant, nothing restrained. Just fists to his face, gut, ribs, anywhere that would hurt. I wasn't even angry anymore, just focused, mechanical. I only stopped when his body slumped and he passed out. Exhaling heavily, I dropped onto the cold ground and leaned back against the tree. I looked over at Michael. He was already out cold, face swollen, tied to a tree a few feet from King. Steve stood nearby, wiping the blood off his hands with a cloth he'd ripped from Michael's uniform. I shook my head and muttered, it's way better fighting abominations than doing this crap. Steve gave a short nod, his expression unreadable. At least abominations fight back. These two way too soft. No challenge. He sat down beside me, and for a while we just sat there in silence, letting our hearts slow and our thoughts settle. Eventually I stood and walked over to King. His eyelids fluttered. I grabbed a bottle of water, splashed it on his face, then gave him a light slap across the cheek. Wake up, your highness. His eyes shot open, groggy and bloodshot. I crouched in front of him, elbows on my knees, and smiled. Let's play a game, King. You tell me something useful and I don't break another rib. He growled, spit blood to the side, and glared at me. You think this changes anything? I'll kill you myself. My family will skin you alive. I chuckled. You keep saying that, but I'm the one standing. You're the one tied to a tree. I leaned in close, my tone more serious now. What is your family really planning? Why are the Holts acting against the Empire? Why are you so fixated on the throne war? Why can't you just get along with the Rayleigh family? His mouth twitched, either from pain or rage, I couldn't tell. I kept going. Who's this phantom that wiped out Unit 77? Don't play dumb. You knew something. I saw your face when Arcas announced it. I was just spewing nonsense at this point. He started cursing again, wild threats pouring from his mouth, promises of death, dismemberment, disgrace. Steve laughed behind me. He's running out of curse words. I stood up and stretched. Fine, if you don't want to talk, we'll keep playing. I walked over, picked up my staff, and twirled it in my hand. I've got time. You've got bones. Let's see which lasts longer. We kept up our little friendly banter with King and Michael for another 3 or 4 hours, deep into the night. It wasn't really about questions anymore. We were just messing with them, throwing in a few insults, tossing a punch here and there, keeping the pressure on until their pride bled out. Finally, when we both felt like we had done enough, we stood up and untied them. We didn't say anything, just left them there, bruised and broken, lying against the tree like discarded trash. Then we turned and sprinted back toward the residential block, sticking to the shadows and keeping low. The night air was cool against my skin. I felt clearer somehow. While we were running, I glanced over at Steve and asked, Arcas said we've got 3 days, right? What do you plan to do next? He didn't miss a step as he replied, I'm going to level up as much as I can. There's this one skill I've been working on. I think I'm close to unlocking it. That'll be my focus. I nodded. Makes sense. Then he looked over at me. What about you? I shrugged. I've got some ideas. Not sure if I'll go through with all of them, but I think I'll spend most of my time refining the stuff I already know. Clean it up, make it sharper. We didn't say much after that. My thoughts drifted to the null heart. That thing was still untested. I had been considering whether I should push myself to at least create one soul shackle, just one. Who knew? It might come in handy for the new mission. I hadn't told anyone about it yet, and I didn't plan to. Not unless I had to. But part of me wondered how the new function would actually take shape. Would I even be able to hide it once it activated? From the way it felt, the power buried inside that thing wasn't small. I just hoped it would be something that will become a trump card. Arcas had originally said we would have 3 days, but to our surprise, he returned within a day. He came back just to inform us that the plan was approved and ready to move forward. When I asked him why he was in such a hurry, he simply said, whatever you did worked better than expected. That was all he offered, and then he moved on. That very night, King left Unit 2. Both he and his cousin officially withdrew, despite the fact that doing so came with a huge penalty. They were also permanently banned from the Royal Army. It was a shocking move, but none of us had the time to process it. We were left with only 1 day to prepare. Because of the sudden timeline, Steve wasn't able to finish learning his skill, and I couldn't make any progress on creating the soul shackle. Still, I wasn't too worried. Even without new abilities, I was far stronger than most people at my level. My base stats alone were enough to crush anything within 10 levels of me. I didn't even need to use essence for that. The next morning, fresh and cold, the top 20 members of Unit 2 gathered in the mission hall. Arcas and June stood waiting for us at the front. I greeted North when I saw her and reluctantly also greeted Sarah, who now seemed to be sticking to North like glue. I glanced at the rest of the top 20. Besides Sarah and some guy whose name I couldn't remember, I didn't know any of them personally. But as my eyes moved across the group, each of them gave me a small nod of acknowledgement. I chuckled inwardly and nodded back. Steve nudged me and leaned in close. I thought Arcas was going to give us some kind of secret weapon or tool to help us survive, but he hasn't given us anything. What's going on? His words made me frown. I had expected the same. Up until now, there had been no sign of any special preparation from Arcas. I whispered back, let's just wait and see. After 10 minutes of silence, Arcas finally spoke. All right, step on the circle. We're ready to go. We did as he said. The circle beneath us began to glow with energy, and in the next moment we were no longer in the mission hall. I opened my eyes and was immediately hit by a cold chill in the air. Looking around, I realized we were in the middle of a forest blanketed with snow. Huge trees stood all around us like silent guards. The air was so cold it felt like it was trying to seep into our bones. Arcas raised his voice so everyone could hear. We've landed in the middle of a forest crawling with abominations. Your mission is simple. I want each of you to level up 5 times. Except for Billion and Stevethiel each be leading a team of 9. I blinked in surprise, then just shrugged. Leveling up was never a problem for me, and I did not go there for leveling up but to get captured. After that, Arcas gave a few more instructions. He split the remaining 18 people into 2 random groups of 9. One group was assigned to Steve, and the other was handed over to me. My group was sent to the left side of the forest, while Steve led his group to the right. I moved forward with the 9 people walking behind me. Unfortunately, North had ended up in Steve's group, while Sarah was stuck in mine. If it had been the other way around, this could have actually felt like a nice little date in a snowy wonderland. I sighed and walked slowly, hands stuffed in my pockets, with my staff hanging loosely from the belt at my side. My perception stretched outward to its full range, sweeping the surrounding area. I detected 4 abominations nearby. 2 of them were to the east, 1 to the north, and another to the west. I tilted my head, thinking about which one we should target first. Before I could decide, Sarah's voice rang out behind me. "Yo, Mr. Leader, what are you daydreaming about?" I stopped and turned to face her, rubbing my chin in mock thought. "Nothing much," I said, "just wondering whether you'd look better in a pink bra or a black one." Her eyes widened in shock and she clenched her jaw, anger flaring across her face. "You're a scum just like the rest of them." I shrugged without much concern. Yeah, now please don't interrupt my daydreams. They really help me sleep well at night." She let out a sharp breath and looked away, clearly annoyed. Turning my attention back toward the east, I began walking again. "All right," I called over my shoulder. "We've got 2 dumb blizzard bear abominations up ahead. Get ready." Behind me, I heard the shuffle of movement as everyone drew their weapons and prepared for the coming fight. Soon enough, we came across the 2 bears. They were busy munching on something, probably the remains of their last prey. I quickly scanned them. Blizzard bear level 29. Blizzard bear level 31. Tilting my head slightly, I glanced back at the group and spoke casually. "Everyone except Sarah, go ahead and attack. If you get injured or die, that's on you." Sarah walked up beside me and frowned. "Hey, I want to fight too." I nodded. "Yeah, I understand, Sarah. But honestly, these things are way too weak for you." She paused, then gave a small nod. She didn't say anything else. The other 8 members of the group rushed forward, surrounding the bears with practiced movements. Once I saw everyone was in position, I lifted my leg and slammed it down into the ground. The impact shook the snow-covered earth, sending a wave of force outward. That got the bears' attention. They lifted their heads, roared, and charged at the group surrounding them. I leaned against a nearby tree and watched silently as the battle began. Skills lit up the space like flashes of light, and weapons slashed with force and energy. As I observed the fight, I couldn't help but notice how differently I fought compared to them. They used their skills exactly as the system gave them, no tweaks, no adjustments. It was like watching a machine perform a task with no creativity. I could tell the system was doing most of the work for them, and they were just going along with it. I kept an eye on everyone to make sure no one died, though I didn't feel the need to step in. At the same time, Steve and his group were still within my perception range. They were fighting their own group of abominations. My attention drifted to North. I saw her darting between the trees, graceful and fast, almost like a blur. But even with her skill, I could tell she was holding back, letting others get hits and so they wouldn't feel useless. I shook my head in disappointment. In my view, you should only help others after you've done everything you can for yourself. Sacrificing your potential to make others feel better wasn't noble, it was foolish. Suddenly, I heard a whisper right next to my ear. "Hey kid, can you slip away for a moment?" I knew that voice, it was Edgar. I straightened up quickly and glanced at Sarah, who was standing nearby, keeping watch over the others. "Hey, can you keep an eye on everyone for a minute? I'll be right back," I said. She narrowed her eyes at me, clearly suspicious. "Why, where are you going?" "Don't tell me you're trying to get out of your responsibilities." I almost rolled my eyes but held back. "No, nothing like that. I just need to pee." She scrunched up her face in disgust. "Gross," I shrugged. "What can I say? I'm only human." With a wave of her hand, she dismissed me like I was an annoying bug. I couldn't help but chuckle as I turned and jogged off toward the trees. Once I felt I was far enough away and no one could hear me, I called out, "Edgar, where are you?" Almost immediately, shadows started shifting in front of me. They twisted and curled together until Edgar stepped out from them like some kind of ghost. He was wearing his usual loose-fitting robe and holding a drink in one hand, something that looked suspiciously homemade. I stared at him, raising an eyebrow. "Do you always have to make an entrance like that?" He laughed. "Of course. It's always fun to see how you kids react." Then his expression turned serious as he spoke. "The Holts are here and they've come prepared. Looks like you really offended that kid." He shook his head before continuing. "They've brought a grandmaster to deal with Arcas, and 4 master rank fighters are with them as well. Their real targets are probably you and Steve. You'll need to put up a fight, but don't go all out, hold back. Don't reveal your trump cards unless absolutely necessary. I'll stay hidden in the shadows and step in if things get out of hand." My expression turned serious and I gave a firm nod. I hadn't expected the Holts to come with that much firepower. It caught me off guard. I turned to Edgar and asked, "I'm guessing they won't show their true identities, right?" He shook his head slowly. No, they'll pretend to be a group of assassins or mercenaries. My brows drew together in concern. But to think they could send someone at Arca's level strength for a mission like this, how powerful are the Holts really? Edgar let out a short laugh, but there was no humor in it. I nodded as the pieces started coming together in my mind. Edgar stepped forward and said, "Give me your hand." I held it out without hesitation. He took my wrist gently and pressed his index finger just below the bone. A dark glow appeared at the tip of his finger, and I felt a sharp jolt of pain shoot through my arm. Ouch, I winced, pulling slightly back. What was that? He looked at me calmly. Think of it like a miniature space ring. It's useless to anyone else, but for you, it'll work since you can use essence. Store your weapon inside it if needed. Then he reached into his robe and pulled out a small, round black object about 3 inches across. He placed it in my hand. This is a long-distance communicator. It only works one way and can send just 3 messages. Use it only if you're in real danger or if something extremely important comes up. It'll also act as a locator for us. We believe it might not always function properly. I glanced down at my wrist. A small black dot had appeared there like a birthmark, but when I reached out with my perception to examine it, I was shocked. It wasn't just on the skin. The mark was etched into my bone itself, a black rune faintly glowing embedded deep within me. "Hey, is this permanent?" I asked, staring at it. Edgar shook his head. "No, it'll only last for about 5 or 6 uses, so use it wisely." I looked up again. "Did you make this?" He laughed me. "I wish I was that skilled brat." "No, it was crafted by Dante. I heard you've met him." I gave a half smile. "Not exactly. I've only heard his voice." He let out a chuckle and said, "It's probably for the best that you haven't met him. That guy's completely insane." I tilted my head slightly and smirked. "Crazier than you." He mirrored my gesture, tilting his head too, then gave a half smile. "I think all of us are a little crazy in our own ways." I gave a slow nod. That much was true, and I didn't bother arguing. Then he clapped his hands together and spoke in a brisk tone. "All right, that's all I have for now. I know Arca's already explained the mission to you, but let me give you a quick recap just in case." He held up a finger and began counting off each point. "First, find the Farrens. Their exact location is still unknown, but you'll be heading into a region where they were last seen. Second, gather any information you can about the Holts, anything that could give the Empire a chance to strike back. Weaknesses, secret allies, hidden movements, whatever you can find. Third, help the Farrens escape safely if possible. And of course he gave me a pointed look, "Don't die. Keep yourself alive." I nodded, my expression serious. "Got it. But we still don't know why the Holts won't just kill us on sight. That part doesn't make sense." Edgar chuckled again, this time with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Oh, you'll figure that out once you get captured. I won't ruin the surprise for you." I frowned. That wasn't exactly comforting. Then, as if something suddenly popped into his head, he snapped his fingers. Almost forgot this too. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a sword similar to Steve's. He handed that to me carefully. "Store this in your miniature storage ring. Might come in handy." "All right, kiddo. Best of luck. We'll see each other soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows around him began to shift and swirl. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the darkness. I let out a long breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Talking to Edgar was always exhausting. He had this strange energy, half chaos, half wisdom that left me feeling like I needed a nap and a journal just to process everything. After keeping the sword in the miniature storage ring, I turned around and started jogging towards Sarah and the rest of the group. All I could do now was wait for Holt and the others to make their move, but I didn't have to wait long. Suddenly, I felt the space around me groan for a brief moment. Because of my intense training in the elemental zones, I had become highly sensitive to changes in space. Instinctively, I sharpened my senses to their limit and activated Synapse Boost. Time seemed to slow down. My breathing became steady, my mind clearer. I followed the flow of essence. Without hesitation, I activated Essence Engine. My heart pounded hard in my chest as essence surged through my veins like fire. I bent my legs slightly and then I exploded forward. In just 2 powerful leaps, I landed right beside Sarah. Again, I felt the groan of space louder this time. Something was coming, something big. I yelled with everything I had, "Get down." The others looked confused, unsure of what was happening, but Sarah reacted instantly. She dropped flat onto the snowy ground. Seeing her, the rest of the team followed, hitting the ground just in time. But the bears, they were still standing. I didn't wait. I dashed forward faster than a blink and threw my fists with full force. Boom, boom. 2 punches, just 2, and the bears were gone, reduced to nothing but a cloud of blood and mist. Then I heard it. A thunderclap so loud it stole my hearing in an instant. Boom. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to stay upright, even as warm blood trickled from my ears. I could barely hear anything now, but my perception was still sharp. That's when I saw it. A shockwave, massive, unstoppable, racing toward us. Trees in its path were ripped out of the ground and crushed like twigs. Snow flew into the air and vanished into steam. My eyes widened. I had no time to think. I drew essence quickly and poured it into the snow around me. Then I roared and pulled with all my strength. The snow rose like a giant wave, wrapping around me and the rest of the unit. I shaped it into a thick dome, pushing more essence into it, making it denser, stronger. Then I waited. Boom. The dome around me trembled violently as the shockwave crashed into it. The force of it was immense, shaking the very ground beneath our feet. I kept my will focused and the violet essence flowing steadily, reinforcing the dome to make sure it held strong. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, the rumbling stopped. The pressure eased. I let go of the essence, and the dome cracked, then crumbled around us, snow falling in chunks at our feet. Slowly, the members of Unit 2 stood up, dazed but alive. We looked around, and what we saw left us speechless. The forest around us was completely destroyed. For miles in every direction, there were no recently broken stumps, shattered trunks, and splinters scattered across a wasteland of blackened earth. Even the snow had vanished, turned to vapor by the sheer force of the blast. A massive crater had opened up where the shockwave had hit the hardest. It looked like the end of the world. And then we saw why. Almost a mile away, standing in the center of the destruction, was Arcas. His lightning trident was gripped tightly in his hand, golden arcs of lightning crawling across his body. His presence was overwhelming, like standing too close to the heart of a storm. The air shimmered around him. Across from him stood a stranger, a man wrapped in a dark cloak from head to toe. Two curved daggers were held at his sides, both glowing with a sickly green light. A strange liquid, glowing the same green, dripped steadily from their blades. I could barely hear Arcas speak through the ringing in my ears, but the words carried power. "Who are you? You've attacked a commander of the Empire on duty. Do you understand the crime you've committed?" The cloaked man laughed. It was a strange, twisted sound, part amusement, part madness. "I heard you like to speak with your weapon, Arcas," he said, voice laced with mockery, "but maybe those were just rumors." Arcas tilted his head slightly and replied, "You heard right." Then in an instant he vanished. A golden blur flashed across the battlefield, and before I could even react, the cloaked man's body was sent flying, crashing into the ground with incredible force. Another shockwave followed, but this time we were ready. Everyone shielded themselves, either with weapons or by bracing against the snow and debris. Then I heard Sarah's voice beside me. "Billion, what's going on?" I shook my head. "I'm not sure. But if that man attacked Commander Arcas, then he's the enemy." I turned to face the rest of the Unit 9 soldiers, tense and waiting for orders. "Listen up," I said firmly. "Our job is to stay safe and stick together. We don't know how many enemies are out there, so follow my commands, no questions." They all nodded quickly, understanding the seriousness of the situation. I turned my gaze back to the battlefield. Arcas and the cloaked man were already locked in combat again. Their movements were too fast for me to follow, blurs of gold and green crashing into each other, sparks and shockwaves exploding with every clash. It was a battle far beyond my level, but I stayed focused, fully alert. I could feel the synapse boost humming in the back of my mind, heightening my awareness. The essence engine inside me pulsed steadily, ready to respond to any command. I kept my senses fully stretched, scanning the area carefully. I was trying to locate the master-ranked enemy Edgar had warned me about. At the same time, I searched for Steve and his team. I knew they had been caught in the blast too, and I needed to make sure they were still alive. After a few tense moments, I finally found them. They were buried under broken trees in a layer of snow, hidden from plain sight. Steve was the first to crawl out. He looked roughed up, with bruises on his arms and face, but nothing too serious. One by one, the rest of his group got up as well, all of them injured but thankfully still standing. I turned to my group and said, "Let's move. We need to regroup with the other group." Everyone nodded without question. I took a diagonal path, careful to avoid the fierce battle still raging between Arcas and the cloaked man. The last thing I wanted was for us to get caught in the middle of that. As we moved, I could feel the tension growing behind me. Even Sarah, who is usually calm, seemed uneasy. I didn't blame them. We had just heard that Unit 77 had been completely wiped out. Knowing that kind of power was in the area was enough to make anyone nervous. We were halfway to Steve's position when I suddenly felt a strange ripple in the space ahead of me. I stopped, eyes narrowing. There was nothing there, no movement, no sound, but I trusted my instincts. Something was off. I focused harder, letting essence flow through me as I sharpened my perception. That's when I saw it, not with my eyes, but through the essence. A single black dot appeared in the glowing field around me. It was a presence, someone hiding, using some kind of technique to mask themselves. Master ranked. But as soon as I noticed the hidden man directly ahead of us, two more black dots lit up in my essence sensiboth near Steve's group. My eyes snapped in that direction, and I instantly felt a chill crawl down my spine. I pushed my perception toward that point and felt a familiar presence nearby. North, and the hidden master was moving toward her. My heart skipped a beat. The other hidden figure near Steve was holding position, likely watching or preparing to strike. I forced myself to stay focused and scan the wider area. Then I found the fourth one, a fair distance behind the chaos, standing quietly opposite the direction of the massive battle between Arcas and the cloaked man. He wasn't moving at all. And I understood immediately. He was stationed there to block any escape, a final net to make sure no one slipped through. Did that bastard king want to capture North too? My mind started racing, thoughts tumbling over each other in a storm of worry and anger. There was only one conclusion I could come to: I couldn't let that happen. If North got captured, everything we had planned would fall apart. She was not aware of the Farrens and our plan. Her capture would mess up our timing, our coordination, and worse, it could expose everything. I knew Edgar was nearby and he could step in to save her if it came to that. But if he did, the Grandmaster-ranked enemy might sense his power and pull back. That would ruin our entire setup. The plan relied on us getting captured, not just fighting. If they caught even a whiff of Edgar, they might back off entirely. So I made a decision right then. It had to be me. I had to stop that man from reaching North, which meant I couldn't just pretend to resist capture anymore. Originally, the idea was to put up a show, make it look like I was trying while still falling into their trap. But now that North was at risk, I had no choice. I was going to make them earn it. If they wanted to capture me now, they were in for a real fight. I pulled out my staff, letting the smooth material slide into my grip, and channeled essence into it. The weapon responded instantly, extending to its full 7-foot length with a low hum as it stabilized. 20 feet ahead stood the man's hidden master-ranked individual. I took a breath and weighed my options. I could try to engage him head-on, or I could bypass him and get to Steve, but fighting him carried a serious risk. Master rank meant anywhere from level 101 to 200. That range was massive. If he was just over the threshold, I might have a chance. But if he was anywhere near the high end, I'd be walking into a fight I couldn't win. The odds of that were low, sure, but not zero. That was enough to push me toward the second option: avoid him, regroup with Steve. Of course, just because I didn't want to fight didn't mean he'd let me go without one. I braced myself, ready for either outcome. If he moved, I'd react. If not, I'd keep moving. I picked up my pace and changed direction slightly, angling away to avoid crossing his path. The rest of the unit moved with me, adjusting their formation to match. I kept my perception locked on all 4 of the hidden figures, ready to respond at a moment's notice. The man heading toward North was getting closer. She was still standing there, casually talking, unaware of the danger behind her. The man nearest my group didn't move. He remained completely still, watching us shift direction without reacting. Still, enemies were sometimes the most dangerous ones. Synapse Boost and Essence Engine remained active, humming steadily under my skin. My body was primed, alert, every sense sharpened for battle. Then the man near Steve started moving toward him, and that was it for me. I wasn't close enough to intervene directly, but I could pull him out into the open. I channeled 50 units of essence into strength, locking in a permanent boost of 25 units to strength. My muscles swelled, coiling tight with power, especially in my right arm as I gripped the staff. Then I skidded to a stop, twisted my body, and hurled the staff with all the strength I could muster. No abilities, no finesse, just pure force. The staff flew from my hand with a loud whoosh, slicing through the cold air like a spear aimed straight at the man heading for Steve. Steve turned just in time. His hand went to his sword as his squad tensed up, but the staff wasn't meant for them. It shot over their heads, whistling through the night air, aimed directly at the hidden figure behind them, and finally the man moved. I couldn't see him, but I felt the sudden flare of energy in that space. He activated something, a barrier or technique that stopped the staff mid-flight. A heartbeat later, the cloaking around him shattered, and he became fully visible. Steve and his squad immediately drew their weapons, shifting into combat stance as realization dawned on their faces. I exhaled and broke into a sprint, this time faster and more focused. I still didn't look toward the other hidden man near my group, pretending I hadn't sensed him. My legs pounded against the snow, pushing me farther and farther from the rest. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Steve and his squad surrounding the newly revealed man. They were speaking to him now, probably asking who he was and what he wanted. The man near North had stopped as well. He stood still, silent. So did the one close to my unit. This was my opening. I bent my knees low and let essence surge into my legs. Then I activated seismic burst. Boom. The snow exploded under my boots, a deep rumble shaking the frozen ground as my body rocketed forward like a cannonball. The sound echoed sharply across the snowy field. Heads turned. Eyes widened. I landed hard, boots slamming into the snow. I sprayed outward, but I didn't stop. I pivoted sharply, twisting toward the faint ripple of presence I'd sensed behind North. Still there, still too confident to move. I bent low again, essence fueling my legs. My breath fogged in the freezing air as I focused on the subtle distortion just a few steps beyond North. Then I launched. Snow blasted behind me as I tore across the field, a blur of motion cutting through the cold. I threw my weight into the strike, fist aimed straight at the shimmer in the air where I felt the man hiding. The impact cracked like lightning. A sharp flash of force resisted me, some sort of defensive field, but my punch pushed through the veil. Snow froze in midair for a moment as energy exploded outward, and then he appeared. The man flickered into view, his cloak snapping in the wind, pale eyes narrowing as he stumbled backward. He was tall, calm, dangerous. I pressed the attack. My left hand swept low for a shot at his ribs, but he was faster than I expected. He caught my wrist mid-swing and twisted, his grip ironclad. Before I could counter, he pivoted and threw me. I flew back as my body slammed into the snow and skidded across the ice-crusted ground. I gritted my teeth, groaned, and rolled back to my feet. My eyes darted between both men. They wore black cloaks, just like the one fighting Arcas. No weapons in sight. I scanned them quickly using my synapse, hoping to get some idea of what we were dealing with. Nothing, just question marks hovering over their heads. I looked around, searching for Steve. Our eyes locked. I didn't need to speak. I let my expression do the talking. North was in danger. Steve blinked once in understanding. In the next second, blue lightning burst across his body and he vanished from his spot, darting straight toward the cloaked man near him. I inhaled sharply, steadying my breath. Essence surged through my body like wildfire, pushing away the cold. My feet moved on instinct as I broke into a sprint toward the man again. As I ran, I yelled out, loud and clear, "Everyone follow Steve." I needed them to pile on to keep that guy engaged. I'd take this one myself. From behind me, I heard North's voice. "Billion." I didn't look back. I just answered, "Help Steve." My thoughts raced as I closed the gap. How could I deal with this man without revealing everything? Essence was off limits. I decided to lean into fire. Everyone already believed that was my main affinity anyway. It would sell the illusion. I poured essence into my legs and exploded forward. The snow behind me shattered as I appeared right in front of the man. My heart pounded in rhythm, automatically gathering energy and producing essence for me to work with. I pulled my right arm back, muscles tightening with essence. Then I drove my fist straight at his head. He didn't flinch. His hand came up fast, catching my punch in his palm like it was nothing. A shockwave burst out from the impact. Snow exploded around us, lifted and tossed by the force. I didn't let up. My left hand shot forward, aiming for his ribs. This time I utilized my passive ability. The muscles in my arm compressed and twisted, condensing power before releasing it in a coiled strike with even greater force. I tracked every tiny motion he made, and I saw him tilt his torso just slightly to avoid it. I clenched my jaw, activated seismic burst from my elbow, and redirected the angle mid-swing. The punch curved like a whip, then slammed into his ribs. Boom! A loud crack followed. The man's body skidded backward through the snow. I didn't wait. My knees bent. I lunged forward again, this time spinning my body. My legs came around like a hammer, targeting his chest. Just as my kick connected, I shifted my internal essence and ignited flame through my feet. Fire roared from my soles, right as my foot smashed into his chest. I allowed the fire to compress and explode. Boom! The impact sent him flying. His body slammed into the frozen ground, sliding across the snow before coming to a stop. I exhaled slowly and straightened up, steam rising from my skin. My heart was still racing, my hands tingling with leftover essence. I kept my focus locked on all four of them, tracking their movements with my perception. Steve reached his target first. His sword flashed, slicing through the air toward the man's throat, but the guy leaned back just enough to dodge it. Steve didn't hesitate. He shifted his footing, twisted his grip, and reversed the swing, aiming again for the neck. The man jumped back quickly, barely dodging. Then came a sharp whoosh. An arrow tore through the air, aimed clean at the man's head. He tilted just slightly, and the arrow whizzed past his cheek. In the next second, a barrage of attacks followed. Wind blades, bursts of elemental force, all fired at once. The man twisted and jumped, weaving through it all with fast, sharp movements. Just as he dodged a wind blade, Steve reappeared behind him, his sword flashing again toward the man's neck. This time, the man had no space left. But before the blade could land, a shockwave exploded from his body. The force blasted outward and sent Steve flying across the snow. That was my moment. I dashed forward, arriving near where my staff had landed. I grabbed it, surged essence into it, and leapt. My body spun as I brought the staff around in a wide arc, aiming straight for the man's side from behind. I boosted its weight mid-swing. He turned too late. His arms came up in a cross to block. Crack! The staff slammed into his guard, and I heard something break. The impact launched him across the snow-covered field, smashing him through cracked patches of earth left from earlier shockwave. Before I could press the attack, I noticed the other cloaked man, the one I'd knocked down earlier, getting back on his feet. I made a quick call as I saw Sarah and the others arriving on the field. Perfect timing. "Sarah, help Steve," I yelled, already shifting my body toward the second man. Essence flared through me as I dashed across the snow. I reached him in a blink, driving my staff forward in a direct thrust toward his chest. He moved fast, raising one hand to catch the shaft of the staff near the middle. I narrowed my eyes, trying to get a glimpse beneath his hood, but the shadows clung tightly. Then he spoke, his voice disguised fake, warped, almost cartoonish. "Don't get too cheeky, kid," I snorted. "Is that so?" I suddenly let go of the staff with one hand, my right fist pulled back. Essence flooded into my arm as I activated seismic burst. I punched the bottom end of the staff like a hammer striking a nail. Boom. The force traveled through the staff, tore it from the man's grip, and smashed directly into his chest. He choked as the breath left his lungs, his body skidding back again. I didn't stop. My hand shot forward, caught the spinning staff mid-air, and I leapt, lifting it high overhead. then I brought it crashing down in a brutal arc. The man stepped aside just in time. The staff slammed into the ground where he'd been. Boom. The ground cracked and splintered from the impact. Before I could move in for another strike, the man made his move. His leg shot up fast, aimed straight for my head. He was quick, no doubt, but my synapse was sharper. With synapse boost active, everything around me slowed just enough. I saw his movement clearly, down to the angle of his knee and the twist in his hip. I ducked under the kick, feeling the air shift just above my head as his foot cut through it. While crouched low, I activated Havoc Esphera. Violet essence surged through my body like a flood. I shifted its state into fire, and a spinning fireball burst to life in my palm, hot, wild, and roaring with power. Without giving him a second to recover, I thrust my hand forward. The fireball smashed straight into the man's balls. Boom. Flames exploded outward, heat rippling through the air as the shockwave sent him flying. His body lifted off the ground like a ragdoll, then crashed back down hard. And then finally I heard him scream. No fake voice, no weird tone, just a real pained, very human scream. The man hit the ground with a thud, snow scattering around his body as he rolled once, twice, then came to a halt on his side. Steam rose from his lower half, his cloak singed, blackened, and torn wide open around the waist. His pants were nearly gone, burned away by the explosion. Charred skin peeked through the shredded fabric, and his legs trembled from the pain. He clutched himself, groaning, before his scream turned into a furious snarl. "You filthy little shit," he barked, his real voice hoarse and cracking. "I'll kill you. I'll rip you apart with my bare hands." He struggled to stand, one hand still gripping his scorched thigh. I tilted my head slightly, letting the tip of my staff rest on the snowy ground. A soft chuckle escaped me as I replied, "You know, I always wanted to do that." The man coughed, his body still trembling from the blast, and started to speak again. "I'll cut your..." But I didn't catch the rest. My focus shifted completely. Through my perception, I saw the man I'd left behind was now dashing towards Steve's group. The rest of the 19 were doing their part. Steve, Sarah, and 5 other boys surrounded the man, attacking up close with blades and fists. The others kept up the pressure from a distance, spells, arrows, wind blades, never letting him breathe. But I noticed the man was heading straight for north. Freaking bastard! Without sparing another glance at the half-burned man still screaming behind me, I launched forward, racing to cut the other one off. My eyes flicked to the battlefield behind us. Arcas was still fighting. Streaks of green and gold essence clashed in the distance, shockwaves rolling out with every strike. I couldn't tell if Arcas was holding back or actually being pushed, but I assumed it was the latter. Arcas wouldn't allow himself or his soldiers to be captured otherwise. I exhaled deeply, focusing on my channels. I needed more essence and fast. I reached inward, drawing in every bit of surrounding energy. My heart pulsed hotter, stronger, burning through the incoming force and converting it to pure essence. My gaze locked onto the charging man. He had dropped all pretense of hiding now, moving in full view. He saw me coming and raised his palm toward me. I narrowed my eyes, bracing for whatever he was about to throw. But the attack didn't come from his hand, it came from beneath. The ground rumbled. Shit. I reacted instantly, pushing my legs to leap. I wasn't fast enough. A jagged black spike burst from the ground and grazed my calf, slicing through skin. Pain flared, but I landed low, crouched, and pushed forward again without losing momentum. In a blink, I was in front of him. My staff spun in my hand as I roared and swung it in a wide arc toward his ribs. He didn't try to dodge. Instead, he raised a hand and said, "Arise." A thick black wall erupted from the earth between us just in time. Boom. My staff crashed into it, the shock of the impact shooting through my arms. Cracks webbed across the surface, but the wall held. The man's voice came through the cloak again, distorted and deep. "You are strong." I nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I know." I let the staff fall to my side and raised my left palm toward him. My voice came out calm. "Arise." At the same time, I activated Havoc Esphera again. Violet essence surged through my channels and twisted into a spinning fireball. I slammed my will into it, compressing it tighter and tighter until it burned red hot. Then I fired. A concentrated beam shot forward, screaming through the air. The man tried to move, but he was too slow. The beam struck him square in the chest. Boom. He flew back, crashing into the snow with a blast of steam and ash. A grin tugged at my lips. "Arise. Sounds good."